Our hero, Yan Wu, was looking at a photo of his twin brother. 5 years later, his death was announced in his obituary. 3 years ago, their sick mother, who was desperately searching for her missing brother Yan Wu, died. She has been sick for a long time and is now in a better world. Yan Wu had already given up on searching for his brother and decided to leave Korea, going for military service in Africa. He thought that he was unlikely to be able to return back to Korea later. One day, Yan Wu found a box of his brother's found things that he always carried with him. He even carried pictures from the films with him. Also in the box, Yan Wu noticed a pocket watch, which he gave to his brother so that he would successfully pass the entrance exams. But suddenly, the hero noticed an inscription on the back of the clock. Then the brother told Yan Wu that it was not necessary, but he would still need the watch. He was very happy and grateful to his brother. Young Wu said that unlike electronic watches, these pocket watches are more durable and reliable. But the brother noticed the inscription on the back. His initials were there, Jun Wu, and Cha's last name was spelled incorrectly. That day, Young Wu told his brother that he would take it to the engraver and fix it, but Jun Wu replied that he would wear it anyway. After so many years holding this watch, Yan Wu decided that if he needed to sign somewhere, he would write his name as on it, San. Suddenly, the hand on the clock began to move. This stunned Yan Wu as he thought the clock wasn't working. And then the recording that Jun Wu made began to play. The brother told the hero that if he now hears this recording, then he is most likely no longer on this earth. Yan Wu understood that these were definitely not hallucinations. However, there was no other device inside the watch. Jun Wu apologized to his brother, saying that he had a hard time because of him. Jun Wu wanted to find a cure for his mom and thought he would be back soon. But everything went wrong. On October 9, 2013, Jun Wu received a strange message with an offer to fulfill his dream by climbing to the very top of the obelisk. It looked like spam, but other than the strange content there were no other signs. They only asked if I agreed to participate or not. If not for the circumstances, Jun Wu would have ignored such a message. But suddenly the image of a sick and emaciated mother, who is now in the hospital, appeared before her eyes. Therefore, hoping that he could help her, the guy clicked yes. From that day on, Jun Wu began to have strange dreams. October 12, 2013. What he saw was not a dream at all. The guy is sure that everything was real. Jun Wu saw creatures that looked like elves and dwarves. It was a world in which orcs, trolls, dragons, and other fairy tale creatures live. There is also one tall tower. It is located in the very center and points straight towards the sun. They say that if you manage to climb to its top, you can become equal to God. But Jun Wu was not at all interested in all this. He only thought about the elixir that could cure any disease. On October 28, 2013, Jun Wu gathered a team of like-minded people and began climbing the tower. Over time, it became not easy to combine life and reality with this. November 9, 2013. On this day, Jun Wu decided to leave home. He thought that it would take him only 6 months to achieve his goals, so the guy broke his connection with reality. On December 1, 2013, their team became known as Artia, and they were the best in everything. On September 7, 2014, due to the tower's conquest process slowing down, Jun Wu would need another year. On November 11, 2015, they had disagreements with one of the highest clans, and this created interference with Artia's plans. On February 31, 2015, negotiations broke down and war began. On the 2nd, the allies of the clan hostile to them were completely defeated. On March 4, 16, Jun Wu found a loved one. On September 19, 16, war broke out again. January 2, 17. The war was still going on, and it was hard for everyone. Entry for June 6, 17. A traitor appeared among Arti. Disagreements began within the clan. Everyone began to suspect each other. July 1, 2017. Jun Wu's body became heavy. He was clearly poisoned. Later, half the people left the clan and they continued to lose. The guy's body was slowly deteriorating. Then his lover pierced Jun Wu's heart with a knife, left him, and his body began to rot. The guy dreamed of seeing his brother. On February 1, 2018, only Jun Wu remained in Artia. He didn't understand where he made a mistake. On February 28, 2018, Jun Wu managed to get the elixir, but he had no way to send it home since he was surrounded by enemies. Only now has he realized the truth that in this world, Junwoo only has one person he can trust. Despite all this, the guy was not going to show his weakness to his enemies. That's why the guy left these notes here. He wanted, if his brother heard them, to be sure to find the elixir and bring it to his mother. Yeon-woo listened to the recording again and again. That night had fallen. He decided that he would continue what his brother had started. And suddenly the hero began to feel the power that people living in that world could control. Frames of his brother's life began to flash before Yeon-woo's eyes. And after that, his awakening was completed. He received a notification that the process of transmitting information has not yet been completed, and his body needs to be prepared to receive the information. Physical abilities were ready, the peculiarity was known, skills were added. Player registration is only possible in Obelisk. Yeon-woo wanted to find out what really happened to his brother and who left him to die, and why after 5 years he was still unable to return. If so, Yeon-woo will bring him home and destroy all his enemies. Yeon-woo realized that this was the status window. Indeed, it is no different from the game. Upon completion of his awakening, this thing said that his body would be adapted to the game, but his skills were clearly poor. His character is cold-blooded. He will show equanimity in any situation and is completely immune to brainwashing. Yeon-woo will also have the art of dragon vision. The dragon eye can even detect lies without any problems. The hero can preview partially the skills of a person or object. Junwoo said that he met an ancient dragon, Kalatus, and formed a contract with him on the 11th floor. Looks like it's the remains of that contract. Heightened senses. The 5 basic senses have become significantly sharper. Most likely, Yeon-woo got it due to his character. But the hero was most interested in the last skill, because it is clairvoyance. Maybe it's all about the clock. Okay, Yeon-woo decided that whatever happens, surely his brother wanted him to quickly find that elixir and immediately leave, but Yeon-woo doesn't think that everything is so simple. Yeon-woo, Sergeant Cha, was talking to someone on the phone and called for dinner. The person on the other end of the line was surprised and asked what happened. Yeon-woo apologized and hung up. He hoped that this settled everything. The hero put his house up for sale and burned his uniform and backpack. Yeon-woo bought a new backpack, stuffed some clothes, food, several knives he used in the army, and a first aid kit into it. Yeon-woo wanted to buy himself a pistol or explosives on the black market. But if he continues to overfill his backpack with all sorts of ammunition, then this will not end well. It looks like the first round has already lasted a whole week. Players who started later receive some advantage depending on how late they joined. The closer someone gets to the top 1 player, the more points they can get. In addition, there is a hidden contraption that can help a newbie get ahead, and this thing should appear any minute. Suddenly, black clots of magic began to appear in the air, and suddenly, a door appeared in front of the hero. Yeon-woo is going to show those on the other side who they are up to, starting from this day. Now his name is Junwoo. This is how he wants to take revenge on those responsible for his brother's death. Cha Yeon-woo entered the ground floor where the tutorial begins. The hero was blinded by a bright light. So here he is. This place is exactly the same as it was in my brother's diary. The tower was created as an entrance exam for players. He gave players a chance to become gods. If someone wants to climb the tower, they must first prove that they are capable of it. And the tutorial is the place where the player must prove this. Higher up on the floors are the people who made Yeon-woo's brother suffer. Very soon he will come for their souls. To get into the tower, Yeon-woo must get a good score and clear the tutorial. You need not just a good score, but a huge one. The hero couldn't be happier than first place. And also hidden goodies that are scattered throughout the tutorial. Yeon-woo needs to collect as many of them as possible and improve her weak body. Before he starts climbing the tower, he should gather as many aces up his sleeve as possible. We'll focus on that for now. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that the guest had arrived at such and such a time and was afraid that he would not be able to meet him and he would simply leave. Yeon-woo tensed and prepared to attack. The goblin in the suit said that no matter how good-natured he is, if the hero behaves like this, then he will really hurt him. The goblin asked Yeon-woo to put those knives away. The goblin introduced himself. He is the manager of the ground floor, at the same time being a conductor, Ibiolker. Perhaps meeting him in this way was destined by fate. Ibiolker asked the hero if he believed him. Yan Wu replied that the manager's advice is quite easy to ignore, but in his opinion, they are worth at least listening to. Ibulker saw that Yan Wu seemed to already know something about them. He thought that the hero was very shy because he was wearing a mask all this time, but since Yan Wu is already familiar, it will be much easier for them to communicate. The guide said that the tutorial is divided into 7 blocks, from A to G. Each block has its own weather conditions and tasks that must be completed. The hero must complete as many tasks as possible in the allotted time. Depending on the quality and quantity of completed tasks, he receives points. When all blocks are completed, the total score will be calculated and announced. What is the benefit of getting a lot of points? The higher the score, the better the reward. Ibulker is confident that he explained this part well. Yan Wu asked about how much time he would have. Ibulker replied that he would have 30 days, that is, a month, to do everything. And how he divides this time between blocks depends only on him, the player. At the moment, the round has been going on for a week. Ibulker asked what the hero wanted to do and if he wanted to join next week. Yan Wu thought that the strongest team was probably already too far away. So far away that it will simply be impossible for a beginner to catch up with them. Well, that's what he expected anyway. In addition, it is recommended to complete blocks in teams of 3, 5 people. Based on the above, if Yan Wu goes through everything alone, he will be able to get the most points. In the tower, the player receives the same number of points as he put in the work to achieve them. The score will be calculated based on what the hero does when completing tasks, so Yan Wu has nothing to worry about. Ibulker looked at Yan Wu and thought that usually players like him follow one of 2 paths. They either believe in themselves to the last and go alone, after which they simply die, or they do something for which he really wants. It's even interesting to watch. Ibulker told the hero that if this was his final choice, then his trial would begin right now. Trial. A newbie trying to become a god in order to climb to the top of the tower. Yan Wu must prove that he has what it takes to do this. Completion deadlines. The hero must complete the task within the allotted time. Time began to pass, and Ibulker disappeared. In Block A, the hero needs to disarm or destroy all traps. The diary talked about the hormonal number of traps in this block. However, since the location of these same traps was unknown to the hero, this information was not particularly useful. Suddenly, numerous arrows from a bow began to fly at Yan Wu, but he managed to cover himself with his backpack. He decided that he needed to press himself against the wall and try as much as possible not to expose his body to danger. Despite all the accuracy, arrows continued to fly at the hero, however, he was not always able to deftly dodge. Yan Wu felt unbearable pain, and his movement was slowed down. Thanks to his cool blood skill, he showed no signs of pain. Now the hero can move around calmly, since he has developed tolerance to pain. Yan Wu knew it was dangerous, but not that dangerous. He'll go crazy if things continue like this. Yan Wu took out the arrows from his body and began to cauterize the wounds. He again showed no signs of pain and became resistant to burns. The hero began to move on. All the arrows that flew at him flew out at a certain moment, and there was also some kind of weak signal there. Yan Wu needs to find the right moment. Trying to find the arrow with your eyes is simply useless here, and it's too dark here. You need to listen to the gears. If the hero succeeds, then he can easily determine where the arrow is coming from and where it will fly. In this short period of time, Yan Wu needs to catch the sound she makes. He used heightened senses. Yan Wu's sense of touch has sharpened, and his hearing has improved. As a result, the hero found a place and struck there with a dagger. Arrows began to rain from the ceiling. Now finding them won't be so difficult. Depending on how Yan Wu handles the arrows, different parameters improve. For example, if he dodges a blue arrow, his agility improves. If you parry a red arrow, your strength will improve. If you catch a yellow arrow, your stamina will improve. The better Yan Wu increases his parameters, the more profit he will receive from the task. We still need to find such a place. It's a shame that Yan Wu can't increase his MP, but even so, he can still take advantage of the opportunity to improve the skills he needs. Ibulker was increasingly interested in watching the hero. This guy clearly stands out from everyone else. It's strange, but Ibulker is much more interested in watching the guy from Block A than the people from E. He said that this guy has something to do with something. Ibulker said that even if the hero copes with this, he will still have a lot of dangers on the way. But if he is skillful enough and can cope with the rest, then this tutorial promises to be very entertaining. Yan Wu reached the end point. All stats except MP have improved quite well. Earning that much in the first day wasn't that bad. But that's not entirely the point. The hero's physical strength, agility, durability, and destructive power have all become much better. Yan Wu began to open the door, and suddenly the treatment for his wounds began. He realized that this was a place where players could take a break. Finally, Yan Wu could breathe calmly, and his eyes began to slowly close. And he woke up from the fact that an incomprehensible man in a robe was standing over him. This seriously scared Yan Wu. He didn't understand who this guy was, and was sure that the heightened feelings were still active. But how then was he able to get here so unnoticed? Yan Wu asked the guy if he was the mysterious merchant. The guy replied that it was such a relief that the hero knew who he was. He said that he loves Yan Wu, his dear customer. The guy decided to introduce himself. His name is A, and he is a merchant who passed by. From time to time, a merchant may appear between blocks in the break room to supply the player with needed items for a fee. From this seller, you can buy everything you can think of: food, potions, artifacts, etc. The merchant said that after completing such a difficult task, Yan Wu might have a need for anything. He is a seller who can sell everything that exists in this world, and said that if the hero needs something, then let him just say it. Yan Wu began to look at the assortment. There was the poison of a jellyfish, the golden horn of a goat, the left eye of Tiamat. These are all extremely rare artifacts. Regular players will never be able to purchase such items. Now the hero cannot rely on artifacts or skills, so he needs to focus on physical abilities. And Yan Wu found what he needed: a reset ticket. With this ticket, you can return to the selected point. Yan Wu asked how he could pay, and the merchant replied that, with stats, the hero just needs to give the appropriate amount. Mineral water costs 2 strength. Yes, this is a robbery. And the merchant also said that they have a conscience and do not inflate prices for items. And Yan Wu told the seller that he wanted to exchange all of his points received from the moment he passed Block A for a reset ticket that could return him to the beginning of Block A. This greatly surprised the seller. He said that our hero was the first one who became interested in him. People usually ask for something that would help them get to the next block, but never to get back a block. Yan Wu replied that he just needed to do something else there. The merchant thought that the hero was a very entertaining participant. Using the ticket is very simple. By tearing the ticket anywhere, you will be transported to the starting area. The merchant said that it was time for him to go and hoped to meet with Yan Wu. The merchant disappeared, and all the hero statistics points that he received during the passage of Block A were taken as payment. At that moment, he felt his strength leaving him. Yan Wu received 10 comeback tickets. He tore one, after which the light came on. Yan Wu immediately returned to the ground floor where the tutorial begins. The test begins. The hero decided that he would gain as many stats as possible. Since Yan Wu already had experience, he dealt with the traps without any problems. His last run of the tutorial was beginning. By improving his senses through training in the tutorial, Yan Wu achieved that synesthesia in his hands works like a clock. Dragon Eye Art is a skill that allows you to partially use the eyes of truth of the ancient dragon Kalatuz. When the hero first used this skill, he was shocked by how many new possibilities opened up for him. The entire color palette in his eyes simply disappeared. All Yan Wu saw was a white background and black lines, lines that allow you to see the outline of an object. Jun Wu called this phenomenon gyol. Yan Wu reached the endpoint again. It took him about 4 hours. Considering that the first time it took him 34 hours, this is very good. The hero's stats have become slightly better. He thinks that will be enough to match some players. The top players have probably already almost reached Block E. If Yan Wu lags behind them even a little more, then he will never be able to catch up with them. It's time to get serious about this race. Yan Wu entered the boss room of Block A. He needs to clear Block A and Block B. Suddenly, bullets began to fly at the hero. Their speed is much faster than he expected, but Yan Wu managed it and his strength was improved by 1. The hero cannot slow down for a second. He continued walking when suddenly the floor in front of him began to disappear. Yan Wu realized that he almost fell on sharp spears. A fall equals instant death. In this case, Yan Wu stood on his feet, shifted his weight, and was able to avoid trouble. His agility has been improved by 1. The hero saw fire ahead of him, but he was not afraid, since thanks to his composure, he gained resistance to burns. The heightened senses skill has been improved. Suddenly, someone ran into Yanwu. His agility, stamina, senses, and strength were enhanced. An unknown creature hit the hero in the stomach. It turned out to be a copper scarecrow, a doll that exactly copies the movements and actions of the player, also capable of attacking within a certain distance. Junwoo mentioned this thing. Scarecrow is able to copy players' skills and use them with even greater power. If you are able to defeat him, you will have access to the boss room. But if you can't beat him, it's like being hit by a ball tied up with a chain. There are 2 ways to break through it. You can destroy it head-on or stab it. Yanwu decided to choose the second and looked at him with his dragon eye. He saw that the black clot in the scarecrow's chest was its weak point. Suddenly, someone shouted to Yanwu that this thing moves due to its sensors, and we need to find them in order to destroy them. The hero decided that this was the guy he noticed when the heightened senses were activated. The hero himself knew perfectly well that they were moving due to sensors, and hit the scarecrow with a dagger directly in the chest. The unknown guy watched this and thought to himself that this was impossible. It took the hero so much effort to find out that he was using his sensors to use an enhanced version of her skills. This is something that the average player would never understand. Suddenly, Yanwu noticed him and came close. The hero didn't understand how she found out about this. To him, he looked weak. The guy asked the hero what he would do with him. Yanwu was very surprised by this question and replied that he didn't seem to be planning anything, and asked how he knew. He was wondering how he knew that the copper doll worked using sensors. He hesitated, but decided to answer. The guy said that he could see the magical threads enveloping the copper doll. Yanwu thought so. The guy can see magic, which means he is very strongly connected to it, which is quite rare even among those who can control it. At the moment, Yanwu was most interested in how she sees and controls magic. He would be very grateful if he taught him this. If the hero can learn this technique, it will help him a lot when it comes to learning how to control magic. The guy was surprised, but the hero said that he would not ask him to do it for free, as he realized he was stuck here for quite a long time, and he would help her get out of here. He asked for his opinion because this was a pretty good offer. The guy remained silent, and Yanwu began to turn around to leave because he would not force anyone. But the guy suddenly stopped him and asked if he was telling the truth that he couldn't control magic. Yanwu replied that he had no need to lie. But for the guy, it was impossible that without knowing how to control magic, at least someone could cope with such a thing, and pointed to the doll. In normal situations, no matter how many skills or physical enhancements you use, not a scratch will appear on the scarecrow. But this guy is able to deal with it in a couple of blows, while not being able to control magic. Who is he? The guy agreed to help the hero. His name is Yule. He asked how he could help. Yanwu said that he would open the passage now and just follow him. But he had a question. He asked him why he uses this particular shell because his current shell is a decoy. Judging by his real shell, Yule is about 10 years old. He is still very small. Apparently, he is far from being an ordinary person. Yanwu told Yule to try not to forget about politeness, since he won't be soft on him just because he's a child. Yanwu continued to kill the scarecrows one after another. Yule was simply in shock. Yanwu said that they had almost reached Block B, and it was time for Yule to fulfill her part of the deal. Yule replied that he didn't know how the hero would react to this, but he sees Manu from birth. Yule said that it was some kind of skill that depended entirely on his genes. This is very rare, but such cases do happen. There have been situations when some unique and supernatural skills were transmitted hereditarily, through genes. Usually, such people pass on their special traits from generation to generation. This skill awakens in the descendant, giving him new opportunities, after which the descendant passes it on to his descendant. Yule said that he is one of such people. The skill that Yule inherited gives him the ability to see and feel magic. It feels like something connects him very strongly with her. This helped him find out about the sensors of that doll. Yule's case is similar to Junwoo's. My brother's character was a perfect adaptation. He was compatible with everything that exists, including mana. Unlike ordinary people from Earth, Junwoo did not experience any difficulties when working with mana. Essentially, if he found and repaired a lost item, he could use it like the back of his hand. Yeonwoo knows this because Junwoo's teammates said how surprised they were at what he did. He was the only one chosen by the ancient dragon Kalatus only because of his gift. And because Junwoo could communicate with anything, he was able to inherit the dragon's basic skill while other people couldn't. Yul said that technically these people are geniuses. He is not one of those. The hero can imagine Manu as a kind of river. Magic is the water coming from the hills or reservoir, passing through that very river. Yeonwoo cleared Block A as a solo player. He got something that is quite difficult for many people to get. He was given additional karma. Now Yeonwoo has 800 karma, and it is very important in the tower. It is the basis of this game, and the administrator can give it out as a reward. It can also be used as currency when exchanging for some items between players. As a player, you need to collect as much karma as possible. Yeonwoo has only completed Block A, but he has already collected so much. People would be surprised if they knew about this. But this is still not enough. The hero needs more. As many as he can collect. Yeonwoo entered Block B. There were many different teams and players there. People around did not understand who this guy was and what kind of mask he had. It's already been a week since the tutorial started, but there are still people there. People were surprised that the hero completed Block A solo. Yeonwoo asked Yul what he was worth and let him come in already. Yul was glad that he finally did it. But suddenly, Yul noticed a group of people, after which their faces turned pale, and he began to boil with anger. Yul said that they were his team, but now he is not going to deal with them. Yul was surprised that he didn't tell. Yeonwoo replied that he was only talking about the flow of mana or something. To Yeonwoo's surprise, Yul is quite knowledgeable about magic. It was quite difficult for the hero to understand, but he still got a general idea of magic and mana in general. Yeonwoo said that he now roughly understands what magic is, but he didn't know how to start controlling it. He asked Yul to tell him the easiest way to start feeling her. Yul replied that he himself did not know. To be honest, he knew how to control it from the very beginning, so it is quite difficult for him to explain how to do it. Yeonwoo replied that it was sad, but nothing could be done about it. Yul said that he would wait for the tutorial to finish, after which he would go home. Yeonwoo said that this is where their paths diverge. Suddenly the hero heard someone calling Julia. The guy himself was very tense. One day, Bild, a representative of Ardan, approached that group and said that people like them were born to do great feats. He said that he would be waiting for them in the B block waiting room, so if they decided to go there and continue playing, he suggested they team up. The guys were very flattered that they would be able to join Ardan. By joining them, you become part of an invincible group that completely destroyed the tutorial. The group was fighting the scarecrows in Block A, and they were having a hard time. They couldn't get around them. They had problems. If things had gone like this, they would never have been able to complete the tutorial in their lives, much less leave it alive. Suddenly, the guy noticed Yulia. His ability is to analyze the flow of magic. He was not of much use since he was constantly standing behind. Then the guy decided that why not throw Yulia right into the circle of scarecrows and run away. Yul did not believe that he was betrayed and abandoned like that. Right up to the waiting room in Block A, Yul hoped that he would meet good comrades. Yul asked the group what they wanted since they had nothing to talk about. The guys were shocked that Yul got out, and Yul himself replied that this had nothing to do with them. He kindly asked them to get lost. They all probably can't look Yulia normally in the eyes after what they did, and because of this, it's unpleasant for him to look at them. Yul suggested imagining it as if nothing had happened and they were simply strangers. But suddenly their leader leaned over and asked for forgiveness. He said that he would do anything for Yul as an apology for what happened, but in return he would ask that he not tell anyone about it. The guy had already started to tell something, but then he stopped and said that it was difficult for him to explain. He simply asked not to tell anyone about what happened. The guy was literally begging. Everyone else also started begging. Yul said that he didn't understand at all what kind of nonsense they were talking about, but he would ask them to just get lost. He doesn't want to see their disgusting faces anymore. The guy from the group decided that it was impossible to leave everything like this, because he had already told Bild that Yul sacrificed his life for them. If he lets anyone slip, the guy will lose his position for which he worked so hard in Arandana. The first time it was very difficult to betray Yulia, however. The second time, it will not be difficult. Fortunately for the guys, they are in a place where no one really looks. so they decided to quietly get rid of Yule. In any case, Bill doesn't even know what Yule looks like, and he can say that this is the victim from the boss's room. The guy already began to reach for the sword, but someone stopped him. Yanwu said that the Arendon group in the tutorial is directly connected to the Blue Flower Island, so they recruit newcomers from there. But people from the island of the Blue Flower are very capricious, which is why they feel out of place next to people with a sad past. The hero told the guys that they could not cope with what Yule experienced. The guy got angry, took out a sword and wanted to hit Yanwu, but he beat him to it by hitting his hand. The rest of the guys began to prepare for battle. Yanwu could have already gone to Block B, but after he learned that Yule was betrayed by his own allies, he simply could not stay away. No. This situation with Yule reminded him of someone, his older brother, who was similarly stabbed in the back by his allies. The guys didn't understand how long the hero had been here, because none of them even noticed him. Yanwu told them that if they were going to stab someone in the back, then they should be prepared to get backstabbed themselves. The leader told the hero that how dare he do this to his hand and attacked with a sword. But Yanwu grabbed the guy's hand in one motion and twisted it. He wished him at the dacha for this, and he in turn would help him become disabled. The other guys started telling Yanwu that they didn't do anything to him and asked why he was interfering in their business then. Yanwu replied that he, like them, just does what he wants. Yanwu ordered everyone to drop their weapons. They didn't listen at first, and Yanwu squeezed the guy's hand even tighter. The leader himself began to ask his comrades to quickly drop their weapons. After they did this, the guys asked to let Kane go. Yanwu said that they were just fools and slammed Kane into the ground. After that, the hero began to deal with the others. But suddenly several guys surrounded Yanwu, pointed their swords and wanted him to die. But thanks to his dexterity, Yanwu easily managed to get out and strike back at the guys. After that, he finished them off with blows to the face. Yule was shocked. He knew that Yanwu was strong, but not that strong. Yanwu wished him good luck in life and told him to be careful with the choice of people, after which he turned around and began to leave. But Yule began to stop him, thanking him. He said that one day he will be as strong. Yanwu told him to look into the flower garden in Prezia someday, because it would be useful for him. After that, Yule fell silent. He clenched his fists and asked what kind of flower garden was in Prezia. There were two guys in the room. One of them woke up and told the other to look at it. The guy with red hair said that those crazy kids who walked here and heckled that they were about to be accepted into Arendon got theirs. The second replied that there was nothing more to expect, because it was clear that with their character they would not get far, and they were not particularly different from ordinary punks. But the guy with red hair said that it was a little surprising that the masked guy defeated them alone. Everything points to him clearing the block as a solo player. But since he watered the guys from Arendon, this may mean that soon the people in blue and white will try to take revenge on him. The guy told the other that they were nothing more than candidates and offered to take the hero with them. Yanwu is a solo player, which means he has no friends or allies here. He is one of a kind. The girl said that she was not entirely sure, because after all, they could set the people in blue and white against themselves. The guy asked, since when did she care about such things? He wanted to take a closer look at the hero and invited her to go with him. She told the guy to drop it. He thought she wasn't coming, but suddenly she stood up and said that she just loved doing this. Block B test begins. Block B has 4 passages. Yanwu needs to pick one and clear it. The doors are arranged according to their complexity. The further to the right the door is, the more difficult it is. His brother chose the blue door, second from the left. Junwoo decided to make life easier for himself and his teammates, since Block A seemed incredibly difficult to them, and therefore chose a path that would be much easier for them. But after some time he learned that he had made a huge mistake. As it turned out, in Block B the possible quantity and quality of items dropped depend greatly on the color of the selected door. So Yanwu decided to choose the black door. He needs Bathory's vampiric dagger. At the black door, the hero must cross the pond and get to the other end alive. Jongjongsu Pond is a pond created from the water released from the giant Mimiro, who suddenly died while carrying it within himself. The pond is full of animals. Yanwu threw a stone into the water to check something. He knew that this was not ordinary water. Its density and pressure were completely different from ordinary water. This water will instantly kill an ordinary person. Yan Wu used his dragon vision to let me see something on the wall. He pressed there, and a passage opened in front of him. It turned out to be a hidden passage to the room of fire and ice. For this, the hero received 300 credits. The hero went down and found white moss. Moss that can be found in caves. It contains the spirit of the moon. The person who tries it may get a stomachache, and it also tastes bad. Although the black path is difficult, there are always many ways to overcome it. One of them is white moss. White moss is a miracle potion containing the spirit of the moon. Therefore, many local animals use it as their main source of food. But at the same time, white moss is not compatible with the human diet, which is why the person who consumes it will not be able to extract the necessary substances from it, or in the worst case, he will get stomach pain. Therefore, most people avoid white moss. The secret that the brother learned after some time is that it must be consumed together with other ingredients. The bodies of creatures like insects and animals that consume white moss as their main source of food have evolved to a stage where they can artificially generate heat from their body, through which they can feed the energy of the moon. This type of radiation starts from the heart, which takes on the characteristics of a flame. On the other hand, the properties of moss are very similar to ice, which helps to acquire the characteristics of water. If the hero uses the heart and moss at the same time, then two completely different properties will be absorbed in him, which together form a miracle drug that strengthens his body and muscles. The human body is very fragile. It can very easily stop functioning. But having strong muscles and bodies, it will be much easier for the hero to fight. And to get them, he needs white moss and the heart of an animal. This is what he started doing, centipede feeding on white moss. Because this creature lives in dark caves, its eyes have atrophied and other senses have developed, prefers meat rather than moss. The hero has a secret quest, ice and fire. The essence of the quest, the room of ice and fire, is filled with unique monsters that feed on white moss. If they leave the dungeon, the entire ecosystem may be in danger. Yan Wu needs to kill as many monsters as possible. Reward. The higher the level and number of monsters, the better the reward. And the centipede was very strong. It didn't even move after such a blow from the hero. The monster's shell is very strong. Before this, the throne checker had a pretty good effect on him, but this was not enough. Not only can Yan Wu not know how strong the red centipede is, but he also doesn't know the depth of the dungeon. He needed to deal with her as quickly as possible, so he used his dragon vision. Thus, he found the centipede's weak point. The hero chose the right moment and position to hit the centipede in this place with a dagger. Well, then he realized that she had another shell inside. Yan Wu began to move away a little, but the centipede struck and knocked him back. A notification came that he felt severe pain and was falling. Blood began to flow from the mouth. The internal organ was severely damaged. The red centipede's lymph has penetrated into the interior of the body. Yan Wu was poisoned. Heroes had 4 broken ribs, 2 fractures in the spine, and blood thinning in a vein in his left thigh. Thanks to the characteristic trait of cold-bloodedness, the hero remained conscious. Resistance to shock has been obtained. Also gained resistance to poison. Obtained the skill, resistance to the laws of nature. Without losing consciousness in an emergency situation, Yan Wu gained deep knowledge about the spirit of patience and willpower. Obtained the desire for battle skill. Yan Wu hit the only place on the centipede where there is no hard shell, the stomach. Blue liquid poured from the monster, but the hero was able to defeat it. Yan Wu himself lay exhausted. He received a notification that he had defeated an invincible enemy. An additional reward is provided. The hero found himself in front of a pile of white moss. He took off his mask and began to eat it. Then he ate the liquid from the red centipede. Bild came to the guys and started asking about what happened. As soon as he left his place for a while, his subordinates were already beaten. Bild thought they were strong enough. Knowing that Arandan cares about his members, someone still decided to do this to the people of Bild. This means they ignored them. Bild was told that it was a guy who wears a white mask. The guy decided to find our hero first. Yan Wu ate the red centipede's heart. Through interaction with the properties of white moss, a hidden effect was discovered. Broken bones were repaired and strengthened. Damaged muscle tissue was repaired and strengthened. The hero received knowledge of the fiery heart and ice seal. Yanwu leaned against the wall and exhaled. Thanks to this hidden corridor, he gained skeletal and muscle strengthening. Although the hero has advanced only by 1.5%, he will improve his physical strength, and with it the speed of energy recovery. The stats received for killing one red centipede are much greater when compared to what Yanwu received after completing the boss area. Although low MP is still a disadvantage, Yanwu can't do anything about it now. Now the hero relies on his skills, but in the future he will need to use more magic. The higher he moves, the stronger he should become. But be that as it may, this is not the end. A dragon body skill that enhances the human body. In order to fully use the power received from the Kalatu's dragon, magical power is required. No matter how hard Yanwu tries, no solution comes to mind. As for the physical endurance skill, it is effective when receiving physical damage. This skill minimizes the impact of enemy attacks and alleviates pain. By using her Cool Blood skill throughout the entire playthrough, Yanwu managed to maintain her sanity. However, at certain moments he still experienced terrible suffering, and this certainly drained his spirit. And therefore, if the hero uses this skill appropriately, he will be able to avoid the repetition of such situations. In cases of poisoning, burns, frostbite, panic, hallucinations, curses, and the like, resistance will also be normal. Although this is not such a great skill, this skill can still provide him with excellent support. Next is a skill that accelerates thinking, Fighting Spirit. Under any circumstances, your indomitable spirit burns with the desire for a duel. This is the most important thing. In a critical situation, a quick decision can be the key to saving your allies, but it can also be the worst way to destroy them. And in the battle with the red centipede, Yanwu was able to win thanks to this skill. Getting upgrades in 2 skills isn't that bad, and besides, it's hard to get a D rank in the tutorial. The hero put on his mask again and went to work. He successfully dealt with the bats. The number of monsters killed is 147. It seems that Yanwu is starting to get used to it now. He received the fangs and claws of a bat. This is white moss mixed with the poisonous blood of a red centipede. Yanwu prepared a special solution using the appropriate proportions. If you pour this solution onto the fangs and claws of a bat, you will get a powder containing the fiery properties of monsters. If you set it on fire, it will result in an explosion of unimaginable force. Yanwu crossed the powder into the bags and hid it. Next in line are the blue nomadic ants. The size range ranges from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. About 100 ants group around the queen ant and form a single colony. The peculiarity of an ant colony is that ordinary ants are ready to risk their lives to protect their territory. To have a duel with 100 monsters is crazy. But the problem is that Bathory's vampiric dagger is outside this room. The Vampire King was one of the long-dead monarchs. They say that it was strengthened by draining someone else's life force and even skills, leaving a lot of destruction in its wake. There are still many players and even clans who have not recovered from the damage caused to them. The lower the rating number of an item, the cooler it is. And since this dagger is a legendary item that belonged to the deceased Vampire King, its rating level is also low. The rating of the Bathory dagger is 352. A 3-digit rating number means that this artifact is among the best. One single and unique item for the entire tutorial and tower. Yanwu can't miss it. You won't be able to fight the ants face to face, but it's worth trying to use cunning. The hero threw his bags of powder at them and then set them on fire. Thus, he successfully blew up the ants' nest. 217 blue ants died from the explosion, and 89 were burned. An additional achievement was obtained. Most of those that Yanwu managed to destroy were either hatchlings or eggs that had not yet hatched. There were still many adults left. The hero can deal with these guys after he gets the vampiric dagger. And now he decided to move on to something more dangerous. He began to walk further, and the boss, Queen Ant, appeared in front of him. Yanwu thought that there must be a door somewhere in the ant nest, and he found it. The hero quickly dealt a couple of blows to the boss and ran to the door. Opening it, he entered the temple of the Vampire Queen. It was a spacious room with a throne in the middle. There was Bathory, the queen of the vampires. In her hands, Yanwu saw what is called a vampiric dagger. He finally found it, a hidden item that will help him close the week-long gap with the leaders. The dagger is famous not only for its outstanding striking power, but also for the fact that it can impose a bleeding effect on the enemy using the special blood mark option. But the real value of this artifact lies in its last option. Yanwu walked over and took the dagger, but some kind of magic began to envelop his hand. Bathory's dagger chooses its owner. If the choice does not fall on the hero, then his spirit will be consumed. But among all the players included in the tutorial, are there anyone who can handle this blade? At the end of his long research, Junwoo found a way to handle this blade that even beginners can do. Others would say that the hero is crazy. He took the dagger and stuck it in his hand. Initially, Bathory's dagger was a skill. This is quite difficult to understand. The greedy vampire queen, until her death, did not want her power to pass into the wrong hands, so she sealed her true abilities and appearance in this blade. Only after this action was the seal broken. The dagger robs the enemy of his life force and absorbs his soul. But this is a real vampiric dagger. The hero received a unique skill that even the best rankers of this tower had difficulty obtaining. Blood Mark inflicts fatal damage to the target and also imposes a bleeding effect, taking away the enemy's physical and magical strength. The affected target continues to receive a certain amount of damage corresponding to your attack force. Yanwu decided to go and try out new skills. He killed the ants one by one. Yanwu, with the help of the new power of the Vampire Queen, absorbed the life force and energy of the monster. The mastery level of Bathory's vampiric dagger skill has increased. The hero continued to absorb strength and energy, increasing his own. The Queen Ant Boss was also destroyed. The blue ant's morale level has been reduced. The ant's nest is being destroyed at a rapid rate. Those two from the restroom came to this place. They were here for the first time and doubted that this was exactly here. But the girls said that everything was true. They saw that Yanwu seemed to be hunting monsters non-stop. It was surprising to them how he was able to upgrade his skills so quickly, because they don't think that it was the monsters themselves who suddenly became weaker. The girl replied that although it sounds funny, the guys from the lower floors opposite are becoming stronger, in no way inferior to those who have moved higher. Suddenly the guys noticed that all the monsters were completely drained of energy. But where could the hero find this? When they were searching, they couldn't give Nastya even the slightest hint. The guy thought there might be a hidden command here. Yanwu is not just a player who soloed Blow A. He also got his hands on a rare artifact and even a hidden skill. Finding such a talented person is not so easy. It looks like rumors about our hero will soon spread everywhere. In this case, he will catch the eye of many clans who want to get Yanwu. Then the guys have no choice but to lure him to their side. Suddenly they saw a red centipede and a swarm of ants. The guys looked at each other. Yanwu destroyed the brown salamander. The number of monsters killed is now 1,000. The maximum permissible conditions of the quest have been met. All the pieces of the Fireheart and Ice Seal have been collected, and they begin to affect the body. The hero's body changes. He received a reinforced skeleton. Yanwu decided to look at his characteristics. With the help of Bathory's vampiric dagger, he was able to absorb the powers of monsters. Compared to what it was before, his stats increased dramatically, especially this new enhanced skeleton ability. Merging together, the properties of fire and water increase the level of immunity and the power of resistance. Now Yanwu's fatigue accumulates more slowly. The strengthened skeleton makes his body stronger, and now he is not so easy to defeat. The hero's recovery speed has also increased, which will help him reduce damage even in critical situations. But there is another reason why Yanwu needed this ability. Yanwu's physical shell was strengthened, and the restoration of the lost hereditary ability began. The imperfect dragon body trait has been changed to low-level dragon body. In order to complete the restoration of hereditary ability, Yanwu needs a stronger shell. Reinforced skeleton is a must-have ability that will help him with this. The system asked the hero if he wanted to register the name, to which he clicked Refuse. If Yanwu agrees, it will not give him any advantage. On the contrary, it will attract the attention of highly rated players. The hero saw that he had risen to 281st place. It is of course good that he has risen in the rankings, but the difference with the players in front is still large. Idora, Pont, and Doyle are the top three. I wonder what they are doing. Yanwu decided that this would not work, and he should speed up even more. But suddenly he heard something and thought it was other players. However, He didn't see anyone while he was here. Or maybe they were chasing Yan Wu. It looks like these are the guys the hero encountered when he was helping Yule. Yan Wu noticed them and threw his dagger. It flew towards Doyle, but luckily she was able to dodge it. The guy knocked back the dagger and asked what the hero was doing. Yan Wu thought that the guys were from Arandon, but the guy denied it. Then the hero asked why the stench was following him. The guy said that the hero really thinks that he can suddenly attack like that. Yan Wu replied that what about them, chasing people without making their intentions clear. Of course, the hero could not expect anything good. The guys apologized and said that they were stupid this time. Yan Wu looked at all this and asked why they were following him. The guy will invite Yan Wu to become his comrade. To put it mildly, the hero was surprised. Doyle said to stop it because it was actually awkward. The hero didn't know these idiots and decided to leave. But the guy said that he was not finished yet and grabbed the hero. He once again offered to become his comrade, but Yan Wu replied that this was impossible. The hero told the guys that he didn't know who they were or what they were doing, and in general he wasn't interested in team play. The guy was shocked that Yan Wu didn't know him and asked again. The guy said that how can you not know him, because he is one of the best in the tutorial. Doyle said Khan is very good-natured, but his weakness is constantly bragging, so conversations with him can sometimes be tiring. But nevertheless, she said that Khan is not a bad person. Doyle introduced herself and Khan. Yan Wu remembered that she is the 3rd rank of the tutorial, and Kang is the 11th. Doyle said she was a little confused by the character. This may be a little suspicious, but they are still here when they should already be at levels E or F. Suddenly, Yan Wu said that he believed them, which made her shocked, and the hero simply used the dragon eye. Although he learned about it not long ago, when you look at a person with the help of a dragon's eye, you can learn something useful about him. If a person's aura is barely noticeable, this means that his way of thinking is positive, and if negative, then vice versa. His aura will completely fill his body and will also be clearly visible. As for Doyle and Khan, their aura is not bright, which means they are not lying. They are such players. What is the reason that people who were busy accumulating points came from the previous zone to ask Yan Wu to join their ranks? The hero decided that he should find out. Doyle asked him if Yan Wu was in any clan or team. The hero answered no. Doyle said that was good, and to be honest, there was one artifact in Sector E that they needed to get. But this is only possible if the group consists of at least 4 players. Yan Wu asked if Doyle and Kang couldn't find people there willing to help them. Doyle responded that most of the players in Sector E had already decided on membership in one group or another. Finding a person with abilities in Sector A is quite difficult. But the hero didn't understand why they chose him, because he didn't do anything like that in the waiting room of Sector B. Or they were struck by the fact that he went through the sector alone and dealt with Kane's group. Yan Wu asked Doyle that they wanted to say that in Sector E there is an artifact that is difficult to obtain even if players with ranks 3 and 11 join forces, and for this they need the help of a hero. Doyle replied that everything was correct, but unfortunately they could not explain in more detail. They want Kargan's crown, a hidden lair that his brother's team accidentally discovered. Since the owner of this lair, the Lizard King Hogan, is very cruel and strong, it takes a lot of strength to defeat him. The reward given for killing him is Hogan's crown. It increases the number of greatness points and gives leadership skills. Yan Wu doesn't need her. Moreover, his brother Jun Wu was betrayed by his own team, which he trusted. This is the ruthless natural selection of the tower. Having opened your back, you don't know at what moment you will be attacked. Yan Wu understood that in such cruel conditions there should be no reason to abandon his comrades or subordinates. But this could happen to a couple of people. This is an easy way to get rid of someone. Doyle said they won't be in debt. If there is something that Yan Wu would like, then they are willing to give it to him in the form of payment. She thinks this is a good condition. Still, this is a hidden lair and the hero can get good stats. Although he will spend a little time, it will not cause much damage, quite the contrary. Therefore, Yan Wu agreed, but said that he had one condition: all the rewards, except for the artifact that Doyle and Kang so badly needed to get, would be his. The guys agreed, but said that the hero must show his abilities with dignity. Khan laughed and said that this meeting was fate and wanted to introduce each other. This place is a battlefield. Yanwu decided that there was no need to reveal his real name, so he should give another one that he could be called by. And the hero said that his name was Kane. Yanwu completed the Black Branch of Sector B as a solo player. He received an achievement that is not so easy to obtain. He passed through both Sector C and Sector E. The hero killed the monsters one after another. Khan didn't understand what was wrong with Kane and whether he really was in Sector B. Is it even possible to improve your skills so quickly? The hero completed Sector D as a solo player. All his characteristics were restored. Then he entered the E sector. Khan said that he became silent and thought that he would die. And Doyle was just sleepy. The tutorial is divided into two large areas, the internal and external sides. In the internal part, players, generally sensibly assessing their abilities, move from Sector A to Sector D, trying to quickly improve their missing skills. In the external part, you cannot upgrade your skills. This means that in zones e.g., you need to establish yourself based on previously acquired abilities. The E-area test began and Yanwu received the token. Tokens are hidden throughout Sector E. A found token can be exchanged or transferred to another player. You need to collect 99 tokens to confirm your abilities. Khan said it really pisses him off. These words also mean that you can forcibly take it away from the player or kill and steal it. All of the tokens are hidden very well, making another 98 very difficult to find. But it's much easier to take away from other players. Therefore, it is quite obvious what the players will choose. Junwoo said that this requires a significant expenditure of effort. Khan doesn't seem to be interested in the tokens. He may have already collected enough before he returned using the return ticket to the Sector B lounge. Or, he may have already collected all 99. Yanwu said that he received the task and now it's time to act. He asked if Khan had said that there was a hidden room here. The hero wanted to quickly deal with this and at the same time collect tokens. Khan replied that there are some differences, so it will take quite a long time. Sector E, compared to the previous 4, is much larger and more extensive. In each zone, the landscape and environment are different from each other, and each forms a unique ecosystem. In the east, pointed black rocks rise. And in the west, there are spacious plains along which rivers flow. In the south, there are low hills. But at the same time, a dense forest is growing in the northern part. And also in the very depths of the northern part, there is a swampy area. Therefore, the types of monsters living in different zones are very diverse. Outside the forest, there are mainly small monsters like goblins and kobolds. But if you go deeper into the thicket of the forest, you will already meet large monsters such as trolls and orcs. Humanoid lizards live in the swamp. In the western and eastern territories, you can find both orcs and sandworms. By fighting these monsters everywhere, you can find hidden tokens, and even more dangerous players that you should avoid to save your tokens. All this is very important. And also, the hero's goal is north, and they are heading towards the swamp. Fran and his team are the most active scavengers in Sector E. They really enjoyed this job. They use tokens as an excuse which can be taken away, but in addition to them, they also steal players' property and artifacts. And thus, they have significantly increased the level of their physical strength, and they can also resell the taken tokens for a high price to players of higher ranks. And besides, there are places where the players themselves are needed as resources. Slaves are consumables for experiments, just working animals. The goals may be completely different, but the seller does not care. Is there an even more profitable way to trade? Moreover, these scoundrels are hunting such high-level players as Khan and Doyle. A matter in which you don't know anything for sure. How many tokens these two have, or what artifacts they have. One of Fran's team was waiting to hit Yanwu, but the hero outwitted him by quickly hitting him first. It turns out that he killed their boss, Fran, after which the others began to attack Yanwu in a crowd. However, they did not succeed, and the hero deftly dealt with them. After that, Fran's entire gang ran away. In total, 21 people were killed, and there were 81 tokens. Yanwu has almost collected everything. Doyle said they spent a lot of time in Sector E. Most likely, they sold most of the tokens, and this was just a supply. More than 1,000 people entered this sector, some of whom they may have encountered again. No wonder the gang collected so much. Most likely they are scavengers, that's why they were able to collect so much. The majority of players have no more than 10 tokens, As they say, the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. In truth, there will be nothing left to do in Sector E but to become a winner. A minority of strong players take tokens from a majority of weak ones, and weak players have no choice but to give everything in order to survive. Otherwise, they will simply be pinned down and the tokens taken away by force. No matter how they do it, strong players still get tokens very quickly without much effort. On the contrary, weak players always lack tokens, and the higher you rise in the tutorial ranking, the more striking the difference in the strength of the players is. Doyle said they always squeezed as many tokens out of players as possible, no matter the method. This is also good for leveling up stats, and if you meet a mysterious merchant, the tokens can be used as currency. And then Doyle told the hero to take all the tokens he received. She said that they hadn't paid the advance for the deal yet, so that could be considered it. Yanwu asked if Doyle and Kang needed them, but they replied that they had enough, so everything was fine. In fact, the best place to get extra points is Sector E. Moreover, that creature that you sometimes wanted to catch even before entering the tutorial should be somewhere nearby. Therefore, now Yanwu must increase the amount of missing magical power, and he can also complete the restoration of the hereditary skill. After they deal with the Lizard King, Yanwu will immediately go after him. Night has fallen. Khan said that they will now have their fair share of trouble with their opponents, so they must be on their guard. But Yanwu kept thinking about the Lizard King Hargang. Doyle sprinkled something on the logs and made a fire. She said that these are fire insects. If there is a predator that intends to eat them, they spontaneously ignite to set the enemy on fire. Doyle said there are a lot of amazing insects in the tower. It seems that there are things in the tower that even Junwoo didn't know about. The heroes were attacked by humanoid lizards, but the hero dealt with them and began to do something with him. Yanwu told the guys that he wanted to take the lizard's eyes. From the eyeball of a humanoid lizard, you can make an artifact that will give a special buff with a powerful effect. A giant with dozens of eyes and 100 arms, a weapon called Kisu. When you make Kisu's eyes from the eyeballs of humanoid lizards, you get very important material. Suddenly, Doyle noticed someone's tracks and showed them to the others. It looks like someone has already been here. Yanwu noticed fresh blood there. Not much time had passed since the start of the battle. 6 hours, about a quarter of a day. Hidden room. Its value lies in the fact that it is hidden. They are hidden throughout the tutorial and play a very important role in raising the morale of the players and giving them an incentive to compete. Therefore, the found hidden room can no longer appear in the current round of the tutorial. If other players have already found the hidden room, Hargan's lair, then this means that the attempt of Khan and Doyle, who needed Hargan's crown, was in vain. Yanwu said that there are tracks leading only in one direction. There are no tracks in the opposite direction. It seems that the people who came here were not looking for this place. The hero said to take a closer look. They were dragging someone along the ground. It seems that the humanoid lizards were dragging some kind of bait and lured the players here. Monsters are more than just prey for players. It also happens that, on the contrary, they become predators whose target is the players. This is the territory of monsters, and they know it much better. Of course, from time to time you may encounter all sorts of traps. Without this, you can't go anywhere. It seems like these situations are best handled as we go along. Khan said it was terribly annoying, but they couldn't be distracted. Yanwu thought it would be easy, and yet composure remains composure. Khan told the hero that they had not yet discussed everything that concerns their case. Since Yanwu has been pretending that he doesn't know anything until now, it's better to continue like this. Khan said that this is Hargan's lair. On the way here, they dealt with a bunch of humanoid lizards. But what about their king? In general, whoever he is, he lives in this place. Kane said he must be strong. Khan replied that he was still very strong. Even he and Doyle couldn't handle him. The hero asked what would happen if he intervened. Khan said the situation would change a little, but it's clear it won't be easy. In addition to the male, there is also a female in the inner part of the den. No matter how hard they try, the three of them will still not be able to kill them. They will only die themselves. Kane asked what they should do, and Khan said that they would steal the artifact. Khan began to tell his plan. They will lure the male outside the den and lock the female inside. While Kang distracts the male, Yanwu will quickly attack the female. At this moment, Doyle will pull the crown off her head. Khan said Doyle would, of course, come up from behind. But still, the female is very strong. Alone, the hero will not be able to do anything with her, so under no circumstances should he engage in battle with her, but simply distract her. Kane agreed. Be that as it may, he performed many tasks on the battlefield in Africa. Yanwu didn't leave things to chance. Back then, he was a soldier who had to take orders from above, but now he is effectively a mercenary working for reward. The guys decided to start. A new area, Kargan's lair, has been opened. The lizards noticed the people. Hidden boss Hargan came out and asked the people how they dared to invade his territory. A hidden quest has appeared. In Sector E, there are 5 kings who rule the forest. Kargan is one of the strongest among them, the king of the humanoid Cheshkers, who rules the northern part, the swamp. We need to defeat him and his guardsmen. The reward is Kargan's crown, a blue-scale sword and a rare item. This is the first time Yanwu experiences such intense tension. Even when he first got into the tutorial, he didn't experience this. It felt like the first time he entered the battlefield in Africa. However, now this disgusts the hero. Hargan attacked Kane, but he dodged, after which Khan took the blow. While he distracted the monster, Kane and Doyle moved on. Inside the lair, the heroes saw a pile of bones, skulls, and pools of blood. There was a whole crowd of people sitting in cages. They saw people and begged the heroes to save them. It seems that this is connected with the signs of the abduction that the guys saw at the entrance to the lair. So this is where the lizards keep them. In a word, this dungeon with people is something like a storage facility with food for these creatures. They can come here anytime they want to eat. If the heroes free them, they will not be able to take the crown from that female. Kane said that she could appear at any time, so they should hurry up and find her, and Doyle should hide. But suddenly, she asked Kane if he really wasn't the least bit angry. She asked if he really didn't feel anything looking at such a sight. Yanwu thought it might all be because of her young age. He replied that he was also a man, and the fact that he was not angry did not mean anything. But Doyle asked how someone could be so cold-blooded. The hero replied that they were coming here for the boss and now Khan could be in danger. Yanwu said not to forget that he is now in an intense fight with Hagen. He can't handle it alone. So the longer they wait, the more danger they put Khan in. Yanwu said that they should make a sound decision first. If they don't prioritize, then nothing will work out and Kane will leave here. And what will happen to Doyle and Khan is unclear. Doyle calmed down and asked for forgiveness. She said she hadn't thought about it. She decided to start quickly since Khan was waiting for them. Stop. The female appears to be using this human dungeon to feed her young. What if you try to use it somehow? Kane told Doyle to wait because he had a good idea. He wanted to tweak their plan a little. If everything goes well, they'll be able to save these people. They'll need those firebugs Doyle used last night. The lizards noticed that people had made their way deeper into the lair. The lizard queen told everyone to protect her babies even at the cost of their lives. Young Wu appeared in front of her. He asked if she would like fireworks. The hero threw a bag of powder at the queen's children. She tried to fight it off, but in doing so she only crumbled him. And this is where Doyle's fire insects come in handy. Thus, the heroes set fire to the lizard queen. Yanwu picked up one of the cubs and pointed a dagger at it. The lizard queen begged him to be released. The hero told her that since she considers people simple cattle, then she must understand that she herself can become one. The lizard queen ran to the hero to take the baby away, but Doyle launched her fire insects, setting her on fire. Boss Tarragon was destroyed. The morale of the humanoid lizards has decreased. Kargan's lair fell into a state of panic. Yanwu said that humans and monsters cannot coexist together. The hero suggested finishing off the queen and going to the aid of Khan. Doyle was finally able to take that crown. Kargan saw that Tarragon had died and began to cry. He said that he would avenge her. Boss Hargan used the saturation skill. He successfully absorbed Tarragon's power. Now its second phase has arrived. Yanwu told everyone to dodge. Although he is weaker than Tarragon, with the help of his skill, he was able to become a leader. The hero said it was a fire hurricane. If he had slowed down even for a second, he would not have been able to even collect his bones. If they die here, at least they can be knocked out. Yanwu began to think about what to do, but suddenly a butterfly flew up to him. It was Doyle and her insect transmitter. It conveys the thoughts of its owner. Yanwu asked her to contact Kang. Yanwu began to lure Hargang towards himself. Using the dragon's eye, he saw the boss's weak point, which was on the sword. The hero struck and told Khan and Doyle to act now. Khan hit the boss, and Doyle threw her fire insects at him. Through joint efforts, Kargan's power is gradually weakening. Hargan was furious. He said that he would not forgive people and would take revenge for Tarragon. If the guys lose control even for a little while, it will be the end. They must pull themselves together. Kang and Yanwu hit Hargang on his weak spot, and after that the hero dealt the decisive blow. The skill level of the Bathory Vampire Dagger has increased. Yanwu used energy and life force absorption. After some time, Boss Hargan was destroyed. Each group member received additional points according to their contribution. Yanwu has a new skill, Fire Hurricane, which has been changed to Fiery Wrath, a personalized form of Hargan's special skill. The hero can embody the flame in any desired form. As the skill level increases, the temperature of the flame will gradually increase. It is unlikely that Yanwu will be able to upgrade the skill to Fire Hurricane due to his lack of skill level, but nevertheless, it is already a great success that he can embody flames in different forms. We'll have to try it later. But suddenly the hero felt unwell. The guys ran up and started asking if he was okay. Doyle told Yanwu that he better sit down for a while because they don't know how badly he was hurt. The hero replied that he was fine and there was no need to worry, except that it was a little difficult to move. Yes, and this will pass with time. Khan and Doyle continued to pester Kane about their vacation. The hero asked what about those people in the cage because they don't seem to be okay. The guys freed the people. People cried and thanked the saviors, as the heroes were able to avenge their dead comrades. Now they can rest in peace. Khan replied that they only did what they had to do, and suddenly the man recognized him, as well as the foxtail nearby. Khan was flattered that they knew him. People praised Khan, but he said that the capture of Hargan was not only his merit, but that he simply helped. Khan said that if it weren't for Kane, it's hard to imagine what would have happened. But the people were somehow strange. The man said that when Doyle discovered them for the first time, this guy, Kane, told her to leave them and follow him. Maybe this statement is too bold, but Mzwichna cannot see a person in that guy. Khan agreed that this was too daring and began to look closely at the man. What has happened has passed. Khan explained to them that no matter what the original reason was, the hero ended up being the one who saved them, and he was also his and Doyle's comrade. And in the battle with Hargan, Yanwu suffered the most. Khan told people not to talk such nonsense anymore. The man replied to Khan that he should dare to hit him because the lizard seemed so scary that now players like them look like weaklings in Khan's eyes. The man began to apologize to Khan, but the guy replied that the man should not apologize to him. The man approached Yanwu and asked for forgiveness, saying that he behaved wrongly. Strong and weak, within the tower itself, relationships between people are based on the same principle. The man said they were creatures, but when they were caught, they needed him so much. He risked his life whenever they needed something. Now the situation has become more complicated and everyone is scaring him. The girl approached the irritated man and apologized that she could not support him. But he should also understand them, because he knows what their way of life is. The man suggested just walking without further ado. The girl replied that she had not agreed. People started discussing that they needed tokens and artifacts, and the team of heroes seemed to have a whole treasure trove. They offered the man to get his share. The man asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The woman replied that it was all for the sake of survival. But the man was shocked by his intentions to kill his own saviors. However, the girl replied that there was no need to kill them. She said they would steal. One way or another, they lost all their things. These are the circumstances. They already tried to just pass through Sector E and almost died. Therefore, the woman said that they could steal enough to become independent. The man said that if they were caught, they would still kill them. The woman said that since they will kill him in any case, then what difference does it make? The man asked if there was a plan, since they couldn't just attack them recklessly. Among the woman's acquaintances, there is one who has half the token and is a pro in this matter. The man agreed and asked to tell me more. Khan and Doyle told Kane it was time to distribute the spoils. According to their agreement, they take the crown of Kargan, and the hero agreed. Khan began to hug him, saying that he knew from the very beginning that the hero was a good guy. The hero thought about hitting him once, but even so, he had no reason to hate Khan. He's just a little weird. Kong told Yanwu to take the blue scale sword and rare relics as they agreed. The hero mainly uses short blades, and this sword does not suit him at all. But still, although he doesn't know whether these artifacts will be useful right now, they might be useful in the tower. And yet, there is something useful: Karshuna's dagger. As your skill level with this dagger increases, the strength and speed of the attack will increase. Yanwu's knives have already dulled their blades, and this dagger is just right for completing the tutorial to the end. Doyle asked Kane what happened, and if there was anything she didn't like. The hero replied that there were no particularly useful things, but they wouldn't be superfluous. The hero said it was better to look up and asked the merchant if he was tired of hiding yet. The merchant said that Yanwu is quick-witted. He just wanted to surprise them. Doyle was surprised that the hero knew the mysterious merchant. The merchant said that this was a strong word. He would call their relationship special. The merchant also remembered Khan and Doyle, who bought a return ticket from him. When Khan remembers how much they paid him, he feels sick. To get close to the mysterious merchant, you need to be in the top 10 of the tutorial rankings. But Kane is the person who was personally chosen by the mysterious merchant. The merchant said next time to pretend that the hero doesn't know anything, otherwise it's not interesting at all. Yanwu said that he would sell the lair property rights and the blue scale sword for 150 tokens. The merchant began to show off, and Kane raised the price with every word. The merchant said that he could not, because the hero must pay an equal price. The merchant asked whether the hero really thought that bargaining was possible at such a price. Kane named the price at 300 tokens and replied that the faster the better, and if the merchant hesitates, the price will rise. And if the merchant does not agree, then he will be left with nothing and the lair will disappear, and all the crystals that are here too. The merchant replied that they could easily be found anywhere, but Kane said that it was a magic crystal, the purity of which was more than 70 units. Then you will have to get rid of all this. And then the merchant froze. Why is the reward for the Kargan's lair quest so small? And why is the right to ownership of the lair transferred as a reward? The tower is where rewards are given out based on achievements, and Kargan's lair is an area where you can mine high-grade magic crystals. These crystals are the main means by which magical power can be stored and transmitted. It performs the same function as conductors on Earth. The higher the sample, the higher the efficiency of force transfer. Therefore, they are usually highly valued, especially those whose fineness exceeds 70 units. That's why the mysterious merchant has his eye on Hargan's lair. But the merchant said that, nevertheless, 300 tokens for magic crystals was too expensive, and immediately Yanwu raised the price to 400 tokens. There is no doubt that there are such expensive magic crystals, and the higher their standard, the more difficult it is to obtain such a crystal. But since the hero has such an opportunity, then why not knock out a few extra tokens from the merchant? The merchant, in a panic, said okay and asked to stop. He agrees to this amount, as long as the hero doesn't raise any more. At this rate, he will definitely go bankrupt. Kane said that he was selling for 405 tokens, and 5 tokens for the fact that the merchant wasted his time. For the first time, the merchant sees a person who is even more cruel than him. Yanwu sold the blue scale sword and the rights to the lair property. Now the number of his tokens is 698 pieces. The merchant was shocked that he had been fooled by the player. But suddenly, Yanwu stopped the merchant. The merchant asked what else he wanted to take from him. The hero said that he would like to buy something. Yanwu said he wanted the same mask because his was broken. The merchant said that he has plenty of them and sells them for 4 units of strength. Kane said that he would take it in addition to what he had already bought. The merchant said that this has never been seen before. But the hero replied that he would then cancel the deal, and it didn't matter to him. The merchant said that Yanwu seemed to have done a great job, so he could take it as a special offer. If he continues to do such a disgrace, the merchant will not come again. And Yanwu finally got his white ghost mask. Kane walked away and exchanged his mask for a new one. He felt like it was stuck to his face, but he likes that it's not easy to remove and also protects against damage. Yanwu thanked the merchant, but he was very annoyed. The merchant said that the hero was foolishly brave for selling magic crystals. The merchant thought it was because Yanwu knew about that situation, but Yanwu had no idea. High-grade magic stones became the basis for high-quality artifacts. They make up a certain layer in the market, so they have a certain price. But the mysterious merchant so absurdly agreed to buy them, even despite the high price. This means that the demand for them has suddenly increased. It is unlikely that this happened due to the increase in the number of rankers. There can only be one reason. The reason why it is necessary to produce large quantities of high-quality artifacts is because of war. Then everything becomes clear. Inside the tower, rivalries between clans and rankers have intensified. Khan asked what they would do next and what their plan was. He said that since Kane had collected a sufficient number of tokens, he could now move to Sector F. Initially, the hero was in 150th place, and now has risen to 52nd. However, the difference with first place is still large. Yan Wu still has one thing left, the boss who lives in Sector E, the most outstanding hidden part of the tutorial. It's time to go after him. Kane told the guys that he was not going to move to Sector F, since there was another place he needed to go to. Doyle replied that she would like to know if Kane wanted to stay with them. Doyle suggested staying with them until the tutorial was completed, but even after that too. To be honest, he and Khan had already talked about this a lot. The guys made a good team, better than they expected. They thought about creating a team of 3, but Kane cut everything off, saying that it wouldn't work. Doyle asked why, and Yanwu reiterated that he had things to do. If so, then the hero can finish everything and join them later. But Kane replied that he was not interested in finding a team from the very beginning. He doesn't like being associated with anyone or anything. Doyle was upset, but Khan cheered her up, saying that each person has their own nature, and they cannot force Kane to be with them against their will. And yet, Khan offered to at least leave the lair together. Looks like they're waiting outside. The swamp of humanoid Cheshires is very vast, therefore it will take a long time to leave it. The way back is full of lizards, so Yanwu decided to go with Kang and Doyle until they passed the entire swamp. The players clustered together and followed only Khan and Doyle. If they screwed up here with a group of these people, they would be in a difficult situation. Kane asked what would happen to those people now. Khan replied that nothing could be done about it for now, but they had to get them out of the swamp. But Yanwu said that you can't mess with them forever. Khan asked, so what? And said that he still has a sense of humanity, and he cannot just abandon them. Yanwu always felt that Kang and Doyle were too kind despite their level-headedness. The man approached Doyle and asked her to share some food. People are sometimes too kind by nature, and this can become poison for themselves. Moreover, this place is filled with those who are just waiting for a chance to stab you in the back. Even if Kane speaks about it, it is obvious that they will not listen to him. Either way, he'll color out of here soon. The man who asked Doyle for food brought it to Mr. Iden. It was a task, and Iden has already gathered quite a lot of people. It's just survival. He wanted to rob these 3, but this is only the first stage. Stealing tokens or artifacts will attract attention. This is all nonsense. Iden wondered if simply stealing would be enough. Their enemies are Khan and Doyle, 3rd and 11th in the rankings, and also the guy who defeated the Lizard King. If he shakes everything out of these guys, then first place will become real. Iden saw that there was something creepy about that guy, Yanwu. When he watches him, Kane doesn't know whether he's doing this on purpose or not. But when their gazes collide, Iden sees this white mask and a chilling, cold-blooded gaze. Kane is like a demon who sees right through you. It gives you goosebumps. Suddenly a man ran up to Kane and said that some people there suddenly felt unwell. People asked to walk a little slower, and someone needed to go to the toilet. People started screaming that they couldn't walk anymore. They said that they had nothing left, and even if they left here, they would still go to feed the monsters. People said that it would be better to just stay sitting here. Khan had already thought about giving them some tokens and leaving them here. People began to act according to plan. The man approached Khan and said that these people had been imprisoned all this time, and therefore they were mentally exhausted. He knows that the 3 heroes are very busy, but he asked for some rest somewhere nearby. Mr. Iden hoped that the heroes would agree as soon as possible, since they were already eagerly awaited. A group of scavengers, consisting of several dozen people hiding in the shadows. This was, as they thought, the moment when they reached the indicated place. The trap slammed shut, and Khan fell into their hands. Mr. Iden thought that it would be easy, but it was not so. All this time, Young Woo was watching him. At some point, everyone heard a scream. When the people came running, they saw that Kane had stabbed the man. The hero's target is the players who were with this killed guy. People did not understand how Kane even found out. He killed one player after another. Thanks to the fact that Yan Wu used his heightened senses, he was able to grasp the situation that was changing every minute. He saw that sparkle in Aiden's eyes when he looked at Khan and Doyle, his look when he looked at the hero himself. Aiden gave some instructions to other players and also avoided other people's gazes and even had strange dialogues. It was obvious that he was hiding something. Therefore, Yan Wu took advantage of his heightened senses, preparing him for any circumstances. So he soon realized that somewhere here, some group of people was sitting in ambush. And these people can only be they. Garbage collectors. Kane will strike first before they begin to move. Khan began to shout at the hero, asking what he was doing. Kane asked whether he was a fool or simply not thinking straight. Kane told Khan to shut up and sit quietly until the situation was resolved. Suddenly, Khan and Doyle found themselves surrounded by people. They couldn't even think about it. The man who was rescued approached the people in the circle and asked what was happening, and the guy said that they, idiots, had been caught and then killed him. Khan didn't understand what kind of scumbags they were if they even killed a simple player. These are the people who created the dungeons. Scavengers aren't usually the only ones involved in looting. Among them are those who enter into agreements with monsters. By becoming bait and pretending to be injured, they lure players into a trap. Monsters receive their loot as the player himself, and scavengers take artifacts and tokens. Most likely, most of the players imprisoned in that dungeon were killed. One of these guys, Jukin, was communicating with someone on the device. They discussed how cool it would be to catch the bloody blade and the fox's tail. The very fact that they will crush them will be amazing. And they should have a lot of things. The interlocutor said that the dragon slayer, who carries the bloody blade, will take the sword. But Jukin planned to take him first. His interlocutor, Noin, said that whoever takes it first is the owner. Tsubai told both of them to shut up as they had to figure everything out. They better think about what they will do with the reward that was given for the Lizard King. Tsubai said that he did not video them and asked Jukin to try to contact Aiden. However, no one answered the guy. They had just argued over the Dragon Slayer's sword. The guy didn't understand why they weren't answering, but his interlocutors were already dead. Tsubai decided that in this case it was an attack. Tsubai knew that he was in 15th place in the top players, and if judging by his abilities, then in the top 10. He didn't understand why he couldn't notice the signs of the attack before the weight died. Tsubai began to run around to find out what was going on. When he saw a barely alive Jukin, the man told the guy to run. But the guy didn't have time to do anything, since our hero Yan Wu was already behind him. After that, it's not difficult to guess what happened. Khan and Doyle were still surrounded by people. Khan thought they might be from Arendon. They consider themselves vigilantes who keep the tutorial under control. Suddenly, a dagger flew into the man's back. It was Kane who came to save the guys. Kane killed people one after another. The survivors asked for mercy and said that they would surrender. The idea of scavengers was instantly shattered when they showed their true colors for the first time. The people on their knees said that they were only doing what they were asked to do. They said they had no choice but to take their side in order to survive. Khan asked how they differed from Kargan, who ate one of his comrades. Khan said Hargan at least cried when he saw his wife and children killed. And these were trafficking people, and at least they didn't care. Moreover, they also deceived and killed the remaining people. After this, Khan began killing the villains one by one. Their opponent is the Bloody Blade himself. He was born the son of one of the great rankers of the tower. Refusing his father's influence, he achieved everything on his own. It's easy for such a person to get recognition. Young Wu watched everything. He was surprised that Kong still thought that he was saving people who were caught by the Lizard King. But it turns out that everyone who did the dirty work and was only a prisoner died. Only those who managed all these affairs remained. This must be a big shock for the guys. In Africa, this has happened to Yan Wu more than once, but Kong and Doyle encountered this for the first time. Now Khan must be doubting people and feeling anger towards them for doing such things. There is no cure for this. All that remains is to wait and put your thoughts in order. Khan was shocked that Kane would even care, but the hero replied that he was simply used to it. Kang couldn't even imagine what kind of life Yan-Wu had. He asked if all people in his world were like that. Kane replied that if everyone became like him, then the world would go crazy. Khan laughed hysterically and wanted to say something honestly. Those damn pretenders posing as victims were so scared of Kane. But to tell the truth, Khan and Doyle are a little scared of him too. Khan did not understand how the hero could remain calm, even in such a situation. He asked if Kane suspected those people from the very beginning, or if he simply never trusted anyone. And this should also apply to him and Doyle. They are all called players inside this tower, so it is better not to trust anyone. Khan and Doyle built a team based on trust. It would be difficult to end the hero's relationship with them in any amicable way. Khan and Doyle have a particularly strong trust in each other. For them, the realization that relationships here are built only for their own benefit is a big blow. If you think about it this way, they don't consider each other strangers. Smiling Khan and good-natured Doyle, they have a lot of human feelings and emotions. Be that as it may, they have their own point of view, and the hero has his own. And they don't match, so it's better to do it this way. Kane suggested that Khan and Doyle break up here. Doyle wanted to run to Kane, but Kane stopped him. Doyle didn't understand what he had suddenly started, but Khan ordered him to sit down. Doyle demanded that they say it already, because Kane had done so much good for them, and they couldn't break up like that. But Khan only irritably said to sit down. Khan said this was the best option. Doyle was shocked. Khan pointed to the stove, or rather to the keychain. This was Arendon's sign. Khan said that, to be honest, it was kind of weird. Why do people from Arendon, no, from the island of the Blue Flower, who maintain order in the tutorial without any particular benefit to themselves, suddenly create such a mess? Behind Arendon is the island of the Blue Flower. Such large clans inside the tower can be counted on one hand. Of course, there are a lot of candidates for membership, so they select only those they like best. Blue Flower Island was created by Arendon to control the tutorial, but many clans and rankers still doubt his true intentions. But in the absence of any evidence, there is nothing to do but just leave it. Or is this just a cover for effective control over scavengers? Doyle said that if you think about it like that, then the fact that the Blue Flower Island suddenly decided to create Arendon is also strange, because Artia has already completely destroyed the scavengers inside the tutorial. Khan said it seemed like they needed a more robust system. That's why he didn't want to drag Kane into all this. It seems that he really has something to do that he must finish. Doyle realized that Khan simply did not want to interfere with Kane. Khan apologized, but said that in any case he had to see that scumbag build and resolve the problem. And he told Doyle to go to the place where Bigrid was located. Bigrid is another hidden item. It was in order to receive it that Khan and Doyle needed the crown of Hargan. He can help them turn the tables in their favor and defeat Pant and Idor, who have the scoring advantage. This is the sword they want to end up with in the tutorial. Doyle said that he too would like to face these bastards. He's curious to death. Kane walked, listened to these conversations, and said that Khan and Doyle were stupid. He seems to know where these two are going. What are they thinking about after such an unexpected separation? But still, Yan-Wu needs to go east to finish things off. When, if not now? He won't have another chance. If on the eve of their separation, the hero had asked Khan and Doyle to wed with him, would they have also dryly refused? Bild was disappointed that the second group was destroyed. He believed that the guy in the mask was the culprit again. His players could have caught him, but they missed the chance. And this is not counting the fact that they poured Kargana. Bild said that they were idols, and now he really had to deal with this matter himself. Bild said to prepare the first group, which surprised his ward. The squad that is called the Squad of Valor in Arendana are special players raised on the island of the Blue Flower. Bild said that the three of them are superior to the second group and are capable of dealing with the Bloody Blade, the Foxtail, and that guy in the mask. They must take into account all the details. Bild said that he would also have to go with them. Considering all the losses they have suffered, they may have some difficulties. Bloody Blade and Foxtail. Arendon doesn't know what to expect from them. And that guy in the mask, they don't know for sure whether he could have been secretly sent by someone. He's too suspicious. All that remains for Arendon is to act as secretly as possible and destroy the heroes without leaving any evidence. After the disappearance of the Artia, the world that was once established inside the tower gradually weakens. It's not surprising that at any moment everything can simply collapse. But first of all, they need to be launched with a powerful force so that no one knows about it. But suddenly the ceiling in the building began to crumble, and Bild said that it was an invasion. One of the wards came running in a panic and said that they had come, the bloody blade and the foxtail, and both heroes destroyed the door and entered the room. Bild said that he still somehow got bored in the tutorial and took out his sword. He invited the son of the Iron Lion to have fun. The battle should be intense. And Kane came to a wide wasteland, the habitat of orcs. He killed the monsters one by one. He pointed a dagger at one orc and demanded to know if he had seen a hunter's camp here. They could be hiding in the mountains. The orc replied that he had not seen it himself, but it seemed so. The tribesmen said that when they went on reconnaissance, they saw a strange house. But they said it was very high and they couldn't get there. Found a hero. This must be the place where there is an informant who knows where to find the hidden boss, the snake Akasha. This boss appears at a certain time, in a certain place under certain conditions. Yanwu won't be able to find him without this man's help. The hero demanded the orc tell him where it was. The Akasha snake periodically comes out to breathe air, and at the same time to fill an empty stomach. Junwoo didn't know this and decided to go after this boss, and at the moment of approaching trouble, he met this man. The person who also helped Yanwu's brother and Artia in a critical situation is Junwoo's first teacher, Galliard. The hero found that house and started knocking on the door. Suddenly, Galliard appeared behind him and asked who the guy was. Galliard is not a man, he is one of the few elves, and even among them, it is read by a dark elf with innate elf abilities. The hero introduced himself and said that his name was Kane. Galliard asked why Kane was hanging around someone else's house. Kane replied that he learned about it from his acquaintance, and there was one thing that he would like to purchase. The hero said that he wants to find the Tear of Ondine. Galliard asked how he knew, and the hero replied that from Bram. Bram is Galliard's longtime friend and Junwoo's second teacher. Although Yanwu doesn't know him by sight, it's unlikely that they will ever see each other. And what difference does it really make? Galliard said that he asked this idiot to remain silent, but he did it again. Galliard said that nothing could be done and invited Kane inside. Galliard once again asked the hero if he needed Ondine's tear. This is an artifact that contains a large amount of Akashic energy. This could be good food for her. But the problem is that only Galliard knows how to properly make the tear of Ondine. Galliard asked if Kane knew about the necessary condition for this. Kane replied that yes, and Galliard suggested not to hesitate, but to begin immediately. Galliard's hidden quest has appeared. The Dark Elf has been looking for someone who has the right for a long time, so he holds a test for the players. He must be a deft player worthy of his approval. We need to play hide-and-seek with Galliard. You need to catch him 5 out of 10 times, and then the test will be considered passed. The reward depends on the number of successful attempts. The number of people who have been able to pass Galliard's test over the past few decades does not exceed 5 people. But if they all succeeded, they would get the equipment that Galliard owns. Lightning Step is a special skill that since ancient times has been passed down by the Dark Elves only to the winner. This skill makes the body as dexterous as possible, and it also hides traces. This skill is ideal for young Wu, but quick body movements are not his only advantage. Lightning-fast steps can be the key to one of the best skills, squeeze the ground. Galliard said that the test is simple. He hides, and the hero must find him and touch him. Time is limited. Each attempt is 15 minutes. Galliard said that he has a big difference in skill with the hero, so he will use a handicap. He will only use one hand and will not use any other skills except the movement skill. Well, the test has begun. Indeed, Galliard's movements are like the wind. It is impossible to catch them with the naked eye. However, Yuan Wu used enhanced senses and dragon eye. This is how he found Galliard the first time. The lightning-fast step has a big drawback. The movement leaves behind waves. This is obvious, but the hero's eye will not miss the wave. This time Haloyad went west, behind this dried tree. Yanwu found him again, throwing the dagger. The hero quickly climbed the tree and touched Galliard. The first try is his. In the end, Yanwu caught the elf 7 times. All attempts were successful. As a reward, he received the Tear of Ondine. He can also receive an additional reward if he turns to Galliard. Galliard never thought that Kane would cope so easily. He asked if the hero had any special technique, since it didn't seem like it could be mastered that easily. Kane replied that it was a secret. It seems that it will be impossible to find out the true face of this young man. Galliard said that nothing could be done, and took the hero into the house. And then Galliard pulled out a reward from around the corner. If someone wants to steal such a valuable thing, it will be easy, since he stupidly keeps it in that corner. Yanwu received the tear of Ondine, a sacred object, a stone filled with Akashar energy. Can be a great find for someone who wants to fight the Akasha snake, but can also be a disaster for those who can't fight the boss. Galliard told Kane that he had to be very careful with this, as if the energy escaped, it could end badly. Akasha was originally that which cannot manifest itself in the material world. If you try to materialize this energy, a big explosion can happen. Galliard also gave the hero a book of the lightning step skill. Swift body movements temporarily increase attack speed. Also, the level of critical damage increases by 7%. Yanwu felt like her body had become lighter. From this moment on, fast movement is available to him. His senses became sharper, and his physical abilities became more developed. So, the vessel is ready. All that remains is to fill it. But of all the stats, Yanwu is still missing magic power. He can only replenish it by catching this snake. Her abilities go beyond the real. Galliard also added that there are many amazing players in the tutorial this time, and Kane is one of them. He thought for hundreds of rounds of the tutorial whether someone who could figure him out would appear, and now Yanwu is here. Kane asked if there was anyone else besides him. Galliard replied that there were two people, it seems a brother and sister. Both of them, like Kane, received the tear of Ondine and a lightning step. It seems that the hero knows who it is, ranks 1 and 2 of the tutorial. I think their names are Edora and Pant. To get these points, they definitely had to be here. Galliard asked where Kane would go now with this, because he does not look like a magician or alchemist. Suddenly the hero said that he wanted to go after the snake, Akash. Galliard hesitated, apologized, and said that she had already been killed by those doors he was talking about. Kane didn't understand how those two knew about this place. Nobody knew about him except Artya. Throughout the tutorial, she could appear about once every 3 days. And from these traces we can say that about a week has passed. Suddenly the hero noticed something. Edora and Pant took only the most necessary parts of Akasha, the poison and its energy. It seems that even if dozens of players attack her at once, it will not be so easy to catch her. And how did they manage to do this together? It seems Yanwu has no idea how strong these people can be or had something. The hero took off his mask and sat down. He didn't know what to do now. Yanwu definitely needs to push harder and take first place. However, time flies very quickly. And even if he does his best, he will rise to 11th place, at best to 8th, but not close to 1st. Besides, Yanwu would only be able to complete the restoration of the ancestral skill if he had Akashic energy. All his plans are now confused. Suddenly he noticed something strange. There was a mark from a strong blow. They wanted to extract something from the skull, maybe the brain? There were several of them, judging by the tracks. Apparently there was someone else here besides Edora and Pant. The hero realized that these were orcs, but what did they need? Yanwu decided to go check. 6th rank of the tutorial, Pain. Build sends him on a hunt. It is Mr. Build's order to gather the entire first group. Pain replied that he should send someone else, since now he is spending all his energy on maintaining his rating. He said so, and tell Build he will understand. Pain needs to get into the top 5, then he can get recognition on the island when he gets to the tower. To go this far because of some murder of some bunch of idiots who are not even in the top 10 is nonsense. But suddenly the assistant said that this was a special instruction from Mr. Build, and those who refused to comply with it would be removed. In addition, Build will personally lead the first squad. Petsna seemed to have been hit by electric currents. Build also said that he was transferring all the available Arandan tokens to the one who would bring him those guys. All the Arandan tokens are several thousand tokens. Will Build really give them to one person? Pain realized this was his chance to rise in the rankings one at a time. And this also means that Build will rely on this person in the future. Build also added that you need to be as careful as possible, since those people completely exterminated the second group. If those guys destroyed the second group, then that means all their tokens were taken away. In this case, Pain could rise even higher than 5th place in the ranking. Pain said to tell Build that he was moving out immediately. Yanwu's lightning step skill level has been increased. He entered the cave of Akasha the serpent. The hero didn't even know that there was such a place here. He wondered what they were going to do here. Yanwu thought that this might be a cave where Akashi's cubs or the male are. But the fact that the orc so carefully transferred her brain here indicates that something is unclean here. Even if not, then there is something here that has to do with the Akasha snake. And then the hero saw that the orcs were performing some kind of ritual with these brains. The orcs said that evil people killed their deity. They were preparing to gather all their anger and revive the snake. The orcs sacrificed warriors to her so that she would be reborn with new great power and punish those people. Cain thought they were just crazy. And then suddenly, a huge snake appeared. The hero has a hidden quest, Resurrection Ritual, a creature created from part of the body and spirit of the Akasha snake. If you give it enough Akashic energy, it can be reborn. The orcs are going to resurrect Akasha using an ancient rite. The hero needs to stop the resurrection ritual and destroy the snake before it grows. Yanwu thought that it might be that the result would be much better than what it should have been originally. The longer Akasha's resurrection lasts, the larger her body becomes. This means that the energy that is hidden inside it also increases. The main component for resurrection is, of course, energy. It's the same with Bathory's vampiric blade. The more energy it absorbs, the more powerful it becomes. But then she needs even more food. The more it grows, the more it will want to absorb energy. But where can you find enough food for her to fill her to capacity? Yanwu thought that Ondine's tears would not be enough. In this case, there is nothing left but to bring her even more sacrificial food. The 21st leader of the humanoid lizards, Krarak, told his subjects that they should not talk about the fact that their king had died. If the orcs find out, they will immediately attack, so the lizards must be extremely careful. Krarak was left alone, and Yanwu was already waiting for him. With one simple blow to the head was killed. The hero placed the orc on top. From the outside, it looks like the orc wanted to commit an assassination attempt, and the lizard resisted, but in the end, both died. Next, Yanwu used Fiery Anger. The skill level of this skill is still not enough, but the fact that it can start a fire is enough. The lizards shouted that this was an orc invasion. Yanwu's next target is on the west side. Well, it's time to throw more wood on the fire. At first, the flames kindled in the western jungle were small, but they gradually engulfed the kobold villages and grew. It gradually spread to nearby territories and greedily consumed everything in its path. Kobolds and goblins had to forget about their home. Large-scale immigration began. As a result, a conflict began with the monsters living in those territories. But in the end, even they were forced to leave the territory to escape the fire. This disorder spread throughout Sector E like a domino effect. The subjects ran to the Goblin King, Kronum, to tell about the trouble. The orcs showed up. The goblins already have many dead tribes. Kronum said that they do not know the goals of the orcs, but the goblins will never forget this insult. Suddenly, another goblin came running and said that the kobolds had sent a message. They declared that they would take revenge on the goblins along with the orcs. They formed their own. Kronum said to announce to everyone, they will face them and kill all the orcs. Orcs are the worst enemies of goblins. They killed their leader. Ogres and trolls will also fight alongside the goblins against the orcs, since they were also attacked by them. Kronum said that they would not just wait, since even the cowardly lizards declared war on the orcs. The valiant goblins cannot stand aside. Yanwu ended up instigating a deadly war between monsters. A sudden quest, Attack of Monsters, appeared. Among the monsters of Sector E, there was an unspoken law regarding the integrity of their territories. However, this rule was broken, and war broke out between the monsters. The hero must survive on the battlefield and end the war by finding its cause. Everything went as Yanwu planned. The more energy, the faster the process of resurrecting the snake. It turns out that it all started with the lizards and led to the battle of all the monsters. Maybe the new Akasha snake will be much more powerful than in all the previous tutorials. Now, the cup is full. Yanwu can just sit quietly on the sidelines and only come out when necessary. That's enough. Pain said on the spot that there were too many useless people. Gratis replied that it was not for Pain to tell. On this basis, they began to quarrel. Dyke came up and told the guys to stop these childish arguments, since every minute was important to them now in order to quickly deal with the target. Dyke said that their goal should be near the orc settlement, so he suggested that they deal with it in return. But suddenly they heard strange sounds. The ground began to shake very violently, and it turned out to be a whole crowd of goblins with ogres and trolls. The first detachment said that this could not be, and Dyke ordered everyone to retreat. However, the goblins caught up and killed the people. Pain didn't believe this was happening. His grandiose dream of becoming the sword of the Blue Flower Island cannot just be destroyed because of some monsters. But suddenly, one of the goblins threw an axe straight at Pain. It was too fast that Pain didn't even have time to do anything. The Orc King, Proc, asked why the lizards suddenly started a war. The subject replied that the lizards were saying something strange about the fact that their king had been killed and had invaded their territory. The orcs asked the king for help. Proc said, "How dare these stupid lizards, and why everything is in the midst of the resurrection ritual." Although Proc thought that, on the contrary, they would be able to present more victims to the goddess. Proc ordered to tell the shaman that they would have many victims and that he should be careful. The orcs tried to hold their wall, but the goblins broke it anyway. Cranum saw Proc and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. After this, their personal battle began. Yanwu's lightning step level increased. He entered the cave of Akasha the Serpent. Now these two monsters must be fighting, the Goblin King, Cranum, and the Orc King, Proc. In truth, if you compare these two to Hargan, they are in no way inferior to him. In this battle, it will be quite difficult to determine the winner and loser. Besides, this will only escalate the situation. More anger will brew, and destruction will increase. And all this energy needs to be sent to Akasha as soon as possible in order to saturate it. The orcs shouted that the goddess was angry and she wanted to punish them. Everyone quickly began to run away. As the hero thought, she is intoxicated by the taste of blood. Besides, not much time has passed since she was resurrected. She is in a state of extreme hunger. But if she refuses outside where the carnage is going on, she might go crazy. The snake sharply headed to the northwest, which is exactly the direction in which the monsters are now fighting. The hidden parts of the tutorial are called hidden for a reason. There must definitely be something big hidden here. The snake Akasha initially has a level of complexity that is unacceptable for a tutorial. There must also be a reason why it is in this particular place. Even Galliard, who had been pursuing the snake for such a long time, could not find out this reason. But even so, there definitely must be something here. And this something cannot be something insignificant. Snakes should have a place where they can sleep or take a break from the outside environment. The hero found this place. There was a sharp cold wind. This is called white ginseng spirit. For hundreds of years it fed on the energy of the moon and grew on icy soil. Since he looks like a small child, he is confused with a real person. The white ginseng spirit is one of the rarest spiritual creations. You can count them on your fingers. If you consume its energy, you can slightly increase your magical power. But the amount of magical power received is very different from the amount that can be absorbed. The method of its consumption is also quite complex. The effect is even very good. Such spirits can truly be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such a thing could only be here. The snake Akasha was specially kept in this place so that I could grow the spirit of white ginseng. Judging by its size, it has been cultivated for about 300 years, but for the best effect it should take about 500 years, and Akasha had to wait all this time. Yanwu apologized, but now it will be his. The hero came closer and threw daggers at the spirit. White ginseng is fast, but that's not enough. Yanwu told the spirit that he had hunted people like him more than once and apologized. After several attempts, the hero caught the spirit of white ginseng. After this, the spirit slowly began to modify. Yanwu absorbed the hidden item white ginseng spirit. He is filled with energy, and his magical abilities are enhanced. 92% of the energy stored in the spirit is transformed into Yanwu's magical power. His body completely absorbs this energy. The restoration of the hereditary skill has begun. The inheritance trait, low-level dragon body, has been changed to partial dragon body. the hero received the magic chain skill. Yan Wu still couldn't control it like he should. However, now he feels magical power filling his body. As the level of skill increases, the amount of magical power controlled will increase, and the scope of its application will also expand. The hero will also have access to a flow of mana. Build's first group was destroyed, however, Pain was still alive. Pain knew that the place all these monsters were heading to was exactly where the clan was located. She knew that Kane was definitely up to something. Pain thought that Kane was looking for some hidden object that no one in the tutorial had been able to find until now. No matter what he was up to, when he got what he wanted, Pain would take him by surprise and take him by force. And besides, if Pain gets to this award, then he will have a chance to catch up with Eudora and Pant. Pain told Kane to wait a moment. As Yanwu thought, the secret to controlling magic was to accumulate more magical power and increase the rate of recovery of hereditary ability. Although now he can only use magical power to activate this skill, his capabilities may expand in the future. Yanwu will be able to channel magical power into the weapon and increase the power of the blow, or concentrate magic in your legs to move faster. The application of this may vary. However, the skill level of the magic chain is still low, so it will be difficult for Yanwu to control the magic. But he has enhanced senses, so he will be able to develop the skill quite quickly. After all, he should still feel the magic circulating within him. Suddenly, the hero found a medallion on the ground that stored memories. It would be nice to return it to the owner. Opening it, Yanwu saw a photo of Galliard's family inside. Apparently, Galliard once hunted this snake for some unknown reason. However, he did not hunt himself. He offered people who called themselves hunters a reward for testing. If the reason is the memories associated with his family, then it is quite understandable. There was definitely no mention of his family in the diary, but it seemed like that was what he was looking for. Yanwu put the medallion in his pocket, put on his mask, and it was time for him to go hunting. Suddenly, a snake appeared on the battlefield. Cranham and Prack did not understand why the goddess was here. The snake began to release its venom again. There was panic among the monsters, and they began to run away. Prack asked Cranham where he was going, since he must accept death in battle. Cranham replied that the well-being of his tribe was more important to him than such an honor. Prack ordered the orcs to pacify the goddess. Cranham struck the snake directly in the head from the air. Young Wu also watched all this. What a mess! It looks like the result was even better than he expected. The number of monsters has already been reduced to 10%. Thanks to this, Akasha became approximately 1.5 times larger than her original size. And yet the two kings stand at the forefront and drive the snake to one side, while the remaining monsters still try to fight valiantly. But this won't last long either. The Goblin King and the Orc King were already exhausted. Yanwu decided it was time to call it a day. He jumped on top of the snake and struck it. The skill level of the Bathory Vampire Blade has increased. All stats have increased. The snake boss Akasha was destroyed. The hidden quest Resurrection Ceremony has been completed, as well as the surprise quest Attack of Monsters. Yanwu received Akasha's snake energy. Initially, its size was about the size of his fist, but since Akasha was sufficiently satiated, the size increased. The hero began to absorb this energy. The energy turned into magical power. Yanwu feels a burst of anger. Converting enormous amounts of anger and energy into magical power will require a corresponding amount of time and stamina. Due to the imperfection of the dragon body feature, it is impossible to perceive all the magical energy. The renewal of the hero's body begins. Properties have been changed. Yanwu is advised to use magic power in a safe place. External influence will cause deceleration or deviation. Prack and Cranham couldn't believe it. They saw Yanwu's eyes as a predator. Prack realized that this whole mess was caused by this person and attacked Yanwu. These two guys are equal in rank to Hargang, so you can get a large number of merit points and tokens for them. Thus, Boss Prack was destroyed. Next, Cranham attacked the hero, but the hero easily dealt with him. The remaining monsters have only two options: fight to the end or run away. Yanwu did not pursue those who ran away. There are only weaklings left anyway. However, those who tried to resist were mercilessly destroyed by the hero. He sank his sharp teeth into them and absorbed their energy. The more energy Yanwu absorbs, the stronger his body becomes, and the recovery speed of his inherited skill also increases. His desire and thirst for absorption grows every second. Yanwu can do anything to become even stronger. something a hero should think about after clearing out hundreds of monsters. He really wanted to just relax in a quiet place. However, there is still one annoying guy left. Yanwu told Pain to come out. He asked the hero how he knew. Yanwu replied that it was obvious because Pain couldn't control his emotions at all, and his fear could be felt. In truth, Pain had been watching everything since Akasha went berserk. Since Cain has such power, it means he was able to take possession of all the hidden parts of the tutorial that are located here. Pain told the hero that his power was monstrous, and he must take possession of it. Cain asked why this was. Pain said not to pretend because he knows very well that Cain cannot lift a finger. But actually, Cain was not alone here, and at that moment an arrow flies into Pain's back. Cain came closer, and the shooter was Galliard. He said that the forest suddenly became noisy, and he wanted to see what was happening here. Galliard was shocked that this was all the hero's doing. The speed of transformation of characteristics has increased. Just like Pain said, Yanwu really doesn't have the strength to lift a finger. Galliard arrived just in time. Either this is fate or a simple coincidence. Now the hero can rest a little. Cain told Galliard that he had a gift and gave him a medallion, but then suddenly collapsed on him, exhausted. Galliard did not understand what the hero was thinking about. He will never be able to understand this guy. It seems that this gift was payment for everything. The changes were completed successfully. The reinforced skeleton trait has been changed to Iron Body. Yanwu became stronger. Restoration of hereditary skills has been accelerated. Partial Dragon Body changed to Almost Completed Dragon Body. Yanwu woke up in Galliard's house. He has absorbed such a large amount of energy, but the restoration of the hereditary ability has not yet been completed. How powerful is the Dragon Body skill if it requires such a large amount of energy to complete? Thanks to this long battle, the hero achieved impressive results, and in particular, one of the best achievements is the development of the Magic Chain skill. Amazing feeling. They are both diverse and familiar. It feels like something new has appeared in Yanwu's body. It seems as if it should be so. You can also feel the difference when using magic. Now the hero can use magic as he wants. Perhaps some research needs to be done to figure out how to use this in combat. But the feelings still intensified. The sensations are very similar to those that Yanwu experienced when he first used the skill that enhances feelings. Besides, it seems to him that these clothes are familiar. Suddenly, an excited Galliard came into the room. He told the hero that he seemed to have recently woken up, and it would take him some time to come to his senses. Galliard said that he examined Yanwu, and the hero asked what he meant. Yanwu had to strengthen his body, but nevertheless, he needed a safe place, so the hero asked Galliard for help. But Galliard said something was wrong. He means this enormous Akashic energy. The hero had previously absorbed something similar. Even if you eat just one such item, it is unclear whether the resulting energy will be absorbed properly. And if you continue to absorb such things, what kind of body can withstand it? Cain's body could easily withstand this, but Galliard didn't know for sure. Either it will absorb all the energy or it will not withstand the load. Any of this could happen at any moment. Yanwu seems to know why Galliard helped him. If he had left it like that, the hero could have died. And in order for the energy to be properly absorbed, something had to be done. Galliard is a fairly famous hunter even among the Dark Elves. He knows several mysteries of magic, so it's not strange that he could help. Galliard said that's why he had to lend a hand. Without such an amount of magical power, everything would have worked out, but otherwise there could have been an embarrassment. In general, if something like this happens in the future, then you don't need to absorb everything so desperately. Yanwu won't be able to become a real dragon anyway. The hero's body is connected to the power of the dragon. Galliard tried in vain. Yanwu was able to acquire a strengthened skeleton, start the process of restoring the hereditary skill, and therefore be able to complete it completely. However, Galliard does not know this. In addition, the hero returned his thing that he was looking for, and Galliard is grateful for this. Cain decided it was best to just leave things as they were. The hero asked Galliard if he had calmed the flow of magic and changed it to a circulating flow. Galliard replied that he used similar technology to that used to make the tear of Ondine. In addition, in order to lull this powerful flow, it was necessary to use Yanwu's innate abilities. Galliard asked whether the hero even knew how much strength this required. Kane thanked him, and later, when he has the opportunity, he will definitely repay. Galliard said not to say such things unless it was sincere. Although Yanwu acts a little rude, everything is fine. Galliard almost forgot and thanked the hero for the found medallion. The magic that Galliodes was talking about is called Divine Water of Undine. He applied the method used to make the tear of Ondine on the human body. He said that it was possible to use this technology and enclose the energy overwhelming the body in a vessel. As a result, while Yan Wu slept, unaware of anything, his body absorbed magical power much more easily, and his senses also became significantly sharper. This was an accidental benefit for the hero. Galliard shouted to the departing Kane that in order to properly recover, he needed to rest for 3 more days. However, the hero did not listen to him. Galliard said that since Kane had such a high recovery rate, he was good to go. Yan Wu was seriously injured and is now moving at incredible speed. In addition, this method of movement suits him very well, as if he was like this from the beginning. So this is what sensations appear when using magic. It is enough to simply direct the magical power to your feet. This is not comparable to what it was before. A little more than 1% is enough to see how big the difference is, or all the skills that Yan Wu knew before were simply ineffective. Now his hereditary ability is at the recovery stage of 92%. If in the future he completes the remaining 8%, then it is unknown what will happen to his body. Kane remembered that he seemed to have completed 2 quests before passing out. He decided to start accepting rewards from the hidden quest. Thus, he receives a black bracelet whose name cannot be identified. This is a bracelet that was very dear to the owner of the snake Akashi. The snake Akasha misses his owner and hopes that he will return someday. That's why she always had this thing with her. The owner can collect the souls of the dead, however. Kane knew that this was not a very good thing. The souls of those who resist turn into ghosts. They lose their former memories and strength, retaining only hatred. The black blade absorbs the collected souls and transforms them into dark magical energy. It seemed that the owner was the successor of the demon, covers the surface of the weapon. When striking an enemy, it can inflict a curse. This artifact is unique. Some functions and information are hidden. It can only be accessed if you have a certain classification or meet certain conditions. If this artifact is unique, then it definitely has good properties. It seems that the true power of the black bracelet, the power of the true owner, must be hidden here. Under the influence of the black bracelet, Yan Wu gained the ability to see the souls of the dead. He saw those monsters that he killed or Akasha ate. Have they really been wandering here all this time? It's surprising that the hero did not receive any curse. The ghosts were very angry, and Yan Wu decided to test what this artifact was capable of. He began collecting souls, and then tried out the Black Blade. Dark magic power. This magic is famous for increasing the damage of the owner and placing a curse on the enemy. This can become a special attribute in battle. This power was better than the hero imagined. It seems that the curse penetrates deep into the depths and promotes corruption. Since this bracelet has such power, Yan Wu decided to try to combine it with other skills. Having tried it together with fiery anger, a powerful explosion occurred. Such an explosion can easily tear apart a humanoid lizard or orc. Yan Wu only used 5 collected souls and got this effect. What will happen if he does this to all the souls here? He collected 150 souls and did not know if this was the limit, but this will be enough. There were still many ways to increase the force of the explosion. It's time to check the rewards for the Battle of Monsters quest. There were definitely 4 rewards mentioned in the quest window. Yan Wu received the title of Monster Hunter. As a reward, he received the Eye of the Goblin King. Simply by equipping it, the player can receive various effects from Kronum's hatred, can have a negative impact, but if handled correctly, it can be a good tool for the player. The amulet will endow its owner with valor and rage so that other monsters will not kill him. Under the influence of the spirit of Kronum, the player is endowed with courage and damage is increased by 10%. The artifact also protects its owner from external negative effects, such as curses and stuns. This artifact is especially suitable for a black bracelet. Rage and curse enhance the effects of dark magic, so the damage will be even higher. The next reward is a gem. a stone formed with the help of the rage of 5 different races: goblins, kobolds, lizards, gnomes, and orcs. Contains the abilities of each monster and gives them to the owner. The goblin's legs increase the speed of movement. The kobold's ear gives sensitive hearing. The gnome's legs sharpen the sense of smell. And the lizard's eyes make it possible to see over long distances. The eyes, ear, and nose are complementary to Yanwu's enhanced senses skill, and the arms and legs complement the lightning-fast step. It was as if this artifact had been created especially for him. Yanwu thanked Galliard again for his help, and prepared to leave. Galliard said that the hero only had to go through Sector F. Yanwu has already gotten everything he could here. Galliard felt this even when he saw that Yanwu had definitely mastered the lightning step. He is not such a simple guy. It was as if Galliard had met someone like this before. Still, Galliard wonders what kind of past this boy has. Each of those who enter the tower has their own sad story. These stories become a difficult moment for people, and later become their driving force. If a person does not have such a story, then he simply will not be able to leave his world, where he lived quietly, and begin walking through the tower. And before the hero left, Galliard gave Yanwu a sword. It belonged to the guy with whom the hero was going to fight. Galliard thought that this must be a good weapon, and took it. If necessary, the hero can use it, and if not, then Galliard said to just take it, and then sell it at a high price to a secret dealer. Medium weight, durable blade, comfortable to hold. Undoubtedly, this is a good sword, but Yanwu usually uses knives or short daggers, so that he can hold them in one hand and have a short blade. However, as Galliard said, Yanwu would later be able to sell it to a secret merchant for a good price, so he decided to take it with him. Galliard asked Yanwu if he was at enmity with Arandan, since in that case he would have a hard time in Sector F. The hero pretended that he did not understand what Galliard was talking about. He was surprised and said that the green shine on this sword is the symbol of Arandan. So it was not just a group of scavengers, it was Arandan, a group of scavengers that was destroyed by Junwu and Ardia. The unexpected appearance of Arandan, a well-organized dungeon with players, and also Khan and Doyle, who left so unexpectedly. Behind the group of scavengers was Arandan. All this time they were deceiving other players, saying that they cared about the safety of the tutorial. If Khan and Doyle realized this fact, they could be captured. Since it's Khan and Doyle, they can take care of themselves. But if we are talking about Arandan, then this is a different matter. It is unclear how many players there are and how strong they are. In addition, behind them is the Blue Flower Island, which is one of the 8 strongest clans in the tower. Can 2 people handle them? They had already encountered Artia once. It looks like the warning will be even stronger. If Kang and Doyle had dealt with Arandan, then rumors would have already spread throughout Sector E. But so far Yanwu has not heard anything like that. This means that they most likely lost the battle. Are Khan and Doyle friends or just strangers? Does the hero want to get involved or does he want to stay out of it? Besides, Yanwu was a hero to Junwu, and he hopes that he will remain one even after he leaves. These are the last words of the hero's brother, which he left in his diary. Now the answer has become obvious, and Yanwu sets off. 5 swords were stabbed into Junwu's heart. 3 of them belonged to what he called lords. 1 belonged to the one he loved, and the last one belonged to a friend he trusted. Galliard asked Yanwu if he was going to start a war. The hero asked how he found out. In his time, Galliard was a warrior who fought for his own family. He was a fool who thought that the whole point was in the battle, and Yanwu too. Galliard told Kane that they were very similar. Now he sees a sparkle in his eyes that means Yanwu is ready to start a war. Galliard sensed this even when he met Kane for the first time. The hero is like a fighter, ready to challenge the whole world. But now everything seems much more serious. If Galliard is wrong, then something is wrong with his intuition. Galliard offered to help. Everything should go smoothly with him. Galliard is one of those who has abilities at the level of rankers. Yanwu doesn't know if he can destroy Arandan if he goes alone. However, Yanwu said that this is his battle. His goal is not only to find Khan and Doyle. The main goal is to destroy one of those who killed Junwu. Yanwu can't trust this matter to anyone else. The heroes must definitely start this war with their own hands. Galliard warned that it would not be easy, and Kane replied that nothing comes easy. Galliard wished a successful battle, and Yanwu left. Blue Flower Island has set up several dungeons with people, but what is the reason? If you look at it this way, then these dungeons are a rather ineffective structure. If their goal is to steal artifacts and tokens from ordinary players, then ordinary robbery would be enough. But why would they install dungeons throughout the tutorial that are quite difficult to manage? And why did they restore them even after Artia destroyed them? There must be at least something that cannot be detected from the outside. What could be their most vulnerable point? If Yanwu is lucky enough to find out about this and take everything into his own hands, this will be what he can use to destroy the island of the Blue Flower. 8 clans that crushed Artia and killed Junwu. Especially among them is the Blue Flower Island. It is in this clan that there is a man who plunged a sword into his heart. It seems that the war will begin even earlier than Yanwu expected. In this case, he already knows what to do. He must complete all preparations before the battle begins. The hero looked at how much time he had. About 4 days, or to be more precise, 3.5. During this time, Yanwu needs to destroy Arandan and complete the passage. He must make sure that they do not have time to understand anything and attack without respite. And when their strength runs out, at one time break through and completely rid them of them, from Arandan's base and from its leadership, from everything. Kane decided that he would finish it all in one day. In Sector F, Arandan's base, a member of Arandan reported to Build that they still couldn't find Kane, and the entirety of Sector E had been burned out. Build replied that in the place where he was, something would definitely happen. After this unexpected monster battle, about 70% of their composition was destroyed. Build cannot contact the first group member, which were to become valuable recruits for Blue Flower Island, and the organization of scavengers, which was so difficult to restore after the defeat of Artia, is completely destroyed. And the other members of Arandan were simply swept away, and with them the entire Arandan network spread throughout the tutorial. In fact, this means the destruction of Arandan. All the things accumulated over the past years have completely disappeared. It's like a death sentence. By all means, Build must revive Arandan before the island finds out about it. About 3 days left. In fact, it is impossible to restore Arandan in such a period. Naturally, after finishing the tutorial, everyone will find out, and then Build will not get off with a simple punishment. There is only one way to get out of this situation: to complete this thing. If Build does this, he can rise in the rankings. This person also persistently asked him to end it. Although this is quite a complex matter, and Build still cannot complete it. They had reasons for using players and monsters as materials. Suddenly it dawned on Build. He seems to know who the right victim would be, the guy in the mask. He will want to somehow take Arandan by surprise, and besides, this time he definitely has a more compelling reason. The subordinate said they checked Kane's direction of movement. Apparently, he entered Sector F, but this is just a guess. Build ordered to bring him there, even if the guys had to search every nook and cranny of Sector F, and Build said to do it quickly. First, Bill needs to finish collecting the remaining materials. Build and his subordinates entered the dungeon where Khan and Doyle were chained. Khan asked what he needed and whether it was not enough for them to threaten them. Build just wanted to tell them something. Build revealed that Khan and Doyle would become expendable for the stone. This is an item that can be done by sacrificing players captured by Arandan and the scavengers. The consequence of a dirty experiment is something that should not exist. Build said that they were originally going to slowly drain the energy from Khan and Doyle's bodies, but unfortunately, now they need to hurry up. Build said that they should rejoice. After all, they reduced their suffering for a day or two. Khan didn't care if he died because of his reckless courage, but how would he think about Doyle being subjected to the same circumstances? Khan was very sorry for leading him down the wrong path. This child who left his home trusted only Khan. If only he could somehow free him, but Khan is powerless, and this time everything is repeated. Suddenly, the whole dungeon began to shake. This is strange, because the place was located so that those inside were protected from earthquakes. Something must be going on outside. Suddenly, the subordinate ran in and told Build that there was an invader outside. Build was angry that this was happening now. He ordered to show where he is now. There were a series of explosions outside, and Arandan's people were in panic. And among the crowd of people, Kane was visible. He used goblin legs for speed to kill the scum one by one. His goblin king eye detected an invisible danger nearby. Thanks to the black blade, Cain killed 115 people. The guys screamed, saying that this was not a person, and ran away. But Cain was too strong to get rid of him. Build himself also came out. Cain saw him on the roof of the tower. The hero said that since he does not go to him, he will come to Build himself. Suddenly, someone shouted for Cain to stop. Build looked at him intently from the roof. Build's charges were happy that he appeared and would now save them. Build told Cain that he, like a pathetic rat, had been hiding somewhere all this time, and now he dared to brazenly show up. Build's energy seemed familiar to Yanwu, but could he know such a powerful aura, and could he see this person? The swords that plunged into Junwoo's chest. There were 5 of them. 3 of them from those he called lords, 1 from his beloved, and the last one was from the one whom Junwoo trusted and called his friend, Liant, the man whom the hero's brother considered his friend and trusted him, a man who could be safely trusted to cover your rear. However, he betrayed and plunged a sword into his brother's heart. Next to him were other players whom Liant called brothers. And among them, there was another person who just grinned as he plunged his sword into Junwoo. And that person was Build. Anger spread throughout the hero's body. He told Junwoo that this would be the first gift for him from Youngwoo. Build told Gran's ward to send a message to the island of the Blue Flower, and also convey that Arandan was attacked by a strange guy. But before the guy even had time to listen, he was already killed. Yanwu told Build to stop this useless nonsense and attack if he was going to do that. The hero also said that it is good that Build is not going to run away. Build agreed and replied that Cain would not have gone on a rampage here if he had not had a few tricks up his sleeve. After that, he jumped down and started attacking Yanwu, saying that he will show him how useless his skills are. The first minutes of the battle, both Cain and Build deftly dodged each other. Build is one of those Blue Flower Island players who focuses on capturing. But how did he end up in Arandana, which is focused on the tutorial? Arandan, the scavengers, the island of the Blue Flower, dungeons with players, Build and the one who is behind him. Liant became part of the Blue Flower Island at the cost of killing Junwoo. But he was unhappy that he could not become the head of the island. If he is up to something, then the best cover for his plans is Arandan. Almost everything matches. And then, suddenly, thanks to his incredible speed, Yanwu hit Build in the face. The guy thought to himself that this was impossible, because the players who entered the tutorial are only now having difficulty acquiring their pitiful abilities. Build didn't understand how the hero was able to hit him, and Yanwu just smiled and said that Build doesn't know how to fight at all. Before this, the hero thought that Build could fight properly. It seems that his skills have dulled during his time among the newcomers. Build was shocked that the guy in the mask knew him. He wanted to know Cain's true face. Yanwu decided that he needed to use his magic to its full potential. After that, Build received such a blow from which he could no longer recover. Build's subjects surrounded the hero to protect their master. But with just one blow from the Black Blade, they were all destroyed. Build ordered everyone to block Cain's path. To do this, he used the skill of a puppet. He had never used this skill before, but now he would have to. While the guys were covering Build, he rushed for that same stone. If he has it, he can finish off the bastard Cain. So, the hero actually destroyed all of Arandan, with the exception of one person, Build. Meanwhile, Khan and Doyle did not understand what was going on up there, as it was very loud. They wanted to do a good deed, but in the end, they were buried alive here. Khan didn't understand how they could be so unlucky. Doyle suggested we talk openly. He said that Khan was the lucky one, not him. Doyle simply followed him and ended up in this situation. Khan was furious. He told Doyle he was being a bit of a mischief today. Doyle replied that he had long ago made a promise to himself that if he was going to die, then before that he would at least once object to Khan. Khan said Doyle speaks as if he has always played the role of dutiful little brother. Khan suggested stopping all this, since if they continue to quarrel like this, then nothing good will come of it. Kanu asked Doyle what he thought Cain was doing now. Doyle replied that she didn't even know Cain was fine without them. He was probably already heading to Sector G. If Doyle had known that they would end up in such a situation, then maybe he would have told Cain about that hidden part. He could have used that instead. Suddenly someone said that they could talk about it now. And then Kane appeared at my door. Yan Wu freed the guys and said that they looked so-so. Doyle asked how he got here, and Kane replied that he was passing by and ran in. At the moment of their separation, the hero was rude. Khan told him, "Thank you." Kane replied that if Khan was really grateful, he could tell him about that hidden part of the tutorial. Khan said he was crazy for wanting to make a deal out of this. One way or another, Kane's whole body aches in pain. He understood that he would not be able to escape from here in this state. Doyle thought that in this state they would only become a burden to Kane. They won't just forget it. Doyle is very grateful that Kane came, but for now, it would be better if he left them. Khan smiled and said that they would take care of the rest, but Kane interrupted and said that all the Arandan members were dead, so the guys needn't worry. Khan couldn't believe his ears, but the hero said that Build was still alive. Khan was very surprised by this. Khan thought that Build was going down. It seems that, as Yan Wu suspected, Build is hiding something. Kane asked if there was something below. Khan replied that he himself was not particularly aware, however. He doesn't know what they were planning, but these creatures definitely resorted to sacrifices to make something. Kane, Khan, and Doyle went down into the dungeon and saw dungeons there. Arandan hid this place well. There was a smell of corpses everywhere. How many people did they keep there? Apparently there were definitely people here just a couple of days ago. Did they really decide to do a cleansing during this time? Among the ingredients that can be used in alchemy, the most expensive are human flesh and soul. Not only is this inhumane, it is also very dangerous. Therefore, sacrifices are strictly prohibited in the tower. Despite this, they were going to do something with the help of many souls and flesh. Everything they did from the very beginning to the end caused continuous problems. One way or another, Build is trapped like a rat. Yan Wu saved Kong and Doyle. All that was left was to catch up with Build and end it. The hero turned around and saw numerous souls of the players who had become victims. Kane decided that they also wanted to help him, but he had a condition, and he offered to listen. Meanwhile, Build hastily ran into the secret room and opened the stone. How many forces were killed because of this? All this time, while his comrades were climbing the career ladder, Build patiently waited and put all his strength into this stone. One day, he was going to give this thing to the owner to help him be reborn as a true king. But now Build must survive, so he began to absorb the stone. Lion said that if you just swallow this stone, then enormous magical power can arise inside you. But he also said that there could be two different outcomes. Either the body will not withstand such an amount of magical power and will burst, or it will perceive it and change radically. However, if the stone is completely completed, then the first outcome option disappears. The Build can only hope that it was close to completion. Having absorbed it, Build did not understand what was happening. The reaction should have appeared immediately. He was furious, wondering where he might have missed something. He didn't understand why this was all happening. Suddenly, Kane appeared, who found where Build had decided to escape to. Kane saw the very stone that Build wanted to create, but there was nothing unusual in appearance. Build still didn't understand why there was no reaction. Build began to shout at the hero, asking what else he needed from him and what he had done to him. He asked Yan Wu why he was fighting with them since they had nothing in common. Yan Wu decided to answer this question, but he didn't need to speak to answer. He simply took off his mask, and at that moment Bill saw the light. Build couldn't believe it. Yan Wu, pretending to be Jun Wu, said that they didn't seem to even realize how much he missed him. While the hero was torturing Build, he learned a lot of new things. Jun Wu died, and Artia was disbanded. At the same time, the goals of the alliance of 8 clans disappeared. The tower has undergone major changes. The distribution of power has changed dramatically. Former Artia members had to go their separate ways. Each of them could now take into their own hands what they wanted. But someone's life was resolved halfway. If only someone, even one of them, regretted what they had done a little. But for them, the incident with Jun Wu was just an ordinary matter. Build was barely alive and begged Yan Wu to just kill him. The hero asked what he should do and remembered the Korean fairy tale about a frog who did everything the other way around. Now he understands it perfectly. Yan Wu said that besides him, there are many more who would like to see Build. And after that, he called upon many tortured souls. Evil spirits previously bound to prison were freed with the help of a black bracelet, the dead who became the ingredients for this stone. They wanted revenge on Build so much that they even became Yunwu's minions. Build started shouting that he told Yunwu everything, as he wanted, and again asked him to just kill him. But the hero only went on his way. Yunwu decided that it was necessary to blow up Arendon's base, and those evil spirits seemed to have finished the job. Suddenly, he noticed a body in the ruins. Build wanted to somehow get out of here. He longed for death so much. Yunwu saw the same stone, but it was impossible to identify and use it too. Typically, such items would be classified as grade F items. Were so many people really sacrificed for this failed experiment? The hero decided that there was nothing left to do but throw it away. Although it's better to take it now, and then it will probably have a use. But when Yunwu took the stone in his hand, something strange began to happen. The stone began to literally flow in my hands. The stone seemed to become part of the hero's magical chain, although he did not want it. Fortunately, now Yunwu can find out more than before. And even so, this is still very little information. At least one thing has become clear. This is not a defect or an item of low quality. It is simply not completed yet. But to complete it, a special procedure is required. Yunwu has no choice but to hold him close to her heart until the very end. Still, it doesn't have any effect yet, although it is a little unpleasant. Looking around, the hero realized that it was all over now. He found Khan and Doyle hiding and told them they could come out. Although Khan had always felt this, he said that Kane's level was indeed different. Khan meant that the hero caused all this chaos. He even wondered what they had done to him that made Kane decide to destroy the entire clan. Doyle asked what about Build. Kane replied that he had killed him. Doyle said that was fine, but he had his own thoughts in his head. Doyle understood that the island of the Blue Flower would not allow this to happen. He would like to deal with Build with his own hands. But Doyle isn't that brave. It's just his recklessness. To express his anger, he first needs to gain strength so that in the future he will not lose, no matter what the enemy may be. Khan said that all these scum are dead and now the end is in sight. He was overwhelmed, he only took a couple of steps, and he was already feeling sick. Khan turned to Doyle and said that their journey seemed to end here. Doyle replied that be that as it may, he thought so too. The guys asked where Kane would go now, whether it was to Sector G. Kane replied that yes, now it was possible, and they handed him a bag so that he could take it. And inside was everything that Khan and Doyle had collected during this time. Some of this was used, and some was not. Kane said that if they were trying to repay him with this, he didn't need it. Khan replied that it was not like that. He and Doyle are just about to leave the tutorial. In truth, while Kane was there wreaking havoc among Arendon, he and Doyle seriously discussed everything. They will not be able to go to Sector G in their condition. They cannot maintain their rating, and besides, they may again be caught by other players. So Doyle said they decided to quietly walk away from this round to try again next time. Honestly, there's no point if they can't move up to first or second place in the rankings. The player who can climb to first place will receive a corresponding prize. That's why Yunwu tries so hard to accumulate more points. But Kane was surprised that if you throw a round, you can start again. Doyle explained that there were initially a lot of players who tried to complete the tutorial several times. They fight until they gain the right to enter the tower. And Yunwu all this time thought that you can only enter here once in your entire life. And there were no special notes in my brother's diary. That is, all this time, he did so many unreasonable things, although he could not have done it at all. Damn Junwoo. However, there is no specific period for opening a tutorial. The tower itself opens it when the time is right. Although you can try again next time, no one knows how long you will have to wait. Anyway, it was fun. Yunwu was even able to capture, build, and meet good players. But Kane was surprised that the guys wanted him to take it all. Khan replied that one way or another, it was better that someone could use it than just throw it away. Pant and Idora. Kang thought Yunwu could punch those assholes in the face. Doyle told Khan that he looked completely inappropriate now. Doyle and Khan began to argue about the fact that since they could not cope with them, then they could simply blame everything on Kane. Pano and Idora, the hero has heard and seen these names more than once. Every time the hero checks the rating of the tutorial, these names adorn the tops. Plus, Yunwu has to face them in Sector G. Kane asked what kind of people they were. Khan replied that they were monsters. He tried so many times to surpass them, but it was all to no avail. Pant and Edora are just some kind of monsters. So Khan said, take it and make sure to get to first place. In general, they give up their place to the hero. Kane said that he would try for the sake of the guys. This is exactly what Khan was waiting for. This is exactly what a man should show on the battlefield: friendship and rivalry. Kane put on the lizard crown, and Khan and Doyle began to laugh at the sight of him. There is a little more than a day left, and the last sector. There is not much left. Yanwu must break through. The hidden part of the tutorial, which requires the crown of Hargan, is located in the deepest place, the Echidna's lair. Khan and Doyle told the hero about this and also explained to him how to get there. Yanwu descended into this lair, gradually destroying the Echidnas until he reached the last location where he encountered the boss. It was a strong creature, comparable in strength to Akasha. If Yanwu didn't have Hargan's crown, then who knows if he would have remained buried alive in this lair, or maybe even been killed by this boss. And after killing the boss, the hero received the last part that Khan and Doyle were preparing for Pant and Edora: Vigrid. Ibiulker watched everything that happened. He said that no matter how you look at it, this man is really very greedy. He dealt with Akasha, and even Arandan got involved. And now he has reached Vigrid. Even though Yanwu entered the tutorial a week late, he still got hold of these hidden items that were difficultly waiting for him. The more Ibiulker watched the hero, the more interesting it became. There were no more than 12 hours left until the end of the tutorial, and he was wondering what else Kane could show during this time. This show should have been even more interesting, because only he, Ibiulker, knows about everything. Only moderators at the highest level can restrict access to these posts. Among the moderators, there are also those who neglect their duties and make various deals with players. Therefore, Ibiulker decided that it was better to hide it in order to avoid bad consequences. Yanwu entered the last area of the tutorial, Sector G. He finally made it here. This is the last step. This challenge is similar to the ones in areas E and F, where you had to collect tokens. In this sector, a player can steal merit points from another player. To do this, he needs to defeat him in a duel. But compared to previous sectors, here the confrontation between players is open. Because of this, chaos reigns in this place. Everyone is fighting in brutal fights. Junwoo only said two things about this place: battle royale and chaos. A place where battles between the best players take place. But it is also a place where things change quickly. The most unexpected turn of events can happen here. When the hero got up, he saw a large crowd of people. Yanwu felt a very powerful aura, and the players discussed whether this was even possible in the tutorial. Some guy shouted that it was funny to see players bending over backwards to avoid failure. Behind him he saw a girl, a protruding sharp fang, purple hair, golden eyes, a horn right on his temple. These one-horned ones are Pant and Edora. One-horned, among all the creatures in the tower, only they are called incarnations of martial arts. Here he is, Pant. Pant told Yanwu not to stand idle, but to attack. Otherwise, Pant said he would attack himself. People are panicking and hotels are stopping it. The punt easily penetrated the weak shield of the players. He interrupted one after another. Pant said that with such strength they could not even cope with a garden scarecrow. Most of the players were already lying dead, and the rest stood in fear. Pant shouted to everyone to stop standing there and do something. Yanwu saw that Pant was strong. No wonder they dealt with Akasha so easily. And there is another one, Edora, younger sister of Pant, the unbeaten #1 ranked player. Khan told the hero something about Edora. Khan said that Pant is crazy strong. It creates the feeling of a huge, insurmountable mountain. But Edora is a different matter. She's much softer than Pant, but she is completely impossible to read. When you see her, it seems as if you are looking into a bottomless sea. That's why she's scary. Even if the tallest mountain stands in front of you, you will still be able to see the top. But seeing the seabed is not so easy. It seems Yanwu now understands what Kang meant. Edora seems to be hiding something huge and terrifying. What is this? Her calm gaze overtook the hero. Something hidden inside her was watching him. Ha! Yanwu noticed, and the hero wanted to observe the situation a little more. Apparently, it's time for him to stop looking at them from afar. There's nothing you can do about it. All that remains is to show yourself. And then Yan-Wu takes the bag that Kang and Doyle gave him and pours out all the contents. The players did not understand who this guy was and what he was doing. They said it was just a waste. Pant and Eudora watched everything carefully, but after that, Yan-Wu used conversion. All tokens collected in sectors E and F have been successfully converted into merit points and added to the hero's main account. The rating of the tutorial was updated and now Kane was in first place. Everyone shouted that this couldn't happen. This is the first time they've seen someone break out into first place since this round of the tutorial started. The bait has been cast, now it's time to try it. The hero used Bigrid. In the long-forgotten Silver Age, there was a holy sword, which all the greatest heroes of that time wanted to take possession of. However, this sword, having passed through many heroes and absorbed a huge amount of blood, ultimately transformed into a demonic weapon. Even after passing through several eras, this holy sword was unable to return to its original form. In order to return this weapon to its original appearance, a special condition must be met. Most of the abilities are hidden. Everyone around did not understand what kind of artifact it was, and that such a powerful weapon really existed. They were discussing Yan-Wu's ranking score. Even if they shared this tidbit among everyone, they could still move up in the rankings. In addition, this is a solo player who does not have a team. Therefore, they decided that if they captured him, there would be no consequences. Even if he is as strong as Eudora and Pant, no matter how strong he is, will he be able to withstand such a huge number of players? Initially, Bigrid was the name given to the battlefield on which divine beings and heroes fought. However, his currently available abilities are quite impressive. The first ability is the Blessing of the Sword. The hatred of the previous owners absorbed into Bigrid changes its divine powers to a curse. Khan and Doyle paid special attention to this ability. The demonic energy accumulated on the blade of the sword will increase in proportion to the strength and number of opponents. The chance of dealing critical damage also increases. Khan said that Bigrid's power would increase in proportion to the power of Pant and Eudora. Yan-Wu can match their strength in one go. Khan said this is one of the easiest ways to overtake the greats Pant and Eudora in the rankings. All that remains is to go through the last sector. It is necessary to accumulate demonic energy in advance, so Yan-Wu decided to deal with this little thing first. The power of the sword was enormous. It took dozens of lives with it. The players were hysterical, and those who remained hoped for salvation. Although Khan and Doyle mainly talked about the blessing of the sword, but in fact this sword has another quite good ability, the blessing of poison. At the moment of delivering the final blow to the enemy, a curse begins to affect everyone nearby. Infected players have their defense level and movement speed reduced. Thus, Yan-Wu finished off the remaining players. He's done with these losers and his next target is Eudora. But suddenly Pant stood in front of Eudora. He had long been waiting for a real battle, not these petty losers. He asked Eudora if he would go, and she asked if he ever needed her permission. Eudora said that she would not tell her father anything. Pant was about to leave, but Eudora reminded her to leave something for her. When she took this incredible thing in her hands, she returned to first place. Players began to go crazy that they could just give away 60,000 points like that. Pano said not to compare them with these weaklings, since they initially had different levels with them. Pant hoped that the masked guy would fight at full strength. This is known only to his one-horned clan. Their inherited fighting skill, the secret technique is the Thunder Fist. Pant wanted to quickly take away Yan-Wu's points, but the hero is also not easy, so when their forces collided, Yan-Wu was able to block Pant's blow. Pant said that the hero seems to be not that bad, even more than good. He was about to hit further, but Yan-Wu beat him to it. Even for Pant it was dangerous. Pant did not believe that anyone could have hit him. Born into a royal family, he learned many martial techniques. He absorbed the energy of Akasha and is now filled with incredible magical power. Pant did not believe that he could lose so easily. Pant wiped the blood and said that the one who should become king cannot lose. He cannot back down. He learned this from his father. This is Pant's true strength. Pant was very interested. He never thought that he would meet such a player in this place. He struck Yan-Wu, but the hero managed to dodge. Eudora burned them with her gaze. The sudden attack caused dust to rise, obscuring the view, and now the hero cannot recognize Pant's movements. But Pant also cannot see Yan-Wu's movements. But suddenly, Pant crept up from behind and hit the hero in the chest with all his might. Yan-Wu began to fall down. Pant grabbed him and said that the fairy tale is now over. This was supposed to happen. A skill that Yanwu has never used before is foresight. The last time the hero tested this skill was before heading to Sector G. This skill allows you to see a specific moment in the future. The time of possible foresight depends on the level of skill and magical power. After using this skill, the player may feel dizzy due to a sudden change in reality. After that, Yanwu left this skill for a long time and did not remember about it. But is it really that simple? While on the battlefield, the hero saw how countless lives were cut short in a matter of seconds. It seemed to him that if only this man could foresee a couple of seconds of his future, he would be able to save his life. Yanwu will be able to use this skill for only a short time, but it will consume a lot of magical power. This skill gives him the ability to anticipate for only a few seconds. The more Yanwu spends magical power, the more he can see. The fee for using this skill is very high. To use it at least once, you need to spend approximately 2/3 of its total magical power. Now Yanwu will be able to use this skill for no more than 5 seconds. And perhaps the biggest problem is knowing the right moment to use this ability. After all, Yanwu cannot predict exactly when his life will be in danger. In a duel with an opponent, the situation changes damn quickly. So 3 seconds of anticipation may not be enough. You also need to have time to analyze the situation. It sounds simple, but in reality, it is crazy. However, by predicting the future, will Yanwu be able to increase the limit of his abilities? And of course, if he fails, he will die immediately. But it seems, having succumbed to the excitement, Yanwu got the taste. In the end, things didn't turn out so bad. Thanks to foresight, he knew his future. Now, thanks to the Dragon's Eye, the desire to fight and increased feelings, Yanwu will be able to improve his body. And after he uses the lightning step, he will use the magic power at full power. And then, when Pont said that Yanwu was finished, he was actually finished. The hero used the blessing of the sword and dealt the decisive blow. Yanwu has one more second. The next target is Idora. In Yanwu's vision, Idora counterattacked. Next comes the most important thing. If everything goes as predicted, she should collapse by now, bleeding. But this did not happen, and Idora repelled the blow. But Yanwu didn't make any mistakes. So why didn't the vision come true? Idora struck, and dust once again enveloped the entire battlefield. She told Yanwu that he is very strong. These eyes, this is what Idora hid for so long. She was able to penetrate Yanwu's vision. Insight is a skill that allows you to see through the essence of objects. Parth has the Thunderfist skill, a secret technique of the Changnam family. Idora was also able to master one of these techniques. However, due to the fact that the process of learning this skill is incredibly difficult, only Idora was able to master it. It was this skill that helped the twins reach the first and second ranks of the tutorial. Insight gives you the ability to see through reality. Thanks to this skill, she can determine the thoughts and actions of the enemy, therefore blocking almost any attack. Yanwu's predictions were simply blocked. The time of prediction had expired, and Idora asked the hero if he was going to continue. Yanwu replied that no, and it was time to finish. Idora said it was a good decision. The hero took on so many players at the same time, including Pant. She was impressed. Idora said it was the first time she had seen such a player. She would like to give up first place to Yanwu, but they also have their own good reasons. The hero replied that this was strange and asked why Idora thought that he was going to give up. Idora was perplexed. And then Yanwu takes out her talismans. She didn't understand how it happened. Yanwu replied that it was all because of her eyes. They seem to have a limitation. She can only foresee what is in her field of vision. While one of the daggers was falling, he cut the rope on Idora's belt that held the golden crystals. Idora was only focused on significant attacks, so she overlooked this. The hero said that he would take care of it, and then he skyrocketed in the rankings to first place. The players around were shocked. They said that if Yanwu hadn't stolen Idora's golden talismans, he would still have taken first place. Own benefit. A player who consumes everything in his path. Idora tried to stop the hero, but he used a lightning step to quickly evaporate. The first defeat in the tutorial is a complete defeat. But suddenly Idora blushed and said that he was so cool. There were only a few seconds left until the end of the tutorial, and it finally ended. All players will be moved to the waiting area. There were a lot of people around. They were all whispering about the person who took first place. The rumors even reached those who weren't in Sector G. Yanwu didn't think he would attract so much attention. The key of Zeus. There's only one way to get it. In general, there are two places that the hero must go to when he enters the tower. The first place is the home of the Artia clan, and another thing is the treasury of Olympia, a place where ancient deities kept treasures. And the key of Zeus is one of the 12 keys that open this treasury. By the way, it looks like Khan and Doyle have already left. They said they were going to leave right away. It's even a pity that Yanwu won't be able to meet them here. Suddenly, someone called the hero from the crowd, and it turned out to be Yule. He heard that a masked newcomer appeared in the tutorial and immediately understood that they were talking about Cain. And Yule became more cheerful. Looks like he's found Frisia's garden. Yule replied that he accidentally found it in the waiting room of the sector. In this garden, there is a spirit with whom you can make a contract. As a sorcerer, Yule has extraordinary abilities. The hero believed that if he could learn elemental magic, he would achieve considerable success, and it seems he was not mistaken. Yanwu used the dragon's eye on Yule. This is no longer the same Yule that he was before. The hero told Yule that he seemed to have achieved great success and asked if he had found any other hidden objects. Yule replied that almost. He met his mentor. Yule said not to worry, because he is not like those people. He's really grateful to him. Also, before Yanwu left, Yule wanted to find him and thank him. Thanks to him, he was able to change his thinking and meet a good mentor. Yule said that they would definitely meet again someday and then left. It seems that Yule has become one step closer to the tower. The hero did not expect this. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the field. Someone said they were glad to see the players' faces again. And this was the tutorial administrator, Ibayolker. He was happy to welcome everyone. Ibayolker said everyone did a great job. Their superior agility in this round of the tutorial and ability to come up with solutions in different situations was amazing. Ibayolker hopes that players will continue to show such great qualities as they progress through the tower. Now it's time to present the results to the players. Yanwu was in first place under a hidden name. People couldn't believe that the hero had 510,000 points. Typically, the leaders of the tutorial received from 50,000 to 100,000 at best. Pant and Edora also watched everything. Pant glared at the hero with an angry look, and Edora just smiled and congratulated Yanwu. The hero was surprised and used the dragon's eye. Judging by the aura, this congratulation is sincere, but they are rivals. How was Yanwu able to make a good impression on Edora? Ibayolker announced the winner and said that this is the highest result not only for this round, but also in the entire history of the tutorial. And of course, Yanwu will receive a reward for this. The hero received a notification whether he wants to place his name in the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame is a place where only people who have received the most points at each stage of the tower can place their name. Undoubtedly, such an honor is an outstanding achievement. This is the glory that every player craves. But Yanwu rejected the name registration. Ibayolker told Yanwu that he truly has a unique character. But still, sometimes he comes across people like the hero. Possessing outstanding abilities, they do not flaunt it. Yanwu just didn't want to give his real name. And now, it's time for the awards. Yanwu received the ibis egg and the lion helmet of the King of Beasts. All this can be exchanged for other items. And these things themselves look good. In particular, the key of Zeus, which the hero also received. With its help, you can open the treasury of Zeus. The method of use is unknown. In the eyes of an unknowing person, it looks like an F-class item. In fact, many players who took first place considered this key to be useless, so they either threw it away or lost it somewhere. But later, these players learned about the true purpose of this item and very much regretted this omission. In order to complete this key, you need to collect 11 more items, and it's a no-brainer that all the remaining items are hidden. Without a doubt, getting the remaining keys will not be easy, but Yanwu is obliged to open the treasury of Olympus at all costs. But holding this key in her hands, Yanwu gets the feeling that now everything is finally over. Ibayolker said that this is where they come to an end. Players who have gained access to the tower will receive a separate notification. If someone didn't receive it, they can try their luck next time. Ibayolker showed that the exit was at the bottom of the room. Yanwu received a notification that he had proven that he had enough abilities to enter the tower. They hope that he will continue to try his best to become a tower deity. The hero was about to go there, but suddenly Pant stopped him. He asked the hero to come to him. Pant still could not forget what happened in Sector G, and that Yanwu won thanks to the artifact. Pant wanted to put all that stuff aside and fight one-on-one. He said that if a hero is a fighter, he cannot refuse. But Yanwu raised his hands up and said he gave up. He said Pant won and that was all. Pant won't fight someone who has given up. And after that, Yanwu left. Pant was furious and tried to stop the hero, saying that he was not finished yet. A new recruit appeared in the tower. As soon as the tutorial round ended, rumors spread throughout different communities of the tower at incredible speed. The person who took first place, the person who scored 500K for the first time, is simply an unimaginable amount of points. He swept through Sector G and took over everything he could. The one who crushed the one-horned twins. Therefore, he received the nickname Tycoon, a person who benefits for himself. Of course, many clans had their eyes on him. They all tried to find out about the true face of the recruit, but no one could find information about him. The rookie constantly wore a mask, hid his name, and didn't even register him in the Hall of Fame. Ultimately, the identity of this recruit was completely shrouded in mystery. Various rumors and guesses accumulated like snowdrifts. Yanwu found himself in a city, and in the distance there was a tower. It seemed to him that this could only be seen in a dream. And what immediately catches your eye is a tall tower located in the middle of an endless city. Divine Tower Obelisk. There inside the tower, top players, top clans, people who were associated with Junwu. They are all the ruling elite of the tower. Everything Junwu did seemed like a challenge to them, so there was nothing he could do. But now, everything is different. Yanwu will look at them through the eyes of his brother, speak to them in his voice, and they will return to them everything that they did to him. Now this is the real beginning of the story. Yanwu was looking for a place based on his brother's photo, and judging by it, this is the same neighborhood. It was a workroom. When the hero entered there, he apologized for disturbing him, but no one was there. It looks like something happened here not too long ago, but not a spot on the weapon. All high-class items. For example, Henov's metal black helmet, Henov's battle bow, and Henov's high-end sword. But the hero noticed an unusual object, the class, rank, and description of which were hidden. There are two objects here that Yanwu cannot recognize even with the help of the dragon eye. What a mess it was! It seems that some of the weapons here are so high-end that the hero cannot identify them. Yanwu continued to touch and look at everything when suddenly the door opened. A man came in and asked the hero who he was. Yanwu, seeing this man, realized that he was the same gnome from Junwu's photograph. Here, the hero cannot be wrong. Junwu mentioned several times in his diary that the dwarf was smiling in the photo. It said that he was one of the Artia members that Junwu had relied on so many times that it was impossible to count them all. His brother often talked about how dependent he was on him in the tower. And in the end, this creature became the only comrade that Junwu could rely on, Hanova. They were like a father to Junwu. To be honest, both Yanwu and Junwu don't have that many memories of their father. When they were children, they were told that he died due to an accident. The only memory I had of him was when he hugged the two of them, and they laughed happily together. What was it about this Hanova that Junwu started calling him father? Yanwu told Hanova that he came to buy weapons. The dwarf was surprised that the hero was not embarrassed even by the state of the shop. Yanwu didn't even think there was any problem with this. Hanova started shouting that he was a sick bastard to stop fooling around and get out of here. Yanwu repeated that he seriously came to buy weapons. Hanova sent him and told him that he was no longer selling weapons, and suddenly the hero asked if this was because of the dissolution of Artia. Hanova was speechless for a second. He clenched his fists and told the guy not to talk about what he didn't know. So Yanwu hit the nail on the head. Originally, Hanova was Artia's blacksmith. He was not a member of the group because he was not a player, but he was very close to the members of Artia, so he could be considered one of them. And thanks to his amazing weapons, Artia emerged victorious from many battles. And now I want to find out the reason why Hanova, despite her excellent craftsmanship, does not sell her weapons. Yanwu began to speculate that they were trying to force Krenova to join other clans. Krenova rudely replied that there was no need to poke your nose into other people's affairs. Yanwu said that based on Hanova's character, he wouldn't believe that he gave in to their pressure. Perhaps it was these clans that attacked customers who bought weapons from Hanova. This prevented him from continuing to work as a blacksmith. You don't have to dig deep to understand this. Yanwu told the dwarf not to worry if that was the reason, and asked him to just sell him the weapon. Hanova said okay and asked what of all this the hero wants to buy. Yanwu showed that sword, and Hanova sighed heavily. He asked Yanwu if he had any money, and the hero asked him to give him a loan. Canova began to get angry and ask what the hell was going on, and was the hero really mocking him. Yanwu replied that of course there is, and he was just joking. Yanwu showed a whole bag of treasures. Hanova immediately realized that the guy received it from the dark elf Galliard. Hanova admitted that Yanwu is not that simple for being able to get this. This skinny and tall elf, although he has a terrible character, is worth admitting that he has a trained eye. This dark elf will never give this thing to someone he doesn't recognize. Hanova spread his hands and told the hero to show the things he received in the tutorial, but he warned that his things are not cheap, but will exceed all expectations. Yanwu took out the teeth and jaw of a goblin, the eyeball of a lizard man, the ribs of an orc, and the brains and blood of a troll. Hanova thought to himself that these things may be trash in themselves, but they are used at the core of that artifact. If you look closely, the things Yanwu carries on her are too good for a newbie. The hero has a sword containing holy and demonic energy. Under normal circumstances, such a sword simply could not exist. There is only one reason why such a thing exists. The sword was originally sacred, but was later cursed and turned into demonic. Hanova also needs to take a better look at this black bracelet on the hero's hand to find out the details. He is sure that this is a very powerful artifact. Hanova was surprised that Yanwu actually got all this in the tutorial. And then suddenly, Yanwu began to pull out incredible things. Hanova said that the hero was mocking him and asked if the hero had any idea what this thing was. Yanwu replied that of course, yes. It was the thing that the Beast Lord wore, the lion slap. Then the hero took out a very rare ibis egg. This is an egg laid by the demon ibis. It can only hatch under certain conditions. Once hatched, it will follow whatever creature it sees first. The Beast Lord was one of the most famous lords. He ruled the tower along with the Vampire Lord. The items belonging to the Beast Lord may be of lower quality than Bathory's vampiric dagger, but that does not mean that they are completely useless. The ibis egg was also a priceless item. The ibis is a hellish beast that lives deep in the jungles of Gehenna. The process of hatching an egg is extremely difficult, but considering the benefits of becoming such a creature as your pet, it is worth it. Beast Lord's item and demon egg. If one person uses both of these items, then he will definitely become one of the most outstanding players. Hanova is confident in the weapons he creates, but his swords are nothing compared to the things Yanwu has. He decided that the hero was definitely mocking him. Hanova was angry that this wallflower was looking down on him. Yanwu told the blacksmith that if these things are not equal to the price of the dagger, then what about the order? Hanova asked if the hero was thinking about the Eye of Gies. Yanwu replied that it was. Gies is a giant who has 12 arms and hundreds of eyes. The artifact named after this monster was definitely worth the 2 things that were presented. Hanova told the guy that he was a fucking psycho, and that was his original goal. Not that Hanova blames the hero for this, since there are only 5 blacksmiths capable of creating such a thing, and one of them is Hanova. Yanwu heard that the gnome no longer creates artifacts. Because of this, such a tasteless method was the only way to bring it to him. Yanwu asked for forgiveness. Hanova asked whether the guy understood what this meant, and whether he was serious about asking to create such a thing. Yanwu replied that as he said earlier, he will deal with the rest of the clans. The hero once again said not to worry about it. All Hanova has to do is concentrate on creating the Eye of Gies. Yanwu said that if Hanova is afraid of them, then he can do nothing about it either. Hanova shouted that he understood and would do it. Yanwu broke through in assessing the thing, and the level of the dragon eye skill increased. He received Hanova's magical dagger, a dagger into which Hanova poured his entire soul. It took 3 years to create it. It was originally created for someone very important, but with the death of this person, it absorbed the anger and rage of Hanova. Because of this, the dagger has become so sharp that it can easily cut stone. The magical dagger feeds on the owner's emotions. The stronger the emotion, the sharper the blade becomes. The dagger inflicts a bleed effect, slowly draining the enemy's life. If the target's health is less than 20%, there is a chance that the target will receive the ice poison effect. This thing is an artifact of a growing type. An artifact can increase power along with its owner. The dagger was much better than Yanwu expected. It fit very well in the hand. The hero feels as if he has found a precious thing that he lost a long time ago. Yanwu was wondering this dear person who was mentioned in the description for whom the dagger was made. 1 month. Initially, the hands on the clock did not move, but now they have started to move, even at a very low speed. This means that gradually they begin to start. Suddenly, with the help of the dragon's eye, Yanwu realized that a tail was following him. 17 people. The hero began to think. They came for his artifacts or to try to intimidate him. They may be weaklings, but they'll be a real nuisance later if Yanwu doesn't deal with them now. So Yanwu decided to maneuver a little. Those who were tracking him did not understand where he had gone. They couldn't lose him. Yanwu came to the restaurant and said that he wanted a table on the terrace on the top floor. The view was very beautiful. The manager told the hero that he is very lucky because their terrace is known for its stunning views and is very popular among their clients. Their regular customer just left this place. Yanwu said that he would have nut coffee without syrup and asked if they used artificial beans. Junwoo visited this cafe often. Yanwu walked to the nearby places that his brother mentioned in his diary. Many players don't find the outer area particularly interesting, but Junwoo had many memories of this place. The dreams that Bart has recommended in the past have always been good. I wonder what Junwoo was thinking while sitting here. What was it like laughing with your friends? But the coffee was still bitter. Hanova was working in his workshop and suddenly Yanwu came. The gnome asked why he came here again. The hero replied that he dropped in here on the way. He was bored and also wanted to check how the work was going. Yanwu seemed to have given the blacksmith everything he needed yesterday, but asked if anything else was needed. As the hero thought, Hanova had already started working on it. He said he'd be here to keep an eye on the gnome just in case. Over the past few days, Hanova has already realized that this boy is a tough nut to crack. No matter what Hanova does, he never listens or gets angry. If the gnome continues to be nervous because of this, then he will only transfer nerve cells in vain. Hanova decided to just pretend that the guy wasn't here. Yeon-woo looked at Hanova with the eyes of a dragon. First comes smelting, slowly melting the metal inside a furnace, then casting, pouring liquid metal into a mold for a dagger, forging the metal into the desired shape, and finally sharpening. Looking at Hanova's work, her process became clear to the hero, and one word came to mind: artisan. Thanks to the artifacts created by Hanova's skillful hands, Junwoo was nicknamed the Wings of Heaven. This means how the things he used were created. Suddenly, Hanova was right in front of Yanwu and was angry that he fell asleep. The dwarf asked how the hero dared to fall asleep when she said that she had come to keep an eye on him while he was busting his ass. Yanwu replied that he said he was bored. Hanova got angry and told the hero to sit there and forge something if he was bored and stop getting on his nerves. Yanwu caught the hammer and agreed, but asked how to light the stove, because Hanova needs to teach him to do it correctly. Hanova told the hero to close his mitten. It seems that Yanwu understood why Junwoo liked this dwarf so much. Leonte, one of the 5 leaders of the Blue Flower Island, a former member of Artia, looked at all this misfortune. Everything is much worse than what was said in the patronymic. Even if we forget about the survivors, all the work they put so much effort into disappeared in one day. They can't even find information about what happened here. Did it happen because of the heart or because of something else? Leonte ordered to find Build at any cost and search the entire tutorial. He was angry that this all happened right now. Yanwu wanted Hanova to actually teach him metallurgy. It doesn't matter if he only teaches the hero the basics, because Yanwu really wants to learn it. Hanova asked why he needed this. Yanwu replied that there was something he wanted to repair. The hero apologized, but he can't show Hanova what he wants to fix. The clock was already broken and in poor condition when it returned to Yanwu. But due to the fact that there were magical devices inside, the hero was unable to disassemble it on his own. Of course, if it were Hanova, he could easily fix them. However, this is something that the hero wants to do himself. This watch is what Junwoo left him, and it holds many memories from their childhood. Hanova said he thought nothing could be done about it. Yanwu thought that the dwarf would be angry with him because he asked to train him without a good reason. Hanova replied that at least Yanwu's request was not a joke and that he was completely clueless about it. If the hero does not want to talk, then Hanova will not ask. Players leave their worlds and try to climb to the top of the tower, so everyone has their own story. Yanwu may be the same, and his mask is clear proof of that. The dwarf said that because of Yanwu's order, he doesn't have time to train him. He can show the hero the basics, but he must understand the rest by watching him work. The hero thanked him. Hanova said that he teaches Yanwu not because he likes him, but because he is just bored. Yanwu just smiled. Despite what Hanova looks like, he is a rather shy dwarf. Hanova yelled at Yanwu that he was doing everything wrong and forced him to redo it. And yet, the dwarf admitted that the guy was not so bad. Usually, when people first start using a hammer, they either cannot adjust the force or make a lot of mistakes. But after understanding the basics, Yanwu began to cope quite well, and that's impressive. It feels like the hero sees the place where he needs to hit, with what force and how many times he needs to do it. At first, Yanwu looked like a complete ignoramus at blacksmithing. But every time Hanova points out his mistakes, he learns from them. And now the hero can no longer be distinguished from any other average blacksmith. This is the first time Hanova has seen people learn so quickly. Or in the second. Yanwu reminded Hanova Junwu, who also asked to teach him this. It seemed to the dwarf that he was getting old, since he was thinking about such useless things. He threw a piece of iron at Yanwu and said that this was the wrong corner. It's been 2 weeks since the hero started studying here. This road seems familiar to him already. Interesting gnome. He grumbles and complains about the mistakes Junwu makes, but always makes sure he gets it right. Now it's clear why Junwu said that he resembles his father. Hanova is truly a nice creature. Yanwu thought Junwu had lost everything, but now he is glad to know that he still has those who never betrayed him, and that's why the hero can't let Junova die. You can't involve him in your problems. It's enough that Yanwu knows who Hunova is. As soon as the Eye of Gies is ready, the hero will disappear from the forge. As the hero wanted, he found himself inside the tower. Here he was able to plunge into the vulgarity of Junwu and even met someone with whom he was close. Now Yanwu has the last thing left to do. Climb the upper floors of the tower from Yang and meet them, the top rankers. They occupy all the upper floors. The outer area and lower floors are where the dregs live, too pathetic and unworthy to be near the best of the best. Therefore Yanwu needs to become stronger as quickly as possible, since only being on the same land with him will he be able to avenge his brother. Suddenly, the hero was surrounded by a group of people. These people were looking for the hero according to his description, a white mask and a cloak. They said he was the idiot who ignored their warning and started hanging around Henova's forge. They asked Yanwu what made him think he could ignore their warning since he had recently quit the tutorial. These are the bastards who keep bothering Genova. And the hero was wondering why they hadn't shown up all this time. Subordination to the 8 clans. In fact, the 8 clans don't care what happens outside the upper floors, but there are many small clans here that have the protection of the 8 above mentioned, and they need to act tactfully so as not to fall out of favor. It appears that the oppression of Hanova was one of these actions. The guy was angry that Yanwu was being laughed at and called him a crazy bastard. The hero said to stop annoying him and get out of the way. The guys were outraged and took out their swords to attack, but Yanwu did it first. With the help of the dragon's eye, he killed one by one. Almost everyone has already been killed. Some tried to resist, but the dagger quickly flew to their heads. The guys couldn't believe that a newcomer could be so strong. Yanwu told one of them that if he would hurry up and take his friends to the healer, then he would have a chance to save them. If he can, of course. Others asked how the hero dared, because he has no idea who he contacted. The hero doesn't even know who is behind them. The bald guy told Yanwu that he would end up just like Hanova once they found him. The hero grabbed him by the throat and demanded that he repeat once again what happened to Hanova. The guy said that if Yanwu lets him go, then they will spare that old man. The hero did so and asked what the hell they did to Hanova. The hero began to kill the remaining guys, saying that he only needed one of them to get the answer. One of the guys said that their boss said that if they left Hanova alone, it would ruin their reputation. So he sent another group to destroy his forge. Yanwu left only this guy alive and demanded to show the way. Yanwu immediately ran to the forge. There he saw the crippled Hanova in a broken room. The dwarf apologized, saying that they took everything. Him, the hero, even the things that Yanwu ordered. He didn't know how he could repay, but Yanwu wasn't interested. The hero was only interested in whether Canova was okay. Fortunately, he did not appear to have any serious injuries. Yanwu said that he will take care of everything, so let Hunova recover her body and get some rest. Henova grabbed the hero's hand and asked what he was going to do. Yanwu replied that he was going to go and return what they took. Night Watch. This is a fairly powerful clan among the underworld in the outer region of the tower. There is a rumor that they are related to the Red Dragon, one of the 8 great clans. Because of this, no one wants to mess with them. But Hanova, hearing this, said that he would not allow the guy to go there, since the dwarf would not forgive himself if something happened to him. But Yanwu reassured the old man. The hero continued to remind Hanova of Junwu. He didn't understand why he continued to remember that boy. The hero grabbed that guy and asked his name. The guy's name was Willet. Yanwu said that if he lied to him, then he is dead. Willet brought the hero to the right place. Judging by the number of traps set here, this must be the place. Yanwu told Willet that they were coming. The guy was in a panic, but he had no choice. Willet came in and the boss asked him what he was doing at this hour and why he was so quiet. The guy didn't look like himself. When the boss put his hand on Willet, Yanwu intercepted it and threw the guy back. Everyone started shouting that Willet was a damn traitor and started attacking the hero. With simple movements, Yanwu broke his opponent's legs and arms and threw them back. They didn't understand who the hell he was. One of the men said that they were fighting with one damn player who had only recently come out of the tutorial and demanded to catch him. Suddenly Yanwu heard the sound of an activated trap, but he didn't understand where she was, above or below. Using the dragon's eyes, he saw that someone was trying to escape through the secret passage, as if Yanwu would allow it. Yanwu, using his magical power, broke the floor and saw the man who was taking jewelry and documents out of the safe. The hero went down to this floor. The man took out his sword and was ready to fight. But Yanwu hit him, causing his sword to simply break in half. And after that, the hero dealt the man the final blow with a dagger, until he even realized what had happened. Suddenly, Yanwu saw 2 guys sitting on top of him in a panic. He told them that if they did not want to die, then one of them should come down to him. Yanwu ordered himself a coffee and told the guy that he hoped the coffee wasn't poisoned. The guy was very nervous and replied that he wouldn't dare. People didn't understand what hole this monster came out of. Their guild always intimidated newcomers who started looking for Hanova because of rumors about his abilities. But this Yanwu is different. No wonder he has such powerful artifacts. They would never have thought that he was that same greedy devil. The guys didn't understand why the hell he was here in the outer area. The guys didn't think it would be so difficult to figure him out, even though he broke the tutorial record. They can't believe this is the end for their clan. Most likely the Night's Watch will suspend its activities. Yanwu suggested that the guy talk about compensation. The guy was shocked and asked what the hero meant. Yanwu explained that he was talking about money to replace the things destroyed by the guild, payment for the repair of the building that was torn to pieces, and all the money that Hanova lost due to the blockade of his business, as well as payment for the treatment of his physical and psychological wounds. The list is quite long. The hero told the guy that if they had problems with this, then he could just take that thing that was attached to his neck. The guy immediately began to nod his head negatively. Yanwu demanded that all the contents of the safes be brought to him. They are going to restore Hanova's forge, so the guy must make sure that he brings everyone who is responsible for the pogroms there and the intimidation of Hanova. They will repair Hanova's forge themselves. Also, from now on, this guy is responsible for protecting Hanova from blackmail from other clans. Yanwu doesn't care what he says to the clan about him or Hyunwoo. It's quite possible that they don't give a damn about it. The guy was just hysterical. Yanwu said that since everything is clear, he will leave the rest to the guy. Then the hero began to think that it was worth making them do more than he asked. It would be nice to make an example for them. Suddenly, he noticed Hanova, who was thinking about something. Hanova was very worried and asked Yanwu where he was. The hero just threw a bag in front of the gnome. All the stolen things were there. Hanova was angry that Yanwu got into trouble. But Hanova said that the hero, in any case, is not one of those who will listen to him. At least he came back alive. Hanova said to bring it all inside. Pant and Idora were sitting in a pub. The man told them that this was the same greedy devil who had been successfully hiding until that moment. It is likely that he was with Master Blacksmith Hanova in the outer region this entire time. The man told them that the Master Blacksmith was constantly under attack from a nearby crime family, but he took care of them. Suddenly, Pant had an idea, and Edora thought she had heard the name Canova before. The forge was like new, and Yanwu showed the result to Hanova. The hero said that the forge was even better than it was before. Yanwu said that Hanova should be grateful. The dwarf just crossed his arms and said that it was the hero who wanted Geese's eye to be finished as soon as possible, and obviously Yanwu should have done it for him. Hanova said that he should not thank the hero. It seems like there was a word on earth that describes people like Hanova. The hero remembered, tsundere. Yanwu's dragon eyes can now see hidden flaws. The skill's mastery has also increased. Now, the hero understands why the dragon race is known as the wisest race in the world. Even if the dragon eyes are only part of the dragon's abilities, they are still powerful enough to allow the hero to quickly level up. I wonder what abilities he will gain by creating a full-fledged dragon body. Metallurgy skill increased. The hero gained new knowledge. His intelligence increased and he became more versatile. It seems that in order to awaken Yanwu's body, psychological growth is as important as physical growth. Maybe because the progress is related to his psychological state, he feels tired. Yanwu made an unfinished blank from good metal. For the first time, it looks quite good. Yanwu looked at Hanova and saw a box with his name and personality written in it. Quite shy. The hero was surprised that he could now see people's statistics. Hanova noticed this and shouted for Yanwu to get to work. It was unexpected. Even though the level of Yanwu's dragon eyes has increased, who would have thought that it would give him the ability to see information about people? Having the ability to study your opponent is a huge advantage, but it says that Hanova is quite shy. They hit the bullseye with this description. Suddenly, Yanwu said that he had a question. How to determine the direction when metal is welded? What to do when the heat exceeds the optimal temperature? The bellows is weaker than the hero thought, and also why this part looks like that. Hanova started shouting that Yanwu was a cretin, and he told him to practice. The hero replied that he was asking because he didn't know how to do it. Hanova said to learn it yourself. But Yanwu replied that the dwarf should teach him so that he would understand. Hanova said he was a damn brat. He asked Yanwu how long he was going to distract him since he had to work. It was Yanwu who made this order, and if he continues to waste his time, then he shouldn't blame Hanova for the slow execution. But the hero said that he had already finished and asked the gnome to evaluate his creation. It was the sword of a novice blacksmith, a sword that turned out much better than expected. The blade may be dull, but it has good durability. Canova didn't understand what the hell it was and what it was all about. This is truly a sword created by a blacksmith who didn't even work for 10 days. Hanova knew that Yanwu was a quick learner, but he didn't understand who the hell this guy was. The dwarf said that this was not bad for the first time, but it couldn't be called a sword, and asked if the hero really couldn't do everything right. Yanwu asked if Yanwu would be struck by lightning if he ever complimented him. The dwarf told the brat to shut up since he is here deciding whether to praise something or not. He ordered to go and continue forging because Yanwu still has a lot of work ahead. The hero said that then he would continue to ask him questions. Hanova was furious. Suddenly Pant burst into the forge. He was furious and looked for Yanwu. Because of the hero, he had to look under every stone to find him. The hero stood up and reined in Pant a little. Hanova was furious and asked Yanwu if he was going to leave that idiot Pant like that. Pant started saying that the hero was able to hit him only because he caught him by surprise, so it doesn't count. He suggested starting over, saying that this time he would crush Yanwu. Pant said it will be a battle of man with man, warrior with warrior. The hero only continued to work on his sword and remained silent. Pant was angry that Yanwu didn't even listen when people spoke to him. Edora brought Hanova a cup of tea and suggested she relax. But the dwarf's attention was attracted by her sword. Edora said that this was the sword he created for her when she was very young. Now Hanova remembers. He said she was a persistent child and grew up during this time. Edora followed Hanova on his heels, tugging at the hem of his pants with innocent eyes, begging him to make a sword for her. Come to think of it, there was also a fidget that bothered Hanova so much that he hit him on his royal head. Apparently Pant is that brat, and he is still the same, then and now. Zenova asked Adora if she was going to leave Pant like that. She replied that nothing could be done. That's the kind of person he is. Pant continued to challenge Yanwu every day when he ate, even when he went to the bathroom. This soon turned into threats, and then into requests. In the end, the requests turned into outright whining. However, Yanwu pretended not to hear it. Hanova could not stand it, and asked the hero to fight Pant at least once. Yanwu didn't understand why he should do this. Pant replied that it was, of course, to test himself. The hero refused, saying that Pant could be the winner. He did this last time too. Besides, even if they fight, Yanwu won't get anything out of it. Pant was angry and replied that a warrior cannot say such a thing. Yanwu will ask Pant to make a bet since he wants to fight. Well, if he has nothing, then they will simply forget about it. And then Pant said that the loser will serve the other. The hero agreed to do this, and Pant was crazy with happiness. They went to a private room, and Yanwu, of course, won. Just think, the son of a martial arts king lost in a battle that lasted no more than a few seconds. Hanova didn't understand what just happened. Pant was ready to swear that he and Yanwu were equal in strength in the tutorial, were on the same level. He was shocked at how much stronger the hero had become during this time, and Yanwu could now forge in silence. Pant asked his new sir why he was in the outer area and not in the tower. Pant said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Yanwu asked Pant to keep his voice down as he couldn't concentrate while he continued blabbering. The hero definitely has a reason why he's here. Junwoo completed the first 10 floors in 10 days, and thanks to this, he was able to obtain the key of Hades. This key brought a lot of attention to Artia. After completing the tutorial, the guild members progressed through the newbie floors in 10 days. Players who quickly go from the 1st to the 10th floor will receive the key of Hades as a reward. But in order to get it, they need to beat the record completion time. This means that all 10 floors must be completed in less than 10 days. After Junwoo received the Hades key, he felt very sorry because he learned that the Zeus key can only be obtained in the tutorial. If only he had tried a little harder, he could have been first and gotten it. Fortunately, he still had a chance to enter Olympia's treasury. But if he could do it earlier, although it may take a long time, Yanwu has a feeling that it won't be too difficult. The experience and skills he received in the tutorial should help him in this, and he needs the eyes of Gies precisely to perform this task. Now it became like a rivalry between two brothers. But still, Yanwu has the pride of an older brother. He can't show his weaknesses in front of his younger brother. Hanova called everyone damn bastards and said that he hasn't had a single quiet day since that asshole came. He didn't understand why everything turned out this way. It doesn't matter how much Hanova yells at the heroes, they don't even pretend to listen. Hanova began to remember how Junwoo made his sword with the rest of his friends. Then the forge was also filled with noise and voices. Hanova didn't know why he was remembering these kids again. In any case, he won't be able to see them again. Looks like Hanova is getting old. He decided to call it a day as he was starting to get distracted. It was already dark and someone knocked on Hanova's door. He went out to say that they were closed for today, when he suddenly froze in place. An unknown person told Genova that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yanwu managed to identify the object. Now that he has unlocked the information window of this watch, he will be able to get more information about it by earning more experience. Pant and Adora came in and asked Yanwu what he was doing here alone. Adora replied to Pant that Kane was not as simple-minded as he was. Adora said with a smirk that Yanwu is planning his future actions. Pant began to quarrel with Adora because she called Kane an Oroboni and him just an Appa. Kane watched all this and thought to himself that Adora and Pant began to look cuter from their first meeting. Siblings are always the same, no matter where you go. Suddenly, something strange began to happen. Adora and Pant immediately intensified their gaze. Pant thought that rumors had spread around that they, the brother and sister of the one-horned clan, had reserved the terrace of this cafe. But no, a mysterious man in a red cloak appeared at the door, and he was looking for Sir Kane. The man introduced himself, saying that his name was Raham, from the Red Wind clan. He came in hopes that he could invite Kane to join their clan. The hero was quite popular. This was probably due to his achievements in the tutorial, but after the Red Wind man left, Countless people from other clans came with similar suggestions. Some were unknown and small, but large clans also came to invite Yanwu. He, however, never planned to join the team or clan. Yanwu suggested that Pant and Adora go back now that they were done with coffee. But that man with the red ones came, saying that this place looked exactly like it did in the past. He recognized Yanwu, the greedy devil. Yanwu didn't understand why this man was here. This guy is Bahal, the Fire Fist. Rancor is known for his calm nature. However, when it comes to battle, he becomes extremely aggressive and burns everything in his path. He is one of the leaders of the Red Dragon and was also a member of Artia. He is also Henova's student. Bahal heard that Yanwu is quite straightforward, and it seems that the rumors are true. True, this is not a bad trait. Bahal decided not to waste time and say it straight out. He wants Yanwu to join Red Dragon. He's not sure if the hero knows that this is the first time they've made such an offer to a newcomer. Yanwu is the first challenger in the history of the clan. Bahal said that if he joined their clan, they would spare no effort to help him climb to the very top of the tower, and the help they can provide is much more than Yanwu can imagine. 8 clans prefer to invite players who have already proven themselves somewhere, and they very rarely call promising newcomers. The only exception is the Azure Sword clan, who put at least some effort into supporting up-and-coming players with potential. For the Red Dragon to personally make such an offer means only one thing: they need such power. At that time, in the tutorial, Yanwu suggested that the relationship between the 8 clans was on the brink. He sees no other reasons. Bahal may look calm, but in reality, he is a wild animal. The hero cannot be suspected. He should give a good answer. And Yanwu said that, to be honest, he doesn't want to be bound by any restrictions yet. Bahal said that the hero is going through a period where he thinks he can do anything. But still, he wants Yanwu to face the truth. And about Henova, Bahal said that he seemed to like Yanwu. Henova is quite soft-hearted, so the hero must take care of him. Yanwu rushed towards Henova. The dwarf was surprised because it was late. It looks like Bahal just came and went. The hero thought that Henova would be depressed. Perhaps he thinks too much. But Henova said it was good that Yanwu came. The dwarf said that he wanted to release all the stress that had accumulated over these days, and accidentally finished the artifact much earlier than expected. That is, Gize's eyes are ready. Henova said to open the chest and take a look, but when he opened it, Yanwu didn't understand anything. The eyes of Gize should be an amulet, but it's unclear what it is. The hero asked Henova if he was sure that this was the chest, since he did not see the artifact there. The dwarf replied that you just need to take a look, and after that, the hero will respect him so much that he will not dare to bother him anymore. And with the help of the dragon gaze, Yanwu saw that it was Gize armor, dozens of eyes, increases the level of sensory, helping to quickly notice any external changes, hundreds of arms, reduces damage received from physical attacks, and gigantomania prevention turns part of the damage received into health. The eyes of Gize have many rare protective properties, which is why this artifact is desired by every ranker. But since collecting the necessary materials is difficult, and few people can create an artifact, not many people have it. But Henova was able to create the eyes of Gize in the form of chest armor and increase their protective properties. Henova told the hero not to stand there like an idiot and to put on the armor. Just by looking at her, he knows what she is capable of. Many red eyes appeared on Yanwu's suit. No matter how many times Henova creates it, it still scares him. The range of feelings has increased, and it is possible to analyze everything in the smallest detail. Gize's eyes began to absorb Yanwu's feelings. Now, this artifact will be considered a part of his body. Synesthesia has been unlocked. Originally, Gize's eyes could provide information about his surroundings. That is, it was possible to find everything that was not visible to the naked eye. This information can be expressed visually, smell, or sound. This is the hidden function of Gize's eyes, synesthesia. Even the body's awakening level began to rise. Seeing how the hero's eyes sparkle, Henova feels great. He doesn't know if Yanwu noticed, but this armor also has the effect of helping mana flow and increasing his recovery by 10%. Of course, it also has protective properties, restoring health, and all this is based on the hero's mana. And Henova also said to check the mask. This is a demonic mask that Henova put his blood into. The magic engraved on the mask interferes with the opponent's cognitive abilities. The mask will never be removed without the owner's permission. Increases attack power in proportion to the number of monsters killed in the last 30 seconds. Also reduces the duration of the enemy's crowd control skill. The mask borrows the power of the Beast Lord and inflicts the fear status effect on nearby enemies, also reducing their defense. This artifact will evolve with its owner. This is a unique artifact. There are no others like this one in the tower, and it will be tied to its owner until the end. It cannot be transferred or sold to another player. This item comes with Hanova's magic dagger, so it will give the owner a bonus effect if both items are equipped. Hanova thought that wearing something on your face all the time was very uncomfortable. He had some free time, so he did it. Yanwu won't sweat in this mask, and the size should fit. The hero took it off and said that Hanova did much more than what he paid him for. The dwarf replied so that Yanwu would not think that with his meager payment, he could get the works of the great Hanova. The gnome said to take it. He will write it down to the hero's account so that he will pay later. Yanwu was very moved and became quiet. Hanova really hasn't changed at all over the years. Suddenly, Hanova remembered that he had never asked the guy's name in all the time he had been here. The hero first thought, and then said his name, Cain. Bahal returned to his clan. He was immediately surrounded by several guys because there are countless people targeting Bahal. It doesn't hurt to be careful. The guy thought that the greedy devil would come out with Bahal. Ranker replied that the hero would consider their proposal. The guy said that the greedy devil is an arrogant newcomer. Bahal said to leave him, because in this period everyone thinks that they can conquer the top of the world on their own. And they themselves were the same. Besides, Bahal said that Yanwu won't be able to go anywhere except their clan. From the very beginning, their goal was to prevent other clans from getting close to him. From the moment Bahal came to Yanwu in person, not a single idiot would think of approaching him. But Bahal was more interested in how the investigation went and what the clan found out. The guy replied that everything was as Bahal expected. Ranker replied that that idiot Lenonier never changes. Recently, the Red Dragon Information Group came across a strange report. It said that Leonti, who was preparing to become one of the leaders of the Azure Sword, was planning something in the tutorial, secret from everyone. Speaking of magical items, there is nothing more powerful than the Philosopher's Stone. The report says that in the tutorial, he tried to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone, or as it is also called, Heart. Each player who climbs the tower has mana circulating inside his body, and the vessel that contains mana is called the Organ of Mana. However, due to the mana organ being part of a person's body, it has a limit to the amount of mana it can hold. Therefore, many players are looking for a way to restore mana using external sources. The first thing to be developed were potions. Then, magical instruments with various functions and magical sources appeared that collected excess mana. There are also many different items created after the above, but players still wanted to find a way to get even more mana. This desire sometimes went so far as to try to create things that could give them an endless supply of mana. And the easiest way to create such a thing is to transform someone's flesh and soul. Bahal said that creating a mana organ by rewinding hundreds, thousands of players was something he had heard in fairy tales a long time ago. But to think that Leonte actually tried to do this. The subordinate said that Leonte went to the tutorial, but will be heading here soon. Bahal said that they should meet him. As he said earlier, their goal is the subject and Leonte. If getting both is not possible, then you can get rid of Leonte. However, Bahal said that the item must be in their hands at any cost. Yanwu put on a full suit and told Hanova that he didn't know how long he would be in the tower. The dwarf replied that this goes without saying. In any case, it is the hero's decision to go to the tower or leave it. Yanwu didn't know if Hanova would understand that this was the last goodbye. The hero thanked Hanova for everything. Yanwu approached the tower gate. He was about to open them when suddenly Pant stopped him. He said that Yanwu completely ignored him when he begged him to go to the tower, and now he suddenly changed his mind. Pant shouted that Cain should have said beforehand that he was going inside. Yanwu asked why. He doesn't know what Pant and Adora think about him, but he doesn't have time to play mother and daughter with them. The time for games is over, and the hero has his own things to do. Suddenly, Idora quickly ran up to the gate and told Yanwu that he could then go first, and she called him Oroboni again, but she said they would follow him. Since it is their decision, Yanwu shouldn't stop them. Kane said they could do whatever they wanted, but he wouldn't wait for them if they started falling behind. Pant proudly said not to worry, as he would most likely go ahead of Kane and destroy everything in sight. They were already on the first floor, so Yanwu can ask whatever he wants. Idora told her brother to stop being so arrogant. I remember someone made a terrible mess there because they didn't understand the rules. Pant shouted at her to shut up, as anyone can make a mistake the first time. While the guys were quarreling, Yanwu opened the gate, and so they entered the obelisk. This was the first floor waiting area. The challenge will begin as soon as the required number of players is reached. This is the place where players wait before heading out to complete tower quests. Here players can find true comrades or create alliances with other teams. There were about 50 players there. Yanwu kept thinking about what the people around were talking about, but it turned out to be about these two, Idora and Pant. People also recognized the greedy devil, saying that this round was obviously lost for them. It's for the best. In any case, the hero has no intention of becoming friends with anyone. He must complete the first 10 floors in 9 days, which is easier said than done. But if Yanwu succeeds, he will receive the key of Hades. He must also find the keys hidden on each floor. 1 key from the tutorial, 1 from the initial floors, and the remaining 10, which are considered hidden objects on each of the 10 floors. Some are hidden in places where you wouldn't expect to find them, and some are given for completing hidden tasks. Suddenly, a man in a suit came out. It was the guard of the first floor of the tower, Aaron. He greeted the players. He knows that there are those here who have come to take the first floor test again and are already familiar with the rules. However, there are also new arrivals here, so Aaron will explain the rules again. Aaron asked to remember that he would not repeat the rules several times. So he asked everyone to be extremely careful. Everyone entered the first floor double cliff arena. The test is about to begin. There are 2 huge cliffs located opposite each other. On each cliff there is a team of 100 players with 5 crystals. The goal is to protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy your enemy's crystals. The team that steals or destroys the most crystals in a certain time will be the winner. As announced in the player notification window, there is a team of 100 players with 5 red crystals on the opposite cliff. So Aaron said that he would name them similarly, Red Team and Blue Team. It doesn't matter what method players use to protect the crystals. They can either find a place to hide them or give them to the strongest players. But someone will also have to think about what strategy the opposing team will use. This is a crazy mission for the first floor. They expect 100 strangers to work as a team. And not only that, the hidden key of this floor is Hera's key. You must get all 10 crystals, red and blue, to receive this key as a reward. The problem is that players may decide to destroy the crystals. However, if at least 1 crystal is destroyed, then obtaining the Hera key becomes impossible. It's annoying, but there's nothing you can do about it. Yanwu has no time for negotiations and war. He will simply destroy anyone who gets in his way. Now Yanwu needs to get all 5 crystals in her hands. Aaron said they would start the test. He said that he would give the crystals to the heroes team. He asked about who would be the representative. Aaron asked who would be the representative. One guy in the crowd raised his hand and said he would be honored. But suddenly Pant intervened. He said they didn't agree to this. The guy said that they can discuss what to do after they take the crystals. Pant said no and demanded to give him all the crystals. He asked if it would be better to let him protect them than to try to hide them. Or, Pant angrily asked that maybe someone here thinks they can do it better than him. The guy began to be indignant, saying that Pant should be ashamed because of his conceit, last time all their crystals were destroyed. If Pant had not then started being greedy and causing carnage, then it would have been different. So the guy said that he wouldn't let him take the crystals this time. Yanwu finally found out what happened. Pant must have broken the crystals while he was on the front lines of the battles. Looks like him. It's kind of funny considering how ridiculous it is. Pant suggested they fight and find out who is stronger. No one agreed, and Aaron still gave the crystals to Pant and wished him good luck. He said that this time, everything will be different. But Yanwu approached Pant and demanded that he give him all the crystals. Aaron returned to his base. Ebilker met him and asked how it all went. Aaron replied that he was honestly not sure. Yes, he can say that Yanwu is a strong player compared to rookies, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a rookie. Aaron didn't understand why the elder had such big plans for him. Ibjolker then suggested making a bet whether the hero would do something unimaginable. Ibjolker bet on yes, and Aaron bet on no. People were shocked and wondered what happened to the twins outside the tower that Pant called Yanwu Hyung. Pant was angry and said that his Hyung took his crystals to show off. And then Idora came out and asked the Oraboni about the plan. Yanwu asked her to guard this place for a while. At least 30 minutes, maximum an hour. The reason why the ground floor challenge is considered difficult is because someone must break into the enemy base and try to determine the location of the crystals hidden there. But this suspension bridge could be a problem. It looks like it's ready to break under the slightest stress. Even if someone could use magic to cross to the other side without a bridge, it would require enormous concentration, which could easily be disrupted in the current situation. Therefore, a battle on the bridge is inevitable. While they may be quite challenging, there are several ways to complete this challenge. The most effective way is to crush your opponents with one powerful blow. Yanwu destroyed the bridge, eliminating the escape route. Then he began to move to the other side. Everyone shouted that he was crazy and wanted to stop him. But the power was too weak compared to Yanwu's magic. Thus, he killed and burned all the opponents. He found and collected all the crystals. They turned into a hidden object in Yanwu's hands, Hera's key. It is needed to open Hera's treasury. Now the hero had the second key, and the test was already over. Only 30 minutes have passed since the start of the test. This was the shortest round in the history of the tower. Yanwu completed an extremely difficult task, so he received extra karma as a reward. All players were moved to the waiting area. Yanwu again refused to add his name to the Hall of Fame. Aaron told the hero that it was impressive. Although this is the first floor, this is the first time he has seen a player who has completed the challenge so quickly. Yanwu is like a demon and was able to set a new record. It wasn't long before Aaron made his bet with Mr. Ibjolker, but to think that the round ended so quickly. Losing an argument is unpleasant, but there is one thing Aaron is unequivocally sure of. The rank and achievements that the hero has received are not the fruits of blind luck. Moreover, he knows about the existence of hidden objects, even the method of obtaining all 12 keys of Olympia. From that moment on, Aaron decided to bet on what Mr. Ibjolker was betting on. He said that he would start issuing rewards for the hero, but Yanwu stopped him. The hero said that he would like to receive all the rewards after completely completing the initial zone. Aaron is shocked. The longer you delay receiving the reward, the better it will be. This is the rule of the tower. It seems that this is exactly what Yanwu wants. But if he can set records on every floor, how high will his reward be? What Yanwu is planning is crazy. Aaron said that if that was the decision, then the test was over. Everyone received an offer to go to the next floor. But the players were at a loss and did not know what to do. They didn't receive any karma for this round. All players gave up and decided to wait for the next round to begin. Thus, only Pant, Idora, and Yanwu remained. Aaron asked if they were ready and moved them to the next floor. It was an arena of mountains and fields. The hero told Pant that he had already said before that if Pant is not happy with the fact that Yanwu is taking all the karma points in these tests, then he should turn around and leave. Pant replied that there was no need for that. To be honest, he was just curious how high Yanwu could climb, so he asked him to just tag along. The hero requested a single test, and at that moment Johannes, the guard of the second floor, appeared. Johannes said starting the trial right now could be dangerous, but Yanwu knew that the higher the risk, the more karma you can get. He knows the tower system quite well. Johannes said that in that case he would have to impose restrictions on Serpent and Miss Idora. The test of the second floor begins. The hero is in a beautiful forest, blessed by the goddess of the harvest. The forest always had enough food for all the animals living in it. But recently, many monsters have appeared, trying to take over the forest and the food in it. Yanwu must protect the forest from monsters and restore peace. The main goal of the second floor is to become the king of the forest by destroying countless monsters. This task is not much different from what was in the tutorial. This test will also be the easiest for Yanwu. The hero just needs to destroy group after group, which was very simple for him. This is how he received the key of Demeter. He again set the challenge record and again refused to add his name to the Hall of Fame. Then he moved to the third floor sword and spear arena. There were a lot of aggressive players there. It took Artia 10 days to clear the starting zone. In this case, Yanwu must complete it in 5. Administrators watched everything. They were shocked that Kane had already completed the 7th floor. It took him only 12 hours and 28 minutes. It was crazy, and they didn't understand how this was even possible. The Artia members at least set records with their unity, but this guy is going it alone. Yanwu completed the 8th floor in 7 hours and 5 minutes. He created Athena's laurel wreath and obtained another key. Ibulker won another bet. He became so rich thanks to Sir Kane. It would be nice if every day was like this. Yanwu reached the 8th floor, the arena of fire and lava. There the guys met a huge monster, the King of Fire. The hero told the guys that they came too early and now they have no choice. He said Pant will take the aggression and then Idora will join him. The twins began to distract the Fire King. Meanwhile, Yanwu dealt him his most powerful blow, easily killing him. This is how Yanwu received the key of Hephaestus. He now has 10 keys, including the Zeus key. There are 2 more left, and he will be able to open Olympia's treasury. One can be obtained for setting a record for completing the beginner zone, the key of Hades. The other one, the key of Hermes, can be found on the 10th floor. One way or another, we need to get this over with quickly. The test came to an end, and Yanwu was asked to move to the 10th floor. But the system asked not to forget that the next floor is designed to be passed alone. His current group will be disbanded as soon as Yanwu enters the portal. Yanwu asked Pant if they would leave after such a long journey. Early laughed and said to remember his words that they would finish the test faster than him. Then the guys decided to go. Yanwu ended up in a white room on the 10th floor. He is in the void, a place beyond life and death. The laws of time and space do not apply here. However, Yanwu is a living person, and he does not belong here. His task is to escape from this dimension in any way possible. Now it's clear why most players fail the test after the first floor. They say that the 10th floor is more difficult than all the previous ones combined. This is a turning point that most players cannot handle. In this place, only one quality of yours is tested: willpower. Having set records on each of the 9 floors, Artia felt like kings of the whole world. They thought that the 10th floor would also be a piece of cake, but this damned tower knows how to crush hopes. The 10th floor takes everything from you. No friends, no family, no comrades. You are left alone in the middle of nowhere, forced to look for a way out without a single clue. No matter how talented you are, the psychological battle is significantly different from the physical one. Meeting success after success, Artia finally stumbled upon something truly difficult. People can't stand being forced to deal with problems one-on-one, especially when they've previously dealt with them as a team. But Yanwu is, of course, a separate case. Somewhere on the 10th floor there is a door. The hero used all his skills and strength to find her. And he did find her. For this he received the key. Yanwu broke Cha Junwu's record. In the Hall of Fame, Yanwu saw his brother's name, but he, of course, refused to register his name. Yanwu received the ice ring, the skull crest, and the key of Hades. The hero collected 12 divine keys of Olympus. The keys should be about to unite. Yanwu created the key of Olympus. He gained access to the treasury of Olympus, a vault that housed the gold and jewels that the Olympians had collected over tens of thousands of years. The hero can take one item from the treasury of Olympus. Yanwu was already thinking about what to choose. The thunderbolt of Zeus and the shield of Athena are both famous jewels kept in the treasury. Suddenly, a huge golden door appeared in front of the hero. He opened it with the key and entered. There he saw a guy sitting on a throne. He said that it was because of Yanwu that the guards were in such a commotion. This is Hermes, a god who moves freely between the worlds of mortals and gods. Thanks to his ability to observe mortals, he was appointed guardian of the treasury against those who wanted to get there. Hermes said that he had already had visitors, and more of them lately. But he had never had anyone as amazing as our hero. This is the first time Hermes sees such a mortal. Yanwu only said that he wanted to enter the treasury. Hermes laughed and said that the hero was impatient, but he would fulfill his wish. Hermes clapped his hands, and the door began to open behind him. They entered there with young Wu. Hermes was a little ashamed to talk about it, but he invited the hero to take some of his things. As Yanwu knows, his artifacts are some of the best. If he chooses any of the Hermes artifacts, then he will appoint Yanwu as his apostle. Apostles are the right hand of the gods, beings driven by their will and endowed with power. One-man armies that have reached the limits of the human body and gained supernatural powers. They are able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, who exude incredible influence over many of their followers. They easily become tower leaders. Hermes is one of the 12 main Olympian gods. Becoming an apostle of such a being is an incredible fortune, as with it you will receive an unimaginable amount of power. Getting the title of an apostle and a unique artifact is much more profitable than acquiring the lightning bolt of Zeus. This is a tempting offer, but Yanwu cannot afford to be constrained in his actions, so he refused Hermes. Hermes said that Yanwu decided to take this path. This phrase and what he meant became a little unclear to the hero. Yanwu passed by many treasures that begged him to take them, and said that he would regret it until the end of his days. The hero looked at many paintings and stopped near one. He found what he was looking for. On Athena's shield is the head of the Gorgon. When looking at it, her enemies are horrified. Yanwu was offered to take Athena's shield as a reward, and he agreed. But he was wondering where the artifacts of Zeus were. And suddenly, the clock began to behave strangely. They showed the hero the way to one of the paintings, and this picture turned out to be the door to the desired room. Without a doubt, this is Astrape. According to myths, Zeus defeated his father Kronos and the rest of the Titans with the help of lightning, and this lightning is here. That's it. Yanwu doesn't need anything else. Even taken together, the other 12 artifacts cannot be compared to this one. The hero's instincts literally scream that this thing should be his. But when the hero took it in his hands, it immediately broke. He didn't understand what to do now, and suddenly a chain began to envelop Yanwu's hand. And then he remembered the words of Hermes that he had decided to choose this path. Yanwu doesn't understand what's happening. He didn't expect this. He doesn't understand what's going on. But now is definitely not the time for disappointment. For now, we need to find out what happened to Astrape. Looking at the chain, he saw that this was the despair of the Black King. In the past, people lived in fear of the Black King. As a result, they betrayed him and imprisoned him in the abyss. For countless years, the king's hatred grew from thoughts of betrayal. As a result, the 3 facets that held him back turned cursed and began to serve him as tools. Soul Collector allows the user to capture a target's soul. The souls will be added to the collection and will never be able to escape from it. The user can also enslave a soul and evolve it to the level of a spiritual familiar. Once the transformation process is complete, the soul will become the user's loyal servant and will happily carry out any orders. Black energy is an improved version of the Black Blade, can absorb souls into a collection and turn them into dark energy. Yanwu had never heard of the Black King, and Junwu didn't mention anything like that in his diary either. The snake Akasha was always waiting for the return of its owner. This was in the description of the black bracelet. It also said that this is why she considered all her owner's things very valuable. This means that the owner of the Akashi snake is the Black King, and he could not return because he was betrayed by his subordinates. The Black King was powerful enough to make the snake Akashi his minion. We'll need to find out more about him when Yanwu gets out of here. Since it has come to this, the hero needs to try to think positively. The point is to regret what has already been lost. It's better to think about how he can better use what he already has. Yanwu chose Astrape as his reward. The doors to the treasury of Olympus closed. The hero lost consciousness, and when he woke up, Ibiolker met him with congratulations on the perfect passage of 10 floors. He said they were all impressed here. Yanwu asked why Astrape disappeared, but Ibiolker said it was a secret, and who the Black King is also a secret. Yanwu asked why he received this bracelet. Ibiolker replied that the tower gives out rewards according to the player's achievements and there is no other reason, and they just represent the will of the tower. The hero's rewards are based on how he passes the challenges. Whatever he experiences, these are all consequences of the path he has chosen. Therefore, Ibiolker cannot answer his questions. Does this mean that Yanwu's decisions could somehow relate to the Black King? He doesn't understand anything, but it's unlikely that the answer will come to him by itself if he racks his brains for a long time. We need to focus on the essentials. Ibiulker said that Yanwu seemed to have put his thoughts in order, which means it was time for the next reward. Yanwu's total karma was 1,400,000. Ibiulker told Yanwu that he earned an incredible amount of karma, and it was amazing. He can receive 12 rewards for the first 10 floors, but Yanwu would like to combine them into one award. The hero wanted a struppy, but Ibiulker said that this was stupidity and that the deal had already taken place. Yanwu got angry and said that he was not joking. Ibiulker replied that if the hero doesn't want anything else, then why don't they make a decision for him? Ibiulker said that Yanwu achieved something that no one had achieved before, and therefore brought out an artifact that should be a worthy reward. Ibiulker asked if the hero would agree. The shield is made of 9 layers, so Yanwu thought it would be very heavy, but it is lighter than a feather. Ibiulker said that now that the hero had received his rewards, he was forced to take his leave and left. Yanwu was only offered to go to the 11th floor. Ibiulker was shocked that Yanwu managed not only to awaken the Black King's despair, but also to obtain the shield. Curious player. The next scary one should be Laplace. I wonder how he will react to Yanwu's achievements. Laplace can be very obsessive if he finds something interesting. Bahal and his subjects learned that the greedy devil had broken all records on the first 10 floors. Bahal said that he was smarter than he expected. The subordinate asked if he was sorry for Bahala, and he was talking about the record, because Bahal also bet on it. Bahal thought that the guy had stopped checking him, but it was just curiosity. Bahal found it funny that their queen's favorite executioner was asking him a personal question. He said to think what he wants. It would probably be easier for a guy to believe that a dog can meow like a cat. Although Bahal would be lying if he said that he didn't feel anything, these records are remnants of the time when Bahal was in Ardia. But the past is the past. The past must be left behind, and Bahal was not going to delve into it. Now only one thing is important to him: how to make the greedy devil belong to them. Bahal said that this cannot be delayed for long. If they don't get him, then they will have to think about eliminating him, just like with Artia. Artia did not belong to any of the clans, which is why she was both an object of universal love and hatred. Everyone wanted to get her by any means, but she did not give in, and even tried to conquer the tower. But the 8 clans did not want to lose face in the dirt. In this situation, you either need to get it right away or trample it at the very beginning. One of two, there is no third. Bahal asked the guy if this answer satisfied him. The guy replied that yes, but Bahal shook too much. Next time he better be more careful. Bahal already thought that he could afford this, but it seems their queen still doubts him. By the way, Bahal asked if they were in the right place. The guy replied that, according to the coordinates, yes, it was a portal leading to Arandan. Bahal wondered what they were trying to hide here, since they opened a portal in such a deserted place. There is not much time left. We need to prepare. As soon as Leonti and his subordinate emerged from the portal, Bahal ordered everyone to attack. Many arrows flew straight at Leontes. He suffered a lot of damage and was incredibly angry with Bahal. And Bahal immediately came down to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leonti tried to attack, but Bahal blocked the blow. Leonti asked how he dared to attack him and whether he understood what the consequences would be. Bahal replied that there was no difference. He said that if we are talking about the head of one of the 5 people who rule the Qing dynasty, isn't that a good reason for war? Bahal said they were once friends, so it was awkward to entrust this matter to someone else. That's why he came here in person. Bahal said that if Leonte gave up the organ of mana, he would die quickly and painlessly. Leonte just continued to remain silent. Bahal said that Leonte is too proud and leaves him no choice. We'll have to beat the answers out of him. And Yanwu ended up on the 11th floor, the Hall of the Dream World. Pant and Adora weren't there yet, so we'll have to wait a bit. Suddenly the 12th god of the earth appeared, the hare, the manager Laplace. He greeted the hero and said that he was a guide to the 11th floor, the best recruit after the Artia team. Laplace had finally met the man who was stirring the management community. To be honest, there used to be a different manager on the 11th floor, but it was decided to give special care to newcomers and change everything. Laplace asked the hero if he knew how the rules change, starting from the 11th floor. Yanwu replied that there is no longer a waiting room and the tests will become long-term. Laplace said that the hero already knows a lot, so their conversation will go without problems. Player is the name given to those people who decided to become a god. They need to overcome internal barriers and shed their human shell. And for this, naturally, it is necessary to undergo dangerous tests. Having achieved a better result, the player can go back down. Laplace said the real test begins on the 11th floor. The hero will have to deal with completely different things. This was approximately Laplace's explanation. Even if you fail the test at the initial level, you can still try to pass it again. There was a waiting area where you could recover from your injuries and relieve fatigue, and then, feeling well, try again to take the test. However, there is no waiting room on the 11th floor, and a completely different story begins here. If you fail, the test will not end. If you are injured, you need to look for medicine yourself right there. And if you are at a dead end, then find a solution yourself. You literally become a resident of this floor until you pass the test. Laplace said to take into account that starting from this floor, there is no such thing as rounds anymore. He asked if there were any questions left. If there are no questions, then Laplace begins the test. There are only legends about the Hall of the Dream World that were passed on from mouth to mouth. In fact, it is a world in which countless dreams from all over the world and other dimensions are collected. Therefore, the animals that live here feed and grow at the expense of human dreams. The hero's task is to raise his own fairy tale animal. This animal will feed on his dreams and will henceforth become his faithful partner, who will go through many adversities and difficulties with him. Yanwu received the egg of a fairy animal. But no one knows what will hatch from this egg. It feeds on the dreams of its owner, so it can change its image as much as it wants. Yanwu has only one thing to remember. Even though it feeds on the player's dreams and grows, there is a child inside. If you don't care for it with warmth and care, it will never be able to hatch. You need to feed him well, talk to him, and give him the best. The more soul you put into it, the stronger it will be. Young Wu had no questions, so Laplace said he was leaving. After the end of the test, they will see the hero again. Yan Wu took the egg and said that it was making him a little nervous. Jun Wu had fun on the 11th floor. Unlike the other dull tests he had to go through before this floor, he liked it here. The brother's distinguishing feature was psychometry. He never forgot about the egg for a day, communicated with it, and fed it with good dreams. And so the brother got one of the best mythical creatures, the dragon. It was thanks to him that he met the ancient dragon Calitus and entered into an agreement to borrow his powers. The 11th floor was a major turning point for Jun Wu. On the other hand, Yan Wu doesn't like this. Unlike his brother, with his broad soul, it is difficult for him to become attached to anything. Yan Wu is not worried about the egg hatching. My brother's diary is full of techniques for raising mythical creatures. The problem is that the egg needs to be given some properties. The flame can be very useful. It might be a good idea to give him the attributes of fire and wind. If so, then it would be best to use the help of a phoenix to teach him how to control fire and wind. If only Yan Wu could get the flame of life. For some reason, Pante and Adora are delayed. Well, what can you do? The hero took a dagger and wrote South Big Forest. In case their paths diverge, the guys agreed to write down the place where they were going, so they will meet quite quickly. Next, the hero went to the territory of the Phoenix. Due to the influence of the Phoenix, the player's resistance to the elements of fire and wind will be significantly reduced. Under the influence of the Phoenix, the characteristics will be reduced. Yan Wu didn't understand why the Phoenix was so rampant. The diary didn't say anything about him being so wary. In one of the rocks, the hero found a phoenix's lair. Suddenly, someone told him to freeze. It was a phoenix. He told Yan Wu that if he came closer, he would incinerate him. The hero replied that he had come a long way for the sake of the flame of life and asked to give him a quest. But the phoenix told the hero that he could not offer him any quests and told him to get out of here. Something is wrong. For some reason, Phoenix reminds Yan Wu of a shrunken hedgehog. And then it dawned on the hero. He quickly climbed into the lair and called out to the Phoenix. Phoenix asked about how a person dares to set foot in his house. Looking at him with the eyes of a dragon, Yan Wu saw that the Phoenix was hatching eggs. Phoenix began to shout that it was none of his business and demanded to leave, since he did not have time to mess around here. Yan Wu realized that the Phoenix had lost the egg. Phoenix said that if the hero came to mock him, then he should just get lost. Yanwu asked if he found the egg. Would the phoenix give him a quest? He said to do whatever he wants. And then Yanwu got the hidden quest, Phoenix Egg. The ruler of the southern forest, Phoenix, had one of her eggs stolen while she was looking for food for her unborn children. You need to find the lost egg and bring it to her. Phoenix will never forget this kindness. The deadline is before the chick hatches. Yanwu immediately set out. The hero was following the tracks to look for thieves, and suddenly he heard someone laughing from the bushes. And the guys discussed what tidbit they got. Who would have thought that a phoenix would leave its egg unattended? They wanted to sell it at an exorbitant price. This egg cannot be obtained anywhere else, so they will be paid whatever they say. The guy thought that if he kept this egg for himself, he could become the owner of a phoenix, and then no one would be able to defeat him with the legendary beast on his shoulder. He wanted to kill his comrade and become the owner of the egg. But suddenly, he noticed that he had blood on his face, and the guy realized that his friend had poisoned him with water. He poured some mandrake juice into it. The man said that in their profession it always works like that, either you or you. The man waited so long to take the phoenix egg for himself. But suddenly, someone stabbed him with a dagger right in the chest. Thus, Yanwu easily took the egg. The hero wanted to take them by surprise, but was afraid that they would drop the egg in the heat of battle. They started arguing, and then it was all over. In front of him, Yanwu saw a huge path of flame appear. He would like to do more quests like this in the future, since it was easy. Yanwu brought the egg to the phoenix. She no longer hoped to find her child. She thanked Yanwu. Phoenix said that the man returned her child to her, and a contract is a contract. As she promised, she will give Yanwu a test. She asked him to say directly what he wanted. The hero replied that he wanted the fire of life, which she owned. Phoenix asked if the person understood exactly what it was. Yanwu replied that this is the power that makes a phoenix a phoenix. Phoenix is born and dies in fire. It flares up like a spark and soars into the sky. Fire symbolizes rebirth and regeneration. This flame is called holy fire. Phoenix realized that this was all for the beast's egg. She owes Yanwu, so she will give it to her right away without testing. Phoenix said that the hero seemed strong, so he could easily pass it. Yanwu received Phoenix's gratitude. As a reward, he received the passage of the Fire of Life test. But to carry away her fire, you will need a large vessel. Phoenix said to come as soon as the hero gets one. You need to collect the necessary materials scattered throughout level 11 and create a vessel capable of storing the Fire of Life. You need to collect the albatross eggs, the shadow snake apple, and the heart of the dragon Riso. Yes, creating a vessel is much more difficult than passing the Phoenix test. While he is in the egg, even if he is called a beast, he is just a cub. He must instinctively understand what is happening outside. To feel comfortable and not be under the influence of stress, he first needs a comfortable environment. It's too late, but nothing can be done. Yanwu can only speed up the process. The cub seems to be in a good mood. Yanwu did everything as written in the diary. He didn't believe he was really doing this. It didn't work out, and Yanwu decided to make a better nest. Morning came, and Yanwu put the egg in the nest and stuck it to the tree. That's better. He decided to check what he received there as a reward. Now he has received a total of 8 items. He received a skull earring. This is an earring made from the skull of a player who was the creator of voodoo dolls. When it was first made, it contained great power, but now, with the passage of time, they play only a supporting role. The soul of the creator of voodoo remained in the skull and is now torn apart in a silent scream. Every time you use a wind spell, a small amount of dark mana is added. If you look at it this way, it is the worst reward of all, but this artifact contains a soul. This is a great chance to try out the capabilities of a black bracelet. Therefore, the hero summoned this soul, and a skeleton appeared in front of him. Yanwu was surprised because it said that it was the soul of a player. Maybe some monster petted him? Yanwu isn't sure if this will work. He can't do anything. The spirit is still attached. To begin with, Yanwu decided to try to separate them. He started screaming at the skeleton to get away. The spirit only mumbled that it did not want to die. And Yanwu, increasingly louder and more insistently, ordered to separate. And then a completely different creature appeared in front of the hero. He had the feeling that they were now connected by invisible threads. Yanwu tried different commands such as, "Get up, run, come back, pick that fruit," and so on. The voodoo soul unquestioningly obeys all orders of Yanwu, even the most stupid and complex ones. It is noteworthy that when he asked to pick an apple hanging high on a tree, the spirit calmly used magic to get it. And although the soul is not strong enough to perform any serious witchcraft, it is quite capable of some simple spells. The spirit made no attempt at disobedience. Yanwu became a real authority for him. After that, he conducted a couple more experiments. To begin with, I reached maximum speed. Although the spirit was lagging behind, overall it was not difficult for him to follow Yanwu's heels. Then he checked at what distance the spirit senses it. It turned out to be about 100 meters. Yanwu isn't sure exactly, but the further away he is, the worse the spirit can hear him. The hero felt the connecting threads between them become thinner. In any case, it is important to strengthen this connection. To begin with, Yanwu called these connecting threads lines of perception. Now he will do the test. The connection was still not perfect, but the physical capabilities of the spirit were not that bad, so there was no need to dwell on it. The stronger the undead become, the greater the chance that they will evolve. Who knows? Maybe this idiot will be reborn into a lich. Legion of the undead. If only Yanwu could get his hands on an immortal army. He decided to see if there was anyone suitable among the souls in the collection, and so he decided to take one. A giant gnome protected the laurel on the 6th floor while Artemis collected the laurel wreath. And Vulca is the hidden boss that they killed with Pant and Edora on the 9th floor. These are the best souls that the hero could get at the beginning. He collected them just in case, but didn't think he'd need them for something like this. If they don't have names, Yanwu will start to get confused, so it's better to call them something. He named the undead Ka, Nol, and Wu. The names have been established, the ghosts will be given an identity. This will improve their morale. The better the hero's relationship with his subordinates, the more they will trust him, and the stronger they will become. Also, subordinates will begin to treat other signs more responsibly. The ghosts seemed to really like that Yanwu gave them names as the intimacy became high. The souls of the dead do not have their own I. Ghosts are a step above them, but they also cannot sensibly evaluate themselves. So it seems that having a name played an important role for them. Not bad. It feels like they are treating Yanwu better. It seems like the powers of the ghosts depend on what they did in life. The agile Nol could boast of his speed. The hardy Ka, although a little slow, had great strength. This means that it is worth collecting perfumes with good qualities. Yanwu decided to start hunting. Before that, he had 150 souls, and now he has 500. His collection has almost tripled. Yanwu was going to create a decent number of ghosts, but in the end, he only got 10 normal ones. This is less than he expected. In addition, hastily created ghosts have poor skills, so they are of little use. The higher the hero's skill level, the larger his collection will become. For now, we can only dream. We need to find out more about this artifact. So, Yanwu has no choice but to ask Edora to look at him with insight. Suddenly, Phoenix said that the hero had something interesting. Yanwu was shocked as she said she was resting. Phoenix said that something was bothering her, but now it has passed, and the hero has a curious thing, a bracelet that he wears. Phoenix asked what he was hiding about himself. Meanwhile, Leonte was seriously wounded and somehow got out, using all the artifacts and skills. But now all the accumulated wealth has simply evaporated. If he had that stone, he wouldn't have screwed up like that. Leonte said that Basil would pay for this, no matter the cost. The news of the clash between the Red Dragon and Chonghuado plunged the tower into horror. Bahal and the fiery beast attacked Leonte, and the only thing he could do was escape. In all major cities of the tower, the Red Dragon posted declarations of war. Red Dragon and Chonghuado were the two largest clans in the tower. Their clash could not pass without a trace. So storm clouds of war hung over many clans and players. Pant read this and said that wherever you go, everyone is talking about this. He wanted to calmly finish the test on the 10th floor and move on to the 11th. Suddenly he saw a red bird carrying a message on its paw. It was a letter from the tribe. "Come back as soon as you receive this letter. Written order to convene." Pant and Edora came to their tribe. The residents were perplexed and immediately began asking what brought them here. People knew that the tower was noisy and thought that they were there because of this. One of the men also asked Edora how the search for the groom was going. Suddenly, The twins' father appeared from behind the crowd. Pant said the letter said there was some urgent business, but it seemed like his father had time to potter in the garden. The father replied that in order to live, you need to eat, so it's worth setting aside time for this. Father asked Eudora why she looked so unhappy. Pant replied that this was because she was already in the mood to go on a trip with her beloved, and here was her father with his letter. Eudora hit Pant and told him to shut up. People around were happy that she had a fiancé and suggested that everyone get together and eat noodles or even celebrate the festival for the first time in a long time. The father wondered who managed to steal the heart of his arrogant daughter. Eudora asked to remove her hand. Her father, the king of warriors, asked Neyu who she was born to be such a vicious person who also doesn't appreciate the garden. Neyu suggested finishing with jokes. He did not write why he was gathering the guys, but he thinks that they already roughly understand the situation. Pant replied that that is why they are here. When there was all the hype with Artia, Neyu didn't bat an eyelid. Then why is there such urgency now? The father replied that he did not intend to pay attention to this, but he thought that this time it would not work. Neyu said that they will act as mercenaries in this war. This time the plan is going to clash, so it will be impossible to avoid a collision. For the one-horned tribe, horns are a symbol of their pride and honor. And since we are talking about the fact that they are going to butt heads, it means they will not back down and will devote all of themselves to the cause. Neyu said that the conversation would be long, so we would suggest going home first. Phoenix asked Yanwu what kind of bracelet he had. The hero replied that he himself could not understand. Phoenix said that she usually feels and can understand a lot, but she just can't figure out what this little thing is hiding. It's like there's some kind of fog hiding it. At least he covered her eyes. Yanwu is very angry that this artifact is hidden from his vision. But the Phoenix can say one thing for sure: this object contradicts her. They are two opposites. But at the same time, he is like a reflection of her. Phoenix said that he is life itself, born and lives, carrying it. But this object is a product of death. It is imbued with it. Although life and death are two opposites, in the end they are one and the same. Yanwu asked if life and death are one, to which the Phoenix answered yes. Phoenix spends its entire life either dying or being reborn. This black bracelet, on the contrary, is directly associated with death. He collects souls, encloses them within himself, thereby making them ghosts. If you look at it this way, then this is also a kind of rebirth. Phoenix said that the hero's shield was clearly marked with divine power. She assumed that this item was blessed by the goddess of war. The Aegis of Athena is an unsurpassed shield consisting of 9 layers. It has protected its owners since ancient times, thanks to the blessing of Athena, the goddess of war. It gives the Gorgon's curse, famous for its incredible energy and strength, and the fact that it is capable of turning any enemy who meets its eyes into stone. The shield also protects the owner with a powerful blessing, protects the body from physical attacks, and suppresses the enemy's spirit. In addition, at a certain distance, it blesses allies, increasing their capabilities and morale. We also increase all defensive skills. The higher the skill level, the wider the possibilities and the more allies you can reach. So this is divine armor. Beautiful thing, Yanwu likes it. The Aegis combined both a defensive and an attack function. In addition to its protective function, this shield has the ability to cast the curse of turning to stone and serves as a barrier, which means it can protect the owner from a huge number of dangers. But this is not the most important thing. With its help, you can control the crowd, the ability to create a buff for allies and apply a debuff for enemies. Usually this is subject to monarchs who have management skills and charisma. However, there is clearly a limit in skills and restrictions on the choice of target. But the effect of the Aegis can spread to everyone whom the owner of the item considered allies. This means that during the fight, Yanwu will be able to increase both the ghost's abilities and his own. Aegis is much better than Junwu mentioned in his diary. With this item, the hero cannot be afraid of a stab in the back. But perhaps we shouldn't deify and become attached to it so much. The souls looked at Yanwu's acquisitions with fear. Their attitude towards the hero worsened a little. Something strange was happening with magic. Yanwu realized that the black bracelet did not go with the Aegis gift. The black bracelet draws energy from curses and demons, while the Aegis, on the contrary, is famous for its divine origin. Naturally, they come into conflict with each other. But then what about this sword that was once divine, but turned black due to the amount of blood it shed? After trying, Vigrid's curse began to dissipate little by little under the influence of the Aegis. The divinity of the sword begins to emerge. But to destroy the dark shell that has appeared, the power of many more deities is needed. Phoenix said that the shield does not accept the bracelet that deals with death, but calmly puts up with the cursed sword. Interesting and very funny. Demonic and divine things. People who would have such opposite things are rarely seen in the tower. Therefore, the Phoenix said that it is normal to wonder why the tower gifted Yanwu with such a gift. By the way, the Phoenix has one request. Thanks to the hero, all 3 of her cubs are healthy, including the smallest one, whom Yanwu saved. The hero congratulated her. The request is that Yanwu name the youngest Phoenix cub. Yanwu held the cub in his hands and continued to think. Phoenix said that this was not an easy task, even for someone like him. The hero received a notification that the Phoenix was asking to name its cub. He can accept or reject. Looking at the baby, he came up with a name, Chirik. But Phoenix's face somehow changed. Yanwu asked if something happened. Phoenix replied that it didn't matter, and so be it. So, Yanwu named the 3rd baby Phoenix Chirk. A connection has been created between the hero and Chirik. It will get stronger as the chick grows. Yanwu made a contract with the legendary beast. All mythical beasts are under his influence. Yanwu felt like something was barking through her body. The growth of the spirit is confirmed and the broken line of continuity is restored. The vessel seemed to grow to match the growth of the spirit. There is only 0.5% left, very little until complete recovery. Well, Yanwu began to think about how he could deal with the shield. He decided to try to cast some kind of spell, telekinesis. It's much easier than he thought. Yanwu decided to try to separate them. To separate all 9, you need to focus on each at the same time. Yanwu heard about this. It shouldn't be difficult. Then he decided on at least 2 first. But it turned out to be much more difficult than Yanwu imagined. The problem is this. It's quite easy to draw a circle with your right hand. But what if you have to draw a square with your other hand at the same time? It's not that simple anymore. What if you have to do 9 different things at the same time? If the hero still wants to do this, he needs to learn how to multitask. He called Wu, Nol, and Ka, saying that from now on they will train. Yanwu lay in the pond and gave it away, looking at his characteristics. The level of heightened perception is immediately apparent. This is probably due to training with Aegis. To separate your thoughts, you need to focus on your feelings. Until the beast hatches, there is nothing to do on the 11th floor. So Yanwu will focus on training to subdue Aegis for now. Still, I wonder why Adora and Pant aren't here yet. Judging by the points table, nothing bad happened. They completed the test, but never showed up on the 11th floor. Maybe they went astray or something didn't go according to plan. Adora and Pant can take care of themselves, but it would be nice if they showed up before the beast hatched from the egg. Yanwu lay back down and realized that he had changed a lot. But 5 days passed, and Pant and Adora still did not appear on the 11th floor. All this time, Yanwu was busy training, and at some point he was able to subjugate all 3 plates of the Aegis. The subordinates had time for self-control, and gradually they began to think. If this continues, then it will be possible to go into battle with them without worrying about the consequences. Phoenix said that it took Yanwu a long time to get ready. He replied that there was a lot to prepare. The time has come to create a vessel for the flame of life. The hero came to the albatross's habitat and began to look for it. Having walked a little deeper into the forest, he saw him. A hidden quest, Albatross Hunter, has appeared. The albatross is a very voracious creature. It eats everything that comes into its field of vision. Because of this, the ecosystem in its habitat is always disrupted. To maintain the ecosystem of the 11th floor, you need to find and destroy albatross eggs before they hatch. Yi Yanwu ordered his subordinates to leave. He himself quickly attacked the albatross. Naturally, the hero defeated him. Albatross is right behind Vulca in strength. He hates Yanwu too much, so now it won't work to make him his subordinate. But in the future, the hero will solve this problem. Yanwu praised all the spirits and rewarded them with spirit beads. The characteristics of perfumes have been improved. This food is made from the same materials that ghosts are made from. Who would have thought that the effect would be so good? With each bead, the characteristics increase, and they themselves put in even more effort because they want to feast on it. And the hunt turned out to be much more successful than Yan Wu thought. He was given no need to interfere. The spirits themselves would have dealt with him just fine. What could be better than a stat boost for idleness? Yes, and the recipe can be found just once or twice. Next up are the shadow snake apples. Yan Wu and the spirits set off. The Trinity group walked and could not find the end. They were very exhausted and could go crazy. The girl replied that Sylph said that there was not much left. The guy said that if she says so, then so it is, and we will offer to push a little more. The Cave of the Shadow Serpent is the most difficult dungeon officially known. And all because the shadow snake has such strong poison that one bite paralyzes all limbs, and the cave is very narrow in places. 5 days have already passed since the Trinity entered the cave. The antidote is almost gone. If this was a regular raid, they would have left already. But they had come too far to turn back. Moreover, a worthy reward awaited them at the end. As soon as the apple of the shadow snake is in the hands of the guys, they can forget about suffering. Having received it, this cave can be dealt with the snap of a finger. And then they approached a huge gate. The guys were happy and relieved. Another guy said he understood their joy, but it was too early to celebrate. You need to prepare for battle and not relax. So they decided to come in. They were very tense, but when they entered they saw only empty trees, and Yan Wu's quest was already completed. He collected bags of apples, accomplishing a feat. Something is not encouraging. It seems that the hero sees this too often. Yan Wu was in Borak City. People around were discussing who could take all the materials, and some places were completely destroyed. One day they will be restored, but when this happens now, people said that if it went on like this, they would rather die of old age than complete the test. Yan Wu apologized to himself, but he had no choice. What can he do? He needed these materials to create a vessel for the flame of life. Although, even without the task, the hero already planned to collect everything. But be that as it may, on the 11th floor, Borak is known as the busiest city. So it's unlikely that the atmosphere could have changed so radically just because of Yan Wu. Something else probably happened. Suddenly, some people started shouting, demanding to disperse and clear the road. Yan Wu realized that this was the Behemoth clan. These guys don't usually show up on such a low floor, so what are they doing here? Hippos are Cheongwado's minions. If they moved, then it definitely had something to do with Cheongwado. We'll need to find out about this. Yan Wu came to the right place, a bar. He tossed the bartender a bag and said he wanted to buy something. The bartender replied that they always welcome wealthy clients and asked what the hero was interested in. Yan Wu replied that the wings of a sky beetle. He would like to buy as many of them as possible. The bartender replied that, of course, they have such a trifle. Yan Wu said that he was only interested in those that were mined on the 31st floor in the Valen Forest. The man replied that although they would cost a little more, with the hero's capabilities they would get as much as needed. The bartender gave the hero what he needed, but Yan Wu was interested in something else. The man said that the hero knows what it takes, and Yan Wu threw him another bag with payment. He said that the Behemoth clan was roaming outside and asked about what happened on the 11th floor. The bartender realized that this was his first time on the 11th floor. Yan Wu said that he has been away from big cities lately. The bartender scratched his head and didn't know where to start. He asked if Yan Wu knew that there was a war going on between the Red Dragon and Cheongwado. The hero was simply shocked. His energy disturbed people and spilled their drinks. He realized that this was too reckless. Yan Wu asked to tell him more about the war, and the bartender began to tell. There was a skirmish between Bahal of the Red Dragon and Leonte of Cheongwado. Leonte put his life first and fled. The clans have declared war on each other, and the worst is yet to come. Yan Wu knew that if two strong rankers representing two large clans collided, then war could not be avoided. Everything is shaping up very interestingly, and they say that the 11th floor could become the first place of massacre. Yan Wu asked why. The bartender replied that there are several reasons, one of which is banal. The 11th floor is symbolic and ideal for the beginning. In addition, here you can easily find a mythical beast and get support. That's for sure. The mythical beasts of the 11th floor can be a good help, especially now when we need to prepare for war. Mythical beasts can help the weak evolve. Now I understand why everyone is so furious. In this case, You need to complete the test before there are even more players on the 11th floor. One of the players sitting at the bar told the bartender that this guy reeks of anger. The bartender said to find out more about him, in case he finds something interesting. But the guy immediately began to blend in, since the hero is a predator, a real monster. The bartender knew this, which is why he instructed the guy. He told the guy to take a closer look at that guy's mask. It's the greedy demon. Night fell and Yanwu was going about his business, but someone followed him. The hero got tired of this and finally said to go out. The guys came to the greedy demon. The guy from the bar said he just wanted to make sure of something. He asked if Yanwu heard about the idiot who caused a commotion on the 11th floor that caused a lot of people to get hurt. The guys thought that this could be our hero. They want to check this, so they demanded assistance. The guys immediately surrounded Yanwu. The hero asked them why they always suspect everyone, whether in training or here. He said that if they want to attack, let them attack and stop making up excuses. The guy got angry and pointed his sword at Yanwu. He became convinced that it was the hero and said that he would make him compensate them for their losses. Yanwu said to try. Before the guy could say anything, Yanwu had already struck them with a blow, causing his head to fly to the ground. The same fate awaited the others. Yanwu's spirits also began to haunt and kill the boys. They didn't understand what it was. Therefore, they started to run away. But the spirits pursued them and killed them one by one. Suddenly, Yanwu caught one of them. The guy started asking if the hero knew who was behind them and how dare he. Yanwu held him up and said that it makes no difference, since no one will get out of here alive anyway. The leaders observed all this and said that it seemed to have begun. One of them said that the guys who went to catch the greedy demon must have been excellent fighters. The guy with red hair was angry that the hero could even defeat Behemoth. Isn't he afraid of becoming Jongwado's enemy? One of the guys said that it doesn't matter how strong the greedy demon is, because he is only one player, and they will crush him with numbers. They will surround him and drive him into a corner. In this situation, Yanwu will not be able to do anything. The guys hit the road. One of the leaders did not understand why it was so dark there because it seemed it should be lighter here. He said it wouldn't work that way. If they continue in the same spirit, then everyone will simply scatter to the sides. First, they need to gather in one place. But suddenly, most of the guys disappeared and only a few remained. The guy didn't understand where the others were. The commander was asked to discuss everything again. Suddenly, in a hurry, and the head of the Sungwon clan, a guy came running and asked why they were here, since they needed to hurry and get out of here faster. Sungwon said to first calm down and explain what happened. The guy started screaming that he was being haunted by ghosts. They tore the others apart and will do the same to them. The guy told Sungwon that he needed to run away from here quickly. The guy said that these are not monsters like Bansha. Everyone was in complete shock and stupor. But suddenly the guy who came running was grabbed by one of the spirits. He was behind. All the guys started fighting for themselves and running away. In fact, the gray fog served several functions. At first, it dulled the player's senses, causing him to get lost in space and lose sight of those with whom you had just stood next. After everything began to swim before your eyes, fear of the unknown appeared, because it was unclear where the enemy would come from. First one person began to panic, and then the rest. And very soon everyone present plunged into panic. Essentially, the fog had almost no debuff, but the effect was amazing. The spirit was surprised that such weak and stupid people came to kill his master. The owner saved the spirit from the underworld, filled with mountains of corpses where time passed painfully slowly. His generous master made it clear that he would give him the spirit bead again so that he could become even stronger. The spirit has already become stronger, but if it continues in the same spirit, then everything will become noticeably more fun. Didn't the owner himself talk about this? Yanwu told the spirit that he would soon become a lich and would be able to do more important things. This means that he will have the opportunity to help his owner at least a little. They will be able to enjoy what is happening together. Therefore, the spirit decided that it was necessary to destroy the enemies of the owner. There are only 3 guys left, including Sungwon. They did not understand that this could happen when suddenly they heard a strange sound. Something was moving towards them, and Yanwu appeared from the fog with a bloody dagger. He asked if any of them wanted to live. He would give them a chance, but he will only give one a chance. So everyone was killed except the guy with red hair. He said he would do anything. The guy asked for mercy, and Yanwu told him to stop whining. The guy knows those who leaked information about Yanwu, and therefore the hero asked him to tell them that if this happens again, then they are all dead. The guy was surprised that this was all. Yanwu asked if he wanted to hear something else. The guy was in a panic and said that he should tell them just like that. Let the greedy demon just let him go. The guy ran away and Yanwu ordered his spirits to keep an eye on him. Noel will follow him and find the information leakers. He will be on his tail, and very soon everything will be decided. Yanwu wasted too much time. We need to quickly go in search of the remaining materials. In that very bar, the bartender did not understand why there was no news. Several hours have already passed since the clans located in the city received the information. The Red Dragon and Chonghuado, preparing for war, gathered many clans here and obtained information about the greedy demon for a decent price. After this, the clans began to gather groups in order to go hunting for him. For the Light of the Stars bar, this deal was of great importance. The bartender thought that even if the hunt for the greedy demon failed, they would be able to find out how strong he was, and this information could be sold for a decent amount. But his thoughts were interrupted by a guy with red hair who burst into the bar. The bartender realized that they had screwed up after all. The guy was angry with the bartender, but several guards blocked his way. But suddenly something incomprehensible to them happened. They were about to be grabbed by a huge ghost. And suddenly there was a huge explosion, and all that was left of the bar was ashes. Yanwu came to the phoenix's lair. She said he took longer to cope than she expected. The hero replied that he had to deal with annoying people. Phoenix said that something must have happened, but fortunately Yanwu got everything he needed. The hero said that thanks to them he acquired useful things, and in this case, the phoenix suggested starting. She, looking at the materials, said that Yanwu collected only the best quality. Apparently the hero is really very picky about little things. Phoenix asked the hero's opinion, since she had not created such a high-quality flame of life for a long time. The flame of life, which contains part of the phoenix's soul, begins to burn even brighter. Suddenly, looking at the flames, Yanwu's memories began to surface. How he and his brother argued about who would win, how angry they were at each other. These were memories of a soul-warming time. No worries. Days filled with loud laughter and smiles. These memories were at the very bottom of consciousness and now began to float to the top. And also Janwu. In each of these memories, there was a brother. Yanwu apologized to the phoenix for not appearing in his best condition. She replied that it was nothing, and thanks to this, she saw the hero not as an ice sculpture, but as a real person with a warm heart. Painful memories symbolize life. Everyone who continues to live day after day has them. Isn't it thanks to them that people overcome all difficulties and continue to live? Memories accumulate, and we can say that they form life. Phoenix will not be able to know what exactly Yanwu saw, but it was thanks to these memories that he became who he is. And because of these memories, he will continue to live. And the phoenix hopes that the hero will not forget to keep them in his heart. Yanwu only timidly thanked her for these words. Phoenix said that while the hero was away, they became very close to the egg of his mythical beast, and she was even sad that the time had come to part with it. Yanwu thought that he would need to come here more often after he passed the 11th floor. Phoenix said it was time to start. Suddenly, the egg began to grow rapidly. Cubs rarely grow this way before they are born. Phoenix thought it might be a dragon. Yanwu and the phoenix were shocked by how huge the egg had become. Some time passed, but no one hatched from the egg. Phoenix said that this was also her first time. She is sure that the creature inside has already fully grown, but she does not understand why it does not come out into the light. Phoenix sighed and suggested giving him a little more time first. Maybe he will change his mind and come out to them. After this, the phoenix suggested that the flame of life was too weak, and it was because of this that the cub could not hatch. So she created a few more things to heat up the egg, but in the end no one hatched from it. Phoenix was angry and said that the cub himself did not want to. She and Yanwu did everything possible, and there could be one reason why it hasn't hatched yet. Yanwu asked if there were any ideas on how to fix this. Phoenix replied that she needed a reason. Mythical creatures live off dreams. They are born into a dream and live in pursuit of it. Therefore, they do not feel the need to be born in a place where there is no dream. People usually have a dream. If memories support life, then the desire to fulfill a dream becomes a reason for it. Phoenix was shocked that Yanwu didn't have a dream. Coming out of the lair, the hero began to think. Like the Phoenix said, he has no dreams. Even if there is only one, revenge. But this is not even a dream, rather a goal. Yanwu thought that the place would become an anchor pulling him down. So what should we do about it now? Suddenly Chirik came to him to console him. Yanwu thought that Chirik was advising him not to worry about his friend sleeping. The cub needs a reason. But it would be better to make sure that he doesn't need it. Yanwu decided that he would imbue him with the flame of life until the result appears. And if this does not give results, then it will be enough to transfer the powers of the other 4 divine beings to him. They will feed him without stopping until he gets rid of the shell himself. They will see if he can avoid hatching with constant feeding. Yanwu was wandering through the forest and met an unknown person. The guy asked if it was Cain. The guy abruptly took off his hood and said that his name was Yanu, and he was here to give Cain a letter from Pant and Idora. There was nothing special in the letter. The one-horned tribe had urgent business to attend to, and as members of the royal family, Pant and Idora were immediately called back. They apologized for the fact that there was no news from them, and said that they would come as soon as everything was sorted out, and asked not to worry. Janu said that life is in full swing for the boys, especially Pant. This made Yanwu smile, and he thought to himself that nothing changes. Yanu thought that Cain was worried about something. Yanu conveyed that the princess actually said that Cain is ideal by nature. But if something is not going well for him, or he is worried about something, then Yanu must definitely help him. Although you can't tell Ian by his appearance, he is a descendant of a medium, so you can rely on him. Since he is a medium, it means he is far from the last person in the tribe. From the moment the one-horned tribe opened the tower, they always moved forward, putting in maximum effort. But they could not hold out in the tower for so long, only thanks to their strength and neutrality. The greatest force that maintained their majestic position was the mediums. Thanks to a man acting as a sage, the one-horned tribe could communicate with their god. The medium of the one-horned tribe listened to the words of their god and conveyed them to the people. Usually such messages were like a prophecy and were very clear, so that everyone was jealous that the one-horned tribe had such a person. It seems that the identity of the medium should be kept secret. Janu guessed what Cain was thinking, but said that he was not as outstanding as the medium himself. He is just one of many receivers, and the next medium will be another person. But Janu said that he was no worse than the others in any way, so he could be trusted. The hero thought about it and decided to ask for something. Yanwu explained that he needed Idora's insight. Yanu said that then everything is simple. They will just go to their tribe. But Yanwu reminded that something important was happening in the tribe. Yanu replied that it was so, but in fact several elders went to see Cain in person. It was a very lucky coincidence. The one-horned tribe are some of the oldest inhabitants of the tower, which means they must know many secrets about the trials. Yanwu thought how lucky it was, and visiting them was a good idea. Yanwu showed the beast egg to Yang. The guy was shocked by its size. The hero finished his preparations, but wanted to ask Yanu if he was really allowed to visit the one-horned tribe. He heard that not everyone can get there. The one-horned tribe is known for its members having purple hair and a single horn, as well as being endowed with extraordinary skills and physical abilities. Having reached a certain age, they mostly remain in the village and do not show themselves to the world, except for those moments when it is necessary to climb the tower. They say that communication with their village is limited, and it is really difficult to get close to them. Janu replied that these were just rumors, and the village could not exist if it did not let anyone in. Guests come to them, and traders from other places often appear. But their village is hidden by a circular technique, so Yanwu must follow Yangwu and not be distracted by anything. Janu gave the hero a ticket, allowing him to leave the tower, and then used it himself. Yanwu and Yangwu arrived in an unfamiliar place. Yanu said that from now on Cain must follow strictly in his footsteps, and if he stumbles even one step, problems will arise. As soon as Yanu stepped further, he seemed to begin to evaporate. This was the circular technique. In addition to fighting techniques, the one-horned tribe uses a unique technique that allows them to distort the environment, stimulating the energy flowing underground. This technique is reminiscent of magic circles. But if magic gradually accumulates magical power, then in the circular technique, the forces, including magical ones, pulsate without stopping. Yeonwoo isn't sure exactly how this technique works, but he thinks by following Yang Woo they'll get a general idea of what it is. The hero stepped on the same place as Yan when suddenly they found themselves no longer in a gray area, but in a field with flowers. Janu said that they would soon be in the village. Yeonwoo used dragon eyes. Although they tried to hide this path, it is still visible from the outside and follows a certain route. If you think about it this way, this path resembles magical circuits. Yeonwoo thinks that he can find the right route himself. Left 45 degrees, now right 16 degrees, and then Yeonwoo found the village. Suddenly, the hero heard a voice that said that this dude was able to find the way without any clues. Janu was very scared that Kane had gone somewhere so suddenly. He said that the hero was lucky that nothing happened, because if he had stumbled, it would have been bad. But Kane replied that he saw the way, so he turned away. Janu was shocked. Yeonwoo said that he saw a shorter route, so the guy doesn't have to worry. Ian couldn't believe that Kane had found the way the first time. He said that this couldn't happen, and Kane was like a monster. Looking around, Yeonwoo realized that he expected something different from the one-horned tribe. This village is no different from any other. People were surprised by the man's arrival, because no one had said that anyone was going to come today. And other people, looking at Kane's mask, said that it was Yeonwoo who was leaving the village on behalf of the princess. Looking at the faces of the locals, Yeonwoo became embarrassed. What have they heard about him? Suddenly, Yeonwoo called out to Eudora. She looked very worried, but at the same time happy. Yeonwoo asked if she was okay. Eudora replied that yes, and apologized for suddenly disappearing since they urgently needed to get ready. Yeonwoo put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry about it, since she probably had important reasons. People around watched and saw the ice princess smiling, but Eudora quickly drove them away. Suddenly Nayu appeared with Pant. He asked if Kane had become friends with his children. Yeonwoo realized that he was the head of the one-horned tribe. It was thanks to him that the tribe began to prosper. The king of warriors. But suddenly, Yeonwoo saw some strange aura emanating from Nayu. The warrior king asked if everyone had seen. He said Kane was not bad, although why be surprised if Yeonwoo was able to easily go through the circle technique? Pant began asking his father how he was and what he saw. Gayu replied that a yellow beak like him would not understand this yet. But Nayu had something important to say. Yeonwoo didn't understand what it was. Maybe he misunderstood or did something wrong when passing the circular technique. But that wasn't what Naya was worried about. He asked Kane if and when he would marry his daughter. Eudora was furious with shame, and the people around her froze, including Yeonwoo. Nayu reminded his daughter about the conversation that if a good man appears, he should be grabbed immediately. Take him, when he was Alora's age, he met her mother, and they immediately got married. Eudora said to stop with this and shouted that she herself would figure out who she should marry. Pant held Eudora to calm her down a little. Nayu said that they had not met guests in the tribe for a long time and suggested that they should not stand on the street but go inside. He wanted to drink tea and talk. Yeonwoo was put in the palace for training. The situation there was completely difficult. Nayu apologized for keeping him waiting. He was late for some reason while he was changing clothes. Due to the fact that he had not put on his attire for a long time, he forgot the order. Yeonwoo said that it suits him very well. Nai was flattered by this and replied that he himself knew. In fact, he is picky about clothes, and in his youth, he was quite the fashionista. When everyone sat down, Nayu suggested starting a dialogue. Nayu said that Kane is the best newcomer, who has done an excellent job in training and the initial levels, the partner of the bloody sword and the foxtail, a monster who can get rid of anger only by receiving the best, the greedy demon. Also, he is a newcomer who single-handedly dealt a blow to the Arandan group. Yeonwoo was shocked and asked how he knew. Nayu ordered him to sit down. The hero did not understand what kind of energy this was. He could not move. Yeonwoo was mistaken. What he felt earlier was not just Nayu's sharp gaze. It had already gotten out of his body, but the hero did not notice it. Nayu is a real monster. Nayu said not to worry about it, since there are no more than 3 in the tower who know about it. Nayu suggested getting down to business. He heard about the reason why Kane came to their village from Yanu. Nayu asked if this huge thing on the street was an egg. Having heard about him from Yanu, the man thought that he was talking about another nonsense, but this was not so. Yan Wu asked if there was any way. Nayu said that he does not know this and is not particularly versed in such things, but he advised me to trust the elders. They've seen a lot of things, so they can help. One of the elders said that he knew of only one similar case described in written sources. He's wondering if these two cases could be identical. The elder read about an egg that reached a height of 4 meters and cracked only under the influence of certain factors. And he wouldn't be surprised if something like a dragon of nothingness hatched from him. Everyone was shocked. Pano said how scary it is to live in this world and why they are only learning about this now. But Idora told the elder that, as far as she knew, fourth-generation divine beings were not born in the tower. The old man replied that everything was correct. Divine beings usually reside outside the tower. The same goes for the dragon of nothingness. Therefore, it can be assumed that this egg is much older. In general, a dragon of nothingness has already hatched from such an egg once, so this time someone like him may be born. To put it simply, this egg, for an unknown reason, has changed and reached abnormal sizes, and in order to solve this problem, you need to get a moon seed. Moon seed is one of the medicinal herbs that only the one-horned tribe possesses. For other tribes, it's absolutely useless, so few people know about it. Yan Wu said that in that case, he wants to get this seed and asked what needs to be done for this. Neyu thought about it. Cain needs the moon seed, but from what he may have heard, it is an important medicinal plant for the one-horned tribe. It is so difficult to grow that one root can be collected once every 15 years, and even that is not a fact. Cain said that as everyone can see, he has nothing special. If the tribe wants to get something in return, then he can later. But Neyu interrupted him and said that they do not work on debt. Yan Wu began to think that he had something that King Mu might like. Vigrid or maybe Aegis. Neyu said that there was no need to offer him anything material. Cain, for example, has a strong body. The king asked if the hero had heard about the war between the Red Dragon and Chongwado. Soon they will join as mercenaries. It would be nice if Cain also participated. Neyu asked what he thought about this. Yan Wu has a sudden quest to participate in the war. He is embroiled in a war. The one-horned tribe has put an end to their long-standing neutrality and are also preparing to join the war as a group of mercenaries. Yan Wu was offered to become a member of this group and take part in the war. The rewards are intimacy with the one-horned tribe, a moon seed, and beyond that is unknown. Yan Wu needed to enter this war for revenge. He looked for ways to do this, and now he is told to join the war as a mercenary from the one-horned tribe. The hero will be able to deal with the egg and enter the war. You couldn't imagine a better opportunity. But the one-horned tribe always tried to remain neutral. Although Yan Wu still has a guess why they decided to intervene. Zhang Muxin of Chongwado was a member of the one-horned tribe. The hero doesn't know what he did, but because of him, the one-horned tribe decided to prove themselves. Cain realized that the one-horned ones were on Chongwado's side. The warrior king said he was a quick thinker and asked if he was in or out, and Cain announced that he was with them. Neyu stood up and said that this is right. That's what strong will means. He told Cain to try his best in the war. From now on, he will teach the hero a lot, so Yan Wu must do everything right. Neyu told everyone that the greedy devil Cain was joining the war with them and asked if there were any objections. Everyone was sitting in silence when suddenly one guy raised his hand and said that he would like to speak. He turned out to be one of Nayu's sons. Chan first called the king fathers. Nayu said that they were at an official meeting and told Chan to watch his language. The guy apologized. Chan asked why they were accepting a stranger into their ranks who had not really proven his skills and had not completely cleared the 11th floor. This is unacceptable. Idora asked if Chan didn't believe what he and Pant said. The guy replied that that was exactly the case and Cain was just a man. Idora said Chan will be held accountable for what he said. The king said that was enough. Nayu said to swear outside. He also said that if Chan claims that he does not believe Cain, then in this case, the hero will simply prove his strength. Pant and Idora apologized to Yan Wu, saying that their brother was making things difficult. The hero replied that since he was going to become a freeloader, he had to at least prove himself, so it was even better. Pant replied that that's how it is, but it's so annoying that Kane is being dragged into their family affairs. This is where Yanwu got interesting. Idora asked if Kane knew anything about their tribe. The hero replied that it was not much. The one-horned tribe calls itself a tribe, but in fact, it is a union of 51 families. And the system is designed in such a way that the strongest of them becomes king. So Idora and Pant were born into one of these families. Their family is named Cheonlam. The king of the one-horned tribe is chosen from the children of the previous king. And in order for this condition to be fulfilled, the king must have at least one heir in each family. Yanwu asked what that meant. Idora explained that she and Chan were just half-brother and sister. He, just like their father, is from the Baxen family. This means that he, like Pant, is one of 4 contenders to become the future king. No, to be more precise, Chan has much more chances than Pant. Pant started shouting that this was not true, and Idora replied that he was simply too weak. Idora wants to say that Chan could have done this to win over the elders to his side. Moreover, Chan reached the 30th floor at an early age, so he is considered one of the most talented members of their tribe. Therefore, Idora said that if Kane needs the seed, then they will do it at all costs. But Yanwu interrupted her. He said that he shouldn't, and would sort out his own affairs. Just let the sleepyheads watch him from the sidelines. If Idora and Pant consider Kane their brother, then he believes that the eldest should do this. The entire one-horned tribe gathered in the stands to watch the fight. As mentioned earlier, they will fight to confirm their skills. Nayu said that killing is prohibited. If something like this happens, they will be punished. The warrior king announced the start of the battle. Chan said that Kane is impudent. He wants to deal with the blues in one blow and prove Pant and his sister that they were wrong. He will show him what the sword in front means. Chan wanted to hit, but did not understand where Kane had gone, when suddenly Yanwu hit him with his head on the floor. People were shocked, but Nayu was very happy and cheerful. Yanwu told Chan that he was absolutely not interested in what goals he was pursuing, because he still thought that he needed to prove his strength. Only Kane said that there was no need to use him for his own purposes, since he had nothing to do with Chan. The guy stood up and said it wasn't over yet. Chan was preparing to use his special technique, and everyone immediately tensed up. Now Chan thought that Kane would definitely not leave. He used his energy blade, but Yanwu was able to dodge it. Chan continued to hit the hero with the Sword of the Storm, but Kane was much faster. Chan missed all the time and the hero dealt him a decisive blow. Chan fell exhausted. All the one-horned people began to shout that Kane was better than they thought, and the technique he performed was very clean and precise. Nayu asked if anyone had any objections now. He said that from now on, the greedy demon Kane is considered a member of their tribe. Evening came and the hero approached the king. Nayu immediately realized that the guy wanted to say something. Kane said that it would be good if the king answered his question. Nayu immediately realized that Kane was wondering how he knew about the incident with Arendon. The king honestly answered that it was not he who found out about this, but they told him. Or rather, the medium said. The medium said that soon the one who had caused a stir not long ago would appear. He also said that there would be a deep connection between Kane and the king. So Nayu thought about it, and decided that since the war could not be called just hype, then there was only one incident left, the defeat of Arendon at the training stage. The king said not to worry, as he was not going to talk about it. Even though they are on Jongwado's side, it's not like they work closely together. There is no benefit for them to talk a lot. And more importantly, is there any point in setting up a man whose children are following him? Kane thanked the king for his words and asked him to tell him who the third man was. Nayu said it's all for one. He is the one who just sits on the top floor and watches what is happening. They and the medium are nothing compared to him. The king said that Kane could not escape him. One of the all-for-one skills is clairvoyance. This is a skill that allows you to break cause and effect relationships. He can see everything that happens in the tower in full view. Lastly, Yanwu would like to know when the roughly one-horned tribe is going to join Jongwado. Nayu replied that very soon, namely in 5 days. Yanwu was surprised that it was so fast. Nayu said that there is nothing to be surprised about because this time they will start a war. If they were going to get into a fight, shouldn't he do it nicely and look cool? The members of Chonghuado discussed how such a fool could really be accepted as a warrior. Chang Muxing said it was very funny. And Do Musin asked about how long ago he took the empty place of Quan Musin, who is now rushing at the red dragon. They even spent the inner powers of the mystical dragon in order to restore Quan Musin. Suddenly Chan was told enough was enough. It doesn't matter whether they like it or not. They are Leonte's comrades, so they need to go together to the end. It would be good to avoid unnecessary quarrels. Now they should think about how the war with the red dragon will go. As they all know, they are much weaker. However, they have a knife that they don't have. And with his help, Chongwado can easily put a knife to the throat of the proud Summer Queen. So before they go into battle, they should prepare. We also need to deal with the fourth-generation divine beings. Chung Musin replied that, more precisely, they need to decide in advance who can influence the course of events. Du Muxing was told that he could release the 6 and 7, let him deal with everything and return. He will gain additional strength. And the guys also heard that the one-horned tribe is about to start acting. This means that the war will begin very soon. Du Muxing will also be involved in it, and before that, he will take care of the tasks assigned to them. At this point, the meeting was adjourned. Chan asked Du if he was going to kill divine beings and where he would start. As Du knows, Chan's relatives will soon arrive on the 11th floor, and he wouldn't want them to get hurt. Du Muxing said that he would start from the south, namely the Phoenix. Neyu asked his wife if this was enough. She said almost. Neyu asked if he was really that same child. She was sure of this and asked if she had ever been mistaken. Cain was able to find his way to the village without any clues, and he was also able to attract Idora's attention. This alone has already proven its effectiveness. Neyu admitted that she was right. So this means Cain is the child who received the blessing. The king wants to educate him and maybe make him his student. After the battle, the one-horned tribe held a reception in honor of the guests. But in reality, everyone just wanted to have fun one last time before the war started. Cain saw that smiling people lived here. They are very different from him. Suddenly, a man approached Yan Wu, who had heard that the hero was now the youngest. He said that since Cain was with them, he should have come and greeted the others and not forced the elders to come up themselves. Yan Wu thought it was one of the guests. He heard that besides him, there were 9 other guests in the village. The man is just a guest, and he's showing off, it's funny. Yan Wu said to move away, otherwise he can't see anything. The man began to get angry when suddenly Idora appeared. The man immediately calmed down and began to make excuses that it was nothing. He just heard that another guest had appeared in the village. Idora said that Cain hasn't been officially introduced yet, so there's nothing to worry about. The man left in a rage. Yan Wu said that it was not worth it, Idora herself knew. But she doesn't like that someone spoils the holiday atmosphere. She said that the egg had been moved to the elders for now. Yan Wu thanked her. But Idora said that they should thank Cain and asked if he noticed how the elders' eyes lit up when they saw the egg. The elders begged Yan Wu to give them the egg for research while he was busy participating in the war. When he agreed, they were almost on their knees. But for some reason, I don't really want to remember their looks. Suddenly, Idora noticed that Cain had a chain on her hand since last time. Yan Wu remembered that there was something he wanted to ask Idora about this thing. It would be good if she tested him using her insight, otherwise his strength is not enough for this. Idora looked, and it seemed to her that they were very old handcuffs. She thinks they are made of divine metal, although they are not. She heard that there was too little of this material left, so they couldn't be made from it. Idora isn't sure, but she thinks the cuffs are just part of an artifact. Looking at the connecting objects, she can guess that there must be 2 more parts. Usually prisoners are shackled with similar things, and they consist of 3 parts. The first part is this very handcuff, the second is the leg shackles, and the third and last is the collar. Most likely, you need to collect all 3 elements. Once all 3 elements are assembled, the circuits will return to full functionality. But Yan Wu said he wanted to ask Idora something else. The hero wants to learn martial arts and asked if she knows any ways. Yan Wu heard that the martial arts of the one-horned tribe are completely unique, and they don't like to teach them to strangers, so Idora was taken aback. The hero asked her about it just in case, but it was better for him not to get his hopes up. Idora sighed and said that when morning comes, she will talk to her father about this, but she can say for sure that approval will be difficult to get. Yan Wu replied that everything was fine. He himself understood that his request was difficult to fulfill. Well, if it doesn't work out, you'll have to spend time and figure it out yourself. Idora went to her father and told about Kane's desire, and he wondered why she came to see him so late. Neyu said that apparently she really likes Kane. Idora said that he could become the master of the yin sword. Her father said she thought so highly of Kane. She asked her father if he couldn't see it himself. Neyu says she is right. Kane is a truly talented guy who knows how to surprise, and also courageous. Idora thought that the father was in favor, but he said that he would give his consent under certain conditions. Neyu told his daughter to be mindful of the restrictions placed on the next medium. For several centuries, Idora was the only one who achieved insight, and very soon she will take the place of a medium. Therefore, the person she chooses must prove that he is worthy of it. Idora was confident that Kane could handle it. Neyu's daughter is bound by the chains that created their tribe. She has to act much more seriously, although this does not correspond to her age, and very soon she will have to step on a thorny path. Yanwu thought about Idora's words about his bracelet and divine metal. Just as there are several types of herbs that can help restore magic, there are numerous types of metals that can be used to create artifacts. The best of them is called the divine metal. However, the name speaks for itself, and finding such material is really difficult. Some even think that it doesn't exist in principle. But Yanwu knew for sure that divine metal existed because the cursed sword that got him into this mess contained divine iron. Even though the sword contained a minimal amount of divine metal, Junwu suffered because of it. If the handcuff is really made of such a powerful material, then what was the Black King doing? And if he was so strong, then why has no one heard of him? Suddenly, Yanwu was stopped by the same men who pestered him yesterday. He asked if it was possible for new people to walk at such a late hour. The man said that Kane hid behind the princess not long ago. The next morning, the man already had a huge purple-black eye and wished the hero good luck. Idora also finally found a hero. Yanwu, without even saying hello, asked how things were going. Idora said that, of course, she agreed. Father even gave permission to enter the bronze-level skill archive. Idora said that it basically kept records of all the fighting techniques they had ever used. To put it simply, the skill archive is divided into 4 levels: gold, silver, bronze, and metal. They usually don't allow outsiders into the bronze level or higher archives, but apparently Father cares about Kane very much. But Idora said that her father had a condition. Idora told the hero that no one should help him, including her and Pant. Kane must master their fighting techniques on his own and become enlightened. And in 4 days, Neyu will personally evaluate him. If he was satisfied with Kane's level, he said that he would personally teach him their techniques. Suddenly, Yanwu has a sudden quest, Test of the King. The king of the one-horned tribe, Neyu, takes an interest in him, as he performed well during his training. You need to visit the archive of skills of the metal and bronze levels, invent your own personal technique, and discover new possibilities for using magic circuits. Rewards: Trainer King Mu, the 8 punches technique, the right to inherit the yin sword, and more. Yanwu doesn't know what it is, but the quest is attractive only because King Mu himself will teach him. But you need to come up with your own technique, and even in 4 days. This is madness. The hero doesn't know why he attracted the attention of King Mu, but this is both an opportunity and a test for Yanwu. The hero must survive. Kane asked Idora where he should go, and she took him to the place. Idora began to tell that this is a place that was built by their ancestor Yumjung when their tribe first came to the tower. In this archive they store all the documents, from the skill volumes of all the martial techniques created by their family, to magic scrolls, alchemical manuals, and many other ancient books. Idora showed where the archive of iron skills ends. Next is the archive of bronze skills. There are guards there who will not spare anyone, so no matter how curious Yanwu is, he should not enter the other 2 levels. Idora became sad, and Yanwu understood everything. He knows he can't help it, and said not to apologize. On the contrary, he should thank her for having the opportunity to be here. Kane saw that there were really a lot of books here, so first he needed to find the ones that would be useful to him. Important documents are likely to be popular, so there are bound to be traces of human hands on them. And Yanwu found the right book. Having opened it, the hero saw many incomprehensible words, such as Nagan, Hell, Kimek. He didn't understand anything. There's nothing you can do about it. Since Yanwu can't understand this, he'll just have to memorize it. Idora thought that Kane already knew something about their techniques, since he learned that it was better to start with this book. If he understands the scripture on tendon transformation, he will understand the basics, but it will take a long time, and Yanwu doesn't have it at all. Kane's reading speed was initially slow, but after reading one book, he picked up another, and then another, and another, and the more books there were, the higher the reading speed. Yanwu still saw unfamiliar words before his eyes, but he began to roughly understand what was going on here. It became clear that quantity is not so important if the dishes are small. First, you need to enlarge the vessel, and then more liquid will fit into it. So Yanwu was mainly focused on increasing the amount of magic. And now it has become clear that we need to focus on expanding magical channels. It makes sense. Yanwu was indeed focused on increasing the amount of magical powers and did not think at all about expanding the magical channels. First, you need to switch your attention to them. Control over magical power will come later. Having read several dozen books, Yanwu still has hundreds of the same unread ones. The belly is a storehouse of mana. Negong is magical power. Kimek is a channel of magical power. Wangi is a flow of mana. With proper breathing, Wangi attracts magical power and it accumulates inside the body. Depending on the chosen breathing technique, magical power moves through the body in a certain way. It all depends on abilities, and the greater the volume of controlled magical power becomes, the stronger the person becomes. To control magical power, Hell is precisely what is needed. Hell is considered a repository of magical power and plays an important role in strengthening. Hell is located along the entire perimeter of the channels of magical power. There is no such organ in the magical circuits that would be responsible for Hell. The magical power just flows smoothly. Dragons do not need Hell. They can control magic as they wish. But Yanwu is human and is too different from dragons. This means that he needs a core. Let's call it the core. The cores are installed along the contours along which the magical power is tested. And if the hero can open and close them at will, then there will be no problems in freely controlling the magical power. Yanwu started a new concept of the magic circuit. He became the discoverer of a new area not explored by dragons. He received the trait of Man of Energy, as well as the nickname Discoverer, and blessed with magical power. He received the Noble Strength skill, but Yanwu also received a notification that the gods and demons of the 98th floor were watching him with interest. The gods and demons somehow managed to occupy floors 98 to 77, and if a player appears that they like, they give him rights. For example, they can make a proposal just like Hermes did when he suggested Yanwu become an apostle. They can also interact with the player through messages. But this happens extremely rarely. Even Junwu didn't receive any messages from them. Is the core concept really that unique? But the hero is sure of one thing. He has taken the right path. The hero now has the Man of Energy trait. Using Wanga is easier for him than for others. By choosing a breathing technique, the amount of Wanga available increased and the reload speed increased. The faster it is used up and recharged, the more effective the use of magical power becomes. Any player dreams of this kind of feature. The second is the nickname, received the blessing of magical power. Magic power and skill level have increased. The amount of magical power available for use at a time increases. This is good, but something else is important. The important thing is that Yanwu can use different types of magical power. This means that it will be possible to use conflicting types of magic at the same time. Initially, Yanwu had to use the Aegis and the black bracelet separately, but now he will not experience such restrictions. The last one is the Noble Strength skill. This skill allows you to use magic circuits more effectively. Although the level is the lowest, it can be raised, so no need to worry. The main thing is that Yanwu grabbed the basics. This means he needs materials that allow him to rise higher. The archive is full of such data. You can choose anything. Idora dozed off while Yanwu was studying. She realized that it was already the third day of 4. The girl went to Kane. She called him, but he was completely absorbed in himself. From his look and without words, it is clear what Kane feels. Idora knows this because she is used to having Pant and members of the tribe around her. Kane looks like he's wandering through the fog, as if he's grabbed onto something and made the fighting equipment his own. Maybe even climbed higher. This is awareness. and suddenly the books began to fly apart with great force. The guard ran in to find out what was happening, but looked at Cain and was shocked. The hero revealed the maximum strength of his hands and the 12 meridians. This cannot happen, and he did not believe that Cain managed it in 4 days. He thought, isn't this the level of Yang Guan and Hyun himself? Suddenly, Yan Wu called Adora. She was there all the time, but it felt like a completely different person was standing in front of her. But all her dreams were destroyed when Cain said that he was hungry and asked if there was food. Maybe because Yan Wu had overcome the critical moment, but he became much more free and could maintain a dialogue with Adora. From the moment the flow of energy opened, the magical circuits began to work much better. Work on accepting the inheritance has also resumed. Now it was 99.7%. They say that initially there are 360 hells in the human body. The main thing is to get ahead of the location of 36 of them. Magical power is concentrated in each of them, and to prevent them from falling apart, nuclei are formed. And although the magical power in the magical circuits has decreased, its effectiveness has increased incomparably. Adora asked if Cain was finished. The hero replied that 95%, 5% is missing. These are basic breathing techniques, but still, Yan Wu comes up with a new fighting technique. And does he really want to say that he did almost everything in 3 days? A man who had never heard of one-horned techniques before. Yan Wu said that he lacks color. Adora didn't understand a bit. Cain explained that each military technique has its own feature. Whether in 2nd or 3rd grade, each should have its own goal. Yok Gyun Kyung focuses on maintaining form. The Samji breathing technique collects the energy of heaven and earth, and the heavenly dragon technique aims to complement Neigong. If you go deeper into this, then there are also divine techniques, darkness techniques, poison techniques, and others. What Yan Wu has done up to now is just the foundation. But if he's going to use military techniques to the fullest, then he needs to get special features. He hasn't gotten to that point yet, and Cain said that there are no ideas yet. Adora asked what he was going to do. The hero replied that he needed to return to searching the bronze skill archive. Adora and Cain came there. Yan Wu only has 24 hours left. Now we need to find what he needs. The elder sat with King Neyu, but the elder's nerves couldn't control him. He couldn't concentrate because Neyu was humming songs to himself. The man asked the king why he was so happy and what happened. Neyu replied that today is the day when he can test how outstanding his son-in-law is. Apparently, Adora thinks that Cain will be entrusted with the Yin sword. The man said that this could happen. Cain is the only one who completed the training and 30 floors in one go. The elder does not think that anyone can repeat his successes. Although the man said that it was a bit of a pity that Cain was wearing a mask all the time and you couldn't see his face. And Neyu said that he must be damn handsome. The elder asked how Neyu knew, but he just smiled. Looking at his smile, one can assume that he is up to something again. The elder asked what this incredible quest was, to figure out their combat techniques in 4 days. He understands that Cain has a lot to learn in a short time, but if he overdoes it, it will be a waste of time. Even Neyu's son couldn't handle it when he was younger, and he called him a genius. Neyu asked him to tell me better how things were going with the egg. Just changes the subject. The elder replied that the more they try to figure it out, the less they understand what is inside. The elder thinks that this is someone of the caliber of a divine being, but he will say more later. They haven't fully figured it out yet. In this case, Neyu said that it was time to check how well his son-in-law had completed his homework. Seeing Cain, Neyu said that there was absolutely nothing left of him and asked Adora if she had starved him. Looking at him, the king can assume that Cain has achieved greater success than expected. Yan Wu asked if he could show right here, and Neyu said yes. And Yan Wu began to show off his new skills. A fiery whirlwind appeared around him in an instant. Yan Wu received divine knowledge. Until now, he had not spoken out loud the name he had always thought about. Divine wings, that's what Jun Wu used to be called. Neyu said that Cain was a real monster and asked if he was really not better than himself. Yan Wu replied that among everyone he knows, Neyu is the strongest person. The warrior king said that Cain maximized his striking power and destructiveness by making them the center. Through breathing techniques, he tried to balance the entire technique from beginning to end. Only with this breathing technique, it is better to focus on completing the technique. Cain wanted to know the reason, and Nad said that it just seemed so to him. The hero was confused, and Neyu said that there was nothing to explain, since geniuses like him notice everything at first sight. When Yanwu had to learn to understand the structure of mana, Junwoo and Yule said about the same thing. Is it really possible that along with genius comes the skill of infuriating people? And yet, Neyu said that Kane passed and congratulated him. The king asked how he managed it, since he was only the third. The test of King Mu quest was completed, and Yanwu achieved record levels. As a reward, he receives the right to study with the king. Also, as a reward, Yanwu receives the right to master the 8 punches technique, as well as the right to inherit the yin sword. Neyu gave the hero a book. As he promised, he will become Kane's mentor. So first, the hero must focus on the 8 punches technique. As the hero knows, they will soon join the war, so Neyu told Kane to stay with him for a while and learn. If Yanwu can be close to King Mu during the war, then he will be able to observe his actions and significantly increase the degree of his skills. Kane said he wanted to ask something. The hero has just received the right to inherit the int sword as a reward, but does not know what it is. Neyu said that he would tell him when the time came and asked if there were any more questions. Neyu said that Kane was the third one to pass the test, and he was wondering who the other 2 were. Neyu was surprised by such questions, but said that Kane had definitely heard about one in these 2 since he was quite famous. And this man is Com Musin. Among all 5 Musins in Cheonghwado, Com is the strongest. They say that in the entire tower, no one can compare with him in sword technique. It is so good that among Quinoa, it is even compared to Alpha Wang. So this is who was the first to pass King Mu's test. Kane also asked about the second. Neyu replied that it was a secret. He doesn't speak not because he doesn't want to, but because Yanwu doesn't know him. Apparently, this is someone truly unknown. In that case, Yanwu said that he has one more request. He said that he wanted to see King Mu's true strength. Neyu scratched the back of his head and said how difficult it is to be a teacher. He began to think about what to show Kane. He doesn't usually do this, so Kane was lucky. King Mu said to watch carefully. This is one of the 8 punch techniques, Tanshin. Neyu's blow missed Yanwu by a centimeter. It only lasted a moment, but Yanwu saw exactly what King Mu was hiding, the eyes of a predatory beast. When Yanwu turned around, he saw that the sun had split into 2 parts. And a moment later, everything returned to its place. Kane was shocked that this was even possible. Neyu sighed and said that he had not used his power for a long time. His shoulders were already stiff. He told Kane that they were going into battle tonight, so he shouldn't be late. And Idora's father asked him to feed Kane, otherwise he looked frail, as if people began to doubt his abilities. King Mu said that he had a lot to do and would go. Yanwu promised himself that he would surpass him someday. When Neyu showed his strength, he almost died. His wife asked him why he should show off so much in vain. The elders are looking for Naya. Other clans may rebel, and the king is busy with this. Neyu told his wife that one should not show weakness in front of the children. In addition, the teacher must be an unattainable goal and an impenetrable curtain, and only then will the student make every effort. My wife asked what if this doesn't happen. Neyu replied that then the student was nothing of himself. His wife asked if he was happy, because Neyu did not intend to go that far. But King Mu said that he was pleased from the very beginning. He thinks that Kane is capable of much more than he thought. Com Musin also completed the 30-day test in 4 days. Neyu believed that it would be right to teach them with all his passion. The night that King Mu spoke about has finally arrived. He gathered his entire tribe. Neyu said it was exciting to get out for the first time in a long time. The king told everyone to act cool and not dare to wet themselves out of fear. He will personally check that such individuals are not among them. One of the people told the king not to screw it up too, otherwise they would immediately replace him. Yanwu found this atmosphere very unusual. Basically, Neyu told everyone not to die. For those who die, he will personally follow them to hell and pile more on top. The king asked if everything was clear, and the people immediately began to shout warlikely. Then it was time to have fun, and everyone took out teleport tickets. Here's the beginning, Junwu. The Red Dragon and Cheonghwado. This is how their war began. King Mu was on the world border of dreams. He called Kane to him. Neyu thought and decided that before attacking Kuram, Kane should be taught 8 punches. So starting today, King Mu will show Cain one move at a time. So he told Yanwu to watch carefully and learn. To begin with, King Mu said that Qi consists of the following components: soul, energy, and body. Soul is responsible for internal energy. This is what is called magical power and the like. Body is a vessel. It's not just about the stomach, but the whole body. Energy connects these two components, becomes, as it were, a connecting link, and is responsible for ensuring that Qi functions as it should. And along with it, sword skills, movement, and fighting techniques. And 8 punches are the most powerful energy-based technique. If the hero asks why, then everything is simple. She was created by Neyu, a true genius, so she simply cannot be weak. 8 punches is not as simple as its name might suggest. You take a sword, and here is the technique of wielding a sword. You go. The technique of gate. You grab the spear and start using the spear technique. This is how it is set up. Neyu doesn't like to point out which weapons are best to use. King Mu said that the lecture had gone on for a long time and it was time to show the movement. The first is a heavenly step, then a quiet horn, and an angry fist. Cain was impressed. King Mu's movements were concise and completely clear. He knows exactly where to place his foot and when to lift it off the ground. Neyu was determined and completely unshakable. His every move is not accidental. King Mu will move in a way that suits his body. Neyu said this was the first stage of 8 punches out of 32. Although Neyu says that this is the first stage, even this is divided into 64 large and small movements. So to show such a movement at once is like making a joke on someone. It is impossible to learn this in one go. Neyu told Cain to admit honestly that he could not learn, and then his great teacher would show him everything in more detail. But Yanwu suddenly said that he could handle it. Neyu was shocked. Yanwu wanted to start. He remembered that first there was a heavenly step, then a quiet horn and a measured fist. The king was surprised that Cain actually remembered all this after watching it only once. Neyu said yes, but this is just the beginning, and if Cain was already confused, he could not be considered his student. He said they are moving to phase 2. Yanwu received a notification that he had succeeded in quickly surprising the first half of 8 punches. At the moment, he has not mastered all parts of the first half of the skill, so he needs to fill in the gaps. Neyu said that it was not in vain that he took Cain as his student, because this is exactly how his student should behave. Magic power began to circulate much better than before. So far it doesn't combine well with Qi, but Yanwu already wants to try out the new technique. Cain turned to King Mu, but Neyu told him to call him teacher. Yanwu asked the teacher to entrust the attack on Kuram to him. Neyu refused, since this is the business of their tribe. So even without Cain, there are plenty of people willing. But on the other hand, you need to see how much Cain has mastered the technique. Neyu looked at his tribe's camp and said that he had a great idea. The one-horned ones finally attacked the city of Kuram. The commander of the Red Dragon, the commander of the 8th Division, Shannon asked what was happening. He thought that Chonghuado attacked, but it turned out to be a one-horned tribe. The tribe destroyed everything. There were numerous explosions around. Shannon did not believe it, since the one-horned ones never interfered in the affairs of other clans. But then suddenly, the Red Dragon saw the incredible power and magic that came from King Mu. Neyu attacked them, causing nothing but ash all around. He asked Shannon if he wanted to live. King Mu will give him a chance. Pant, Idora, and Yanwu watched what was happening and saw someone flying towards them, and even holding something in their hands. And it turned out to be Neyu with 2 hostages. He let them go, and said that Cain wanted to test the new Qi, so he would fight. Shannon and his comrade did not understand at first, and Neyu pointed to Cain. He ordered to fight him, and the one who defeats him will remain alive. There were 5 people in total. Yanwu, of course, knew that he would be given a chance to fight, but he did not think that Neyu would choose this method. Now the guys are stunned by the power of King Mu, but they are all talented players. Yanwu wasn't sure how to cope with them, but he had no reason to refuse. So Cain said he agreed. This is a great opportunity to experience the 8-punch skill and mastery of divine knowledge. The rules are simple, a one-on-one battle until the winner. The guys will come out one by one after the other. You choose the order yourself. A man came out to Cain and said that he would be the first. He thought that even though the greedy demon had a bad reputation on the 11th floor, this kid was still a newbie. The man just wanted to destroy this little brat. The man said that he was giving Kane a head start and let him attack first. King Mu ordered to begin, and Yanwu immediately rushed towards his opponent. The man was shocked by this speed. Things were bad, and he decided to break the distance. But Yanwu was very assertive. 8 punches and a master of divine knowledge. When Yanwu first combined these two skills, they didn't play well together. Movement technique and mana were in conflict. However, thanks to the unity of soul, energy, and body, Yanwu's movements became smooth. The hero focused on them and swung his sword. Before he had time to look back, he began to move more clearly, even cleaner, without unnecessary frills, and his strength increased. It feels like his movements are perfect. It seems that this is what they call without unnecessary movements. Now Yanwu sees the best way. He hit the man with a dagger in the most effective place, and he was defeated. Neyu called the next one. And so, one after another, Kane defeated everyone. Only Shannon remained. The guy didn't expect his turn to come so soon. However, there was no choice. Kane was also on edge and knew he had to be careful with this guy. Even if you see everything, even if you are now in your best shape, it would still be hard for you to fight Shannon, since he is a half-ranker. Rankers are the strongest players who climb the tower. If we consider this concept in a broader sense, then these are the players who have overcome the 50th floor. However, passing it was not an easy task. The 50th floor was famous for its difficulty level being higher than the previous ones. Even the strongest players sometimes suffered defeat and fell down. Therefore, it became known as the barrier zone. And players who plan to challenge the 50th floor are called half-rankers. In any case, for the sake of revenge, Yanwu will have to defeat the 8th most powerful clan alone. This means that the highest rankers and 9 kings will have to be destroyed. So in this case, fighting a half-ranker is the best way to quickly overcome your limits. During the battle, Shannon wanted to ask Kane for a favor. He said that no matter how this battle ended, he would like his people to survive. In fact, when Shannon was taken away by King Mu, he completely forgot about his subordinates. Although they met Kane as enemies, Shannon said that he was generous enough not to kill enemies who had surrendered. Shannon has already admitted defeat and is ready to die. Obviously, he is in a better position now. What influenced him so much? Just recently, he still believed in his victory, but his determination to die means that Yanwu also needs to be prepared to die. The hero must immediately destroy Shannon. The fight with Shannon was no longer as easy as the previous ones. He was not like the previous ones. No matter how hard Yanwu tried, he couldn't find his weak spot. Suddenly, the hero saw that Shannon had opened up and hit him in the right place, but unfortunately missed. Due to a miss and loss of time, Shannon was preparing to hit Yanwu, and now he will not be able to dodge. Shannon hit Yanwu and he rolled backwards. The hero didn't understand how it happened, because he absolutely pierced Shannon's armor. Yanwu couldn't imagine. The sword definitely went through the armor, this time even twice. But Shannon dealt another powerful blow. Yanwu didn't understand what it was and why Shannon was still alive. Something is bothering him. But you can't lose concentration. A little more and Shannon will be finished. And then the guy sighed and said that everything is clear. Kane has no idea what Hacho is. Shannon asked how the hero could not know about him. Usually, only beginners make this mistake. Well, he basically doesn't care about this. Shannon said that since Yanwu is unable to understand Hocho, then he will be the one left alive. And then the guy became very fast. His movements changed. So this means that all his behavior before was nothing more than a ploy to find Kane's weak points. If this continues, Yanwu will die. How can he avoid Shannon's attack? No way. And there is no way to stop it either. It won't be possible to minimize damage either. Yanwu can find absolutely no way out. He analyzed many outcomes and all had one outcome: only death. Yanwu activated his foresight skill. Shannon did not understand what happened because Kane was supposed to die. Yanwu replied that he didn't need to know that and struck with a dagger. Shannon fell to the ground and said that it was good that his subordinates would survive. Kane asked if he was afraid of death. Shannon replied that of course he was afraid. Before he came here, he really wanted to live. But seeing how King Mu cared for Kane, Shannon began to think about his people. Even if he is not very good, he is still their commander. After these words, Shannon fell, and only a puddle of scarlet blood appeared under him. Looking at her reflection, Yanwu had the thought for a moment that if Junwu had had a person like Shannon next to him, then everything could have ended differently. Pant and Adora immediately rushed to Kane. Neyu said that he was great and it was worth his attention. The fight turned out even better than he expected. Kane asked what Kocho was. Neyu replied that it was a hoax. But Yanwu didn't notice the catch in Shannon's movements. King Mu said no, but in essence, it is the same. The only difference is that it is not clear whether it will be a deception or whether he will really hit like that. Nad decided to explain it more simply. The moment Shannon's blade almost pierced Kane, he had several options. He could immediately strike, counterattack, or go on the defensive, and subsequent opportunities depend on each decision made. Knowing the possibilities, Neyu asked which one Kane would choose. The hero replied that you need to look at the situation. The teacher answered that exactly. You need to adapt to the situation. And relying on his instincts and speed, Kane must choose the right course of action. And Hocho adds a couple more features to the existing ones. It's quite simple. If you find yourself in a trap, then you choose another opportunity and attack. If you're not trapped, you just keep going straight. Hocho is the power to choose opportunities. And only those who have developed chi to the limit can use it. For Kane, this is not yet possible. And in fact, Hocho is not ideal. If the hero develops his sixth sense well, then it will be much easier to anticipate the action. Yanwu doesn't think that getting Hocho and the sixth sense will be easy. As a result, he has no choice but to study hard. This is how the first battle between the Red Dragon and Chonghwado in Kurama ended. Some people came to the great forest of the 11th floor, straight into the Phoenix's lair. They came to do their dirty work. Pant invited Kane to fight him once since he was almost recovered. The hero answered him that if Pant does not want to swing from side to side while hanging on a tree, then he advises him to shut up. Pant left in frustration. Yanwu was thinking about Hocho when suddenly a chirp appeared before his eyes. Pant didn't understand what Kane was thinking again, and said that he was certainly a dangerous guy. Pant and Adora were discussing that Uncle Plan was coming today. You shouldn't expect anything good from his appearance. Pant wished Adora good luck in looking after the patient. Well, or she can finally take the initiative, and he will pretend that he doesn't know anything. Adora got angry, and Pant quickly left. Pant is very similar to his father in his speech style. Adora didn't stand for long when suddenly the doors broke and Yanwu literally flew out of them. The hero felt Chiric's fear and quickly came to the Phoenix's territory to find out what happened. There were no traces of the Phoenix, and the hero entered the lair. There, among the stones, he saw a frightened Chiric. Suddenly, Yanwu began to hear Chiric's memories. Then people came to the Phoenix and said that they knew about its size, but did not think that it could also use Neidan, getting rid of old energy during battle and acquiring renewed energy. Phoenix then said that she lived a long life, and all people like this always met the same death. Yanwu saw that it was Domushin then. The man came then and said that this time the result was somewhat different. Among the 8 clans, the smallest and weakest is Chonghwado. But there is one reason why this clan is still rated quite highly. It consists of as many as 5 Muxings. These are rankers who, even by themselves, are at the top in all respects. And one of them was in the Phoenix's lair. Phoenix was dead. The one-horned tribe is in league with Chonghwado. And if Yanwu takes Chiric, then entry to them will be closed to him. The hero decided that he needed to leave the one-horned tribe. Suddenly, Yanwu heard the voice of a phoenix. She said that he apparently found her chick and her soul felt calmer. She asked not to be too angry about her death because she would be reborn from the ashes. Having died now, one day she will appear in this world again. She ignored Yanwu. It seemed like it was her residual thoughts. Death is death. Having died and been reborn, the phoenix will become a new creature. But even despite this, it thinks about Yanwu to the last. So until the phoenix returned, she asked to look after her chicks. And of course, not for nothing. She gave the hero, albeit small, but still strength. She will help Yanwu with the chick on their difficult journey. Phoenix installed Yanwu as the heir. As an inheritance, he begins to assimilate the fire of life. The process of accepting the inheritance has begun. Yanwu was hot. This phoenix power remains with him, and he cannot miss a single bit. The force went through the whole body, reaching the head. The acceptance of the inheritance is completed. Yanwu received the title of Heir of the Phoenix. As a result of inheritance, the hero received part of the rights to control fire. Now Yan Wu has 100% mastered the fire skill, and the highest skill, hot air, has been revealed to him. The skill sacred fire was born. Physical strengthening has been confirmed, the quality of the soul has been increased by one, and the suspended process of accepting the inheritance has been resumed. The vessel has grown. The magical circuits are going as they should. But why did the phoenix's power decide to flow through the stone? No matter how much Yan Wu tried to stir him up, nothing worked. The sacred fire that the hero received has the serial number 050. The skill forcibly burns magical power and curses, known for his immunity to evil. The higher the absorption, the faster the recovery rate. It also occupies undeniable dominance among other lights and has strong resistance. Chirik began to say something to Yan Wu. Probably the chick wanted them to save the rest of the divine beings. Yan Wu didn't want any aggravating factors to appear at such a moment. The tweet is so warm and completely unique. The hero nevertheless told Chirik that they would save them together. Suddenly Adora appeared in the lair, and Yan Wu asked her what she was doing here. She replied that Cain jumped out of the room so suddenly that she became worried and ran after him. Yan Wu said that they are now in the place where he was originally. But the important thing is that the Chonghuado began to hunt for divine beings. Yan Wu did not ask Adora to help him, since he was not going to involve the one-horn tribe in this. But it would be great if they didn't bother him. Adora thought about it and said that she would go with Cain in this case. The hero thought she was feeling guilty, but Adora replied that she just wanted to help. In fact, she herself doesn't like the fact that Chonghuado is dragging their tribe along with him. Cain said that the teacher would not like it, and Adora replied that the hero himself would tell him. Thus, Yan Wu knew where to go and told Adora to follow him. Adora and Yan Wu arrived in the east, the territory of the Dragon of Nothingness. They arrived too late. He was dead. The hero was watched by the soul of the dragon. He saw the player hugging a divine being. Yan Wu thought that these were the dragon's residual thoughts and said that in that case he had a proposal for him. The dragon laughed at the fact that the hero intended to take his powers and take revenge. He said that Yan Wu had a good idea. The hero liked the dragon. The dragon said that these damn idiots not only woke him up from his sleep, but also took away his heart and inner strength. He is not very patient, so he does not want to wait for rebirth into oblivion, so he accepts Yan Wu's offer. The hero has received the recognition of the Dragon of Nothingness and carries out the hidden task, Test of the Dragon of Nothingness. As a reward, he receives the blessing of the Nothingness Dragon and becomes noticeably closer to it. The dragon told Yan Wu that there was a huge gap between him and those scoundrels, but he helped him narrow it at least a little. The Dragon of Nothingness offers Yan Wu a second test. The hero was offered to accept the power bestowed by the Dragon of Nothingness and complete the work he had begun. The harsher the punishment, the greater the reward Yan Wu will receive. The dragon said that the agreement was concluded and evaporated. Yan Wu began to be imbued with incredible power. He received the protection of the Nothingness Dragon. He also received the title of counterpart of the Dragon of Nothingness. Next, Yan Wu went north into the territory of the Abyss Turtle. He was also late there, and the turtle asked why he was here. Yan Wu explained that he wanted their protection, and the turtle gave it. The hero accepts the request of the Abyss Turtle and must now complete the task. The Abyssal Turtle believes that revenge is not that important. Yan Wu needs to find a worthy successor for her who can take responsibility for the entire North. We need to find a worthy mythical creature and help him awaken as a divine being. Yan Wu didn't expect exactly this. The turtle said that there were two of them, and together they lived one life, so we can consider that it was doubly good. So, they don't regret dying. It's just a pity that they don't have a worthy heir. Turtle said that they will watch Yan Wu from the sticks. Yan Wu received the title Deputy of the Abyss Turtle. His affinity for water and ice increases by 50. A temporary skill, Blue Spirit Blessing, was also created. During the test of the Abyss Turtle, a spirit is assigned to the hero. As long as the spirit is with Yan Wu, the blessings of divine beings do not conflict and perform their functions properly. The hero received exactly what he needed. Then he will go west. Now only one divine being remains alive. Adora didn't know what now. The saber-toothed tiger is still alive, but does not give in. When the heroes arrived, he only laughed at the request to look around the house. He told the people to leave and that he would deal with his own problems. Or the tiger offered to give Yan Wu the child he was holding in his hands. This will significantly strengthen his position. Idora was angry at this arrogant idiot. Yan Wu said that the tiger knows that he is in danger but cannot give in because of his pride. Idora wanted to speak out. Firstly, she suggests not hanging around here, but moving to another place. Saber-toothed tiger is different from other divine beings. He himself refused their help. This means Idora and Yan Wu did everything in their power. Yan Wu said she was right. Idora suggested heading to Cheongwado first, but Yan Wu said he couldn't because of Chirik. The hero said that he would take the egg and head to the Red Dragon. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right next to the heroes. They realized what had begun. Yan Wu told Chirik that they would have to kill them in the future. Yan Wu used a unique vision skill. He saw the same 9 swords collected by the sword god Do Mu Xing. Rancor easily dealt with the saber-toothed tiger forever. Du Mu Xing is amazed. The hero wonders if he has always been so strong. This bastard is acting so crazy that Yan Wu wouldn't be surprised if he was using dark techniques or black nub magic. So Do Mu Xing killed the saber-toothed tiger, but not a trace remained of the Rancor himself. Tiger asked Yan Wu if he came to make fun of him. The hero replied that he could not do this because this was the choice of the tiger himself. The tiger asked why then. He said that if Yan Wu hopes that he will act like the rest of the fools, then he can't count on it. The tiger has nothing to give the hero. And Yan Wu replied that no one asks the tiger to do this and used absorption. The hero used the powers of the vampire Bathory's sword, forcibly taking the life force and spiritual energy of the tiger. The tiger asked to let go of his hand. He did not believe that he could suffer at the hands of a person. Work on accepting Yan Wu's inheritance continued, and now he has accumulated 99.9%. The hero received the title Saber-Toothed Tiger Thief. He succeeded by collecting all 4 legacies of divine beings. All titles merge into one. Now Yan Wu has the title of heir to the divine beings. Having received the blessings of divine beings, hidden skills begin to reveal themselves. The conclusion that can be drawn is that by inflicting a wound on a soul using Bathory's dagger, we can say that the enemy dies again. Yan Wu received a ball from the souls of the dead. Chirik accepted it, from which he began to develop successfully. Changes have begun. Some of the forces are directed into a dark channel. The hero received a message that all tests had been passed. The system wrote that from now on, Yan Wu must raise his mythical creature. Since Chirik is also a mythical creature, the system decided to entrust him with this task. Chirik thanked the owner, and Yan Wu replied that he should thank him. Yan Wu told Idora about Chirik. She was shocked that this chick was a phoenix. Based on the amount of energy he has, he can easily compare to a high-level mythical creature. The hero thanked Idora for helping him all this time, but said that she should return home. Idora was surprised and asked the reason. Yan Wu replied that it was likely that he would now become an enemy of the one-horned tribe. No matter how much he thought, it was wrong to drag her into this. Idora became sad and asked Cain if he could guess why she decided to help. Suddenly Chirik asked them if they would mate. Idora and Yan Wu were shocked. The hero asked where the chick got such words from. Chirik replied that it was nothing. His mom told him that when he gets a couple, they will do this. Yan Wu was shocked that someone would say such things to children. The heroes returned to the one-horned tribe. Yan Wu thought that they were meeting with Zhonghwado today, and Idora replied that their uncle was supposed to come to them, god of the spear plan. He is a warrior of the one-horned tribe with unique physical abilities and excellent use of a spear. Even in Cheongwado, they believe that he is the most difficult to resist. Yan Wu and Idora walked past the plan. The guy looked at it and said that his brother found a new toy. Yan Wu came to Nai. The king asked what good things had happened to Cain. Apparently, he has a clue. Neyu asked why Cain was sitting as if he was about to go to the next world. Yan Wu said that he came to apologize to the teacher. He said that he would like to leave the one-horned tribe. Neyu fell silent for a moment, and then with wild eyes said that Cain took everything he wanted, and as soon as danger flashed before his nose, he immediately ran away. Cain replied that it was not so. Considering that King Mu has a medium, it is still useless to hide. So Cain said that she had business in Cheongwado. Nayu realized that these Chongwados were acting weird again. After this, a stick flies at Kane's head. Nayu called him a brat. King Mu asked Kane about what he called the relationship between teacher and student. The hero didn't understand a little what was happening. Nayu said that even though they were not related by blood, he made every effort to train Kane as his own son. He was sincere, but Kane apparently was not. The king said that if something happens, the hero must tell him about it. That way he can help. Maybe he will scold you, but at least he will do something. And Kane decided to leave. Nayu told the bad student to listen. The relationship between a teacher and a student is nothing other than the relationship between a parent and a child. The only difference is that the teacher and student are often both adults. So there must be sincerity in the relationship between Kane and Nayu. The king asked again who he was to Kane. The hero thought. Nayu always made fun of him. But if Yan Wu didn't know something, he helped him study and learn it. But all this time, Kane did nothing but suspect him. In the end, is Yan Wu different from those who betrayed his brother? The hero told King Mu that he was his teacher and that he would continue to think so. Nayu sighed and told Kane to take his books and leave. These were 8 punches, medium and low levels. The hero thanked the teacher, and Nayu only said that he would beat him the next time they met, so let him get ready. Kane bowed and thanked his teacher again. Idora and Pant stopped Kane. Pant said that he abandoned his sister and decided to leave. But he said they would go with him. The hero said that he might become an enemy of the tribe. Idora replied that he had already spoken about this before. And Pant is getting pissed off by these guys from Chongwado, so it might be for the best. Yan Wu told them to do as they see fit. Idora and Pant began to quarrel because Idora did not want her brother to go. It seems that Yan Wu met not only a good teacher, but also great friends. The situation now is something like this. The Red Dragon has settled in Vegas and is preparing to move against the enemy, and Chongwado continues to advance without respite. By suddenly attacking Kuram, Chongwado gained an advantage, but now their attacks are gradually starting to weaken, and all because of the appearance of Bakhal with his army. Idora heard that he was put in charge of the 11th floor. If on their side the one-horned tribe plays an important role, then on the enemy side, it is Bakhal who is worth paying attention to. Yan Wu has no doubt that they will try to recapture the entire 11th floor in order to somehow restore pride. Chongwado has King Mu, the sword god, and the spear god. They are very strong. But the Red Dragon will not sit on the sidelines. Yan Wu thought it would be good if Leonte came here too. Pant asked what Kane was going to do, as something told him that the Red Dragon would not be happy with him. Kane replied that Pant talks about what is dangerous for him, but does not think about himself. Idora replied that without a tribe behind them, they are not very important, so they might not even be noticed. The hero asked, "What if they convert?" Idora said that nothing much will change, and it will more likely turn into a conscientious skirmish than into a bloody battle. Pant said that even if suddenly someone recognizes them, they will immediately remember King Mu, or rather his character, so they won't touch the guys. Pant again asked what Kane was going to do, and he replied that the guys had already answered their own question. Bahal needs Yan Wu. Considering Yan Wu's reputation, they definitely won't want to let him go. In Vegas, the hero asked the guys to give something to Bahal. Yan Wu said that it would be nice if the guy told Bahal that this was a gift from Kane. Bahal and Yan Wu finally met. The guy said that Kane had no idea how much he was waiting for him. The hero's fists clenched. He wondered if Bahal behaved like this with Jun Wu. Yan Wu apologized for keeping him waiting. He said he wanted to arrive right away, but things didn't work out as planned. Bahal replied that it doesn't matter, and the main thing is that now they are together. People around recognized the greedy devil and were surprised that he personally knew the commander-in-chief, just as Yan Wu thought. Because of his big name, rumors about him being in the Red Dragon would quickly spread. Bahal asked the twins whether the children of King Mu could just come to enemy territory like that. Pant replied that they had not listened to their father for a long time. Then Bahal suggested quickly going inside. They were just having a meeting and he wanted to introduce Yan Wu to many people. Bahal introduced everyone to the greedy devil and the children of King Mu. He thinks that those who are interested in the lower floors have heard of them. Something tells young Wu that even in his organization, Bahal is not particularly trusted because he is known as a traitor. 81 Eyes. According to legend, The dragon's compound eye is made up of dozens of facets, so there are also 81 top rankers gathered here, and among them there are many familiar faces. Suddenly Yonwoo noticed a mysterious woman with turquoise hair. Bahal said no one seemed interested. He pointed to the map and said that this is something worth paying attention to. This was a diagram of the location of the military camps in Cheonghwado. The head of the Jackal Squad, Raoul, was surprised and wanted to check it himself. He asked who brought it. Bahal replied that they were friends. Raoul said that the first thing to do is to check the accuracy of the data, because the map could turn out to be a trap created by Cheonghwado. Bahal reminded that this was his direct responsibility. If this card is real, then the Red Dragon will be in an advantageous position. Bahal told everyone that it was worth rewarding these guys and offering them good places. He asked the others' opinions. Everyone remained silent. Then Bahal told Kane that the place of second commander of the Foreign Legion was free and offered to take it. The Foreign Legion is a large-scale force of approximately 3,000 mercenaries under the command of the Red Dragon. If he agrees, he will be able to recruit several hundred people to suit him. That's pretty good. Yonwoo must seize the opportunity and rise above. And as soon as the opportunity arises, he will be able to deal with Leonte, Bahal, and the Sword God. So the hero bowed and said that he would do his best. The head of the white dragons that are part of the Red Dragon, Amber introduced everyone to Kane, who from today becomes the second commander of the foreign detachment, as well as the new team members Pant and Idora. Amber came closer to Yonwoo and said that he didn't trust them, so he told them not to stand out too much. People began to tell the commander that they were from the One-Horned tribe and on the side of Cheonghwado. They also recognized the Greedy Devil. People also knew Pant and Idora. Pant told Yonwoo that he had become much more popular since they had not seen each other. Suddenly people stood up from their chairs and told Yonwoo that they should grind. They were quite hostile. Yonwoo asked what they wanted to talk about. The guy said that it was nothing special and just asked to introduce himself. And that is, there is one character who decided to clear the 11th floor alone. Because of this, they suffered losses. And Yonwoo looked a lot like him. This man owes the Red Dragon a lot. The hero said that he was very tired of this and ordered Pant to deal with them. The guy asked why he should do Kane's work. Yonwoo angrily asked if Pant was really suggesting that he do this. Pant replied that he was bored anyway, so it was just as well. Pant smashed all the people and everything around. One of the Red Dragon told his men not to attack Pant one by one, but to rush all together. But it was even easier for Pant, who took out one guy after another. Chirik looked at all this and told the owner that he did not like this guy. Suddenly, one guy wanted to attack Yonwoo from behind, but Chirik quickly incinerated him. Pant sighed and said that he expected a level answer from these guys, but in the end he only got his hands dirty. Pant was quite brutal. Well, what a picture. Idora said that in everything you need to know when to stop, and you can't cripple everyone like that. And then Yonwoo suddenly healed all the guys with sacred fire. All their wounds had healed, and no one understood what was happening. Pant asked Brother Kane when he learned this, and then Yonwoo told Pant to break these scum again. Everyone was shocked. The poor guy said that Kane was even worse than the demon. He healed them and then broke them again, and so on in a circle. They said that he was not a person at all. Yonwoo decided to say only one thing. He needs obedient hunting dogs, not dogs ready to bite their master. This is the first and last time he forgives them. The hero stood up and said that Pant will end everything here. Yonwoo said to train them so that they start to be at least something. Pant was furious and asked why, even after leaving the tribe, he should deal with such garbage. Kane replied that if he did not want to, he could return back to the tribe. The queen told Bahal that he had chosen a good guy this time. Kane also has useful information which she liked. Bahal replied that she pays a lot of attention to him. The queen replied that he would, because he is one of the 3 eccentrics, and one cannot help but be interested in such a person. She told Bahal to keep a close eye on Kane. She wonders what he will do and what tricks he will use. The queen also asked about Leonte. Bahal replied that he was still in captivity. Since Leonte is being watched by the Sword God, they will need a little more time. But Bahal told the queen to be sure he was making every effort to find out his exact location. As soon as they reach the goal, he will inform her. The queen was annoyed by this and asked if it was all because of the study of the stone. Bahal looks into it, but Leonte doesn't seem to want to get the stone out until it's completed. So they're going to cast bait. Bahal told the queen their idea in the ear. She smiled and said it should work. The queen was very angry with Skywings Junwoo. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have descended to the lower levels. It's okay, it'll all be over soon. She said to find this stone quickly, and having obtained it, she will be able to restore the dragon's heart. Plan ran to his brother Nai and started asking what was happening. The elder immediately replied that it would be better for the god of the spear to say what he was doing. The old man told the guy that even though they are the head of the tribe and relatives, there are certain rules here, and the elder asked them to adhere to them. Plan didn't like being treated like a stranger. No, because of the last agreement, the plan itself moved away from them. He got distracted and forgot about the goal. The guy apologized for interrupting the council, but as the person in charge of Zhonghuado, he had something to say to King Mu. Namely, that the greedy devil, Pant, and Idora switched sides. Plan asked if Neyu knew about this. The king replied that only a blind man would not have noticed what these madmen were doing. The plan did not understand how the king could speak so simply. Neyu said it was up to him to decide. As he wants, so it will be. The plan was furious. Neyu is sorry, of course, that because of this Zhonghuado suffers losses, but everyone is responsible for their own actions. The boys' affairs are their concern. They are not responsible for the entire tribe. Neyu reminded that the plan, in fact, should understand them better than anyone. King Mu isn't just talking about these guys. Does he really want to say that their departure is no different from the departure of the plan from the tribe along with the sword god? Plan asked if King Mu meant that if something happened, they could kill the guys. As Neyu said, they themselves are responsible for their actions, and they will not interfere. The plan will be to hope that the brother does not change his mind. After that, he left, slamming the door loudly. Neyu said that he became more determined, but his character was still as terrible. The elder asked the king if he really wasn't going to leave Cain, Pant, and Idora alone. Neyu replied that nothing has changed. He must pass more tests to become great, is exactly what it looks like. Pant trained the boys extensively and was quite strict. Meanwhile, Idora and Yanwu were sitting on top and resting. 4 days have passed, and the guys are already making progress. Yanwu confirmed that they would be useful. If not for Pant's fiery temper, he would have become a brilliant coach. He has the talent to lead people. Yanwu thought that it would be worth entrusting Pant with this in the future. Idora asked the hero what he has been reading lately. Yanwu replied that it was 8 punches of an average level. Idora realized that her father really trusted Cain. 8 punches of the chi created by Neyu, which he considers to be the best in existence. There are a huge number of movements in this chi, and with each volume they become more and more complex, so it takes a lot of time to study them. Yes, Idora herself had suffered with this chi, so she thought that even Cain would have a hard time understanding everything. But suddenly it dawned on Idora. This time the father did not say that Idora could not help Cain. She decided to offer him help so they could spend time together. She told Cain that the intermediate level might be difficult and offered to help. But Yanwu replied that he has a good idea of what it should look like and is gradually learning the movements. It seems to him that everything is going like clockwork. But in fact, this time Qi is much more complex, as it is combined with the breathing practices of Chong-ik. 8 punches in itself is amazing Qi, but together with Jung-ik, she moves to a new level. So if the hero is going to adjust the magical circuits to it, he will have to rebuild. Yanwu received a notification that several gods and demons of the 98th floor were watching him with admiration. Also, Hermes looked at the hero with pride. At first, their attention flattered Yanwu, but now it only causes irritation. Suddenly, Bahal came to the training field. He said things were better than he thought. Bahal said that it was good that they found a common language. The rumors did not lie. Cain did an excellent job with the mercenary. Bahal is glad that this is true. He asks Yanwu for his opinion on them and whether they will be able to fight soon. The hero replied that yes, as soon as needed. But before that, he needs to tell Bahal something. Yanwu asked if Bahal knew that the son of the saber god was hiding on the 16th floor. Bahal was shocked. Even in Zhonghuado, the saber god can be called a role model. He is only focused on getting stronger. He also became famous for the fact that he never approached a single woman in his entire life. How can such a warrior have a child? Yanwu said that at some point he began to lack magical powers. Only higher guild members know about this. Bahal asked if this had anything to do with the child that the saber god was hiding. Yanwu said that his son has had health problems since childhood. They say that the boy's body cannot accumulate magical powers. Even using the latest medicine, God Sable could not fix this. Yanwu doesn't know how it is in other places, but here the lack of ability to accumulate magical powers is deadly. Besides, the saber god has many enemies. Bahal replied that of course he had to hide the child, and at the same time, look for ways to cure it. So he sacrifices his magical powers to keep his son alive. Bahal can interpret it this way. As far as Yanwu knows, yes. Most likely, the saber god also began hunting for divine beings in order to try to help his son. He had no reason to refuse if Zhongguado allowed him to take away their inner strength and hearts. At any cost, Yanwu must find and return Phoenix's heart. Bahal said that the information was of course interesting, but asked who its source was. Yanwu actually read in Junwu's diary, but the hero said that he learned about this in the one-horned tribe. Bahal suggested that this could be a trap, because the one-horned ones were not sure whether Cain would stay with them or not. Cain replied that maybe not. He would prefer to believe in her truthfulness, so he said that he would return soon. Yanwu said that if everything is successful, then it will benefit Bahal too. The guy was glad that Cain was going to do something for him. Bahal remembered that when they met with the hero 2 months ago, he looked as if he would not do something for the sake of another. Cain replied that he now understands that the world is a rather cold place. Bahal said it was a good decision. When it gets cold, you need to come to a warm place. Bahal said that Cain will henceforth plunge into spring. Yanwu was outraged by these words, but replied that he would not forget these words. Warm spring, yes. I wonder where Bahal will end up. For the second group, Cain's group, a task appeared. Information about the son of the sword god cannot be disclosed, so the hero told his mercenaries that they needed to secretly attack the Zhongguado subsidiary organization on the 16th floor. But first he decided to say that he had not yet passed all the tests up to the 16th floor. The guys were shocked. Cain and his mercenaries moved to the 12th floor wandering path. The test has begun. This place is filled with nothing but drought and death. Not a single blade of grass can break through the soil. And travelers who end up here begin aimless wanderings through the valley of death. If the player has enough will and strength, then grasping the essence, he will be able to overcome difficulties and stop wandering. The mercenaries did not think that they would return here again. Chirik told Yanwu that it was very warm here. Starting from the 12th floor, the path becomes truly dangerous. So the description of the test matches reality perfectly. And as befits dangerous places, here you can find objects that would never be found on other floors. And don't forget about hidden tasks. One of the valuables of the floor is the Firestone. If the situation allows, then you need to take with you everything you can find. In addition, the Red Dragon will help Cain with this. Cain ordered the guys using the timer to find everything they could and go to the 13th floor. He will be waiting for them at the other end of the great desert. And Yanwu sent spirits after them to see if there was an ambush here. Chirik asked the owner why they listened to him so well. Chirik became interested in what the guys were looking for, and the hero answered, stones of fire. Chirik asked what it was, and Yanwu said it was a sweet. Yanwu is sure that Chirik will find it tasty and nutritious. He will give half to Chirik and the other half to the familiar spirits. Recently, spirits have encountered limitations in their development. And because circuits have their limitations, you have to think of other ways to strengthen them. Now they are filled only with anger and darkness. But what if we dilute this anger with something else? Since the Firestone is endowed with excellent enhancing properties, it would be good to get more of them. By then, it's a freebie. Chirik said to promise to give him more goodies. Chirik began to yawn and said that he wanted to sleep. Yanwu allowed him to rest for now. The chick said to wake him up when the treats appear. And Chirik immediately clung to the stone that Yanwu kept. The chick said that it was simply convenient here. Chirik said that it is warm and cozy here, so I really want to sleep. Initially, Yanwu thought that Chirik was comfortable because he had some of the phoenix fire, but it seems that it is in the stone that he feels calm, and his powers stabilize and grow faster than in other magic circuits. Yanwu thought about whether he should work on completing the stone or whether it would be better to look for ways to control it. However, while Chirik is sleeping in it, there is no need to try to get benefit from the stone. The test is over. Without a single break, Yanwu shows what a miracle is and crosses the Great Desert. Thanks to external factors, he was able to strengthen his physical resilience, as well as improve the sacred fire. There was nothing left to do on the 12th floor, so Yanwu decided to go up to the next one, but Laplace suddenly stopped him. The rabbit asked to wait a second. Laplace said that the hero, as in their last meeting, is silent. Yanwu is busy, so Laplace decides to get straight to the point. He said that the player with the hidden name was currently heading towards the three goddesses' pedestal on the 16th floor. Yanwu remained silent. Laplace said not to worry since they were only managers. They care about the safety of players who are fully immersed in the challenge. They make sure that they are surrounded by pleasant landscapes. Laplace said that they would never interfere in Yanwu's affairs or spread rumors, so don't worry. Junwu wrote that it is really difficult to resist the managers, especially the 12 highest-ranking managers. Laplace is one of them. He is curious and loves to poke his nose into other people's affairs. Overall, not the most pleasant tea. Yanwu asked Laplace why he was here. The rabbit replied that he was here to convey the words of those above him. Maybe Yanwu doesn't know, but they, the managers, especially the 12 strongest, play a special role. They are the messengers of gods and demons. And Laplace is here to convey the words of one demon, and the demon said to beware of the eldest at the pedestal of the three goddesses. The hero asked what this meant, and who the demon was who conveyed these words. Laplace replied that he only played his role and could not know the details. Even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to tell because of the limitations of the system. Yanwu thought about why he should be wary of the oldest of the goddesses, Urd. The hero asked Laplace why he was giving this to him. The rabbit replied that he did not know. How does he who carries out minor assignments know the will of respected gods and demons? This is not allowed for everyone. Demons are demons. This infuriates the hero because in theory, demons should not be trusted. Oh well, he decided to provoke the wrath of the three goddesses anyway. As Laplace thought, Yanwu did not listen. He bowed and wished him a good journey. The rabbit has other errands, so no one will interfere with the hero on his way to the 16th floor. Yanwu got to the 16th floor and saw his exhausted mercenaries. He healed them and told them to hand over everything they had managed to collect. The guys had the feeling that Cain was collecting tribute. Did he really take them with him to force them to collect everything valuable? Yanwu received 182 firestones, 35 ice crystals, and 91 snowfield faces. The spatial pocket received from Bahal when moving from the 11th floor is a rather expensive artifact, which is a small pocket, the space inside of which is limitless thanks to magic. It's just like inventory. Yanwu told the guys that, since the preparations were completed, they could move on. But one of the guys raised his hand and asked where the secret base of Cheonghuado was located. The hero replied that there was Skuld in the temple, and everyone was quiet. Urd is the past, Verdandi is the present, Skuld is the future. In the legend of Ed, 3 goddesses are said to have settled in Urdarbrunn, the so-called source of life, which reaches to the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. They are said to predict fate by twisting the thread of life of a creature. Because of this, the shrine has always been a gathering place for all believers. They say that even gods and demons want to meet them. However, the 3 goddesses avoid these meetings and do not show up on the 98th floor. They never leave the 16th floor, occasionally reminding themselves. The guys asked what it was and whether they were going to destroy the shrine. The 3 sisters may have settled on the 16th floor, but they are still goddesses. The guys didn't understand what to do, make them angry or what. Cain said not to worry about it. Goddesses can predict fate, but will not be able to have a physical effect on them. The shrine is called the pedestal of the 3 goddesses for one simple reason. They cannot move from their place because they stand on the pedestal all the time. Many great people have to sacrifice something, including their ability to move. In addition, Yanwu told the guys that if they refuse to complete the task, it will be a violation of the contract with the Red Dragon, and for this, there will be punishment. Yanwu told everyone that they were moving out. They chose the path leading to the shrine of the future Skald. Seeing them, the people around did not understand what the Red Dragon was doing here. The servants of the shrine asked Cain what the Red Dragon army had forgotten here. They reminded that this is a shrine, the abode of the gods. The priests said first of all to leave the weapons in front of the entrance. Cain asked them if they really had no idea why they were here. The hero said that if this is so, then he is disappointed with the local reception. It is so ignorant. And if the priests understand why the guys are here, but pretend that they don't know, then that's also arrogant. Cain asked what he should do. He has no reason to do this to Skald and the shrine, but he is here on behalf of the Red Dragon, so a big battle will not be unnecessary. Moreover, the more destruction there is, the faster the sword god and Jongwado will find out about it. So Yanwu used his power to eliminate everyone from his path. The destruction was incredible. The Red Dragon mercenaries held everyone who resisted, and Cain advanced further. The priest said that no one should enter that door. Upon entering, Yanwu smelled a bad smell. And there was Han Bin, the son whom the saber god hides. He was drunk, and there were numerous bottles around him. Han Bin asked Cain if he had brought him any of the girls. Quite a pathetic sight. The priests were in a panic and said that they would explain everything, but Yanwu ordered not to let anyone in here. The guys were holding the priest. Han Bin stood up and started asking who the hero was and how dare he touch his things. Yanwu ordered the guys to drag him here. Han Bin behaved quite violently and said that they didn't even know who he was. However, after these words, the guy simply passed out. Love for his son blinded the saber god. Due to his disability, his son has to live in constant pain. He found an easy way to relieve his pain, and this is what came of it. Most likely Skald could not do anything about it because this is the son of the saber god, so they had no choice but to simply hide this idiot. This means that they also ended up becoming Han Bin's accomplices. Most likely, they took advantage of the fact that the three goddesses cannot inflict physical damage. Most likely, the events of today will quickly spread throughout the tower because it is not every day that such great creatures as the three sisters are attacked. Of course, the sword god and Cheonghwado will also know about this. Yanwu returned to the 11th floor to Idora and Pont. The girl said he looked like he had just caused chaos. Bahal asked if it was him. The man admitted that Han Bin even looked like a saber god. Add wrinkles to him and he looks like an old man. Bahal didn't do anything, but something interesting happened. He agreed to such a scam without much hope. Who knew what would really work? Yanwu does this to lure Leonti out. No, more precisely, to find a replacement for the Summer Queen's dragon heart and show the stone to the world. As far as Bahal understands, Leonti's stone is not completed, so Cain is willing to go to any lengths to obtain the materials. In addition, Bahal thinks that he already has some of the materials that will help achieve this, and he is successfully hiding them. Bahal realized that Cain had planned to leak information all along to simply lure Leonti out, but there was a flaw in his plan. There is a high probability that he will not show himself in any way until he has the opportunity to personally check the materials. But now the son of the saber god suddenly surfaced. The saber god will be enough to force Leonti to get the stone. Besides, without a son, the saber god would have no reason to stay with Jongwado. He shared his energy with his son to keep him alive, so you can definitely say that he is more important to him than anything else. Bahal suggested that Yanwu first wake up Han Bin. Laplace arrived at the administrator's base and unexpectedly saw Ivilka. The rabbit asked what brought him here. The goblin replied that he was just passing by and decided to take a look, and besides, he had heard interesting rumors. On the lower floors, some devil is attracting everyone's attention. They say Laplace is involved in this. Ivilk asked the rabbit's opinion on this matter. He's a nosy old guy, you can't just get rid of him. A subject came running to the saber god, who said that the red dragon had hit the Skuld temple and did not know how they found out. But Han Bin had disappeared. The saber god was terrified. He quickly rushed to his apartment, saying that wherever Han Bin was, he must save him. The man took all the necessary weapons and was about to leave when he saw a strange box. There was a note saying that if he wanted to find his son, he must take the stone with him. But there was also a severed finger there. The man's horror knew no bounds. The god of swords had a headache. After he and the god of the spear left the one-horned tribe, severe trials and hardships awaited him everywhere. But the god of swords always defeated his enemies, taking everything from them. He trampled the enemy, standing firmly on his feet. Ultimately, he always won, and at some point he began to be surrounded by similar people who have now become part of Cheonghwado. But unlike Artia, whom he still managed to defeat, the red dragon became a serious enemy who turned out to be stronger than he thought. And their main strength is the famous 81 eyes. The red dragon has unique weapons and history that other clans do not have. It was created a long time ago on the 77th floor. The original reason for its creation was the common desire of people to destroy Alfoven. As a result, the clan passed through several generations, leaving a huge legacy. Over time, it became obvious that the red dragon is much stronger than it seems from the outside. The hidden power within the clan made the red dragon the most united and powerful. The group of warriors that was sent to the 11th floor was just a small part of the red dragon, but it seemed enough to catch up with Chonghwado. No, even surpass it. Their history and traditions. Who must stand against the red dragon to defeat them? If the sword god could, he would end the war right now. But if he decided to do this, then the concept of 9 kings would disappear, and Chonghwado would not be able to wash himself away from the humiliation of surrendering to the red dragon. And this would be the collapse of Chonghwado. Inflexibility and pride. Chonghwado was built on these 2 principles. We must not forget about this. Is the only solution really a knife? The sword god called it a knife, although he still used a sword. Sometimes it could even become a spear, a bow, or even an axe, a name given by God. No, and God himself calls it divine weapon. But in order to use it, you need to have a decent amount of magical power, and it has not yet been completed. But Leonte still needs to be pulled out. A stone endowed with omnipotence. It will provide decent assistance in controlling the knife. Suddenly, someone told the sword god that she would have to abandon her plan and use the knife earlier than expected. They had problems. The god of the saber was going to hurt the god of the fists. The sword god was shocked and immediately set out. The saber god attacked Leonte and demanded that he stop saying the same thing and just bring him a stone. Leonte only repeated that he did not have this stone. The saber god didn't believe him and continued to attack. Leonte said again that he was tired of repeating himself, but he doesn't know where this damn stone is. But the saber god did not ask where he was, but simply demanded to be brought. The god of sabers said that if the god of fists wants to live, then he better hurry up. The blow was very powerful, and it was too late for Leonte to dodge. Suddenly, the god of the spear repulsed the force. The saber god asked him what he was doing and said it was better to leave, since this did not concern him. The plan asked the saber what he was doing. The red dragon looms right in front of his nose, and he rushes at his comrades. The plan said he was crazy. Saber once again said to leave and was ready to strike. The plan started screaming what the hell he was doing. Before the guys had time to do anything, the sword god suddenly appeared. He demanded that the saber answer what was happening. Saber replied that he only needed one thing, namely a stone, and he simply asked the fist for it. The sword remained silent. Saber said that he apparently knows something about it. The guy replied that he didn't know what kind of stone it was and he wasn't interested. Saber said that they kidnapped his son, and in order to save him, he needs this stone. Later, he was ready to suffer any punishment, but now he simply asked to be given it. The sword god thought that the red dragon had decided to set a trap. He said that he didn't yet understand what was happening, so he suggested that we first calm down and talk. But the saber shouted that he was hurrying up. The sword god threw his sword past him and repeated once again that he would have to wait. He told the saber to first go to the room and cool down, while he would sort everything out and then they would call him. It seemed to the saber god that he would never know what love and relationships are, but then one day, like a light spring breeze, she appeared. Closing her eyes forever, she left only one trace of her existence. This weak boy who was constantly sick. All this time he suffered and waited for his dad. If only the saber god had a little more strength. He asked his son to forgive his father. Suddenly he heard a knock again, like last time. When he entered, he saw the box again. Now there was already an eye and a note. If you want to find your son, then come with a stone. Panic overtook the saber god, and an explosion of magical power occurred. At that moment, a guy ran towards the man. The saber god asked the guy whose side he was on. The guy replied that at the moment when the saber god saved him from certain death on the battlefield, he became his sword. In this case, the saber god told the children to gather immediately. As soon as it gets completely dark, the uprising will begin. Bahal and Yanwu were relaxing and drinking wine. It was rumored that the saber god began to act. Bahal told Cain that thanks to him, things were going much smoother. The hero asked if Bahal had people on the other side. Bahal replied that there was no place where the red dragon did not have eyes and ears. They are absolutely everywhere. But this does not change the essence, all thanks to Cain. Bahal said that everyone is amazed at this turn of events. They have even started the next operation. A little more and everything will be over, both this war and Chonghuado. And after this, Bakal's position will be strengthened. Everyone who called him a pathetic traitor and clicked their tongues at him will have to shut up. Bahal said that Cain would easily get a promotion after this. It's beneficial for both of them. Bahal invited the hero to continue to grow together. He pulls from the front, and Cain pushes from behind. Everything should work out perfectly. The day Artia first appeared, Junwoo remembered that day to the last. But Bahal has already gotten rid of those memories. It's not that he doesn't feel guilty, he just forgot about those days. Bahal says the red dragon has eyes and ears everywhere, so it was him and Artia. Along with Han Bin's kidnapping, the game began. The time has come to get what you want and also get rid of what Yeonwoo doesn't need. To do this, you need to do some preparation. Just in case, you need to create a protective curtain. One part of the preparation will be to strengthen all his powers. The hero summoned one of his spirits. The spirit timidly greeted its owner. He probably behaves this way because he used to be a player. Unlike other spirits, Woo now even talks to some extent. But so far, his communication skills are not so well developed, and it is difficult for him to connect words into full-fledged speech. To implement Yeonwoo's plans, he needs someone who can think and speak at least a little sensibly. Yeonwoo told Woo that he would give him things in a certain order, and he would consume them strictly in that order. Woo must also make sure that he absorbs all the magical power without leaving a trace. If even a little energy is spilled, it will all be in vain. Woo replied that he understood, and the hero decided to start. Order: 2 firestones, 5 ice crystals, and 9 gold flowers. Woo successfully absorbed the firestone. The fire characteristics are increased. If everything goes well, Woo will rise 1 step higher. There were 2 main reasons for Artia's success. The first is Junwoo's encounter with the dragon on the 11th floor. The second reason is the amplification effect, which Blake learned about through many experiments. Inheriting the dragon powers didn't really bother Yeonwoo since it was going to end soon. But with the amplification effect, everything is different. As the name says, thanks to this tablet, you can significantly increase the amount of magical powers. Junwoo didn't know exactly how the strengthening process was going, but in his notebook, he wrote down in detail what ingredients and in what proportions were needed for this. But if it were possible to make this pill just like that, just knowing the proportions, Blake would not be himself. To make this product, you need to think about each of the ingredients, and sometimes get quite confused. Fortunately, souls were immortal, and could absorb magical power in its most strange manifestations. Therefore, whatever Yeonwoo gives to Woo, he will definitely be able to absorb. It would be nice if Woo could become stronger on his own, but given the limitations of the black bracelet, it was lucky that there was at least such a way. Woo successfully absorbed the items one by one. Woo had reached the limit of enhancement. Further enhancement would be bad for him, but he continued to absorb energy. The vessel is filled to capacity and begins to crack. The soul of the voodoo shaman absorbed the black rose, but the characteristics did not change. Woo must endure this at all costs. Yeonwoo told him to continue, to succeed at any cost. This is why the hero chose him, because he knows how to think. Woo has crossed the limit. He has obtained the completed vessel of evil. Evolution has begun. The soul of the voodoo shaman has successfully evolved. Birth of the death mage Lich. The new spirit greeted its owner. Yeonwoo received a notification that he had found one way to overcome death. We need to try to find other ways. The hero received the status of one who overcame death. The world is divided into 2 sides, life and death. They hate each other, but do not intersect with each other. However, with this title, the hero will be exclusively loved and revered by the dead while remaining a living person. Yeonwoo gained new knowledge about death. His range of knowledge has expanded. Proficiency in the Dragon Eye skill has been increased. The Lich thanked his master for pulling him out from the depths. He said to order anything, he will carry it out. Yeonwoo asked Lich what kind of magic he can use now. The spirit replied that in a past life he could do general things in the field of magic. The hero asked which ones, and the lich said that he would show them. He asked the owner to give him some of the souls that he owned. First of all, the calling of death. Using the soul, the lich can summon these creatures. If there is a body, it can also awaken skeletons and zombies. Next is a bloody fog. As Yanwu sees, he instills fear in his enemies, causing psychosis and hallucinations. Sometimes it can transfer to allies magical and physical power taken from enemies. This time, the effect is much better. Now, it can cause more than just panic. In a real war, his skill in drawing strength from the enemy can be of great help. Next, the lich showed the absorption of bodies. Depending on how many corpses or souls he has, he can use basic fire and ice magic. In a past life, he was a shaman. Unlike dark magicians, the shaman specializes in bodies and curses. Therefore, for now, this is all that the lich can do, but it will become stronger. He will get rid of restrictions, become a full-fledged lich, and will do everything not to disappoint his master. Before this, Yanwu used to have to fight alone, but now he has someone to rely on. The lich is excellent at working with souls. The spirit promised not to disappoint Yanwu. He began to look at what was left. Since he has a magician, all that remains is to choose a knight with whom he will fight shoulder to shoulder. The hero summoned Shannon's soul. The guy couldn't figure out where he was. Yanwu said that this is the Red Dragon military camp. Shannon died at the hands of Yanwu, and now he didn't understand whether he had really come to life again. Shannon had heard that shamans could control the souls of the dead, but did not know that they could return a soul from the other world. And he thinks even better than Wu, who became a lich. It would be nice to make the guy a death knight. Shannon wondered what was wrong with his request. Yanwu replied that he let everyone go, but Hu had already died. Shannon stopped him and said that everything is fine, that's enough. It would be arrogant to ask for more. Shannon knew Kane had a job to do since he was here. And it's strange that the hero is in the Red Dragon and not Chongwado. Yanwu began to explain what was happening. Shannon was amused that Kane had turned his back on the saber god. He likes this turn of events. He said that Yanwu is not only filled with greed, as they say, but the hero wanted Shannon to become a death knight, which means he would obey him. Shannon said he refuses. Kane doesn't even have to ask. Shannon always belonged to the Red Dragon and died for him. Even after death, he is not going to leave the Red Dragon. As Yanwu thought, it won't be easy. But why is Shannon so stubborn? We still need to look for a soul like Shannon. In addition, the hero would like to learn from him about focal points. Yanwu said that nothing can be done, in which case he will have to be tied by force. Shannon was surprised that Kane could. The hero replied that he pulled his soul out of the other world so he could cope with the task more easily. Shannon said that this would not work and asked to just send him back. Kane said no. Shannon said that Kane is greedy and does not allow him to rest even after death. Well, he said it wasn't that bad, but then he had a condition. Shannon said that he would obey Kane, but said not to dare influence his will. And he also asked to be made stronger than he was before death. Shannon wanted the power of not just a half-ranker, but a top-ranker. Yanwu agreed and said that he would make Shannon stronger than everyone else. Then Shannon agreed. He said that in fact, from the moment he and Kane first met, he knew that they were cut from the same cloth. But Yanwu said that he has a primary task, and in order to complete it, it may happen that he will have to go against the Red Dragon. And who knows, maybe Shannon will have to face his former comrades. Shannon replied that he could handle it. Since he is starting a new life, there is no need to look back forever. Shannon looks completely different than she did a few minutes ago. The hero asked the guy why he suddenly changed his mind. Shannon replied that he did not want to be stubborn in vain. Kane will get his way anyway, so it's better for him to remain in his consciousness. And Shannon is interested in what the hero will do next. Understanding Shannon is much more difficult than Yanwu thought, but with it, the further path will be significantly simplified. Yanwu told the spirit to absorb the stones in the order he said. The spiritual familiar evolved, and the Death Knight was born. Shannon swore allegiance to his master and is ready to become a strong sword and shield. The hero gave the Death Knight the name Shannon, and the new Death Knight greeted his master. Yanwu started to say something to him, but the spirit asked him not to address him so formally. Now Shannon is Yanwu's knight, and masters should not address servants politely, although Shannon said that he himself will sometimes speak informally. Yanwu began to learn from Shannon about focal points. It turns out that you can only feel them. You have several options, and you choose one of them. If you are not a prophet, then you have no choice but to rely on your feelings. Of course, these senses are different from the five senses of man, so different that it can be called a sixth sense. And it's not that it's a full-fledged feeling, but rather something reminiscent of intuition. Yanwu has encountered this several times before. He thinks Shannon is talking about something even more amazing. A decision based on feelings. It really looks more like providence. Shannon said that usually people of Kane's level can quickly cope with this, although, of course, it will be difficult. Frankly, he was very surprised when he learned that Kane had started studying martial arts quite recently. From now on, the hero will meet even more masters. Focal points are a great skill, so the spirit advised to learn it as soon as possible. Yanwu asked if Shannon knew a way to figure it out faster. The spirit replied that of course he knew. He needed to fight and use it more, and he also needed to memorize the images. Nothing will help here other than practice. The more images Yanwu remembers, the faster he will understand the essence. Kane asked if Shannon could show these images. The spirit replied that, of course, that's what servants are for. Since they are already talking about it, there is no need to delay it. Shannon doesn't think Kane has much time. Due to the sudden convocation of the army, training with Shannon did not last long. Suddenly something started to happen to Yanwu. He saw that it was the Queen of Summer. She is now using one of the most dangerous skills of dragons, dragon fear. Is Yanwu's body reacting to another dragon? Fortunately, she doesn't see the hero. Yanwu needs to gather her strength as quickly as possible and not reveal herself to her. A green light enveloped the entire sky and the dragon ordered it to open. The Saber King told his subjects that by helping him, they would gain nothing. They will be branded traitors and most likely killed. So the Saber gave the last opportunity to leave. After this, he will not tolerate disobedience. But no one said anything. Saber thought that his life was not in vain. He said that he would gladly accept the lives of the guys and said that they were moving forward. Saber subjects killed everyone who stood in their way. Security asked them if they even understood what they were doing. The guys replied that if they didn't understand, they wouldn't have started. The God of Swords took up defensive positions in his office premises. There is no chance that his strength will run out yet. The guy said that it seemed like all they could do in the end was fight him. It will be difficult. The guys agreed to give a signal. Fireworks are launched into the sky and they begin the operation. Numerous explosions began to occur. The warriors thought it was the red dragon, but it was the Saber coming. Once upon a time, he destroyed the sixth leader of the demon army and received Yokyolden, which had the ability to awaken all the energy sleeping in the body. This weapon was so dangerous and enhanced the user's magic so much that it was only used in times of extreme danger or if for a suicidal attack. But if this helps the Saber cope with the God of Swords, then he is ready for anything. The headquarters security told the Saber that he couldn't come here, but he mercilessly interrupted everyone. The God of Sabers destroyed the entrance and rushed towards the God of Swords and the God of Fists. They couldn't believe that the Saber actually dared. The God of Sabers simply demanded that the stone be returned, and then he would leave the God of Fists alive. The guy is tired of repeating that he doesn't have it. But the God of Swords stopped him. He asked the Saber if he was going to stand his ground to the last. Saber replied that since he personally came here, the answer is obvious. He simply demanded that he give up this idiot. The God of Swords asked if the Saber really needed to go that far and raised all his magic. He asked the Saber if he was sure he could handle it. There were many soldiers around. Saber was shocked that everything he had seen before was an illusion. The God of Swords said to see what stubbornness can lead to. The Saber may also end up in the place of the dead. At first, the sword thought to give the Saber a chance because he and the spear were his first friends. Saber told him that he always thinks rationally and he doesn't understand. Perhaps they all died with a smile on their faces. So, by pitying them, the God of Swords only dishonors their memory. And the Saber said that it would be nice if the sword understood something. It doesn't matter how many there are, 10 or 100. His goal is just one person and the Saber will reach him. Saber began to attack the God of Swords and Fists. The guys around ordered everyone to protect the master and not let anyone bother him. Saber used a whirlwind of knives, but nothing worked. The God of Swords survived even after this. Suddenly, the God of Swords was right in front of him. This is the same power of the four swords called the death of a saint. Saber was shocked how the sword god closed the distance so quickly, but the Saber said that it was his mistake and this is the end. He swung his saber, but the God of Swords broke it with a small movement of his hand. But this is impossible. The saber god's magical power has increased, and his skills are now stronger than ever. But even so, there's not a single scratch on the God of Swords. Before the saber had time to look back, he already had a sword in his chest. The man fell exhausted, but still did not understand how it happened. The God of Swords stood over the saber and said that this was the level. During the days of wandering, aimed at finding strength, at a time when the saber wandered aimlessly, thirsting for more and more power, he met the God of Swords and was defeated. After recovering from that blow, the saber followed him to study. Unlike the God of Swords, who did not stop practicing, the saber met love, and they had a son. And during this period, his level did not improve, but only became worse. Naturally, his abilities also died. He ended up here after all. However, the God of Swords told the saber that he was grateful to him. Saber was at a loss. The sword said that the saber had swallowed the inner strength of the 4 divine beings and was able to fuse it together. And all that remains for him is to extract it. Saber was furious. Sword said he was very grateful. He never thought that he would be able to get her so quickly. Should I thank the Red Dragon for this? So, that's it. Whatever the God of Swords did, he always planned several steps ahead and eventually got what he wanted. It seems that this was one of his goals. In the end, the saber turned out to be just a puppet. The sword ordered to go to him. If the saber dies like this, then his son, who spent his entire life in the throes of pain, will die as a flower that never managed to bloom. At least for the sake of his son, a man cannot leave like that. Suddenly, he remembered something. That note. Under the demand to find the stone and return it, something was written. Coordinates. Saber told the sword that he had made a mistake in one thing. He should not have said that the internal forces had united. Suddenly, something incredible begins to happen. A huge flow of energy and magic fills the room, and a huge dragon appears. Yanwu saw this magic of the 4 divine beings. So the saber god is dead. The hero began to absorb her. Magic power increased sharply, and mastery of the magic circuit skill also sharply increased. The vessel is expanded. The growth of the spirit is confirmed. The inheritance process has resumed, and the gaps are being filled in. The inheritance process is completely completed. The awakening process has begun. People were shocked by the huge dragon. It was a real monster. The dragon began to burn everything in its path. The sword god had just lost the power of the 4 divine beings, and now the red dragon has come too. He hadn't been this angry for a long time. The God of Swords not only lost the power of 4 divine beings, his sword, but also lost a stone that would help him hold the sword firmly in his hands. Everything has turned into chaos, and now the Queen of Summer is trying to destroy everything that the King of Swords has done. He said that he was too impudent and began to attack. The God of Swords attacked the dragon, and an explosion occurred. People recognized him immediately. They said that no matter how strong the Queen of Summer was, no one could cope with the God of Swords. Both the God of the Spear and the God of the Bow watched everything. Bow told Plan to go into battle, and he would do the damage. The Plan said, wow. He didn't think that for the first time he would like the words of the onion. If they can defeat the Queen of Summer, then the Red Dragon will soon be defeated. No one can survive against 3 deities at the same time. And Pant killed all the soldiers of Chongwado. He said it was too easy, and he was disappointed that the Chongwados turned out to be weaklings. Idora looked at everything with her insight. Fortunately, the one-horned tribe is not yet in sight. If the father had been here, the Red Dragon would have suffered even more damage. By the way, Idora remembered Cain. He told them to stay here for a while. She wondered where he went. Maybe he had some business. Yanwu's magic circuit expanded. The whole body felt like it was being torn to pieces. In the end, the hero successfully awakened the dragon genes. The characteristic diamond body has been changed to dragon body. The dragon's body was now complete. Yanwu has gained the right to see useful reports from dragon species. Dragon territory. Depending on your qualifications, you can occupy a certain territory called Vine. Dragon knowledge. Depending on your qualifications, you can open the knowledge of Hocht, the power of the dragon. Depending on your qualifications, you can open the power of truth, Cater. Everything has changed. Not only the body, but also the internal state. If before Yanwu could only observe, now he felt as if he could also control. the power with which he could understand the truth and explore it. This is what it means to be a dragon. And most of all, the hero feels power. Because his dragon body had received the blessing of the ancient dragon, he could unleash 8 levels of power. The power he has acquired now is still only at the first stage, but it was still very impressive. Suddenly Yanwu heard the same voice asking if this was the new heir that child was talking about. It was Kalitus. But how? Isn't he dead? Yanwu met him through the mystical dragon and thought that after leaving all the legacy, he closed his eyes. Kalitus said that here he will wait for the hero until he comes and finds him. Yanwu completed the hidden quest, second test of the Void Dragon. As a reward, he receives the Abyssal Orb, the Wrath of the Void Dragon, and the Nest of the Void Dragon. Okay, the first target is eliminated. The Saber God is no more. Now it's the other's turn. The hero summoned his familiars. There are no ordinary players here. Only the most talented were included in these clans. Some of these rankers will be killed by Yanwu's sword. If you absorb them... No, it's too early to make a toast. There are still Leonti and Bahal. There will be no end until Yanwu starts this war and kills these two. Bahal will start moving with the goal of catching Leonti. And no matter what method Leonti uses, he will do everything possible to protect himself. Leonti doesn't have a stone, and to match him, Yanwu must prepare all his most powerful abilities. And if in such a situation Bahal and Leonti collide, then after that, Yanwu will hit them from behind. Chungwado began to attack Bahal. He was surprised that Leonti actually thought these losers could buy him time. Therefore, Bahal took and burned everyone who was in his way. Bahal asked if they had anything else in store, and Leonti really decided to hide like some kind of rat. Bahal demanded to go out. His idiots would not detain him. Leonti thought that Bahal was talking whatever he wanted. If the sword god hadn't ordered him to sit and keep his head down. Bahal asked Leonti why he didn't come out, or maybe he had an ace up his sleeve. But he said that Leonti would not have time to use them. And Bahal was already right next to Leonti. He demanded to know where the stone was. Organization of 70 swordsmen. Organization of 100 swordsmen. You can't even laugh when you learn that God receives protection from the best specialists in Cheonghuado. Bahal asked about that and how Leonti feels being left alone. He said that Leonti was a corpse anyway, and there was no point in being stubborn in vain. Leonti lost his nerve and started shouting that he didn't have this stone. It was missing. If he had it, he would have used it already. Why would he just keep it to himself? Bahal said that if he continues like this, he will have no choice. He attacked Leonti again. But Leonti's words sounded too convincing, and Bahal wondered if he really didn't have the stone. Rave. And even if so, then you need to try to create a new stone. It is unknown how much longer the Queen of Summer will be able to hold back the 3 gods. But there's not much time. She couldn't let anyone know that her dragon heart had broken. She, by all means, must be considered the strongest in the entire tower. Bahal apologized to Leonti, but there was no time. He needs to find the stone as soon as possible and restore the dragon's heart. Therefore, he put a dagger to Leonti's throat and demanded that he surrender. Leonti was already very tired of this, and he said that they would still see who was who. And Leonti's body began to transform dramatically. Bahal was in a stupor. He thought that this could not happen. Is this really the power of a mystical dragon? Bahal began to ask how Leonti got it. Leonti replied that it did not matter and attacked Bahal. He looked like a beast. Bahal thought to himself, how dare Leonti look at him like he was prey. Leonti put a debuff on Bahal, causing him to not keep up with him. Things were bad. Bahal struck back, but Leonti's forces fought back strongly. Bahal apparently did not expect that everything would turn out this way. Leonti suggested seeing how long Bahal could block his blows. And at that moment, Leonti began to use Gungnir. This is the weapon of god Odin, with which he executed his enemies. The greatest weapon, the power of which cannot be estimated. How did Leonti end up with such a weapon? Leonti said that Bahal was about to die, and there was a huge explosion. Leonti has spent almost all the power of the mystical dragon. The sword god awarded him with it and told him to use it in moments of danger. If Leonti himself had such power, then he would not have to think about the stone. And if Leonti had both the stone and the power, the conversation would be completely different. And then someone began to run from the ruins towards Leonti. It was an angry Bahal. He said he would never forgive this. Apparently Leonti will still have to use his remaining strength. But that was not the case. Someone's sinister voice piercing the body told Leonte that they had met again. Yi Yanwu delivers the final blow to Leonte. Bahal did not understand what Cain was doing here. He clearly didn't expect this. Young Wu didn't know that Young Huado had absorbed the power of the mythical creature Jun Wu. How did he end up in their hands? The red dragon took the mythical dragon Jun Wu. His connection with his brother was special. It's good that the hero can take his powers at least now. Yan Wu used the vampiric sword Bathory. It absorbs the energy remaining in the body. Bahal began to scream and ask why Cain had forgotten there. He entrusted him with a second detachment, and Cain spoke about something else. The hero replied that he thought Bahal was smarter. Yan Wu asked if the guy really didn't understand what was happening. Bahal could not believe his eyes. Although weak, Cain had the power of a dragon, which can only be used by those of the dragon species. There was no one other than the Queen of Summer who could use such power. Bahal didn't understand how the hell Yan Wu could use her. If this is truly the power of dragons, then dealing with Cain will not be easy. Bahal needs to report him. Bahal suffered more losses than expected, but the fire beasts are still alive. With them, he has a chance to give a worthy rebuff. Bahal does not know what Cain is up to, but from the anger emanating from him, he can tell for sure that they are now enemies. Bahal said Cain apparently expected them to kill each other, but he's not going to play along with his plan. Bahal will do anything to break Cain. The smartest thing to do would be to leave the battlefield. In the current situation, the most important thing is to tell your superiors about what happened. Bahal would like to stay and finish off Cain, but he cannot afford it. Now, if he were completely healthy, then he and Cain would still see who wins. Cain said that Bahal was mistaken. He was not going to let him go. He claimed the territory. In the chosen territory, Yan Wu can expand the scope of his skills, and Bahala was shrouded in many chains. No wonder he was worried. Cain truly awakened the powers of the dragon. Yan Wu's first skill, Dragon's Blood, is available. Ancient Dragon Calathus set up an 8-step process so that the signer could quickly adapt to the dragon body. This is the first step of 8. The blood of the dragon species is made of pure mana and is therefore extremely immune. It also has the effect of maximizing the potential of its owner. Dragon senses. In the declared territory, the owner is endowed with heightened senses. As skill increases, feelings often become more acute, which is close to foreseeing the future. The hero has a hell of a lot of information floating around in his head. If he doesn't get his act together, he'll simply go crazy. But it comes out much faster this way. Awakening of Dragon Blood. Simulating Dragon Blood begins to spread throughout the body, bringing the body's capabilities to the maximum. This is the first dragon skill. Bahal started shouting about how Cain dared to look down on the top ranker. Yan Wu took out his sword and began to walk towards Bahal. Bahal said that if the hero wants to kill him, then his plan has already failed. The fire beasts are on their way, so soon everyone will know about Cain. Surely a red dragon squad will be here any moment now. Bahal said that although Yan Wu has the power of a dragon, he allows himself too much. Yan Wu said that just as everyone else died here, Bahal will die too. After these words, the hero called upon all the souls of the dead. Bahal was shocked that Cain not only had the power of a dragon, but also the power of death. But how? Okay, one incredible power, but he has another power that could end the entire tower. Spirits began to chase after all the red dragon warriors. They were terrified and began to quickly run away. And suddenly, the main Lich Wu appeared. He, together with the Death Knight, ordered to submit to the will of the master. Deadly smoke began to engulf people. Bahal was slowly dying, but okay, the fire beasts are completely destroyed. The worst-case scenario. If you think about it, after leaving Ardia, Bahal's path was not easy. Literally nothing came easy to him. In order to survive, he desperately floundered, and everything that happened was always filled with despair. But even when he was vomiting blood, he was able to supplement the strength one by one. Bahal relied only on his own strength and eventually became the eye of the red dragon. One of the 81 eyes of the red dragon, which are called the strongest. Bahal wondered what he was going to do. Was he really going to run away from the brat who decided to show off his powers? Bahal's gaze changed. Now Bahal has gathered all his fiery forces. He said Cain was stupid for thinking he could back him into a corner. Bahal insisted that he would survive in a more difficult situation than this. Bahal still has so much strength left. It's not for nothing that he is a top ranker. Numerous clots of fire began to fly towards Yan Wu. Fire Lord Bahal woke up. Yan Wu used all his skills, but Bahal could also calculate his movements. Even in a fire, he can behave as if nothing had happened. Bahal was about to strike Cain, but the hero opened his fiery wings. This can't happen. Cain does not even give Bahal the opportunity to unleash at least one attack in its entirety. He didn't understand what the hell he was. Bahal is holding up better than Yan Wu thought. If it were not for the seed of sacred fire in the hero, he would have died several times already. In a situation where you can only rely on yourself, the desire to win takes the main role. Bahal shouted that Cain was an arrogant bastard. The flow of power from both sides was colossal, and in the end, Yan Wu managed to cut off Bahal's hand. Rancor was shocked. How dare he? Does Cain really think he can kill Bahal? Rancor said not to dare to mock him. Bahal shouted that a brat like Cain couldn't kill him, and Yan Wu just calmly said how low Bahal had fallen. It's time for him to face death. And Cain's sword pierced Bahal through and through. Bahal was already dying. He was only interested in one thing, who Cain was. And the hero, since Bahal was interested, decided to open up. He took off his mask, and Rancor saw Jun Wu in front of him. Bahal didn't believe it. His whole life flashed before his eyes. And now, with a calm soul, Yan Wu could deliver the final, fatal blow. He completed part of his mission. Meanwhile, the God of Swords continued to fight the Queen of Summer, but her chains began to crumble. Has the dragon contract been terminated? According to the dragon contract, the signatory could not break it of his own free will. This means that Bahal is dead. He died even though he was with the fire beasts. The queen feels like this damn dragon's heart is about to break into pieces. She took a risk and came here in person, but now she is unlikely to find the stone. This means that she has nothing else to do here. There are only idiots in Cheonghuado. Well, yes. Even with 3 martial arts gods on your side, winning is not that easy. Suddenly, the sword god noticed something strange on his hand. It was Gungnir. But it was not clear why the weapon lent to Leonte was returned. Really, Bahal was finally killed. Yan Wu completed the conversion of life force into experience points. The hero's familiars also came to him and reported that all the enemies in the nearby territory had been destroyed. The bracelets vibrated violently. Of course, Yan Wu dealt not only with Leonte and Bahal, but also with the fire beasts under the command of the God of Swords. It would be strange if the bracelets behaved differently. Yan Wu thinks the battle inside is still going on. But no matter how the spirits resist, you still have to come to terms with the hopelessness of what happened. There may be something Yan Wu doesn't know about this war, so it's worth asking them a few questions. And the stone? It's awkward to use something that was created at the cost of human lives. In addition, even if the hero decides, he still will not be able to control him. However, since this is such an important item that can force the Red Dragon to join the war, then it is worth looking for a use for it. The familiars asked the owner if there would be any more orders. The hero answered no. Who knows, maybe the stone will help his guys, if of course we can share his power. Yan Wu achieved his goal. There is no longer any need to interfere. The spirits are gone. There is still a lot of work to be done, but in this matter, it is dangerous to be too greedy. The time to declare yourself has not yet come. Yan Wu completely forgot. He told the spirit to tell Adora and Pant that they needed to stop and retreat. The God of Swords understood that they had made too many sacrifices. This is the first time this has happened since the war with Artia. Then it took a lot of effort to restore. I had to look for new geniuses in their field to create Cheonghuado. But due to this attack, they lost at least more than half of their troops, and the power of the 4 divine beings fell into oblivion. The 2 martial arts gods are dead. And what's more, nothing is still known about the stone. The Queen of Summer was too greedy. The God of Swords had already come to terms with his death, and the Queen began to attack him with fire. But then Plan, the god of the spear, stepped in to defend the God of Swords. He thought he was needlessly worried, but the sword god was moving too slow for himself. Plan asked if he was tired. The God of Swords said that the God of Sabers is dead. It's time for him to use Gungnir. The God of Swords told the God of the spear and bow to support him. The Plan began to shout. The onion god immediately understood everything. It takes time to use Gungnir to its full potential. Let the onion god buy some time. The queen saw that the gods were up to something, but she thought it was pointless. The guys rallied and dealt a good blow to the dragon. The bow god did a good job. The plan was going all out, and it was palpable to the queen, and the bow god attacked from afar. The god of the spear managed to make sure that the attack left marks on the queen's strong armor. He's tired too. If she manages to fully use the powers of Gungnir, then the gods will definitely be able to defeat her. The queen screamed about how dare they. She began to incinerate them with fire. The plan wanted her to focus on him. The end of the queen will soon come. The plan told God Luke to shoot now, but his reaction was quite strange. Ultimately, he shot wide. Really? The plan started screaming for the sword god to take care of himself, but it was too late. The blow of incredible power completely overwhelmed him. Due to the magical resistance, the internal bleeding of the sword god increased. It seems to him that he is about to lose consciousness. However, the questions that had tormented him until now began to form one picture. The reason why Do Mu Sin appeared, why the defense of Cheongwado turned out to be an empty phrase, although in preparation, they strengthened their positions. Also, the god of sabers received as a gift his son's eye and finger, information that the stone is in Leonte's possession. It was he who set it all up. The god of the bow, and the bow himself said that the god of swords was delusional. He asked if it would be better to just stop straining, trying to hold back the magical power and just finally die. The plan was furious. He wanted to kill the bow god. Luke said that he was somehow too furious. He asked Plan why such a martial artist did not cover the rear. And then the Queen of Summer hits the god of spears with her tail with incredible force. Numerous Cheongwado players couldn't believe the horror happening right in front of their eyes. Even in situations where the red dragon was too strong, they did not give up. And the only reason for this was absolute trust in the gods of martial arts. And now they were betrayed by God Luke, and the two martial arts gods were mortally wounded, which could not help but be shocking. The Queen years took longer than expected, but this is definitely the end of Cheongwado. The god of swords was about to die. But suddenly the god of spears began to cover him, and after that, the god of swords lost consciousness. The plan told him that he was the heart of Cheongwado and a friend whose replacement could not be found in the whole wide world. He couldn't let the sword god die here. The god of spears announced to everyone that as long as the god of swords is alive, Cheongwado is alive with him, so he said to protect him at all costs. At this moment, the Cheongwado players, whose number was approaching 10,000, unanimously raised their weapons and pointed them at the Queen of Summer, driven by a single goal, to create an opportunity for the god of swords and the god of spears to escape. They were ready to sacrifice their lives. The Queen of Summer said that they were nobody and began to incinerate everyone with fire. The warriors died one after another. Pant asked Yeonwoo if everything was fine. They did as he said, but Pant was somehow uneasy. Kane replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He said that they would still be grateful that Pant and Adora left the Red Dragon's lair right now. Pant did not understand what the hero meant. Kane began to leave, and Edora asked her brother why he thought their tribe decided not to fight this time. Pant replied that although the Red Dragon attacked suddenly, he thought they knew about it. Father likes to intervene in such situations. Edora thinks that he simply thought there was no point in allying with Cheongwado anymore. And there is a possibility that the Red Dragon could send someone to the tribe. After the Red Dragon captured Kuram, he never interfered with the tribe's affairs. This is just proof that the one-horned tribe is taken into account. And for Cheongwado, the game is now over. Edora doesn't think it makes sense for the Red Dragon to attack the one-horned tribe. But Pant still didn't understand why they were behaving so strangely. Why it was simply impossible to live and not think about anything. Edora said that there is no need to go so deep. In the end, they will understand everything. It is important for the king not to complicate things himself. So the twins followed with Kane. They came to the tribe, to the residence of King Mu. Nayu greeted his daughter and son. Kane asked the king if he would greet him. Nayu replied that there was no need. Kane was now on his own. He got into trouble and came back. The hero replied that that was exactly the case. King Mu saw that Kane had absorbed something again during this time. He didn't understand how the guy managed to change so much every time he returned. It seems to Nai that Kane's physique has also changed, and so has his smell. King Mu is insightful as always, and Yeonwoo tried to hide the dragon scales and characteristics. The hero said that he would explain everything a little later. Neyu replied that as Cain wishes, but if there is something good then let him share, it is not good to be greedy. The king said they could go. But Naya called out to Cain. He asked the hero if he had completed what he was about to do. Yanwu bowed and said that it was all thanks to the teacher. This made Naya smile. One of the Jungwado warriors knelt before King Mu and begged him to stay according to their alliance. The guy said that the king couldn't just go back. He said that fortunately the god of the spear and the god of the sword managed to escape from the battlefield, but no one knows where they are now. The Red Dragon sent a detachment after them in pursuit. The guy begged for help from Chonghuado. Nayu asked why he should do this. The guy, confused, replied that they had entered into an alliance. He shouted that Chonghuado was under threat and the Red Dragon army was continuing to raid. They even attacked the main base of Chonghuado. The Red Dragon is much more aggressive than Yanwu thought. Is it all set in stone? In addition, the sword god is King Mu's disciple, and the spear god is part of the family. But Neyu abruptly interrupted the guy and said that they had nothing to do with the clan. This is impossible. As for the alliance, when concluding it, King Mu considered Chonghuado to be equal to them, but now they, having suffered such a humiliating defeat, can no longer be an ally of the tribe. Yanwu thought that King Mu was too categorical. With one phrase, he rejected both the student and the relative. It seems that the hero has finally begun to understand him. Now the king supports Cain, but if something goes wrong, then only God knows what will happen next. Either way, it's the end of Yonghuado. Although they did not seem so weak that they would fall so easily. The moment of the unexpected disappearance of one of the 8 clans. There is a high probability that the major clans will begin a fierce battle over the legacy of Chonghuado. And then, all the current horror and chaos will be just a prelude to disaster. You can't just waste time like that. Yanwu must become even stronger. He needs to get used to the dragon's body and deal with this power. After the battle against Bahal, Yanwu realized that he still had a long way to go. He can't use the dragon's full potential. You need to work on it day after day. In any case, now the hero will only be busier. A quest left by the abyssal turtle. Yanwu has already placed the spirits of Leonte and Bahal in the bracelets, so it is necessary to summon them and interrogate them. In addition, you need to conduct an investigation regarding the stone, study the 8-punch technique, and finally, work on the alternating attack. To begin with, the hero decided to start awakening the egg. The elders shouted that they couldn't rush so much. They didn't know what would hatch from the egg. They said it was too early and told Cain not to touch the egg. The elder asked for more time to study. They said that Cain didn't even have a moon seed, so how was he going to awaken it? The elders said that it was impossible, and if Cain decided, then only through their corpses. So they lay down on the floor and blocked the way. Yanwu thought about stepping over them and going through. One of the men said that this is not a simple egg of a magical creature. As a result of their research, they found out that this was the egg of a divine being, and Cain was going to awaken it without the moon seed. Yanwu thought about these words. That is, it could be something like the 4 divine beings. Idora told the hero that he is not the kind of person who makes quick decisions, but this time he seems to be very interested. However, the guys are really worried that they don't have a moon seed. Idora didn't know if everything would go well without him. Yanwu thought that there must be some way. But what if you pay attention to the fact that after receiving the 4th divine being, a power crystal appears, formed by the intertwining of the energy of 4 divine beings. Yanwu thinks that with the protection of the 4 divine beings, he can definitely awaken the egg. In addition, recently, different thoughts of the egg are transmitted to the hero. It seems to be saying that it wants to wake up, or about something else. It feels like it wants to meet Yanwu in person, rather than convey its thoughts. Suddenly, Kirik came out of the stone and said that he also wanted to see his friend. The elders were shocked that this was the phoenix that had absorbed the soul of the saber-toothed tiger. The elders began to study Kirik. They saw what a divine being looked like. But the phoenix looked different. Maybe it was all because of the new owner. Black stripes. Need to make notes about them. This was the first time the elders had seen this. Kirik was a little shocked. He told Yanwu that these people were strange and asked if they could be blown away, and the hero allowed it. Next, Yanwu entered the head elder who was sitting next to the egg. The hero asked if he could come in. The man thought it was so noisy there. When the old man concentrates, he does not notice what is happening around him. It looks like the elders are very tired. The man said to go ahead, he would have to talk to them. Yan Wu replied that everything was fine and not to worry about it. This person is the chief elder. With the exception of the king, the chief elder was the most powerful man of the tribe. The feeling is different, but it is very strong. They say that most of the tribe feared him. The hero noticed that the egg had grown a lot. The elder said that the height has almost reached 4 meters, and its size continues to increase. The egg practically filled the entire wall. Yan Wu asked about how huge he will be when he awakens. The elder didn't even know if you imagine that the creature inside the egg was sitting, bent at the knees. Considering that its volumes may vary depending on the width, and if we take into account only the approximate height, the creature will be taller than 5 meters. Then, Yan Wu said that he would have to wake him up from outside. The elder replied that it would be nice. Even those fools will be able to look at it. However, is there really a way to awaken an egg? Yan Wu has a way he is counting on. The elder replied that it ended well, but there was still a point that they were worried about. To begin with, it is absolutely certain that this is a divine being, but the elder does not sense any specialness. It is impossible to imagine a divine being without this. This is one of the reasons why the elders say that it is too early to awaken. Even if it seems to the hero that everything is ready for awakening, it may be that it will be forced on a creature that was not ready for this. In addition, the old man feels enormous power from this object, but due to the very high resistance, he cannot understand what kind of power it is. Every time the elder tried to test him, nothing worked due to resistance. Maybe he can't recognize the feature due to resistance. If this is truly the egg of a divine being, then this is out of the question. However, the time of awakening has come, that's for sure. The creature's thoughts constantly say that he wants to go outside. The elder said that looking at the atmosphere, Cain had already decided that it was time for the egg to awaken. There's no point in saying anything else. Then the old man handed something to Yan Wu, and it turned out to be a moon seed. The random task, participation in war, ended instantly. The hero also earned enough trust to be considered a member of the one-horned tribe. As an additional reward, Yan Wu received the opportunity to receive the grace of a divine being. For this, you need to contact King Mu. The elder asked why Cain was so surprised, because Pant and Eudora are members of the one-horned tribe. Plus, they are part of the royal family. Yan Wu was with them, and therefore did not fail his task. The elder said that this would be considered a gift for caring for Pant and Eudora. Well, as a scientist, he is very curious to know how divine beings awaken. Yan Wu thanked the man, and the elder already wanted to start awakening as soon as possible. Everyone was wondering who would emerge from there. King Mu also came to the event. He was already tired of waiting and asked when the guys would start. Neyu told her not to languish and to try as soon as possible. Yan Wu said that the king came on time. Then, right now, he begins to awaken. The creature was going to not only appear, but also regain its strength. Received the moon seed from the elder and the power of the 4 divine beings, and also the inner strength of the mystical dragon. Although, due to the fact that Leonte used his inner strength, there was almost nothing left of it. But still, it's not about quantity, but about quality. Yan Wu awakened the egg, and a huge red dragon appeared from there. He said he was waiting for the hero to call upon him again. What does it mean? People were shocked by the sight of the mystical dragon. Pant said he looks nothing like what people describe him as. Eudora said that it is definitely a mystical dragon, and it also looks a bit like Akashi's snake. But you can't fully call him a mystical dragon since he has a lot of dark power. Pant asked if this was possible. Eudora was unsure. She had never heard of this before. In addition, under the mantle of dark power, the dragon contains genes from 4 different species, which usually do not intersect. As a result, we can say that in terms of strength, this is a divine creature and not a mythical one. But you can just call it a magical beast, because no one can guess the rest. The elder thinks that everyone in the tower will be in an uproar because a magical dragon has appeared. And the dragon told Yan Wu that he had been waiting for him for so long, waiting in the depths and darkness, forgetting about his physical form. The dragon was incredibly happy to finally meet, and asked the hero to say something. Previously, he would have started chatting incessantly, but now he is silent. although there is nothing strange with his fate here. Yi Yanwu apologized to the dragon, saying that he was not the one the creature was looking for. The dragon didn't understand. Yanwu told the teacher that he would like to talk to the dragon alone and asked permission to leave. Naya allowed. The dragon and Yanwu immediately began to leave. The elders were furious because they hadn't even finished drawing half of it yet. Mystical dragon and dark power. It is an artificially created force that is different from all other types of energy. It is used by the demons on the 98th floor. Dark power defiles the soul, making it cruel, powerful, but very dangerous. Like the dark squad of 8 clans, it intoxicates many and makes them do terrible things. The mystical dragon absorbs the powers of other creatures. He can change his appearance and adapts to the image of his owner. But here is a magical dragon. Naya wonders what it is like. The dragon told Yanwu that he was still talking nonsense. He asked if the events that happened were so shocking that his memory was lost. The hero even left, made it so that the dragon could live without him, but he believed that he would return. The dragon said that fortunately his faith did not fail him. This is probably why the mystical dragon is alive. He becomes the embodiment of the one who awakened him. By becoming one with the dragon, Junwu became stronger, but despite all the power he received, the mystical dragon would have died if something had happened to Junwu. Junwu foresaw his demise and decided to protect the mystical dragon. Yanwu took off his mask and told the dragon that he was not the one he was looking for. The hero introduced himself as Junwu's older brother. Yanwu explained that he and Junwu are twins, so they look alike. Thanks to the diary, he obtained Junwu's memories and entered the tower. The hero is here because he wants to find and destroy those who killed his brother. The dragon found out that Junwu was really dead. Since he mistook Yanwu for Junwu, it will be difficult for him. Apparently the dragon needs time to get used to it. Yanwu said he would give him space. The dragon said that Yanwu is not the master he was looking for, although he knows that he is not lying. He only has one question. Yanwu said that he came here to deal with those who killed his brother. The dragon only asked the hero if he could carry out his plans. Yanwu confidently replied that, of course, he will end with revenge and destroy the tower if possible. This way, he can get rid of at least some of his anger. The dragon just laughed and said that the hero was completely crazy, but he thought that everything would work out with him. The dragon said that he wanted to follow Yanwu and asked if he would accept him. Yanwu replied that he wouldn't even doubt it. In this case, the dragon said to give him a new name. He has been resurrected and now he has work to do, but he needs a new name. Yanwu returned to the residence where Adora was. She asked about the magical dragon. The hero replied that since she woke up just recently, he needed to rest a little. He says that he has not yet fully recovered his strength. Maybe the elders were right and he woke up too early. Adora replied that it could very well be. Even though he belongs to the divine level beings, even so, he needs time to restore the strength of the 4 divine beings and the mystical dragon. But Yanwu asked Adora if he was really that bad at giving names. Adora remembered Chirik, but still asked what he meant. Yanwu gave the magical dragon a name and he got angry. He said that if the hero does not come up with another name, he will refuse the contract. Adora asked what Cain had come up with, and he answered, Roar. Adora turned pale, and Yanwu thought it was a normal name. Divine beings are a symbol of the world of the tower. They can be found even on the 10th floor. If they were so easy to create, everyone would have them. But this is even more difficult than training on 30, 40 floors. The good news is that Yanwu found those who have sufficient skills to help him with this. Yanwu called Adora and Pant to come out to talk. Pant pretended that he was not asleep and was just thinking that it would be a better choice. Adora apologized, but she had not yet found any books that talked about the best name to give to mythical creatures. Yanwu is a leader who can't think of anything else until he figures things out on his own, while Pant and Adora are bored brother and sister who decide to help. But the hero wanted to talk about something else. The guys went out into the courtyard and Yanwu said that he was going to turn a newly born mythical creature into a divine being. Cain thinks that Pant and Adora will be able to create divine beings with his help. If you distribute the energy correctly and give the mythical creatures some of the divine powers, then the guys will succeed. Pant replied that it would be good, of course, but he doesn't know whether everything will be successful if Yanwu transfers part of his powers to him. The hero replied that if he works carefully, Everything will be fine. And as a bonus, he plans to convey this, the deep sphere and conjunctiva of the divine being. This is the sphere that the abyss turtle has been creating for many years. The essence of emptiness and abyss was combined into one. When absorbed, it can become an excellent material for an amulet for a player working with dark attributes. Divine Being's conjunctiva is a medicinal plant obtained through the long research of the chief elder of the one-horned tribe. Having absorbed it, the mythical creature develops several steps, awakening its dormant potential. Idora asked if Kana was sure that everything would be fine if they used this. Yanwu said that they are going to create a divine being, so it is logical to use everything to the fullest. Besides, if they don't use them now, there's no point in keeping them any longer. And Pont said that they will not refuse this opportunity. This means that they too will become the masters of divine beings. Idora thought this was too much. The deep sphere is the highest level artifact. The conjunctiva of a divine being is also so powerful that it can help in cultivating a divine being. Yanwu replied that everything was fine. If the guys use them, it will be much more useful. He said to use these items when the time comes. Pant and Idora have not yet completed all the tasks on the 11th floor. Since this is a wonderful opportunity for them to gain karma points, they will not refuse. In any case, the deep sphere is not strong enough to be useful to Yanwu, although it would be nice to turn it into an amulet. The same applies to the conjunctiva of the divine being. But Tweet and Dragon are not yet able to use it. You need to increase their strength first, otherwise problems may arise. Yanwu told the guys that the 4 divine beings of the 11th floor and the mythical creatures were dead. It takes a long time for divine beings to be resurrected. Divine beings can be considered the pillars that support the 11th floor. Of course, the ecosystem of the 11th floor will be disrupted. If the guy's mythical creatures gain the right to become divine beings, then the responsibilities that were assigned to the 4 divine beings will be redistributed. This means that the 11th floor will be in the hands of the heroes. They will be able to receive a huge reward for clearing it and a bunch of karma points. Pant was overjoyed that Kane would do such a thing for them. Idora also thanked him. Yanwu said that it's not worth it. He will also need them in order to complete the task. Pant immediately became interested in how many points he could get by clearing the 11th floor and creating a divine being. And Idora was more interested in the reaction of the elders. If they hear about the creation of a divine being, they will be glad to have data for research. Apparently, it's not worth continuing. The world of mythical, magical, and divine creatures will be in the hands of Yanwu. In other words, the entire fantasy world will be in his hands. This is much more important than rewards and karma points. Being able to control one floor will definitely be a big advantage in the future. In addition, given the tower system, rewards can be obtained for each new achievement. It is enough just to do something that no one has done before. The hero will have the opportunity to receive a reward that will not compare with any previously received. Then Yanwu told the guys that he was going to try something. But the twins reminded me that I needed to come up with a name. But the hero said that this is not so important. He's leaving to train, so he asked the guys not to look for him. Yanwu found a secluded place where no one would come. So he began to summon the spirits of Leonte and Bahal. They didn't understand how they ended up outside. Yanwu sarcastically asked them if they liked being outside for a long time. He thinks the spirit world is a stuffy place. Leonte and Bahal recognized Cain and were furious. But suddenly a black fog began to envelop them. Yanwu apologized, of course, but he didn't call them here for a vacation. From now on, the guys must answer all the questions that Cain asks. Leonte and Bahal shouted at Junwu about how dare he. But Leonte was the first to notice something was wrong. Bahal began to shout that such antics could not stop him, especially with Junwu's level. Yanwu said that he was too noisy and quickly shut Bahal up. But he did warn. Just clear answers to his questions are enough. Yanwu took off his mask and demanded to know about the stone and why the red dragon attacked Jungwado, without missing the slightest detail. Leonte couldn't believe his eyes. This was impossible. After all, he personally stuck a knife into Junwu's heart. And how can he be here? Bahal said that he is not Junwu. There's a part of him in Yanwu, but it's not him. The guys asked the hero who he was. Yanwu recalled that he said to answer questions and punished Bahal again. The man said that he understood everything and asked him to stop. When Yan Wu had mapped them out enough, he told Leonte that he should know more than Bahal. Leonte told everything he knew and begged Yan Wu to kill him. And the guy said that he created the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical organ that every player who climbs the tower wants to get their hands on. A magical stone that emits endless pure magic and works miracles. There are many rumors about the Philosopher's Stone, but no one has ever seen it or been able to get it. Yan Wu said that he is not going to believe these meaningless rumors. Leonte argued that it was true, and why would he lie now? Leonte said that no one could really create, but he did. Upon obtaining additional information, some of the hidden properties of the stone were revealed. The purest form of energy in the world is the human soul. This stone was created by refining a large number of souls in the room pointed to by the emerald tablet. This is a unique artifact. In the tower there is a single copy, tied to the owner. It cannot be passed on to others, but the artifact is not completed. You need to complete it to see private information about it and other options. It seems that Leonte was not lying. Yan Wu asked Leonte about how he started creating it. The hero does not think that he would have enough knowledge for such a matter, and Leonte admitted that he had stolen the emerald tablet. The hero didn't know what it was. Leonte explained that it contained instructions. These were Vera's notes, but Vera Dong Yan Wu knew. Now Leonte said exactly everything and asked the hero to kill him. Vera Dune. This witch was just playing with Jun Wu. She is a star witch, is not a member of any of the 8 strongest clans, but was the head of the Walpurgis Night Clan, which was in no way inferior in strength to those 8. Viera was also the co-founder of Artia and Junwoo's lover. It is known that the world never appears in one guise. Viera can look both noble and fierce. She adapts her appearance to the situation and is able to charm everyone who sees her. Her special talent is seduction and mind control. Those who fall into Vera's hands realize that they came under her power too late. Junwoo also realized that he became close to the wrong woman after he lost everything. Leonte too would not be able to resist the temptation to power and pleasure if Vera Dune were in front of him. This means that her notes contained information about the Philosopher's Stone. Yan Wu asked Leonte how he got her notes. He began to tell that the emerald tablet contained information about the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Walpurgisnacht and Zhongwado secretly collaborated to attack the 69th floor hidden dungeon. Leonte simply took for himself what Vera Dune was about to take, and he did it so that the God of Swords would not find out. For this, Leonte had to find a secret place. And since there is no place inside the tower where he would not find out about what was happening, Leonte found a temporary place, isolated from the influence of the God of Swords, and also experimented on his subordinates. Yan Wu asked if Leonte knew where the emerald tablet was. He replied that no longer he was dead. If Yan Wu found her, he could learn a lot of new things. It's a pity. Then the hero told Leonte to retell what was written on it. The guy is ready to do this, but in return, Yan Wu must kill him. Yan Wu replied that Leonte was already dead. He would just help him disappear. Leonte's eyes immediately lit up with happiness, and he began to tell everything. Draconic knowledge, Hakta, is revealed. Searching and preparing information in the database is in progress. 8 more items are connected with the Philosopher's Stone. Draconic knowledge was not so extensive that it could not be obtained just like that. They include alchemy and the teachings of the miraculous. A lot of information. It will take at least half a day to figure it all out. But it's fake. More precisely, it may be the truth mixed with lies. Yan Wu doesn't know who did it, but he looks like a master. The hero asked Leonte who created the emerald tablet and if Vera Dune planted it, then for what purpose. Leonte replied that he had already told everything and asked to kill him. But instead, the hero summoned Wu and ordered Leonte to be absorbed. Leonte was terrified and Wu hastily began to absorb his soul. Bahal also observed all this. He understood that Yan Wu wouldn't let anyone go just like that. The hero will simply take away through the soul what is left, knowledge and strength. If this happens, then you can forget about rebirth. Yan Wu asked Bahal if he understood what he was going to be asked. Bahal said he wouldn't be stupid. If Yan Wu kills him, he will tell everything. The Queen of Summer wants the Philosopher's Stone so badly that she is ready to wage war against Zhongwado. Bazal said that the hero is not Cha Junwoo at all. One day, he encountered the Summer Queen in person. He suffered in the fight with her, but was eventually able to inflict fatal wounds on her. No one knows about it, but after their meeting, the dragon heart of the Summer Queen was completely destroyed. Yeonwoo was shocked that her brother was dating her. Bahal also said that in dragons, the heart does not just drive blood throughout the body, it is the source of their magical strength and power, which allows the dragon to remain a great creature. And such a powerful heart was destroyed. Of course, the Queen of Summer was ready to do anything to regain at least part of her powers. She put all her effort into finding a stone that could replace the dragon's heart. But Bahal failed her. As a result, Leonte did not have this stone. It turned out to be a dummy, so Junwoo was able to strike the queen. What a consolation! His death was not in vain. As a result, no one knows where the stone is, and they suspect each other. Yeonwoo didn't go into detail about this stone, but it's time to change plans. If the Queen of Summer plans to replace the dragon's heart with the Philosopher's Stone, then that's a very good thing for Yeonwoo. Maybe he could develop magical circuits, awaken a dragon, or even obtain 2 dragon hearts. Bahal asked the hero what he was planning because it was clear from him that there was some kind of plan. He provided useful information. Only the highest ranks of the Red Dragon know about this. Considering that the ruling clan of the 8 clans of Jeonghwado has collapsed, once information about the Summer Queen leaks out, there will be a bustle that has never been seen in the tower before. Yeonwoo will be able to take advantage of this fuss for his own purposes. Bahal behaved very well, and the hero asked if he had told everything. The spirit asked the hero if he had the Bahal artifact in the form of a ring. Yeonwoo took it out and asked if it was him. It looked like a simple ring. Bahal said that the hero was able to take possession of even this ring, how lucky he is. If you look at it more closely, you can see a unique pattern. Bahal said to try to pour magical power into it by concentrating on the pattern. Yeonwoo did this, and an incredible light opened before him. This turned out to be the key to Intrinian. Intrinian is a magical repository created by the Queen of Summer herself, very spacious, associated with the mind of the user. And if there is an item in Intrinian that the user needs, it is automatically removed from the space. There is no need to physically enter the storage facility. Storage space is virtually unlimited. Essentially, it's infinite storage. There were incredible riches there. It's not for nothing that they are called the 8 largest clans. Yeonwoo won't have to worry about money anymore. This is something like the Red Dragon's vault. It's incredibly huge. Wandering around, Yeonwoo saw something like a magical storage facility. Here everything is sorted into sections. Perhaps the library here will surpass the library of the One-Horned Tribe. And there, Yeonwoo noticed a door. He decided to see what was there. These are the materials needed to make stone. They are extremely difficult to find. It is clear that this is a storage facility prepared by the Queen of Summer for the production of the Philosopher's Stone. The Queen of Summer gave Yeonwoo a big gift. It turns out that he already knows what was written on the Emerald Tablet. And also the hero has all the materials to complete the Philosopher's Stone. In the information received by Yeonwoo, there is some false knowledge. But he has the knowledge of the dragon. With their help, he can figure it out. Yeonwoo thought he should find Bram. This is one of the alchemists that Junwoo was associated with. He lives by his own principles and is quite freedom-loving. But since he was involved with Junwoo, Yeonwoo doesn't think he will refuse him. The hero is lucky that Bram is not hiding. Yeonwoo found out about him when he was looking for Galliard. But to do this, you will have to rise even higher. Since he is a ranker, he took a place on higher floors. Yeonwoo told Bahal that he gave him some interesting information. In this case, Bahal asked to help him be reborn as a reward. But Yeonwoo said that he couldn't do that and would just kill Bahal. The hero does not think that he will need it again. Bahala is already tired of waiting. Bahal said that Yeonwoo is so arrogant until the very end. The hero ordered Shannon to absorb. All of Shannon's stats have been increased. He received the Vulcan skill. It was lucky that Shannon was even able to absorb Bahal's signature skill. Now he has become stronger. Shannon's achievements have a positive effect on Yeonwoo. The Fire Rain skill has been created. Yeonwoo thought he had already reached his limit of luck. The energy of Bakal received by Bathory's sword also affects the hero. Yeonwoo received Fire Rain, Thundermark, and Flaming Burn. Fire Rain is such a destructive skill that even Junwoo would be jealous. In fact, Even though Yanwu had seen many skills, there was not a single destructive skill like this among them. If he had this skill, everything could have been different. Thanks to Chirik, Yanwu gained a high affinity for fire skills. Although he still lacks the skill level to use it, there is nothing to worry about. Shannon asked the owner for permission, but Yanwu, without even listening to him, immediately answered no. The hero said he knew what Shannon was going to say. Shannon said that the saber god would not obey and offered to give it up, but Yanwu said no, because he needed me, that he became a subordinate. Apparently Shannon had fallen out of favor and now wanted to add a stronger soul to his collection. Yanwu ordered the soul to come out. The hero decided to be brief and simply told the saber god to obey him, and then he would save his son. The saber god did not believe that his son was alive. Considering that Cheonghuado has collapsed, he should be dead by now. Coming to his senses, the saber god glanced at the outside world. He saw that Yanwu destroyed the red dragon in Cheonghuado, so he couldn't trust him. But the hero told the man that he was not in a situation where he could not believe him. If the saber god doesn't believe, Yanwu said to follow him. They came to the village of the one-horned tribe. The saber god asked what these tricks were and why they were here. In one of the windows, Yanwu showed the man his son, Han Bin. He was indeed alive. But the saber god was interested in how he ended up here. The hero replied that before the battle began, Bahal ordered him to be killed, since he himself was too lazy to do this. Well, yes, the red dragon didn't even think about saving him. Yanwu told the saber god that he should thank Chirik, the phoenix child he killed. Yanwu didn't want Bahal to suspect anything. Moreover, there was a great opportunity to avenge the death of the phoenix, but Chirik stopped him. Even though this is the son of his mother's killer. Chirik said that he did not want anyone to find himself in a similar situation and suggested that his life should not be taken. God of Sabers did not understand whether this was even possible. Thousands of grievances are born in the tower every day. The tower world is a place where people easily take the lives of others for their own gain. Yes, the God of Sabers lived like this himself. He said that he will not forget how Yanwu generously saved his son. He, the saber god from Cheonghuado, no, he is Hanryong, greets his new master. The second messenger of death is born. The Death Knight. The knight was given the name Hanryong. He swears loyalty to Yanwu, and from now on Hanryong will serve as the hero's sword and shield. Hanryong's body seemed a little heavy. It couldn't support its rank. It looks like all of the Death Knight's stats have been reduced quite a bit. Regardless of the amount of dark magic absorbed, it would still not be enough to even compare to the top rankers. Well, there is no reason to worry. Hanryong will still be able to regain his previous strength. The Death Knight said he had a favor to ask. He would like his 9 blades back. It's because of his skill. The 2 signature skills that symbolize Hanryong are 9-blade Tomb and 9-blade Whirlwind. To activate them, strict conditions must be met. Hanryong needs strong blades, and the more, the better. The power of his skill increases depending on the size and area it covers. Yanwu said that there should be several suitable blades in Intrinian. The hero said to use them first, and then they will try to get something else. Apparently, Hanryong was worried whether they would be able to get them or not. Since that's the case, Yanwu will have to meet Hanova once. Yanwu trained with King Mu. His power was truly destructive. Suddenly, Nayu began to fly towards the hero with incredible power. Damn it! With this blow, King Mu will grind Kane to dust. The hero is not used to showing his opponents all his trump cards. But no matter how much he wants to hide his strength, his opponent is King Mu, the strongest person who cannot be defeated even if Yanwu gives his all. So he has no choice. It's better than dying. King Mu liked this drive. He quickly found himself near Kane and was preparing to hit him. Yanwu can't believe it. King Yama has become even faster and stronger. Until now he fought, adapting to the hero. Yanwu can no longer defend herself stupidly and take damage. He used the Blue Spirit's blessing as well as the Fire Rain. Nayu said it was incredible. The hero has become a little better. Yanwu has an interesting combination of skills. But Nayu said that Kane had a lot of impudence. Just think, all this time the hero hid his real strength from the king. Yanwu said that from now on he will fight with all his strength. Pant and Idora watched all this. If the king and Kane had not installed a barrier around themselves in advance, the entire area outside the tower would have turned into ruins. Idora did not understand when Kane managed to become so strong again. Pant replied that he had always been a monster, but now he became even more like him. During the battle, the king and Cain destroyed the cliff, which was Pant's favorite place. Nu was pleased with the fight. Yi Yanwu managed to hit the king unexpectedly. He still had some cards left to reveal, but it was dangerous. Yanwu had almost run out of magic. This is not at all like a regular workout. Before this, Cain told the teacher that he had recovered and wanted to continue climbing the tower. Neyu replied with a smile that of course he could continue, but first he had to pass the test. Who would have thought that this check would come to this? If Yanwu doesn't show all his abilities now, he can say goodbye with his life. He was aware of his limitations, of course, but not to that extent. But Yanwu will try to break through. The battle was over, and everything around was destroyed. But still, Yanwu lost. If you endlessly push it to the limit, every moment you try to break through it and at the same time develop it, it becomes curious where its edge is. Neyu thought that after 2 weeks of battles, Cain had grown noticeably, and there was no longer a need to train him. King Mu proudly said that Cain can go now. For Yanwu, this was not enough. Although King Mu told him that he could do better, now he will probably tell him to improve based on his own experience. Now the process itself is important. You can't waste even a second in the development process. There is a much greater gap between Yanwu and King Mu than the hero thought. For 15 days, Neyu was not hurt at all. Thanks to him, Yanwu was able to know his limit. As a result, the teacher taught him a good lesson. That's all. However, one day Yanwu will show him what it's worth in a one-on-one fight. Pant was shocked that Cain was already leaving. The hero was beaten for 15 days in a row, and he came to his senses in just 3 days. Pant asked if Cain was made of metal. Even the doctor told him that he needed rest. Pant and Idora thought Cain was in too much of a hurry. Idora said that it would be nice if they stayed together a little longer. For them, Cain is in critical condition. Yanwu feels like a real brother is taking care of him. It's as if she and Pant really became relatives. Yanwu told the guys to focus on preparing to create a divine being and not to forget about training. Pant sighed heavily and told Cain that he was worse than his father. And Idora asked him to be careful. Yanwu won't be in too much of a hurry, so he told the guys to catch up with him quickly. And now the hero is here again near the blacksmiths. He didn't know if it was worth coming and thought about returning. No, after all, he is here to make blades for Hanryong. But the hero cannot ignore the connection between Henova and Bahal. Surely he had already heard about his death. Henova is an open person just like Junwoo. After the collapse of Artia, the news of Junwoo's death became a heavy burden for him because Henova had warm feelings for him. Surely he will grieve greatly for Bahal too. Suddenly, Henova approached the hero and asked what he was doing there. He asked why Yanwu froze in his tracks and didn't come in. Cain greeted Henova. Henova said that he had nothing to offer his guests. He made just tea for Cain. The gnome said that he had started trading again because he was sitting here alone, and, in order not to die of boredom, he had returned to his old ways. The hero noticed that the blacksmith's place was somehow unusually clean and asked if anyone was helping him. Henova replied that those were Knights of the Night, or whatever they were called. The dwarf doesn't know what Cain did, but they were completely blown away. They always come and almost tearfully beg Henova to let them clean up. Because of them, rumors spread that Henova was in cahoots with the robbers. How can he not like it? The dwarf began to shout that it was Cain's fault and demanded that he tell them to stop. They polish all his equipment without asking. They're a headache. Okay, Henova decided to leave this topic. He heard that Cain had a lot going on lately. But Yanwu replied that it was nothing special. The dwarf said that modesty did not suit Cain and asked him to behave as usual. Henova asked the hero why he was here at all. If you just came to see him, then he can leave. You shouldn't waste your time. Cain replied that the blacksmith was disappointing him. Can't he just go see him? Henova replied that he would not be deceived and said not to delay, but to say why Cain was here. In that case, Yanwu explained that he would like to ask for the blades to be made. Henova immediately asked about the sizes and material. The hero didn't find anything special, but he would like them to be stronger than any others. Also, it would be nice to make them sharper. Henova began to grumble about what a tiresome fellow Cain was. Yanwu asked if it was too difficult. Well, yes. He thinks it's not nice to ask a man of Henova's age for such a thing. The dwarf began to shout that how dare Cain classify him as an old man. Yanwu replied that in no case and asked for forgiveness. Previously, Hanova was one of the strongest military leaders, but now his strength is no longer the same. Hanova was furious and began to show Kane his uniform. The dwarf tapped the table and told the hero to describe in detail what kind of blade he wanted. He said he would do it 1 or 2 times. Yanwu replied that Hunova might find it a little difficult. The gnome said to tie it up and put it out already. And the hero explained everything to Hanova. This is not a simple blade, but rather a ghostly or magical one. If you make such a weapon, it could easily turn out to be the best in the world. And the work promises to be interesting. Such sketches cannot be found in ordinary players. Where did Kane find them? The more Hanova communicates with him, the more interesting it becomes. Hanova shouted that he could do it in 12 days, but he had enough to do even without Kane, so Yanwu should just come for the finished blades. Yanwu asked about payment, and Hanova said to just leave the money somewhere and leave. He seems to be doing well, thank God. Apparently, Bahal's death does not haunt Hanova. It would be nice to leave a small gift for my ears. But suddenly, the gnome stopped the hero. Hanova said that at his age, saying goodbye to someone forever is not at all difficult. He told Kane not to make a fuss here in the future and not to come to him anymore. These words touched Yanwu to the core. In his thoughts, the hero told Hanova that he knew firsthand what grief was. So his request not to come sounds completely different to him. The hero thanked Hanova for being healthy and continuing to move forward. And now there was a sign hanging on the blacksmith shop. Temporarily closed to visitors. The sword god was in a terrible state. He didn't know where he was or how he got here. He remembered the fierce battle between the remnants of Chongwado and the Red Dragon. The soldiers protected the gods with their lives, and Plan carried the god of swords on himself, thereby saving him. These were the memory shards of the sword god. But he didn't remember what happened next. He began to slowly get up in pain. The magic power system is almost destroyed, and the body suffered terribly. It is a miracle that the god of mosques emerged from a state of suspended animation. He could barely get up and began asking if anyone was here. Voice control also barely works. If this continues, it will simply roll back to the very beginning. A long time ago, when the god of swords was a simple boy, he was oppressed because he could not speak. He was told to at least listen and do what he was told. Guys wanted to do terrible things to him and use him. One of the guys asked what could be done to make the boy look even more pitiful. Can tear off an arm or leg. For him, a child born with a disability, persecution, and contempt were the norm. But thanks to this, he realized something before others. The strong devours the weak. In the world of this huge tower, the fate of a disabled person was predetermined. The boy was supposed to become the prey of stronger ones. But suddenly the plan appeared and ordered everyone not to rock the boat. He quickly dealt with all the offenders. The plan was someone who perceived the boy differently, and he was not as weak as the sword god back then. The boy was simply shocked, and Plan asked him to at least thank him. And then the god of the spear found out that the guy could not speak. It's in vain that the god of swords remembered the past. This is stupid. He continued to wander through this endless dark cave. And suddenly he saw the light. He thought that this was finally a way out. The god of swords quickly began to walk there, but saw only the silhouettes of people standing very strangely. As he got closer, he saw that these were the dead wars of Zhonghuado. But the worst thing awaited the god of swords a little further. There in the middle was the dead Plan, holding a spear in his hand. The sword god's horror knew no bounds, but he didn't understand why the Plan was smiling, which made him so happy. What's so good about death? Out of grief, the sword god simply rolled to the ground and began screaming as loud as he could. If the god of swords could give his heart, he would do the same again. The man told the spear that he was only able to become a better person because he was there. At that moment, Gungnir began to vibrate on the hand of the god of swords, and all the emotions seething in him subsided as if they had never existed. But the god of swords was too weak, both physically and magically, to control Gungnir. It may take him several years to recover, so revenge is out of the question. But he didn't want anything else. So the god of swords decided that now was not the time for pride. He could have a power in his hands that he had never seen before. A taboo. Cannibal is an energy-draining skill that allows one to absorb the skills a person possessed while alive, simply by digesting their heart. If the god of swords has the opportunity to live up to the expectations of his subordinates, and a friend who protects him even after death, then he is ready to cast aside all pride. Devouring his heart, the god of swords told Plan that now he was not just by his side, they would always be together. The Queen of Summer communicated with the onion god. He was about to leave since their deal was over. He asked if he might be mistaken. The Summer Queen told the bow god Chang Wei that she was finished. He was able to become one of the 5 masters of Cheongwado. Thanks to this, the Red Dragon was able to win relatively easily. The Queen recognizes Chang Wei's merits, which is why he is in 81 eyes. She wants to offer him a higher position and asked his opinion. Chang Wei said that everything is changing. He thinks that it will be difficult for him to be under someone's control. The Queen of Summer recalled the privileges that can be obtained in a higher position in 81 eyes. She was surprised that Chang Wei still wanted to refuse. The onion god apologized, but alas, the Queen did not think that he would refuse such an offer. It's a pity. She heard that Chang Wei is a rather famous S-rank mercenary. But even so, she could not have imagined that he would turn out to be so outstanding. It will be difficult to find another such talent. And considering that Bahal is dead, the Queen needs such a person. A real treasure that you definitely want to get your hands on. But you can't be greedy just yet. Considering that the hair is turning bluer, one thing is certain, that the dragon's heart is weakening. If this continues, it may turn to stone. Although the servants are searching every corner of all the floors, the Queen thinks that it will be difficult for her to find the philosopher even if they find the god of swords. She's sure someone took it, and this someone took not only the philosopher's stone, but also all the materials necessary for its completion. At any cost, we need to get on his trail. The Queen needs to sort this out. The Queen finally decided to ask Chang Wei if he really wasn't going to work for her, because he knew very well what her blessing would mean. The onion god apologized and said that he already had a god to serve. The Queen sarcastically said that it couldn't be better to refuse. Then she decided to order a job from him. Also, the Queen will pay as much as Chang Wei wishes. The completion time is unlimited, but it would be good to complete the task as soon as possible. The man needs to find someone. With a new job, Chang Wei set off on his own journey. I wonder how long the job will take this time. Suddenly, Chang Wei's pendant began to react somehow. He clenched it in his fist and set off through the portal. He hopes that the work will last as long as possible. One of the robbers, who now serves Yan Wu, served him at the cafe. He said he personally ground the beans and made a drip-drip filter for the coffee. The guy looked very intimidated. Yan Wu told the guy that he has changed a lot. The guy replied that thanks to the hero, he was able to become a better person. Since they both understand that long conversations are tiring, Yan Wu suggested getting straight to the point. He needs to find one person, Bram. The guy was surprised that Yan Wu was talking about him, since Bram is an exile. Bram was originally a member of the Elohim, one of the 8 clans. This clan selected members based on blood type and heredity. There was no analog to this clan in the tower. The bourgeoisie gathered there. As a descendant of a superior species, Bram is said to have held a high position in the clan. He himself laughed at his origin, speaking of its uselessness. As a result, he was kicked out of the clan and became an exile. Although he himself apparently enjoys this nickname and wears it with pride. The guy asked to give him only 4 days and he would contact the hero. Yan Wu asked to contact him as soon as he found Bram. What a great guy. He didn't even ask why Yan Wu was looking for him. The hero handed the guy a ring, which surprised him. He asked if such things could be used. This is an artifact designed for long distances. Although it has its limitations on use, such a thing is not at all easy to find. Yan Wu handed over a bag of gold and said that it was collateral. The guy tried to refuse, but the hero said to keep it for himself and quickly find Bram. The guy, having opened the bag, immediately broke into a smile and said that he would spend it wisely. He's showing good progress. The hero did a good job on him. He looks a little ridiculous, but he's still a smart guy. Yan Wu thinks this guy might be even more useful than he thought. He thinks quickly and doesn't ask unnecessary questions so he can find clients. Yan Wu decided all his affairs in the city and went to the 16th floor, the Wheel of Life gate. He has chosen the path to the Temple of the Future and now cannot change direction. What a headache it was. Yan Wu was already creating riots in Skuld. Not that he regretted it, but now he shouldn't expect an easy test. Yan Wu saw a notice that he could not go to the Temple of the Future Skuld, since the owner did not allow him to enter. Damn, he won't be able to complete the task at all. There are no options, you have to go ahead. The hero was already getting ready, when suddenly someone stopped him. The unknown girl said that this is a holy area and asked Yanwu to refrain from using weapons. The girl introduced herself. She is the apostle of the goddess Urd, Hepburn. Hepburn said that the goddess wants to meet with young Wu. The hero did not understand why. He asked if she wanted to take revenge on him for the past. Hepburn replied that they do not have the right to do this, and it is strange that Yan Wu does not know this. If Yan Wu still can't trust her, then Hepburn is ready to swear on the name of the goddess. If she is truly an apostle of the goddess Urd, then she poses no threat. Most likely, she is at the level of a ranker, but still not a match for Yan Wu. However, the hero does not understand why the goddess needed him. If Hepburn is ready to swear on the name of the goddess, then she is ready for any consequences. The girl said not to worry too much. The goddess really wants to meet Yan Wu with good intentions, and since the hero wants to complete the test, then there is nothing wrong with her proposal. 2 other temples have banned Yan Wu from entering, but since the goddess is calling him personally, she can go inside. Indeed, Yan Wu said that he had no reason to refuse. However, he doesn't like this approach. Suddenly, Hepburn began to be consumed by the dark power of Yan Wu. The girl was scared and confused. Yan Wu said not to be too surprised. He was just going to negotiate using his own methods. But the hero never thought that Hepburn would end up as a high elf. She asked the hero what he allows himself. Yan Wu replied again that he was not happy with this approach. Hepburn tries his best to appear polite, but he and the goddess did not give him the right to choose. Even if Hepburn swears, the hero will not be able to trust her completely. Yan Wu said he would let her go when it was all over. Since she says he won't get hurt, then Hepburn shouldn't worry either. The girl said that the hero is very suspicious. Yan Wu replied that he was just not stupid. Trusting someone in the tower without knowing his true intentions can only be equated to suicide. Hepburn resigned herself and said that she would take Yan Wu to the goddess. The hero chose the path to the temple of the past, Urd. Hepburn told the guards that this was a guest whom the goddess had invited and told them to open all the doors. Here it is, the temple of Urd. Even though the eldest of the 3 goddesses resides here, she is relatively humble. Maybe this is because the temple is responsible for the past and therefore is not popular among followers. They say that the apostle is considered the incarnation of God. All priests obey her unconditionally. Even though there is a shadow sickle on her neck, they do not dare to look at her. The priests are so careful, as if any unnecessary movement would be regarded as rudeness. Yan Wu made the right decision by taking her hostage. The message from the demon, conveyed by Laplace's manager, told the 3 goddesses to beware of the eldest. Yan Wu wasn't going to listen to the demon's words, but extra caution wouldn't hurt. Gods are beings who cannot leave the 98th floor. For this, they need a deputy. Substitutes are part of God, and therefore when they die, they cause great harm to God himself. So Hepburn is very important as a hostage. High elves are the ancestors of elves and dark elves. The golden hair is proof that she has inherited divine blood from Freya, the goddess of beauty. Such elves are difficult to find even in the tower, and all because they are extremely rarely born. As far as Yan Wu knows, they are all over 1,000 years old. If such a high elf-like apostle dies, then the rank of the goddess Urd may be lowered. So, this is the safest method of all. Although, if the goddess finds out about this, she will obviously be unhappy. She cannot be allowed to do whatever she wants until the hero understands her true intentions. The apostle and Yan Wu approached the doors. Hepburn said she would be staying here. Behind the door is a sanctuary where the goddess resides. Hepburn did not receive permission to enter, so she will not be able to escort young Wu further. Suddenly, a heavy, deep force began to flow from the door. This power takes your breath away. A completely different feeling than when Yan Wu met King Mu or the Queen of Summer. The hero is sure that behind this door lies enormous power. Hepburn saw how Yan Wu felt. Sometimes there are people who feel strong even though the doors are closed. Usually such people are very sensual or deeply spiritual. Or worse, they carried the power of the gods. Yan Wu asked about what was behind the door. Hepburn replied that, God. But Yan Wu couldn't believe it. Gods cannot leave the 98th floor. He heard that the goddess did not want to stay too long on the 98th floor, and she left a piece of herself on the 16th floor. But can she be physically present here? The doors opened. Hepburn said not to worry too much. The hero will understand everything just by walking inside. Yan-Wu even thought it was for the best. He wondered what a real god was like. However, the force that the hero felt from behind the doors turned out to be much more powerful than he could have imagined. It was so big that it seemed to have no limit. Volumetric, deep, and powerful force, and all this power began to absorb Yan-Wu. This is God. The hero had a feeling that his existence had become infinitely small and miserable, as if he had turned into a firefly. For God, man is nothing more than a pitiful creature. It wouldn't be strange if the hero dissolves in this feeling and disappears completely. No, we can't allow this to happen. Yan-Wu can't end up pathetic like this. He activated his fighting will. If he is not focused, he will disappear. It is necessary to stop the interference in his consciousness at any cost. Suddenly, the goddess told Yan-Wu that he was persistent. The hero did not understand where he was. Is this space really God? The sanctuary is the place where the consciousness of God resides, so it may well be. Didn't understand why Yan-Wu was so afraid of her, because she promised that she wouldn't harm him. The hero replied that he did not know her true intentions. Said that as the heir to the power of an ancient dragon, Yan-Wu is overly cautious. Usually snakes are nothing of themselves. Take away their pride. It was very difficult for Yan-Wu. If this continues, Hepburn will have to be killed. The hero asked why the goddess called him. Replied that it was simple. She explained that they remain gods first and foremost. Even those who hate them try to remain neutral and do not become their enemies. Yan-Wu doesn't care about that, so the goddess became curious. But then they met, and that was all. Suddenly Yan-Wu received a notification that all tests were completed. Something wild was happening. Yan-Wu successfully met with the goddess He received an achievement that is not easy to obtain. He was offered to engrave his name in the Hall of Fame. Said she's seen a lot of people since she's been here. They were all connected by memories of the past and regretted something. They could not get out of the swamp of the past and wanted only one thing. They prayed to the goddess to rid them of the memories of the past, but Yan-Wu is different from them. Regrets don't drag him down. The hero, on the contrary, deliberately looks back at the past and deliberately condemns himself for what happened. And in Yan-Wu's past there is no him. There is only his dead brother. A brother who was betrayed by his close friends. Yan-Wu wonders what will happen next. Asked the hero if he could trust the people around him. He thinks these people are completely different, but Jun-Woo thought the same. Betrayal always comes by surprise, so Yan-Wu keeps his distance from them. Said that's right. You need to be suspicious. She said not to trust anyone, because Yan-Wu has always lived like this. Yan-Wu began to remember his military service. Then his squad was surrounded. They only had 30 seconds. They couldn't wait any longer. All of Yan-Wu's comrades jumped onto the helicopter and flew away, leaving him behind. Even close comrades can betray. Even those for whom you are ready to sacrifice your life. But regardless of this, the result is the same. Betrayal. At that moment, no one could have thought that Yan-Wu would survive. However, he could not die. The anger awakened towards his comrades who abandoned him forced Yan-Wu to move forward. All he thought about was survival. So he walked as much as 150 kilometers, met a huge number of people and killed them. And at some point there were no thoughts left in my head. No anger, no indignation, no desire for revenge. All feelings are gone. Probably that's when they started calling him that. Cain, a monster without feelings. Laughed and told Yan-Wu to continue delving into the memories. Now he will not get out of the abyss of memories. Now Cain is another toy in Erd's collection. She told him to remember. These memories are the hero's true self. Wanted him to remember the monster inside him. And suddenly, the hero replied that this was nothing and asked if this was all was capable of. To put it mildly, she was shocked. She didn't understand how he got out. The destinies and pasts of many people are intertwined in the tower. Even though Yan-Wu is considered one of the best, even he should not have gotten out of the memories so easily. Yan-Wu said that he had completed his test, so there was no reason for them to see each other anymore, and started to leave. Had originally planned to make Yan-Wu's life difficult. His background suited her plan perfectly. This guy had no specific hope. He was simply climbing the tower. He didn't run away from the shackles of the past, no, he only shackled himself more tightly with it. Could not help but take advantage of this, because she is the goddess of the past. For her, there is nothing easier than putting pressure on a person's memories, forcing him to go through the torment of the past. If Hepburn couldn't cope with the test, then thought that Wu couldn't cope with it either. But suddenly Hermes appeared. He didn't think that one day he would see the smug taken by surprise. How pitiful she looked. The goddess said that if he was going to talk, he might as well get lost. Hermes just laughed and said that it was time to stop playing with people. Needs to try to get used to the fact that not only high elves can escape from her clutches. Cannot be understood. This guy was able to get out of the abyss of the past because he is different from everyone else. He has no desires, no dreams. He just keeps moving forward. And sees that Hermes is aware of Wu. It seemed Hermes was watching him. God replied that he was not the only one. Athena is also very interested in Wu, but there is nothing to say about Ares and Dionysus. To be honest, it's not just the gods who are watching over Wu, but basically everyone. Almost everyone on the 98th floor would like to have him as their apostle. If Wu met the minimum requirements for an apostle and was on the 50th floor, there would be an uproar. The demons are also interested in Wu. There are rumors that even the Eastern Agare is drooling over him. Agares is one of the 72 demons ranked second. It symbolizes madness and resolution, and such a demon became interested in a simple person. And what's more interesting is that Hermes was the first to notice this guy. Can't even imagine how irritated he is when someone encroaches on his wishes. Many huge snakes hovered over Hermes asked if she understood that stealing is wrong. Can't believe she was humiliated like that. Hermes, he will definitely pay for this. However, no matter how you think about it, it's strange. Hermes, like the wind, is free and hates being tied up. He may be strong, but there is no greed in him. Exactly, it was clear in his gaze that he wanted to protect the other. There's something behind this. Doesn't like that Wu is interested in Athena and Dionysus. On Olympus, where the usurpers sit, only the innocent second generation became interested in him. Something is wrong here. But what? Called Hepburn. If the goddess cannot get something, she must destroy it. Ordered to seize this child in any way. At that moment, something moved ominously in Hepburn's shadow. Wu, who assumed that would want to harm him, hid a monstrous harbinger in Hepburn's shadow. In an instant, the soul of the apostle, associated with the gods, was forcibly torn out. Just one moment of carelessness. But was unable to notice her due to the power left by Hermes, which dulled her senses. The result of this carelessness was too disastrous. The priests began to attack Wu. They wanted to kill him. The further you go, the more insignificant it becomes. Wu asked if that was all they had to say in the end. This is already the 6th time, and the power of the dragon was not required. A waste of souls, Even her temple has gone crazy since they hired mercenaries and assassins. Well, it's better for the hero to receive more souls. Wu's familiars said that all the enemies nearby were defeated. But Shannon and Hanryong said it wasn't interesting. These guys are so boring, and the spirits asked if that's all there is. It is so humiliating for them to fight with commoners. Wu replied that the higher they climb, the stronger the enemies will be. So don't worry. Now the Death Knights will gain strength from the souls they absorb in an instant. Wu doesn't even have time to get his weapon. In truth, familiars are interested in something. Namely, how Wu escaped from the shackles of Was he really able to control his thoughts? No matter how special Wu is, he can never compare with the beings who call themselves gods. Even while inside the bracelet, Hanryong felt that he was literally being devoured by the infinite power that the gods possess. Can even wipe out superior races such as the High Elves. To be honest, Wu escaped too easily. To Hanryong it seemed impossible only if the hero's past and what sees were different. Wu replied no. What showed was true. He realized this too. Everything that happened in the past only gave rise to distrust in people. That is why the hero treated everyone with contempt, even when he entered the tower. But now everything is different. Wu told Wu that he has always been a hero to him. He hopes that Wu won't lose himself just because of what he went through. Wu can't disappoint his younger brother. It seems they won't attack anymore. If this continues, their religious cult will be uprooted, and there will be no talk of the return of divine power. They may not have given up completely, but they also need to regain their strength. The reputation of the three clans has fallen to the bottom. The power of a god comes from his greatness. Now that they've lost it, Yanwu can't worry about it for a while. So far, he has lost sight of the three crippled goddesses, and thanks to this, he has strengthened the power of the monstrous harbingers. Yanwu wondered what to do with this power. His goal was to weaken Erd's power, but Yanwu was very lucky that he was also able to obtain it. He never thought that Hepburn's soul would contain her. Its value is limitless. Yanwu began to think about where to use it to get the maximum benefit. Souls tied to the black bracelet have opposite properties. For them, this power is like poison. Tweet and the magical dragon also began to show evil tendencies. Then the best option is Vigrid. If the magic sword bears the curses of countless heroes, then couldn't it be purified with the help of sacred power and become closer to its original state? The last time curses were washed away was by the Aegis and the holy fire. But the source does not disappear so easily. What is the true appearance of the sacred sword that everyone wanted to get? Suddenly something began to happen to the sword. The cleansing process has begun. Vigrid quickly absorbed the sacred power. The sword began to lengthen, and the runes became clearer. It will take time to awaken his full powers once the curse is completely lifted. After the cleanup is complete, the hero wonders how Vigrid will change. Thanks to the achievements gained in battles and training with King Mu, Yanwu already possessed the power of a ranker. If necessary, he could use information from his brother's diary and draconic knowledge, so the lower floors up to level 20 were quite easy for him. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yanwu didn't put any effort into lifting from floor to floor. He carefully looked around to collect hidden objects and set records on each floor. Somehow, Yanwu made it to the 20th floor in one day. The infamous place is the 5 Mountains of Repentance. Finally, the hero was waiting for this so much. Test of the 20th floor. Those who want to become a god must accept repentance and learn how to exceed their limit. Yanwu began climbing the first mountain. The first repentance is blocking vision. So that's what it feels like, blocking the senses from the very beginning. Because of this darkness, the hero is not comfortable with his feet. He began using sense enhancement. This is better, but too simple. Well, Yanwu is on the verge of the first mountain, so you need to do a good repentance. The other players were completely at a loss due to the lack of feelings. They were extremely careful and were afraid to take an extra step. Suddenly, they felt something running nearby. But they decided that it was the wind and continued their wanderings. Yanwu thought that if these guys made it to the 20th floor, then they must have developed better senses. It can't be that they are so dependent on vision. The guys fell into the swamp and couldn't even find each other. Yanwu began climbing the second mountain. The second repentance is blocking hearing. He thought something was wrong. Is this all true? The system of 5 Mountains of Repentance. 5 Mountains of Repentance test the player, not giving him a second of rest until he completes all 5. The first problem is sight, the second is hearing, the third is smell, the fourth is taste, fifth is tactile sensitivity. Any person in this world makes decisions based on the 5 senses, but as soon as these feelings disappear, he is left alone with himself. But there are times when players cannot bear such tests and withdraw into themselves. For more advanced players, the 5 Mountains of Repentance can be a place where they will get a great chance. The more the player was able to achieve, the more he will receive by passing the 5 mountains. Yanwu has heard that many people deliberately drive themselves into strict limits, but this won't be of much use. The hero is sure that the 20th floor is the most visited place by players. Yanwu read in the diary that Artia suffered on the 20th floor. Yanwu always unconsciously pushed himself into strict limits. He tested and exceeded the limits of his capabilities without stopping there. Moved to the next limit, further and further. In fact, the 20th floor was a logical continuation of what the player had achieved up to this point, so everything depended on the person. Already at the training stage, Yanwu was able to extract maximum benefit from using all 5 senses, successfully reading the movements of arrows. Even then, he stood out among the rest. Ever since his service in Africa, the hero managed to dodge many bullets and survive. Yanwu even acquired dragon senses. The enhancement of senses reached 80% and was not much different from passive skills. So, a specific target on the 20th floor, Yanwu is already accustomed to what is happening. He used Intrinian. Yanwu puts the shackles on himself. However, the difficulty level needs to be increased. Yanwu decided that it was better to suspend the effects of the artifacts for a while and return to the way he came to the tower. The hero voluntarily suspended the work of the magical circuits. He needs to act like an ordinary person. Yanwu received a warning that he might be threatened by something from outside. He was advised to use magical powers. Yanwu felt as if he had jumped into an abyss of emptiness. It seems that he already felt this way when he first opened the gate to the tower. Reminds me of my time in Africa. If Yanwu knew that it would feel like this, he would have immediately blocked the feelings. But considering how many enemies the hero has, he can bring trouble upon himself. He does not know when and where they will decide to attack him, but this inner restlessness will only help him. Yes, Yanwu is playing with fire, but this game is worth it. Time to suppress yourself. Yanwu began climbing the third mountain. The third repentance is blocking the sense of smell. In fact, it is quite difficult to climb a mountain while deliberately turning off the enhanced senses. Although the hero is already accustomed to this, if he makes a mistake, he will be finished. Yanwu has lost the most important sense: smell. He didn't understand how much time had passed or whether he was moving at all. All he has left is tactile sensations. Yanwu feels like he is colliding with something and the wind is blowing. Is this really the only way to figure out where to go next? No, there's something else. Albeit weakly, Yanwu feels it, the images around him. Although at first Yanwu felt them too weakly, which is why he did not pay attention to it. But now they are much brighter. Each object has its own image. Once you miss it and don't touch it, the image disappears completely. Now Yanwu needs to focus on fighting will, on sensations, and also try to feel what is around as best as possible. The level of mastery of combat will has increased significantly. A day, 2, probably a month has passed. Through constant training, Yanwu was able to capture a piece of the soul, and he was able to discover spiritual control. The hero has received an achievement that is not easy to obtain. Additional karma is added. Further achievements are recommended to be obtained after some training. Spiritual control is the weight of your soul. So that's why Yanwu could feel those objects without having information about them. Through spiritual control, one can look inside an object. This perception differs from the 5 senses familiar to humans. Therefore, it will not be possible to develop it under other conditions. Now Yanwu understands why the rankers are looking for these 5 mountains of repentance. King Mu and the Queen of Summer exude such a strong aura that simply being near them can chill you to the bone. They developed spiritual control without much difficulty. If you are weak in spirit, then staying in the mountains will not give you anything. But you can start by identifying small objects, and as soon as you catch their images, you will achieve much more than the rankers. Completely new opportunities open up for such players as soon as they take control of the new skill. And who knows, maybe this will be the beginning of the Yin sword. King Mu told the hero that the Yin and Yang swords are exactly what their tribe has dreamed of for a long time. Few people know what he is, but in simple terms, Nayu asked Cain if he knew where their tribe came from. And the hero knows that their founders were also the discoverers of the tower. That's right. The one-horned ones are the heirs of Soho Gomchen, who continue to develop what he built. Nayu talks about different fighting techniques and different types of gates, but there is something they have never been able to touch. Yes, we are talking about Yin and Yang swords. They were created by merging 2 of the strongest fighting techniques. This is their legacy. Of course, King Mu was always drawn to the techniques that were used to create the tower, but even for him, Yin and Yang seem something distant. Fortunately, the Yang sword was in the possession of their sensitive Idora, but Yin is a mystery shrouded in darkness. King Mu threw a book to Cain and told him to try to take this inheritance for himself. He doesn't know if this will do any good, but he has to at least try. But Nayu said that this is not a textbook at all. More likely, fragments of legends and old stories, which the king did not quite like. Cain may consider this the last homework from Nayu as a teacher. King Mu wished Cain good luck and left. The hero thought that he was on the right path. He even copied it by hand. But he still doesn't understand anything. In the book, it was written that initially a giant arose and tore everything into pieces. What rose up became light and illuminated the bottom, and what fell became a strong support for the world. This structure has built today's stable world, in which many buds have blossomed and bear fruit. Yan Wu understands why this was not to King Mu's liking. Suddenly, Shannon approached the hero and asked if he was already developing a sixth sense. He was going to teach his master when the time came. Shannon didn't think that Yan Wu would take on him like this. Shannon reminded us that we need to find a focal point to learn something new. Yan Wu replied that of course he remembers, but he didn't know that it was a sixth sense. He thought that this something would be related to spiritual control. Shannon asked the hero what he was carrying, but didn't he himself say that an aura emanates from objects? Yan Wu himself began to use this skill not so long ago, so he thought that this was spiritual control. It never occurred to the hero that this was a sixth sense, quite a useful thing. Shannon was confused and asked what the hero was talking about. Yan Wu asked his familiars why they became so serious. Let them say something. Hanryong said that since the sixth sense is associated with the subconscious and instincts, it can be considered the door of spiritual power. But, he thinks, the owner is going in the opposite direction. Shannon replied that he was talking about the same thing. Yan Wu asked to explain to him on his fingers what spiritual power is. If spiritual control is the weight of the soul that grows as you progress, then spiritual power is the power that comes from it. Usually, the level of magical power grows along with it. It is she who extracts mana from the general flow. Since this force is located deep in your subconscious, it usually lies dormant. It is clear that the sixth sense is based on instincts, and Yan Wu asked if that is why it is on the border between the conscious and unconscious. Hanryong answered what exactly? As you become stronger, you are able to open your sixth sense, which can become a door to your subconscious. However, 80% of our consciousness consists of the subconscious, and it is hidden so deeply that it is very difficult to reach it. If you make a mistake, your brain may be damaged and you will be trapped, so you need to be very careful. Ultimately, Yan Wu can only touch the soul by entering the subconscious, and only then can he begin to control the soul little by little. But Yan Wu didn't even open the door. That is, he asked, using spiritual power, he would, as it were, open the door from the inside. Shannon replied that it's not that easy to do. Yan Wu doesn't even know for sure if it's possible. Shannon asked what Yan Wu was doing entering the building. The hero asked, meaning he enters through the door, of course. Shannon answered exactly, either through the front door or through the side door. But Shannon explained that Yan Wu jumps into the attic and goes down to the front door. But the hero did not see this as a problem. Yan Wu feels spiritual control, but cannot use spiritual power. Shannon replied that he had already achieved a lot simply by understanding spiritual control. If it were Yan Wu's will, he would immediately jump to the 77th floor. Hanryong said that spiritual power is difficult for even the highest rankers. Even the God of Swords and the Queen of Summer are only able to use part of it. Only the perfect use spiritual power freely. In other words, the hero will truly reach the top by overcoming his physical limits. Yan Wu was silent for a second, and then said that such creatures are called gods or demons. Shannon replied that yes, but Yan Wu is too early to get involved with spiritual power. If he makes even the slightest mistake, his soul will split into pieces. The hero understands everything. Unlike magical power, which can always be replenished, spiritual power flows from your soul. Hanryong said that spiritual power can only be unlocked when the hero reveals his soul. However, the owner amazes him. He has already learned to feel spiritual control. It will be easier later. Yan Wu should think about developing a sixth sense. Even this is accessible to few. Shannon advised that to begin with, in the same way that Yan Wu sensed spiritual control, think about expanding your sixth sense outward. The sixth sense is just another type of perception. It should not remain in the hero's subconscious, but should go outside. So all Yan Wu can do is build a path through which the sixth sense can spill out, something like a channel. One day, the day will come when Yan Wu will also be preparing to release spiritual power. To do this, he will need a well-developed sixth sense. Controlling the soul, spiritual power, and spiritual control. The path begins at the end of which Yan Wu will be a true master. He tried before, but all this was determined in advance. It is very easy to follow the path trodden by Junwoo, described in detail in his diary. But now it's time to move forward, making your own decisions. Expanding your sixth sense sounds like fun. Yeonwoo began climbing the fifth mountain. The fifth repentance is blocking the sense of touch. When the sense of touch is blocked, almost all other senses are blocked along with it. It's strange, but Yeonwoo feels everything around him so calmly. Liberating the sixth sense. Slowly emerging, it begins to pick up surrounding wavelengths. This is a completely different feeling, not similar to those magical powers that helped us explore the surroundings. Based on wavelengths, Yeonwoo feels the world freely. It's like a third eye. It seems that this tree is several hundred years old. The hero understood how to handle spiritual power. He also understood how to reveal his existence through spiritual control. Yeonwoo's soul level is rising. Shannon did not understand how this was possible, whether the system was too unfair. Hanryong said to be quiet so as not to disturb the master's concentration. Shannon didn't understand how Hanryong wasn't bothered by this at all. He himself put in so much effort, worked hard all his life. Is it possible to achieve this so quickly? Yeonwoo's level of skill in enhancing feelings has increased significantly. He has reached the maximum level of his sense enhancement skill. All skill-related stats have been increased. Excellent skill inspiration has been unlocked. The sixth sense skill has been created. The level of proficiency in the sixth sense skill quickly reached its maximum. Yeonwoo told Shannon not to whine so much. He is still grateful to him and Hanryong. Without their advice, nothing would have happened. Sixth sense. Yeonwoo can see things he hasn't seen before. Thanks to him, the level of proficiency in the skill of enhancing feelings has increased. The method that Shannon recommended to achieve the maximum level worked with a bang. But Shannon seemed to notice something. He didn't understand how soon the master learned the sixth sense because the skills had reached the maximum level. Hanryong thinks it was because Yeonwoo internalized spiritual control. Yeonwoo asked about what inspiration is. This skill also continues to improve. It's also strange. For the first time, the hero gains such skills one after another. The level of proficiency in the inspiration skill has increased to the maximum. Something very strange began to happen. The system begins to search for skills worthy of a reward. Yeonwoo was absorbed by a powerful green light. The familiars could not understand what was happening. The skill extrasensory perception was created. Extrasensory perception combines the five senses and the sixth sense to recognize things that could not be sensed before. Intuition. As the skill level increases, the hero's range of senses increases, and he can easily sense the essence of an object within his reach. Sometimes a player can activate a sense similar to foresight and gain insight into an idea. Automatic protection mechanism. In the event of an unforeseen situation, the speed of orientation and awareness increases. In case of danger, when the player's health falls below 10%, all characteristics increase by 200% once a day. Shannon said that ESP is one of the best sensory skills, the likes of which can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Mastering such skills so early, developing skills at higher levels and gaining your own special skill is the path that rankers most often take. Of course, it is harder to improve a superior level of skill than a low-level one. Shannon was shocked. He couldn't believe it all. Hanryong is also, however, the person who proved that this is possible, their master. Yeonwoo feels the reach of his sixth sense growing. These sensations are different from the awakening of consciousness, which increased after the completion of the dragon body. Through extrasensory perception, Yeonwoo senses his surroundings very clearly, as if all other senses are open. This is extrasensory perception. Yeonwoo was shocked that you could sense so much with just extrasensory perception. He is looking forward to the test being over and all his feelings being revealed. Shannon approached the gentleman and said that he now understands why Pant constantly sighs so heavily when looking at Kane. It infuriates him. Shannon was angry and said what was the point of getting something for which some people have to work their whole lives. The five senses trained by enhancing the senses, feeling the flow of mana. The sixth sense influences spiritual control. And then there's the dragon sense. Hanryong said that it was obvious that this was going to happen. Now they will be able to see the flow of mana from the master. In other words, Yeonwoo has reached the point where he can clearly sense the flow of mana in the atmosphere around him. Yeah, it seems the hero understood. He feels the entire mountain and at the same time very clearly. A girl and a guy were sitting in a cave in the mountain. She felt someone's spirit, which apparently came here and gained new awareness. The guy said that if he had such a spirit, wouldn't they know about it? The guy gave up all his business. The new guy has finally arrived. They've been waiting for it for so long. The guy said he would meet him and come back. Yeonwoo felt something strange and told Shannon and Hanryong to hide. The man who walked in this direction was strong and walked towards the hero. The guy came running and recognized the hero as Kane. He didn't understand how he got here, and the guy himself turned out to be Khan. The most unexpected meeting. Khan asked Kane why he was not answering, and then remembered that he had only recently learned the basics of his subconscious. This is called open speech. It will take some time for Yeonwoo to master it. This voice and manner are definitely Khan. But it's unclear why he's here. This brat said that he would wait for the next meeting and, together with Doyle, resigned. He can't be here. In addition, the training level opens at the behest of the tower, but the hero did not hear it open. While? Khan knew that they would meet again, but I could not even imagine that it would be under such circumstances. Khan said that he had learned open speech, but he stumbled and did not have time to finish. Yeonwoo asked if that's how it's done. Khan laughed and said that it was to be expected from Kane. He is as always. The hero asked him how he got here, and also where Doyle was. Kang was somehow suspicious. Besides, he is very different from the Kang with whom Yeonwoo went through the training level. Before, he was immature and couldn't control himself, but now he is balanced and knows how to control himself. Suddenly, some girl asked Khan, calling him Junior, if he was going to introduce himself to the hero. Khan told her that she didn't even let him say hello properly after such a long separation. The girl realized that she and Kane knew each other. She offered to introduce them. Khan told Grandma that if she was going to do something with this guy, she advised. Suddenly he was struck by lightning. Khan asked for it to stop and was eventually released. The girl said that if Khan starts talking nonsense again, she will tear his mouth apart. Incredible! Yeonwoo thought that this was quite unexpected even for extrasensory perception. He wasn't sure until the lightning struck, but now he sure is. Rune magic. Yeonwoo heard that the language of the gods is runes, which are very difficult to master. But there were several people in the tower who could use it with similar precision. Sadhu. Those who isolated themselves on the last mountain, those who enjoy loneliness, torment, and pain. Hermits who remained on the 20th floor and focused on self-improvement. The rumors turned out to be true. Khan apologized to Kane and said that if he did not go with him, he would die here. Khan said to think of it as saving someone's life, and he asked the hero if he would go with him, but Khan remained the same. And in the end, Yeonwoo went with Kang. Anyway, this guy got stronger. Unlike Yeonwoo, who had dragon senses, Kang had none of that. But if Khan made it this far, he must have worked hard. He so wanted to defeat Pant and Adora. So is he not afraid of Pant now? Khan asked what the hell Kane ate to become so strong. Khan said he couldn't read anything. Kane replied that he had become half-dragon. Khan thought he was joking, so they're almost there. Khan suggested that the hero, at least for the sake of decency, should be nervous. And Kang led Yeonwoo to two people. They looked very mysterious. The girl said that it means Kane has come. She said that his outfit was not bad at all and asked if he was here to practice. She is happy to see him and called him handsome. Apparently it was she who used rune magic. Victoria, sacred mahogany. She was one of the few who was fluent in rune magic. Victoria is widely known, and it was very interesting to meet her here. And also, a servant of a nameless demon, Kindred is a ghost of pestilence. Although he looks like a child, he gives off an ominous aura. If King Mu can be compared to the king of the jungle, then this boy with a wild beast who alone prowls the forest in search of prey. Kindred belongs to the devil's army, which serves a nameless demon. They report to 9 bishops, and Kindred is the second bishop. He is little known. Maybe it's because the devil's army doesn't show its faces during battles. In any case, few people saw him in person. Yeonwoo doesn't know how Junwoo managed to get this information. Kindred has been searching for something on the 20th floor for a long time. Apparently, the rumors are true. However, More than 10 years have passed since this became known. I wonder what he's looking for. Victoria told Yanwu that it would be great if he paid attention to her. She liked him. The closer she got, the more handsome Yanwu became. The hero didn't even notice when she was so close. Khan asked in the sense of handsome because Kane is wearing a mask. Khan asked Victoria if she knew what their age difference was. Victoria told Khan that she liked everything about him except his face and struck with lightning again. Yanwu again didn't notice how she used magic. No matter how good she is with runes, she cannot create them out of thin air. Had she really prepared the rune in advance and used it when she needed it? It's probably the bracelet. Victoria is known for her skill in crafting artifacts, so it's entirely possible. The hero began to look around. Victoria said that she liked his curiosity, but she was embarrassed when he looked at her like that. Kane apologized and said that this was his first time seeing rune magic. Victoria replied that if Kane was so interested in rune magic, then she could teach him. Khan, when he recovered, told Kane not to fall for the bait. This granny. If you fall for it, he will regret it. Khan said that she wanted to spend a hot night with Kane, then tie him up and turn him into a pet animal. Victoria said that it was not a lie and that she and Khan had a hot night, so that means he got caught himself, and Khan said that he almost died. Anyway, Khan told Victoria not to pull this guy because he almost saved him. Suddenly, Kindred began to show himself. He suddenly disappeared and then ended up right behind Yanwu. Is he really so fast that Yanwu can't keep up with him? Kindred is also very strong. But why all of a sudden, didn't he hear who Kane was? Yanwu activated the magic circuit. The automatic mechanism of extrasensory perception started. He had an unusual feeling. Thanks to the activation of the magic circuit, Yanwu is overwhelmed with power. Yanwu was surprised by such power only due to the combination with extrasensory perception. Khan didn't understand what the hell, and Victoria was worried about her house. Kindred was only further amused by Kane's tenacity. Kindred is incredibly fast, but his movements were predictable for Yanwu. This is the best effect of extrasensory perception. It reads the enemy and the environment, predicting the next situation. In other words, Yanwu might be one step ahead. Kindred became very interested, and they continued to fight with great enthusiasm. Khan didn't know what the hell it was. Did Kane still not use magic? How far gone is he? Also, the magical hurricane does not subside. The air is heating up. Khan didn't understand when Kane became such a monster. The heated battle between Yanwu and Kindred continued. Victoria did not understand what her cozy house was for. She told Kindred to cut the jokes and stop. And suddenly, it was all over. Yanwu couldn't figure out if it was a real joke. Kindred said they would leave it at that. It's a pity, of course. Kindred initially just wanted to test Kane, but his reaction seemed very interesting to him, and Kindred wanted to play longer. But perhaps that's enough. Yanwu was annoyed by this habit of always appearing behind her. Kindred's strength was simply inhuman. He hit Kane again. Khan asked him if Kindred thought he had crossed the line. He had never done this before. You stumble a little and die. But Kindred confidently said that Kane was fine. Khan was very worried, but Kane really came out of the thick smoke. The second bishop of the Devil Army is very strong. Even Hanryong in his best days could not defeat him. Thanks to extrasensory perception, the hero was able to guess his strength. If it weren't for his fighting will, Yanwu would have fallen long ago. And Karshina's dagger wouldn't have held up. Kindred's attacks are as powerful as cannonballs. It is difficult to resist them. You shouldn't show even a hint of weakness in front of Kindred. Even if Yanwu had given his best, I'm not sure he would have won, Kindred suggested again. Yanwu replied that no, he thinks that this is his limit. Kindred said it was funny to hear this lie from someone whose face said he was going to die. He wanted to see true strength, but they would settle for that. However, Kindred asked about Kane's connection to the god of swords. The hero asked what he was talking about. I wonder what connects Kindred with the god of swords. There was no mention of this in the diary. Kinnelreed said Kane couldn't say no, his sword skills. Although they are a little different, it is definitely the same technique as the sword god. Yanwu told Kindred that he was wrong. His teacher is King Mu. Kindred was very surprised and asked if he was from the one-horned tribe. Then Kindred understands. The god of swords also learned from King Mu, but he, having said that he would no longer take on a student after that guy, did not keep his word. So Yanwu said that Kane is the youngest and should be praised. Kindred asked if Kane was also going to train on the 5 mountains of repentance. The hero replied that everything was correct. Kindred replied that Cain passed and abruptly climbed up the tree. The bishop saw that the guy seemed to have the basics. When Cain gets stronger, Kindred wants to have fun with him again. The test, more like a rite of passage. Looks like Kindred is the leader on the fifth mountain. He and Victoria turned out to be stronger than Yanwu thought. Apparently there is something special in every sadhu who is here. Maybe there's something to learn from them. Spiritual strength. Although extrasensory perception is also a good result, perhaps Yanwu can take more from this place and become stronger. Victoria said that the hero made a mess here and would have to show leniency. Khan told the hero that he could stop here for now. Inside there is everything necessary for life, but you will have to get water and food yourself. If you need anything, Khan said to come to him. If there are questions, Cain can ask immediately. It's better here than Yanwu thought. Khan replied that people who had previously trained here showed him one of the best places. The main thing is to be alert and not interfere in the affairs of others. Everyone came here to cultivate, so it is not unusual for everyone to protect their own piece of land. Even though Victoria and Kindred act radically, the sadhus are not bad. As long as you don't meddle in their business, you can stay close. Sometimes they give good advice. Khan said he entered the tower about 2 months ago. But the notes Cain left behind are unknown in the Hall of Fame. Khan asked if it was Cain. The hero answered yes. Khan knew it. Because of him, it never occurred to him to go there. Khan thought that he had become stronger, but looking at Cain, he is no longer so sure of this. But Yanwu was interested in what happened to Doyle. Khan replied that he was not here. They broke up a long time ago and Khan asked without details. 2 people who were like brothers to each other ended up going their separate ways. Yanwu shouldn't interfere. It's their business. Now it's clear why no one heard when the bloody sword entered the tower. He hid. He no longer cared about fame. He quietly did what he wanted. Doyle was smart enough to be nicknamed Foxtail. If he goes up to the tower, maybe he and Cain will meet someday. By the way, Khan told Cain that his fight with Kindred was amazing. Usually everyone fails the test. Because of Yanwu, the youngest ran away. Therefore, from now on, the youngest is now Cain. If possible, Khan will treat him the same as before. Yanwu told Kang that he was still the same frivolous person. The guy replied that Cain was still as callous and still doing things that were difficult to understand. In any case, you need to train hard. Khan said he has changed a lot since he came here. It's a tough lifestyle, but unlike him, Cain will achieve more. Khan said that if there is time, a training match can be held. Hanryong was worried that Yanwu had been sitting like this for quite a long time, and whether this was normal. It doesn't matter whether he has a dragon body or not, as long as he remains in this state with his magic circuits sealed. Shannon said that their master is again doing something that makes no sense. This is the key to learning the yin sword. Hanryong heard that he didn't know the solution to this riddle before. Shannon said they misinterpreted the dragon lore back then. This method was not available to the one-horned tribe. Will Yanwu be able to figure out anything in these 3 days? After some time, Yanwu completely immersed himself in this state. Shannon began to urgently wake him up. It's good that he woke up, otherwise Shannon thought he died. The spirit asked if the owner was even in his right mind. A little more, and Yanwu would have died. Meditation should only last a day or 2. How could the hero sit like this for a whole month? He's gone crazy. Yanwu was surprised that it was a whole month. Shannon didn't understand how it was possible to study something for so long. Well, he asked what he managed to find out. Yanwu replied that it was nothing. Shannon said that couldn't be true. He asked if it was all a hoax. Yanwu said that this is not a hoax and it is real. The more time passes, the more Yanwu is sure that the sword is real. The hero doesn't know how to get to him. It seems to him that he was wandering in a fog. Even when mastering Mugong for the first time, Yanwu did not feel this way. If it feels like wandering in a fog, then how about taking baby steps? Even if the yin sword is so complex, it is just a sword technique. Hanryong asked if they should have taught Yanwu how to use a sword first. First of all, it is necessary to increase the level of skill in this matter. The masters are fully proficient in martial arts. Experts have surpassed boundaries and taken things to a whole new level. Arhats are those who have surpassed even the last. Hanryong asked how about becoming a master first. Yanwu asked how strong you need to become a master. Hanryong replied that he had to learn how to create an aura. Aura was the only area in which Junwoo did not excel. He couldn't master it because of decimal purity. Decimal purity is a power that can bring you closer to all the elements that make up the world. Aura is a form of energy that is difficult to control. This is an area where a journal will not help. But fortunately, Junwoo has two outstanding teachers. Shannon, although he did not become a ranker, was an outstanding master of the arts of fencing. Based on martial arts alone, Hanryong was somewhere between an expert and an archon. The difference between them was that, unlike Shannon, who chose to lead others to master the martial arts, Hanryong fought in battles from a young age and actually became an apostle of the martial arts. If Junwoo can learn the opposite experiences and skills at the same time, he will be able to master the aura. Junwoo contacted that guy from the bar. The hero said that something happened and asked if the guy found Bram. The guy thought that Junwoo would contact him soon, so he continued to follow Bram. The guy said he was on the 23rd floor. It seems like he's been there for a long time. Junwoo said to keep monitoring him and let him know as soon as he moves to another floor. The 23rd floor was overgrown with trees that hatched demons. They were called demonic trees. The forest was the home of demons, and the floor itself was famous for the fact that it was completely different from other floors. Bram, as an expert in alchemy, was probably interested in such a place. Junwoo was worried about what to do if Bram went above the 50th floor. There is no need to rush and look for it. And now the hero decided to contact Idora. She was in complete shock and quickly through her sleep ran. Junwoo knew that he contacted her too late. Idora, in a panic, began to ask if everything was okay with him. She was very worried about him. Idora began to ask about where he was now, whether he was eating well, about the battles in the Erd Temple. Idora was very worried that Kane had been harmed. The hero seems to have caused a lot of trouble. Junwoo told Idora not to worry, nothing serious happened. He wanted to ask something and found out if it was possible now. Idora sheepishly replied that she did. And the hero asked if Canova had been involved with the case. He agreed on something with him. It's been too long, he's probably worried. Idora began to shout that he had already come several times and said that Kane did not appear, although they agreed. The Hanova are now living in their village, as Idora said. The girl asked if this was all Kane wanted to ask. Junwoo said that was it, and they went their separate ways. Apparently I called too late. Shannon told the hero that the aura can be mastered after you master the sixth sense. The sixth sense requires the participation of the whole consciousness. The master has learned extrasensory perception, which is a level higher than the sixth sense. Therefore, Junwoo will easily understand how it works. This is a kind of exchange of intangible for physical, but it must be balanced with magical power, which in turn must be powerful. Junwoo said he knew, but asked what consciousness was. Hanryong said it's quite difficult to explain. Everyone has their own consciousness, so the way to comprehend it is different for everyone. For example, the desire to win. Shannon said that in his case it was the will to become stronger and took a swing at Junwoo. Then the hero said that he didn't have to worry about this, because in his case, it was the power to destroy everything in its path. It seems that the hero is close to becoming a master, but the definition of consciousness does not mean that Junwoo has become closer to the knowledge of aura. If he understood the right direction, then Junwoo should try to concentrate on the 8 censures of the 8 extreme fists. The hero tries. By knowing the 8 extreme fists, he knows the aura. In that case, Hanryong said to be even faster and even more agile. The 8 reprimands of the 8 extreme fists cannot be mastered with just practice. To do this, you must strictly adhere to small steps. Shannon told Junwoo to imagine that his mind was focused on the tip of a sword. He should think of it as an outburst of consciousness. Consciousness is the path along which spiritual power will flow in the future. By understanding consciousness, Junwoo will be able to use all types of attacks using aura and magical power. Junwoo tried to concentrate as much as possible on the tip of the sword. He remembered how the teacher did it. The first of the 8 censures is Danshan. The hero was on the trail of the 8 reprimands of the 8 extreme fists. He learned to control his consciousness. Junwoo has almost reached master level. Under the influence of progress, the name 8 extreme fists is changed to 8 extreme swords. Proficiency level increased. Hanryong said everything was excellent. This is the first of the 8 censures. Dan Chan, Yan Wu's destructive power beyond all expectations is amazing. Yan Wu said that it's not that amazing because King Mu cut the sun. Hanryong replied that Yan Wu managed to reach the level of a master in a short time. Now that he gets used to filling the sword with aura, he will become even stronger. This is the most basic aura technique, the aura blade. Judging by the red glow, Yan Wu is predisposed to fire. The hero has mastered the aura, but it is not completed yet. You need to train to achieve a deeper understanding of it. Yan Wu asked if aura color affects strength. Hanryong replied that, not really. Strength does not depend on color, it just shows the difference in training. That's it. Shannon stood aside and thought that he also wanted to master the 8 extreme fists. Things haven't worked out for Victoria for a long time. Everything was wrong. She is sure that there is no error in the calculations. Is it really a matter of quantity? Victoria was almost there. Is it really impossible to create eternal artifacts? She needs to find a combination of runes that would restore the bracelet after use, and there will no longer be problems in moving along the tower. Even if everything is simplified, there will eventually be factors due to which the artifact can be damaged. Therefore, there is only one way, to create a combination that will solve all the problems that arise. But Victoria didn't know if it was real. At least it's better than writing everything down and experimenting. Everything would become much easier if it were possible to model the combination according to a proactive model. Cain. If you think about it, no one else would be better suited for this role. His abilities in the battle with Kindred were impressive. His reaction to the unexpected is good. Khan is also not bad, but the newcomer is stronger. Of course, Kindred or the other sadhus would be better candidates, but they might not like the idea of Victoria discovering their weaknesses. Then she decided to rest first, and then admire the beautiful face. It will be great if Cain has become stronger over these few months. Victoria came to the place where the newcomer should be, but there was nothing around. She didn't understand what happened here, and whether there were always barren lands here. Victoria continued walking when she noticed something strange. She didn't notice it because of the remaining darkness energy, but she doesn't feel any traces of magic. Nevertheless, Victoria did not understand why this boa constrictor, similar to the symbol of Hermes, was running away. Did he really do this solely by his own strength? Victoria was surprised by his strength in the battle with Kindred, but this is a completely different level. Cain has improved so much in just 3 months. Also, what is this dark energy? There should be no undead on the 20th floor. If you analyze the tracks, Cain's movements seem quite interesting. No one could have imagined that he would be so strong. Perfect! The training with Shannon and Hanryong was very successful. Yan Wu achieved unexpected results. He learned to experience time spent in the outside world inside his mind. His tireless pursuit of asceticism is recognized. Yan Wu has achieved an achievement that is difficult to obtain. Received the evolution of combat will as an additional reward. Created an excellent time difference skill. Now the hero can use accelerated thinking and focus on assessing the situation. He can go beyond time frames and move freely beyond them. Yan Wu can also carry out several calculations at the same time. Thanks to the time difference, he can think freely, going beyond the time limits of the physical world. Of course, this does not mean that time is no longer limited at all, but now the risk of experiencing information overload is less than before. Thanks to this, Yan Wu has mastered the 3 censures of the 8 extreme fists. Such power is worth learning the skills. Suddenly, Victoria walked into Yan Wu. He asked about what brought her here, and Victoria asked if she needed a reason to come. Yan Wu heard that there is an unwritten rule here, not to disturb each other, but she told Victoria to speak up. The girl invited the newcomer to collaborate with her. Victoria admitted that Cain was good. He probably has a beautiful face too. A month has passed, but she still needs time to draw up a plan. There are many nuances. Victoria could use a guinea pig. Come to think of it, Cain is not as smart as Victoria thought. As a condition, he asked to teach him runes, but runes and rune magic are slightly different things. In any case, thanks to him, Victoria's research will bear fruit. If everything goes smoothly, she will finish half the work today. Research Journal Day 1. On day 20, Victoria began to think that something was wrong. She thought that she would be able to quickly complete the research, but she is practically standing still. In fact, she has not moved from the dead point. Victoria forced Kane to drink all sorts of potions and used magic circuits with artifacts, but the result was zero. It was not possible to analyze it. Victoria even thought about a mental barrier, but there was none. She didn't understand why the mind of someone who was fixated on martial arts was so deep. Her blood is already running cold at Kane's question. He has a huge mind, seemingly endless. Victoria's mind, compared to Kane's, is a lake against the ocean. Another 10 days passed. Victoria must find some way, and she continued her research. Anyway, Kane thanked her, saying he had a good time. Ultimately, Victoria could not understand anything. The hero was about to leave, but Victoria stopped him. She asked about whether he was a child of a higher species or something like that. Then she said to forget and said goodbye. The guy who just climbed to the 20th floor can't be like that. Yan Wu came to his house and called Wu. The hero asked the spirit if he had forgotten rune magic, and he replied that he had not. That's great. Shannon told Yan Wu that he was a fraud. The hero knew that Victoria would not be able to read him because of the dragon knowledge. Shannon didn't think the owner knew how to use his head. Yan Wu replied that he was not the one who asked for this. The hero simply made a deal. Shannon said this is fraud. Yan Wu has no reason to refuse a deal in which he has nothing to lose. The hero asked Wu to use flicker as well as magic enhancement, acceleration, and strength. All four. Wu replied that it was possible, but the shimmer was deeper than the other magic he wielded. Wu is afraid to imagine the pain Yan Wu might experience. But the hero said to just do it. He will have to be patient so that his month-long efforts do not go in vain. He said to do it slowly and precisely. Wu understood. But if Yan Wu moves, nothing will work. And yet, you need to not faint. Then from this moment on, the runes will cut into the bones through which magic flows. Wu started to get started. Yan Wu said to take care of him. Hanryong said that Yan Wu will get through it in the end. What the hell was he thinking? Shannon said that Mr. is crazy to engrave runes on his body. This is even more painful than the pain the hero experienced before. However, if Yan Wu can endure this pain, he will achieve Victoria's cherished desire. Dragon bones are one of the most durable materials with high magical conductivity. This way, Yan Wu will be able to constantly use rune magic. It's been half a year since Yan Wu came here. I stayed here longer than I expected. Now he needs to deal with what he has been putting off for so long. A divine being is about to hatch, and before that, Yan Wu thought about trying rune magic. He would like to try it out in battle. Extrasensory perception, aura. If you use everything that Yan Wu has achieved here, he will be able to understand how much stronger he has become. The hero got Vigrid. The sword became the same as most swords. It was 90% clear. Well, where to start? Yan Wu started using Vigrid with his new magic. This exceeded all his expectations. Suddenly, someone became indignant. People wanted a little peace and quiet. Yan Wu said that he wanted to check something and apologized for the inconvenience. Shannon said that the sadhus were so surprised. Who would have thought that the hero would be able to do this, resorting only to an aura? If he used skills and magical power, the familiars would admire a completely different sight. Yes, now, no matter where Yan Wu goes, no one can defeat him. Shannon said that if Yan Wu used dragon power, but he didn't have time to finish because someone was walking. It was Khan. He was shocked that Kane did this using just his aura. Kane is beyond what Khan can understand. The hero asked Khan if he was leaving already. The guy replied that maybe, it seems he wants to say something. Previously, it seemed to the hero that Khan was avoiding him, as he was in a hurry to look at him. Perhaps it has something to do with Doyle. But Yan Wu decided that he would not interfere and would pretend not to notice anything. And then everyone fell silent. Something terrible happened. Victoria said that Kindred had just died. Previously, Kindred thought that he and Victoria were quite close. She knows who he really is. Victoria began to get nervous and asked to tie it up. Kindred said Victoria has magic that can track him. She started screaming that she wouldn't. But Kindred doesn't say she's doing this. He asked for it if Victoria could. Kindred asked her for a favor. 2 people came to Victoria. They couldn't believe Kindred was dead. Someone like him couldn't die on the 20th floor. Victoria greeted them. It was the phantom sword Sol Luna and the apostle of the god of hunting Cernuna Rebecca. Victoria said that this is a difficult case and we can't leave things to chance. To begin with, she suggested going inside. Khan and Kane also arrived at the scene. Looks like they're the last ones. They didn't see each other for 6 months. It's a pity that they meet under such circumstances. It seems that this man is the vampire swordsman Saul Luna, and next to him is the high-ranking ranker Rebecca. Saul Luna told Kane that he was the one who interrupted his sleep. He is clearly hostile to the hero. Yanwu apologized for the inconvenience caused. Victoria apologized and said to go ahead. She thinks the conversation will be long. Rebecca immediately began to ask what happened and whether something could be found that could kill Kindred. Victoria replied that he did not know, and this was not a joke. She herself is no less surprised. Rebecca asked if Victoria was saying that Kindred foresaw his death, and he believes that at any cost his last will must be fulfilled. Victoria said everything was correct. She received the task when Kindreda died and told everyone to watch. Hidden mission, Palace of the Monkey King. It is necessary to find the traces left by the King of the Monkeys, and then the player will be able to inherit his property. In the past, there was a legend that said that the Monkey King was causing trouble because he was angry with heaven. After this, he was imprisoned in grief. Even after his imprisonment, his anger did not cool down, and the mountains became a famous place of repentance. But those who climbed the mountains forgot that the King of the Monkeys had long been freed. Rebecca didn't even think it was possible, and Saul Luna said it was crazy. And Yanwu immediately thought that this might have something to do with Sun Wukong. The Monkey King is fundamentally different from other divine beings. He was born a monkey, but after gaining knowledge and understanding, he became a god. Because he didn't like what heaven was doing, he was imprisoned and forced to fight demons in the name of redemption. And in the end, he became a true god. Since no one had achieved anything like this, the Monkey King was well known throughout the tower. On the 20th floor, there was such a huge hidden task. The tower system wouldn't lie, but it's very strange. There is nothing strange about this. There are rumors that there is something on the 20th floor related to the King of the Monkeys. The 20th floor arena has long been called the 5 Mountains of Repentance. Apparently, this story is about the 5 mountains where the Monkey King was sealed. And since we are talking about the magic staff and 72 transformations, it seems to be true. 72 transformations. The skill that made giving monkeys what he was. The magic staff is a legendary item that was allegedly stolen from the Dragon Kings. In this case, transformations may be real because 2 special skills that Olfoven uses, Shukuchi and Thousand Eyes, are rumored to be associated with transformations. 72 transformations. Transformations used by the King of the Monkeys. All of them are sure to be powerful. People will definitely covet them. But what is suspicious is that the bishop died only because of this task. Most likely, this is a trap. As far as Yanwu knows, all the bishops of the Devil's Army, without exception, are schemers. They know how to hide for 10 years for the sake of their desires. In addition, they love to catch and devour prey. They are cruel. Kindred is no exception. No, from his greed alone it is clear that he is worse than most bishops. He is second in the hierarchy of those who believe in demons. This fact itself suggests that his way of thinking is very different from the usual. Then what is its purpose? Kindred is strong enough to take on 5 of them at a time by himself, and he probably wasn't trying to gain their power to use it. Rebecca said it sounded plausible and maybe he was actually alive. Victoria said no. She knows for sure that Kindred is dead, and if the guys doubt her magic, then it's unpleasant for her. Victoria said that she used calling wind magic. It not only tells where a person is, but also whether he is alive or not. This is rune magic for surveillance. Even with a good dispel, you can't get rid of it. The guys may think that Victoria is in cahoots with Kindred, but if they want, she can give them a vow of mana. Victoria would like to ask them all something. She said to enter the mission area and help retrieve Kindred's body. To be honest, she doesn't want to do this either, but she is indebted to him, so she must fulfill his last wish. Besides, Victoria doesn't ask for their help just like that. She wants to make a deal. She will tell those who want to continue the task the location of the dungeon. In exchange, they take her to Kindred's body. Here is Victoria's condition. Victoria is looking for someone who can protect her, that is, a guard. Yanwu wondered if he should agree. It's like a poisoned holy grail. It looks like everyone is ready to accept the task and gain the power of the Monkey King, Perhaps all players are the same. Wouldn't Yan Wu have done this in their place? Of course I would, but for a different reason. After the war between the Red Dragon and Chonghuado, the remaining 8 clans are busy with something. And in the army of the devil, nothing significant seemed to happen. But if you have to deal with this, you need to see everything with your own eyes. Either way, Yan Wu will have to fight them one day. It would be a good idea to understand, if possible, what they are. And yet, Khan is kind of strange. Khan said he would do it. Rebecca also agreed, and Kane agrees. But Saul Luna said that he probably gave up. He became a vampire for a reason. He doesn't want to die. Suddenly, magic bound Saul Luna like chains. He looked at everyone angrily and asked what it was. Rebecca told him that if he spilled the beans, no matter where Saul Luna went, she would pull him out of the ground. She has no reason to let him go. Saul Luna asked Rebecca to calm down. He asked if she really thought he was so mad as to irritate the Apostle Kernunos. He has already said that his life is most important to him. Rebecca said that Saul Luna had better keep his word. Then Victoria said that they would perform tomorrow at the same time. But first she said to take everything you need with you. You need to be well prepared. The dungeon is located at the top of the mountain. Rebecca asked if there was a cave there. Victoria replied that she seemed to be hidden behind an invisible barrier. Kindred said that he himself did not expect to find her there. If it was created by a higher being, is it really surprising? The highest beings are the greatest gods. Therefore, a barrier was erected that even the highest ranker could not cross. Indeed, it sounds plausible. This explains why Kindred wandered for 10 years. No one seems to doubt Kindred's death. However, Khan looks very thoughtful. Yan Wu wonders what he's thinking about. Victoria said it was here. Yan Wu was surprised that this was all true. He thought, having gained extrasensory perception, there was nothing left that the hero could not catch. But it seems that Yan Wu is too arrogant. The barrier erected by God is much more complex. Yan Wu feels that after learning, he could replicate it with rune magic. Kindred had already removed the barrier several times and recreated it again. If it weren't for him, the guys wouldn't have noticed him, and Victoria wouldn't have been able to break the barrier. From such power, the soul sinks into the heels. This power even slightly resembles the power of Erd. Of course, the difference is huge. If this is the barrier of a supreme being, then the power contained within is nothing more than the remnants of the Monkey King's energy. The entrance to the cave opened in front of the guys. Victoria said that's all she knows. It is impossible to conduct reconnaissance with consciousness. It dissipates right at the entrance. It feels like there is only an absorbing emptiness beyond. Victoria said to remain vigilant and concentrate. Rebecca said she would lead from here. Consciousness dissipated. I'll have to go in. The Monkey King's spiritual trail fears the invasion and tries to place a curse on the group. They tried to impose a curse of mind-clogging, confusion, poisoning, etc. on the groups. Victoria said it was crazy. There are no restrictions on the number of curses. She used a face shield. The situation is not good. Why curses? Yan Wu is not sure that they will be able to completely isolate themselves from external energy. All feelings are blocked, so all further actions will have to be taken with your head. Rebecca said that first they would continue on their way. Since the Monkey King has been imprisoned here for more than 1,000 years, his spiritual imprint is very strong. Everyone needs to focus. Again, the guys saw a fork. It feels like they are just walking in circles. Rebecca said it's best to focus on the protective shield. Victoria was outraged by this and asked Rebecca if she knew how difficult it was to support him. If this continues, these two won't last long. Even though Yan Wu can't figure out what skills they're using, Rebecca has to use quite a bit of magic, and Victoria's runes are almost gone. Khan defends better than anyone. Instead of scattering his consciousness over a large area, he concentrated it around himself in order to isolate himself from the spiritual trace. Are Victoria and Rebecca so caught up in convenient rune magic and the power of God that they've forgotten the basics? They are at the very beginning of the dungeon. By the time they get to the middle, both will be completely exhausted. Maybe Yan Wu will have to make the first move. The Monkey King's spiritual trail is trying to cast the clog curse again. Yan Wu has gained resistance to suicidal impulses. He has gained outstanding resistance to mental attacks thanks to his composure, and a powerful mental wall has been built. The hero is freed from the influence of the spiritual trace of the Monkey King. Composure is the strength that allows you to remain calm and not lose your composure, regardless of the situation. Yan Wu received this characteristic as soon as he entered the game. She helped him more than once. While the hero was developing, this trait played a role, but now it is activated again. Freed from the influence of the spiritual trace, Yan Wu is able to increase the reach of consciousness. He cannot suppress the spiritual trace right now. You need to gradually increase the radius. In a sense, the spiritual footprint of the Monkey King is like a tide that rushes from within and spreads out in all directions, so you need to build a consciousness that is shaped like a breakwater. Yan Wu learned to use his consciousness in parts. He also learned to protect the mind from external attacks and repel curses. Yan Wu sees the weak points and hits them. Rebecca was shocked that the spiritual trail had disappeared. Someone is pushing back the attacks of the Monkey King's spiritual trail. Yan Wu continued to do this. Rebecca was very surprised and asked Cain how he did it. The hero said that he just has a skill, which is ideal for this. That's all he can say. If not for the current situation, Rebecca would have asked a couple of questions about this. Victoria said that, thanks to Cain, they are alive and thanked him. However, Rebecca doesn't like that Cain is hiding something from them. She said she could have helped faster. I knew that things were tough for all of them. Either way, Rebecca said thank you. Yan Wu doesn't want to deceive them, however. He's also not going to flaunt his strength over trifles. Using extrasensory perception, Yan Wu begins to understand the inner workings of the dungeon. The dungeon is in the form of a complex labyrinth, tangled like a cobweb. Yan Wu no longer sees a way out, so even if they go back, there's no point. Although he didn't see a way out. In some places there are traps set, and monsters created by the spiritual trail roam around here. In a normal situation, dealing with them is a breeze. However, in their current situation, fighting monsters could result in a fatal blow. Of course, Rebecca, as a top ranker, will be able to handle them. However, it will be a difficult fight for Victoria and Khan. There's nothing you can do about it. Yan Wu told his familiars to go out and destroy all the enemies. Chan, Ka, and the rest of the familiars easily dealt with all the monsters. Traps were quickly discovered. 45% of the maze was explored. The dungeon is being captured at high speed. Great. Everything is going smoothly. It's better to get rid of the traps in advance. Monsters are a great snack for monstrous harbingers, and thanks to them, it was possible to explore the dungeon faster. At the same time, you can understand how the dungeon of the Monkey King works. Suddenly, Yan Wu noticed strange footprints. They are different from the overwhelming force of the spiritual remnant that attacked the heroes. Yan Wu discovered a very old sword mark and a spear mark left a moment later. He also found a dirty footprint. Such a difficult feeling, but at the same time unique and exciting. How could the Monkey King leave such different marks? What do these black spots mean? Shannon and Hanryong were also shocked by what they saw. It seems the familiars know what it is. Shannon said that Yan Wu has reached the master level and still doesn't know. The hero has a sword, but he still looks through the eyes of a beginner. Shannon said to take a closer look. Shannon is a little annoying, but there's nothing wrong with what he says. Yan Wu used his extrasensory perception. He received great inspiration. Extrasensory perception combines with the dragon eyes to overcome the location of the marks. Weak spots are being read. The hero saw Mugong, training. It was a chronicle of how the master perfected his skills over hundreds of years. These were traces of rage and madness. So that's how it was. These were traces of how the Monkey King tried to break the seal after he was imprisoned by Buddha Shakyamuni. When the Monkey King was sealed away, he was overcome with resentment and cursed Buddha. He flew into a rage and began to finish off the walls without looking, but the seal never went away. The Monkey King went mad and spent about 100 years in this state. Then he realized who he would repay if he went crazy. After this, the king began to organize his knowledge and put all his efforts into becoming stronger. It was a difficult process. His knowledge was not so simple. The only thing he had in abundance was time, so he was in no hurry, taking it step by step. And every time he realized something, he checked it on the wall. Thus, the stubborn monkey learned patience. He managed to pacify his pride in order to achieve his goal and become the one whom the world feared. So 100 years passed, 200, 500. And when the period of imprisonment approached 1,000, he gained the strength necessary to break the seal. It can't be. It's 72 transformations. Shannon was shocked and said that Yan Wu is a crazy idiot. These are incomparable things. 72 transformations are only part of what the King of the Monkeys learned, a tiny part that he collected to create a new masterpiece. This is the everything of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong is a being who stood on par with the gods. The power that transformed the Monkey King into Sun Wukong is now literally before Yan Wu's eyes. What remains here are the traces carved by Sun Wukong after long and cruel suffering. The Monkey King fought with gods and demons. It would be great if Yan Wu could recognize all these traces. But this level is extremely high for its understanding. First, you need to memorize them in order to study them later. The hero believes this is even better than the yin sword. This is not a martial art or magic or alchemy. These are transformations. No, it uses magic, but it cannot be limited to one term. Suddenly, Cain was distracted by Khan. He asked the hero why he was in the clouds. Here again there was a fork in the road. Khan told them to concentrate, because if they get lost, everything will end. Khan hopes that Cain has not forgotten that he is in the palace of the King of the Monkeys. Be that as it may, it will be very difficult to survive alone. Yan Wu said he would be more careful. Even with the time difference, the hero managed to hesitate. Damn, Rebecca said the configuration of the maze was slowly starting to change. Victoria told her that if she tried to extend her consciousness further, the spiritual trail of the Monkey King would immediately rush in. Rebecca said there was nothing to be done and told her to wait a little. She'll check what's ahead. But when she went forward, Cain immediately rushed after her with a dagger. He felt incredible strength. Rebecca got scared and asked why suddenly. But suddenly the hero suddenly grabs her and holds her. Rebecca asked about what was going on. She was clearly confused. Yan Wu apologized and said he didn't have time to explain. It looks like the Monkey King's spiritual trail has officially turned its attention to the guys. God of the Hunt, Cernunnos. Every high-ranking player dreams of becoming his apostle. But after Cernunnos chose Rebecca as his apostle, no one even envied her, and she did not understand why. Rebecca thought to herself that she couldn't be more useless than a low-level player. She's right, isn't she? These thoughts consumed her, while Cain deftly dealt with all the difficulties. This calls into question Rebecca's training over several years. She doesn't understand anything because she is a high-ranking player and an apostle of God. How Cain infuriated her. She pushed him away and began to attack herself. She had incredible power. Yan Wu thought this was the power of the high-ranking ones, or in other words, the power of the apostles. In the current situation, it is difficult to use even 50% of her power. But even so, she is simply incredible. Yan Wu can't even imagine what her power will be when they leave the Mountain of Five Elements. Suddenly, Rebecca stopped Cain. She said that from now on, he takes the lead. Yan Wu was very surprised. It was unexpected. It's rare that a high-ranking player admits his limits with such humility. Even for an apostle of a powerful god to tell a low-level player to take the initiative is unthinkable. However, it is moments like these that will help them in the future. Victoria said she was against it. She admits that Cain does well in the dungeons, but the further they go, the more they need the power of the high-ranking ones. Victoria doesn't look down on Cain, but even Kindred couldn't hold his own here. She cannot trust her life to a person weaker than herself. That's what Rebecca is trying to say. Cain knows this place better than any of them, so everyone will follow him from now on. Yan Wu thought what a strange desire. He must do the best he can, and most likely, it will be better this way. He must take the initiative. Saul Luna, his pursuit irritates Yan Wu terribly. It seems that Victoria and Rebecca were focused on what they saw in front of them, and did not notice him. He is very cunning and can do anything. Maybe he's waiting for something to happen to Victoria and Rebecca. It seems that this form of the vampire race is independent of the vestige, just like its abilities. If he needed it, he would have long ago stolen the 72 divine transformations and escaped. What Yan Wu is sure of is that he will make his move when the time comes. Since Yan Wu doesn't know what Kindred and the demon army are up to, they need to get out of this maze as soon as possible. Cain said that from now on he would speed up, and asked everyone to follow him. Yan Wu continued to lead everyone. He sharply told everyone to go to the right, and Victoria wanted to be indignant. Rebecca told her not to argue, but to trust Cain. In clearing a dungeon, the commander's decision is the law. Victoria adjusted her glasses and said that she hoped everything would be fine. Yanwu was surprised that it was Rebecca who tried. I didn't think that they would trust him and follow him so calmly. If everything is so, then Cain should not undermine the trust of the guys. He deftly killed all the monsters in his path. This boy, Victoria, did not understand who he even was. Cain moves as if he knows all his opponent's attacks in advance. The movement of a person who already knows what will happen next. Watching this guy, she noticed something strange but did not expect this. Yanwu thinks they are there. Victoria tried to stop him, saying that the sound was somewhere else, but Cain turned out to be right, as always. Victoria was shocked that they were there so quickly. They saw a huge gate in front of them. Rebecca asked what they would do. There appears to be something written on the gate. Cain said they were very old and rusty, so he couldn't see anything. Khan and Victoria took a closer look. Behind this divine metal door is Rui Bang. Is there really a golden staff behind these gates? Yanwu didn't think he even existed. The door is so rusty that no one realized it. These drawings are the legacy of King Mihu. Yanwu completed the King Mihu's inheritance task, so this means it is something divine. It seems to Victoria that there is only one part of the golden staff. If this gate was made to protect him, then she doesn't even know if they can open it. They are made of divine metal, a legendary metal that can restrain gods and demons. It is so strong that it is almost impossible to destroy it. Can, Victoria, and Rebecca tried with all their strength, skills, and magic to break the gate, but there was not a scratch left on it. Victoria used all her rune magic. They didn't understand how Kindred got here in the first place. Divine metal. If even the might of these three is not enough to open this door, perhaps it cannot be opened at all by brute force. Most likely Kindred used a different method. We need to find him. Cain touched the gate when it suddenly opened. The guys, to put it mildly, were in a stupor. The hero himself did not understand how this happened. Yanwu got embarrassed and told everyone to move on. And inside there was a throne and many sculptures of monkeys. It is said that the Monkey King was known as the ruler of the monkeys. This seems to depict his reign over his dominions. These giant stone statues, each of them has power beyond the capabilities of Cain and Khan. Suddenly Victoria noticed Kindred's body, and that rare stone had 72 transformations. Khan finally found it. If only he could do like Doyle, but before they had time to do anything, a bat suddenly appeared. And hers turned out to be Sol Luna, who intended to master 72 transformations. But as soon as he began to fly closer to the stone, a voice asked who dared to disturb the king's eternal sleep and began to absorb the bat. It seems Yanwu has been making the wrong assumptions all this time. Since he thought that the Monkey King was sealed in the 5 mountains of repentance, it seemed to him that the spiritual trace that was tormenting the guys belonged to the Monkey King. However, given that these stone statues began to move, they were dealing with the spiritual trace not of the king himself, but of his servants. Yanwu should have paid attention to the name of the dungeon from the very beginning, Palace of the Monkey King. The palace is not a place of imprisonment, so the evil spiritual trace of the owner simply could not remain here. Yanwu shouldn't have thought that the writer-turned-Monkey King would have such a weak spiritual trail. The traces left throughout the dungeon were echoes of the spiritual trace of the king himself. All threats came from subordinates, who did not want to allow the raiders to disturb the king's sleep. The statues said that those who dared to disturb the king's eternal sleep must pay with their lives. The unforeseen mission, Terracotta Army of the Monkey King, has begun. The Monkey King was able to leave the 5th mountain after 500 years, and after repentance, he was able to shed his shell and become a god. But the monsters who met the god on Mount Huago were saddened that they would again have to wait for the return of their king. In anticipation of the day of his return, they built an underground palace on the spot where he left his shell. And so that no one could steal it, they set terracotta warriors to protect the shell, placing their spiritual traces in them. Now the player must safely leave here with the shell, thereby proving that they are worthy of becoming the heir to the king of the monkeys. The statues began to attack the guys, and they fought back. But the statues did not break at all. Rebecca told Victoria not to let them out the door. It is necessary to block the exit so as not to be surrounded. In this case, you will have to rush forward. Finally, Yanwu determined the true identity of the spiritual trace. If these individuals have one spiritual trace, then you just need to focus on destroying the statues. Yanwu used dragon eyes, so he saw the place where the monkeys placed the seeds of their consciousness. The hero hit all the statues exactly in this place, and also told everyone to attack in the same place where he pointed. The spiritual trace is concentrated there. Khan was surprised that such strong men had weaknesses. Then that changes things. Rebecca used her rain of arrows. Meanwhile, Victoria took aim and struck with the hammer of the gods. Thus, the guys were able to deal with these statues. The team successfully passed the first test. The system told them to prepare for the second one in the remaining time. 5 minutes. Rebecca was very tired and said it was crazy. Victoria said that she had run out of magical power. She had used up her rune magic. But suddenly, Saul Luna's voice said that the guys were amazing. They were surprised that he was still alive. Saul Luna said that the undead are called undead because they don't die easily. He told everyone that they had done a good job and disappeared. Rebecca was furious. She said that if she had any strength left, she would tear him to pieces. Victoria began to reassure her, saying that he also suffered serious damage, so he would need time to recover his body. Saul Luna won't be able to do anything as long as he can be forgotten. Yanwu called Shannon. The spirit said to leave it to him. He also doesn't like cunning people like Saul Luna. Shannon needs to make him suffer a little. Yanwu didn't understand why, when it came to this, the devil army never showed up. Is it because they have not yet achieved what they wanted? Or are they waiting outside to take care of everything? Even though Yanwu spread ESP throughout the cave, he found no trace of the devil army. There is no one else in the dungeon except them. They just bide their time and wait for the guys to find clues to where the magic staff and 72 transformations are located. There must be something else here. Suddenly, Victoria froze. She realized that Kindred's body was a fake, a doll. Victoria didn't understand how this could happen, but what then happened to the real Kindred? Khan walked up to the wall. This is 72 transformations. He must remember everything. The quest says to pick up the king's shell. Yanwu didn't understand what kind of shell and how they would prove that they were worthy. The shell. If the shell is a metaphor, then these are the things that the Monkey King possessed before he became a god. 72 transformations. After the Monkey King created his new art, the 72 transformations became just a shell for him. To prove that the guys are worthy, they must learn 72 transformations. And the army of the devil is going to brainwash the one who masters them and win him over to their side. While the first test was designed to test basic skills, the second will involve quickly picking up a stone tablet and using it. Then the guardian statues are examiners, but why exactly was the fake body left there? If he was abandoned by the devil's army, there must be a reason for this. Pointer! The preparation time has expired and the second test begins. The statue immediately began to attack Victoria, who was standing right next to the wall. Yanwu was late. No one had time to save her. You can't see anything because of the cloud of dust. And then the hero sees how Rebecca covered Victoria with herself. Then the statue switched to Cain, but he fortunately was able to repel the blow. I thought my arm was going to come off. This is power. The statue's sword is so fast and heavy. Rebecca is on the brink of life and death. Other statues also show signs of life. Yanwu needs to come up with at least something. 72 transformations is not some crazy skill that can be learned in 5 minutes. So there must be a reason why so little time is allocated for study. To become the heir of the Monkey King, you must first show respect or fear for the king. Here it is. Yanwu quickly lay down in front of the main statue on earth and ordered everyone to do the same. The statue stopped in its tracks. Khan wondered if it was all over. This is crazy. Is this some kind of game of respect for the place where the king sat or something like that? Rebecca? She pushed Victoria away and took the blow instead. Now she's in terrible condition. Rebecca's healing magic does not work, as there is practically no magical power left. Rebecca opened her eyes for a second and then closed them, and it seemed forever. Victoria screamed as loud as she could, a very difficult moment for all the guys. Khan ran out of stamina, and Victoria ran out of runes. Even if Yanwu makes the right decisions, these quests are very difficult and dangerous, so these two will only get in the way. Since everything has already gone like this, Yanwu is going to take away the legacy of the Monkey King. The legacy is not only 72 transformations, but also a magical staff made from divine precious iron. If the hero gets it, he will be able to find out a little more about the black bracelet. Nobody should stop him. Kane thinks that the purpose of this dungeon is to determine the heir to the king of the monkeys and told the guys about it. The quest states that they must obtain the shell and prove that they are worthy of becoming the heir to the king of the monkeys. Surely the shell means 72 transformations. To study the 72 transformations and prove that they are worthy of becoming the heir, Kang said that it definitely makes sense. Victoria asked Kidreda. Yanwu thinks it was a trap from the beginning. Not knowing how to find a solution, perhaps he wanted to use the guys as test subjects and see if there was another way. Victoria became very angry with Kindred. Kane said that they would then decide what to do with Kindred, but first they needed to escape from here. Victoria asked if there was any way. There is a side door next to the front door. Kane thinks he can get out through it, but Khan said that there are 12 statues, and it's difficult to get around them all. Kane said everything was fine and they had bait. He will bide his time, and Victoria and Khan will run to the door when he gives the signal. Yanwu said to run on the count of 3. He quickly counted and told the guys to run. Yanwu called Shannon, and the spirit was waiting for this and threw Saul Luna to be torn to pieces by the statues. Saul Luna shouted that they didn't even know who he was, as many spears were already flying at him, and Yanwu himself began to act. He activated the magical equipment. It worked. Magic equipment really works. Yanwu was able to withstand the blow, and those two were able to safely get to the door. Kane walked to the door, and Victoria shouted at him to come in. But the hero had other plans. He told the guys to go ahead and slam the door. Yanwu used Interion. Now he doesn't have to hide his strength. Victoria and Khan knocked, asking Kane to open the door. They received a notification that they had left the selected zone. They can't come in because they don't meet the requirements of the assignment. Khan said it's like that every time, with his mother, with Doyle, and even now. He trained hard, thinking that he would no longer be a burden. The guys had 72 transformations right under their noses. It's a shame, but you need to trust Kane and take care of your safety. Khan told Victoria that Kindred was probably outside. He has an idea. Yanwu claimed the territory. He can exercise his power in his chosen territory. The first level ability, Dragon's Blood, has appeared. For a limited time, all characteristics have been increased. Even though the pressure of the scene has increased, this territory now belongs entirely to the dragons. This is only Yanwu's territory. All restrictions of the 5th mountain are also lifted here. The 5 senses are back again. The training of the last 6 months was not in vain. Extrasensory perception became clearer. Yanwu sees all kinds of wavelengths and flows of mana, can touch them and interfere with their actions. The hero has become incomparably stronger than before. Vigrid was also not the same as before. With the help of the divine power of an unknown owner, some of the curses were cleared, so Vigrid is gradually returning to his original appearance. However, for some reason the source of the curses has not yet been eliminated. The more the sword fights against enemies, the greater the thirst for killing it experiences, strengthening the owner. The stronger the enemy, the stronger his combat power. The chance of landing a killing blow also increases. Also, the hero can now use Aegis. All of Yanwu's familiars rose up to fight. This is the greatest power a hero can demonstrate. The statues told him to prove that he had the right to be the king's heir. Shannon said that you will never get bored with Yanwu. Na Shannon and Hanryong supported their master, so they were also militant. There's plenty of room to wander around here. They must have been inspired by the heavenly they saw in the monkey palace. The statues said not to disturb their king. Wu used his rune magic, and Yanwu masterfully wielded his daggers. Yanwu, of course, fights as best he can, but the statues being taken out are endless, and they are becoming stronger. Time works against the hero. The point of the quest is to prove that he is worthy of becoming the king's heir and not to destroy the statues. Therefore, Yanwu must quickly learn 72 transformations and show it. If you think about it, the movements of these statues are very strange. Each statue has 6 different types of main movements. There are 12 statues in total. 12 statues of 6 different types, 72 in total. These are 72 transformations. Thanks to the time difference, Yanwu was able to calculate the speed of their attack and the sequence of movements. If he doesn't understand something, He can simply return to the legacy of the king of the monkeys and identify the pattern of transformations. The hero felt like his brain was about to explode. And then he used Yule. A powerful stream of magic cut the statue. Yanwu successfully solved Yule's first transformation. Created Skill 72 Transformation. Yule is a technique that allows you to cover a certain area, get an overview, and strike. Danya technique requires enormous willpower and concentration. If you fail, you will be confused for more than 3 seconds. Each transformation has its own characteristics. It is very difficult to study them completely. Having studied them all, you can become a representative of a glorious people or a great yokai. The statue said that the hero dared to disturb the eternal sleep, but proved his strength. Their work is done. After showing at least one of the 72 transformations, they decided that Yanwu was worthy. It worked. The hero successfully passed the second test and was told to prepare for the third. And then the door began to open in front of him. The doors opened for Yanwu. Entering there, he found himself on the edge of a cliff from where a waterfall flowed. A huge dragon flew up to him and asked if he was a new part. There was incredibly strong energy coming from the dragon. Maybe he was the king of the sea. He seems to be of a higher class than the divine beings Yanwu has already seen. Yanwu didn't understand the word part. The dragon said that the word heir is more suitable here. He asked the hero again if he was the new heir. If so, the dragon said to sit on his back. He will take the hero to him. They have finally arrived. An unknown person stroked the dragon and said that he was probably tired of this burden. The man said that when the dragon was younger, it was fun to tease him. He's a teenager now, so he didn't even respond. Is this man really the king of the monkeys? The man asked Cain why he was looking at him so enthusiastically. He asked the hero if his heart was pounding so much and his head was spinning because he had met a celebrity. Of course, the man feels good and likes that Yanwu doesn't faint at the sight of him. More narcissistic and talks too much. Yanwu wanted to ask something, but the man stopped him. He said that he would tell the hero the terms of the agreement before he asked. A man can only answer 3 questions. He would like to tell Cain everything, but he cannot because of the principle of causality. First, Yanwu asked about what a part was. The man said that there are no comments and he cannot say anything, since this is classified information. Next, the hero asked why the man created this place. He again replied no comment. It seems that the Monkey King cannot talk about anything beyond a certain line because of the principle of causality. This is the third test. However, the Monkey King simply said to ask him questions without really telling him anything. Maybe 3 questions is the test. Then Yanwu should ask a general question, detailed without crossing the line. Yi Yanwu asked who the man was. The Monkey King said that this is the last question, and the guy is asking about this. And in the end, Yanwu passed. He received a notification that he had completed a random task and a hidden task. He received the skill of 72 transformations and the title of heir to the Monkey King. Freed from imprisonment, the Monkey King decided to leave his legacy on the 5th mountain before leaving. He hated it because he was locked there, but after spending 500 years in it, he managed to love it a little. In addition, the king of the monkeys listened to the last words of his teacher and left the transformation to his descendants. With this title, the hero gains extreme focus and attention during battle. Yanwu can demonstrate the strength of the Monkey King. The man said that he was the spiritual footprint of the Monkey King Sun Wukong. He is just a shell that he left behind, disappearing in an unknown direction. Let's say a shell. And this world is an imaginary one that has created a spiritual trace. So the hero does not know where Sun Wukong really is. How does the shell know? The Monkey King's spirit is freer than the shell trapped here. The reason he is here is to test the future heir. The man is also sick of hanging around here. But what a relief that after a while someone worthy came. And then the man threw something at Yanwu. This something seemed very familiar. Looks like a divine precious metal. And this was part of the magic staff. It currently has no functionality, apparently needing to be connected to other parts scattered throughout the world. As the Monkey King followed his teacher's last wishes, he was worried about the fact that his reputation would be ruined by his ever-increasing number of descendants, so he divided the staff into 100 fragments and hid them throughout the tower. The hero must collect the pieces and complete the magic staff, Then he can become the successor of the Monkey King. The rewards are the title of Heavenly King and a completed magic staff. The man said that fragments of the magic staff are scattered everywhere, and no one knows where and how many of them are scattered, except for the real body. He doesn't know. Maybe someone has already worked hard and found them. This could start a big fight. Many people want to become the king of the monkeys, no, the king of heaven. Well, the man said that if Cain didn't want it, he could give the piece back. All he has to do is wait until a new heir arrives. And the hero replied that he did not even think of refusing and accepted the hidden task. The man said that Yan Wu was quite stubborn for a newbie, but that was where his authority ended. If Yan Wu goes through the portal, he should end up back where he came from. But before leaving, the hero wanted to ask something. He was wondering what kind of bracelet he had. It appears to be made of the same material as the magic staff. The man was very interested and asked where Yan Wu got it and how it works. The hero replied that he had something to do with souls. Shell said that this is undoubtedly a god's weapon. There are additional artifacts on the neck and legs. Perhaps they are the same shape as the bracelet. Yan Wu guessed this when the bracelet absorbed Astrapi. However, he is now sure that it is a weapon of a god. The shell said that if Yan Wu meets his real self, then he should not show it, since he is very greedy for treasures. Gods and demons are so obsessed with the divine precious metal because they are simply afraid of it, not because they like it. This metal is the only tool that can seal gods and demons. It was used to control gods who did evil or were very powerful. The magic staff was also used to seal away devil kings. Perhaps Yan Wu's bracelet was also a limiter, holding someone back. The shell thinks he would have something to do with death. Yan Wu thanked him and said he would go. The man was resting with the dragon. He said, "This guy is interesting. The man who awakened the dragon's energy. This reminds me of someone." The dragon replied that Yan Wu looked like the old master. Suddenly the man felt anger and rage. "There is someone here, an invader." He quickly prepared himself with the dragon and asked who dared to invade the imaginary world of the spirit trail. And this person turned out to be Kindred. He apologized and told another person of the great king of heaven that he had come to serve him. Yan Wu returned to the same gate. It seems that Khan and Victoria are not here. The hero believes that they managed to avoid meeting the devil's army. But Rebecca's body was still lying there. Even though she and Cain weren't close, she was a good person. The hero would like to collect her soul, but the black bracelet allows him to take only the souls of those whom Yan Wu himself killed. Yan Wu decided to think about a way to get her back later. I wonder what will happen to this place now. The spiritual trail of the Monkey King also said that fragments of the staff were scattered throughout the tower and many heirs were trying to find them. In that case, Yan Wu doesn't need new rivals. He couldn't allow anyone else to take the heavenly items for themselves. They will only belong to Yan Wu. In the village, residents discussed who came to them. Pant laughingly said that this is Cain, who appears once in a while. Yan Wu asked about the divine being. The guy said that it should hatch soon. The same Pant replied that it had awakened long ago. Pant was annoyed that Yan Wu was ignoring him and asked if it was possible to be so disrespectful to someone who was talking to him. But Yan Wu just told the guys to lead him to the creature. Suddenly, Yan Wu collided with someone. This guy angrily told him that he had heard that the divine being had something to do with Cain. The guy thought it looked stupid, not like a divine being, and now he knows the reason. Yan Wu said that this guy is very strange. Pant was surprised that the hero did not remember him. He laughed that Cain didn't even remember the face of the one he beat. This guy was Jiang. Yan Wu got into a fight with him when he first came to the one-horned tribe. Pant heard that Jan suffered a lot because of Cain. He probably hates it now. Pant doesn't know if he is taking drugs or something else, since Khan has clearly changed a lot. Demonic energy emanated from Yan. What did he do that such a dark force emanates from him? Well, the elders will come up with something, so the guys don't have to worry about it. The elders were acting very strange and cute at the same time. They said that they had recently started potty training the little green one. The elders demanded that food be brought quickly. They also kept a baby diary. And these creatures were griffins. They are known as the most perfect of creatures. Judging by their appearance, the griffins absorbed the energy that Yan Wu shared with them. They have great potential. Yan Wu successfully passed the abyssal turtle's hidden test. From now on, He can communicate with the blue spirit. But Yanwu still needs to learn spiritual magic to develop the blue spirit into a higher spirit. The hero also received pieces of a turtle shell and the tail of a snake as a reward. Lately, Yanwu has felt like he needs protective equipment and weapons. These will fit perfectly. The shell is as hard as adamantium, and the snake's skin is tough and durable and also poisonous. The hero will need it. Suddenly, the mythical dragon asked Yanwu if this friend would take the place of the deep turtle. The hero was surprised, since Roar had already been sleeping inside the philosopher's stone for 6 months. And Chirik said that he also woke up. Phoenix said he felt great and wanted to fly, and Roar got very angry and said that he asked not to call him that. Yanwu replied that he couldn't think of a good name. Roar replied that he didn't believe it, and Yanwu just laughed. This angered the dragon even more. Then Yanwu suggested the name Nemesis. This is the name of the goddess of retribution, punishing violations of social and moral orders on Olympus. The name of God itself is powerful. It is a blessing that gives the bearer the power, character, and status of a god. The one bearing such a name is covered with divine power. But you cannot abuse it and desecrate the glory of the patron. For most bearers of such names, the blessing turned into a curse. No one could control the power. Yanwu is different, since he has already received achievements that interest God and demons. The hero is confident that he can continue to surprise them. If the goddess of justice likes the dragon, then nothing will be impossible for him. Gods and demons 98 are arguing about something. Several gods don't like this. Hermes persuades them. Yanwu said that if the dragon doesn't like it, then they will leave Roar. The dragon said that the hero constantly goes to extremes, but agreed. Yanwu received a warning. He borrowed the name of God. This time Nemesis decided to take a neutral position, but will keep an eye on the heroes. You need to be careful not to tarnish your name. Chirik asked to give him a new name. If you think about it, the phoenix has long asked to change his name. Then Yanwu suggested the name Nikki, the goddess of victory. Tweet said he liked it. We will assume that the heroes are finished choosing names. Yanwu told Nemesis that since he woke up, he had something to say. Nemesis asked why the owner called him, but the dragon did not say how he was reborn. Yanwu asked him why the ancient dragon Calatus was still alive. He hadn't asked before, but now he wanted to know. Nemesis hovered in the middle of nowhere all this time. Nothingness is a dimension that lies between two worlds. There he waited and waited for Junwu to come back for him. Yanwu asked the dragon how he thought of waiting for him there. Nemesis replied that Calatus said to wait. Isn't that weird? As far as Nemesis knows, Calatus closed his eyes after giving everything to Junwu. Moreover, he even gave Nemesis his precious dragon heart. They kept his promise and even saw him return to Manu. But when Nemesis, having failed to avenge Junwu, was surrounded by the people of Chongwado, he heard the voice of Calatus, whom he considered long dead. Calatus said to wait. This child will return soon. So that's it. Ever since Yanwu entered the tower, he has been wondering who brought Junwu's body back to Earth. Was it really Calatus? The hero asked where Calatus could be. Nemesis replied that he might be on his deathbed, 50th floor, Dragon Temple. The 50th floor is where Junwu closed his eyes forever. It's possible that Calatus could be waiting there. The hero must get there. But the problem is that he doesn't have time for this now. Yanwu needs to put her name in the Hall of Fame. Then to do this, Yanwu needs to go up to the 21st floor again. He came there. It was the gate of the Shadow Dojo. There was a huge building there. The main theme of the 21st floor was Vacation in the Dojo. At the entrance to the dojo, there were 5 doors, numbered 1 to 5. The higher the number, the higher the difficulty. After entering the door once, the player must complete all 33 sections. The task is simple. Defeat the shadow that the section releases or withstand its attacks. Shadows are illusions that copy players registered in the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor, who are among the top of the best and occupy places from 1 to 165. Most of them later became lords or apostles. In this place, you could study your opponent's weaknesses and hone your skills over and over again. Here, it was possible to meet younger versions of those opponents that the player might likely encounter in the future and study them. Ordinary players entering the arena felt very depressed. Everyone except Yanwu. Until now, except for the 10th floor, Yanwu always ended up in the first place with the hidden mark. It would not be an exaggeration to say that from the moment the tower was built, his progress towards his goal was unparalleled. Yan-Wu looked at the ranking of the 21st floor, and in fourth place was his brother, Jun-Wu. Yan-Wu told King Mu that he was going to the 21st floor. He told the hero that he would fight his illusion. Kane replied that yes, he saw Naya in second place. The king asked whether Kane was confident or afraid. Yan-Wu replied that of course he was going to win. King Mu said to look at this guy. If he is so arrogant, he will disappear. Yan-Wu said that he is not good at telling jokes, but he says that if you look at it objectively. Naya asked if Kane would wake up after being beaten by his shadow. Yan-Wu replied that regardless of the fact that it is just a remnant of his sky-like teacher, it still seems unpleasant to fight with his teacher. Pant was surprised that there was a way to legally fight his father. Idora told Kane and her father to stop this, because they were not even children. She also told her father that the elder he was looking for needed to be found quickly. Neyu took a deep breath and said he was leaving, and he told Kane that when he got there, let him take first place. The first place is called All for One. This must mean that even a teacher at that time could not beat first place. What kind of person should you be then? Kane heard that Idora was going up the tower tonight. She replied that first they would take the griffins to the territory of the deep turtle. After this, they will immediately begin to move. Pant and Idora had already stayed too long. Then Kane said that he would meet them on the 23rd floor. The girl was very surprised. She thought that Kane wanted to spend time together like before, and happily said that she would be very happy. Pant was surprised that Kane would not go with them, but the hero needed to prepare. The 21st floor is home to numerous alter egos of several monsters. We'll have to fight with all our might. In addition, you need to update your equipment. Also, Yan-Wu needs to apologize to Hunova. The hero ordered weapons for Shannon and Hanryong and did not come for them on time. He's probably very worried. Hunova even came to the one-horned tribe. Yan-Wu gathered his thoughts to go in, but something unusual was happening there. There were a large number of people in the forge. Hunova shouted that starting today he was selling out of the warehouse. He will show them all and tell people to name the prices. Hunova took out his sword, and there was a rush towards him. Shannon told the owner to stop him since it was his sword. Hanryong said that one of the 5 artisans wants to sell the sword to these strange people. Hunova's ferocious temperament has not gone away. This is the sword of one of the 5 masters, which is not so easy to see in normal times. People tried to spend all their savings, and then Kane calls the amount 500,000. People didn't understand why the greedy demon was here. One of the guys said that it was true and offered 660,000 for the sword, although it was the last money. Kane named 1,000,000 and said that he would take the remaining swords for the same amount. He said that no one had that much, so it was sold. Hunova got angry, called Kane a damn bastard, threw swords at Kane and told him to take them away. The hero paid Hunova tens of millions of gold. Perhaps he was too rude to his client. Yan-Wu picked up this sword. It was excellent, with virtually no flaws. This is the sword that Hunova worked on at night. Its smooth blade will easily throw back an enemy, and thanks to its heaviness and sharpening, it is capable of breaking through protective armor. The sword can be used for many purposes, however. There is a risk of injury if the owner of this sword does not have enough skills. Combines the blessings and curses of the wind. Thanks to the blessing of the wind, the right blade accelerates. His attack power increases as his speed increases. At the same time, the enemy's attacking power decreases. Due to the curse, the vortex is redirected by strong winds, can simultaneously summon 12 tornadoes, increasing the chance of destroying enemy armor. Depending on your skills, you can use 2 attack options alternately. Shannon called Yan-Wu a crazy bastard and asked what he was doing all this time that he couldn't take the sword. Hanryong did not believe that this could be done in one day. The rest of the weapons don't look like they were made in a short period of time. Did Hunova really make the sword overnight? Yan-Wu apologized to him for not hearing from him. He could have warned Hunova that he would be late. This is a hero's mistake. Kane said he didn't want to lose anyone anymore and didn't want to worry about it, but Hunova remained silent. He grumpily said to just remember it. Yan-Wu told Hunova that this time he managed to get good materials and asked for help. The hero said that he received them as a reward from the Deep Turtle and the Void Dragon. Hanova was surprised and asked what Kane intended to do about it. The hero replied that he would like to upgrade all his equipment. A lot of time has passed and Yanwu has changed a lot. He would like it to match Yanwu's style, so he relies on Hunova. Hanova asked Kane if he understood what he was talking about. Creating equipment that completely fits the player means giving the blacksmith all the information about the player. It also means showing all your strengths and weaknesses. If the master decides to turn against the player or there is an information leak, then this can cause a serious blow to the player. Come to think of it, Kane trusts Hanova like a fool, and the blacksmith agreed to help him. But Hanova said that Kane would assist him, and if he was lazy, he would smash his head with this hammer. Hanova studied information about the player. Neutral, angry 61%, height 182, weight 89 kilograms, cold-blooded. Hanova also learned all his skills. And who would have thought that Kane is a player from the lower floors? He can probably defeat most rankers with ease. Even if important information is hidden, Kane conveyed all the information about himself. This is either stupid or he is testing how much Hanova can be trusted. The most important element of protection is the cuirass. Although he is the center of a set of magic armor, Hanova also decided to add him. Initially, the magic bayonet was supposed to hit someone else. It was never able to return to its original owner. In general, Hanova worked all night. Half a month later, the artifact, Hanova's magical armor, was completed, as well as the bracers and boots. The kit has been created. Yanwu wanted to touch them, but Hanova slapped his hands and said that they were not ready yet. But then, Yanwu saw something incredible. When Junwu first entered the tower, what surprised him the most was that there was no birthday concept, a day that comes only once a year. He decided that the tower was a truly cold place. Junwu didn't like this, because he wanted to at least celebrate the birthdays of his clan members himself. Junwu decided to give Hanova the hard-earned tears of hell. Yanwu thought that Hanova had used them a long time ago, however. They are still there. Tears of hell are the last legacy of Princess Hell from the line of giants. She was strong enough to be called the mother of the dungeons, and the tears she shed were the highest-ranking item except for divine materials. Hanova said that he got them many years ago. I was wondering where to use them. Hanova really had nothing to use them on, so he would use them on Kane's armor. Hanova pulled them out because he noticed that Kane mainly develops dark and fiery properties. Yanwu was congratulated by the system for successfully completing the masterpiece with Hanova. This work of art will bless many gods and the demons will be jealous. Once worn, the armor can be changed according to the user's wishes. They have an automatic repair function, so they are able to recover from damage. In addition, they are lightweight and promote fast movement. Tears have the purification properties of Hell, the mother of the dungeons. They affect dark, evil, and fiery properties. The armor also expands the field of vision of the eyes. Hanova told Kane to try putting it on. The armor will adapt to it. After putting them on, the hero said that they were comfortable, like a hug from a father and mother. Yanwu told Wu to protect him, and he called Nikki a nemesis. As expected, Roar and Tweet are happy with the new names. The hero said that the guys had changed a lot and he wanted to check. Nikki told the owner that he would be very, very surprised when he saw how much he had changed. Nemesis asked if the master knew that the dragon had skills such as Empty Dream and Dragon Pillar. Dragon Column is an ability that allows you to create a storm that blows away everything in its path. Empty Dream is an ability that allows you to reduce magical power in a certain area. Nemesis said that what he has now is not too different from those two. The only difference, but it will be better if the owner sees everything with his own eyes. The dream disappears. Yanwu was surprised that Nemesis, having been in the void for so long, retained the power of those times. Anyone would be confused if they found themselves here. Everything is fine, but Yanwu asked if such an activation phrase is not too similar to the invention of a middle school student. Nemesis was outraged by this and said, "Just look at this skill." The illusion of sleep. A dream is a world mixed with reality and illusion. Enemies find themselves trapped in the world. They wander around, not understanding whether this is an ordinary dream or a nightmare. In the area of effect of the skill, enemies will be trapped by a man-made something. They will be confused and scared. If both emotions take over or are too strong, they will be locked into a panicked state and will not be able to tell where they are. Unlike enemies, allies will receive a boost. In the dream world, all the laws of the real world are distorted, and the effectiveness of magic decreases. In most cases, there is a 20% chance that magic-type skills will be limited, and attempting to use them will incur a penalty. Violent hurricane can become wind, creating a gale effect. With this, Yanwu will be able to focus on Wu and the undead army. In this case, Nemesis can take care of claiming his territory, and Wu can take command of the undead army. Nemesis asked if the owner now sees the power of this body. The hero replied that he could see why it was activated by a high school student's phrase. Next, it was Nika's turn. Fire spirit. The phoenix dies and is reborn in flames. Any flame in the world is the territory of the phoenix. Thanks to him, he can be reincarnated and resurrected in the flames. Dissolve into the flame whenever you wish and control it as you wish. If Nikki dissolves into Yanwu's sacred fire, the fire power will increase. Previously, when using fire wings, Yanwu experienced limitations. It seems the restrictions have now been lifted. To begin with, Yanwu decided to choose a target for himself. If you add Shunpo, acceleration and flickering, the power of fire is incredible. Now the hero understood why the fire spirit was not tied to one rank. Various attacks are possible. Yanwu thought about adding an aura or combining it with fire rain. What if his dragon body awakens? Shannon asked what he was thinking and said it was crazy. Hanryong said that if he had felt this before he died, he would have been in danger. Yanwu asked Hanryong what would have happened if they met when the saber god was at his best. Hanryong replied that he would still be in danger. He might have at least lost an arm or a leg, but he wouldn't be scared. Hanryong would be careful not to be swept away by the storm or given young Wu time. This power is dangerous because it does not distinguish between friends and enemies. Hanryong believes it is better not to own what he cannot control. There are still so many things that Yanwu would like to practice. Then all that remains is to test the spirit. Blessing of the Blue Spirit. To show his gratitude, the Deep Turtle provided Yanwu with one of his subordinates. Because the Blue Spirit is born from deep thought, it is not able to acquire a specific personality, but can fulfill multiple roles. This gives him a sense of identity so that he can learn many skills and attributes. The potential is high, but how the Blue Spirit will grow is unknown. The deeper the understanding of spiritual magic, the faster the growth will be. But Yanwu doesn't have time for that. In that case, it would be better to give him a personality so that he can grow on his own. Yanwu has quite a few personalities that can be given to a Blue Spirit. Hepburn is of high rank, but her loyalty to Erd is so high that this will only get in the way. Sol Luna is too insidious. I wouldn't want him to be around. Then, there is only one person left, Rebecca. Even though the soul has disappeared, a spiritual trace still remains in the body. The spiritual trace that will remain in the dead body is none other than Peck. It can be tied to the body and awakened. Ternunos is furious. He realized what Cain was trying to do. The demons looked at Yanwu happily. One of the demons announced something regarding him. The hero's neutral personality has shifted over 70% towards evil and is now changed to evil. Yanwu revived Rebecca and she opened her eyes. She asked where she was. Yanwu replied that this was the outer section of the tower. Rebecca asked why, because she was supposed to die. Rebecca began to guess, and Cain replied that this is exactly what she was thinking about. Rebecca started screaming that he was crazy and asked how he could think of waking up her Peck. Cain told the girl that he wanted to borrow her power. Rebecca was outraged and said that she was an apostle following her God, and this is not real life. But Cain said she still had all the emotions and memories. He thinks that she is no different from anyone alive. The hero offers an agreement. It's better than death. Rebecca might have some regrets, and Yanwu will help her with them. When Rebecca was little, she saw some kind of monster. He radiated a holy aura, but she, on the contrary, felt fear because he was the one who destroyed the village and her family. However, the power that the monster radiated back then got stuck in her head, but she decided to become stronger and one day meet him. However, even after becoming an apostle, Rebecca still lacked power. That's why she entered the dungeon. She was curious if she could become something else. And then Rebecca started thinking. Cain said that if Rebecca didn't want to, he would take her consciousness. She called him a son of a bitch. The hero replied that he knows, but he must get what he wants. Okay, Rebecca said she would go with him, but she had a condition. She said to give her freedom of action and freedom. Yanwu said that she doesn't need to worry about it. Shannon laughed and said that their owner really was a bit of a son of a bitch. Hanryong doesn't mind accepting Rebecca, but he thinks she should be a little more respectful. Yanwu asked the girl if these two aren't like those who have free will. Then Rebecca said to create a new body for her. Even a homunculus would be perfect. Yanwu asked how she could live as a spirit instead. The hero said that he was tied to a deep turtle. As Rebecca can see, he doesn't have a personality yet, so entering him will be easy. Yanwu also said that he would give her the soul of Apostle Erd and Saul Luna. With them, Rebecca will be able to regain some of her sacred power. And if Rebecca becomes a member of Cain's family, she will not be treated politely. Rebecca didn't even think about it, but she went ahead and absorbed the blue spirit. His connection with the spiritual remnant was successful. The low-level blue spirit is given the name Rebecca. She captured the souls of Hepburn and Saul Luna. Yanwu successfully tied the retrieved spiritual trail and took another step towards controlling death. Adds an additional reward. As a reward, the skill Spiritual Magic of the Depths was created. This is the rarest spiritual magic of all types of spiritual magic. To understand it, you need to learn several skills. The higher the skill level, the greater the fortitude. Erd is furious. She says something to Cernunnos. Cernunnos refuses. Cernun looks at Yanwu strangely, and he decides not to talk about the incident. Gods and demons, locked on the 98th floor, never interfere with the events of the lower floors. In particular, they cannot do anything with the player's achievements. The hero received his achievements with the help of a black bracelet and cannot stop it. The demons started discussing Cain because someone brought up the topic. What the hell is this demon that has been paying attention to the hero for some time now? Yanwu can't get this out of his head. Test of the 21st floor. The shadow always silently and faithfully follows the player. However, some shadows gain their own will and do what they want. They're trying to take over the bodies of people passing by. The 5 doors behind which the shadows live are divided into 33 sections. The hero was studying information about information when suddenly someone called him, and it turned out to be a little girl high from the 12 earthly branches, Lupi. She timidly said that Yanwu really is as scary as she heard. High Guardian Lupi. Despite her appearance, she was a hedonist. She didn't care about anything. She was just looking for a thrill. Yanwu didn't understand why Lupi would look for him. She asked if Laplace had come. The girl believes that he did not come. The hero asked what was the matter. Lupi said that Laplace has now been suspended and taken into custody, so they are studying his surroundings. The High Guardian has been suspended. Maybe because he was the demon's messenger last time. However, he was prosecuted only for delivering the message. This is somehow strange. Lupi was scared by the way Cain was looking at her. Well, she said that if not, then fine, and was going to leave. By the way, she asked the hero if he needed help with the 21st floor, to which he refused. Yanwu entered the gate. People recognized the greedy devil. He had not been seen for a long time. People heard that the greedy devil spent a lot of time on the 20th floor. Khan and Victoria are not here. Yanwu thought maybe they were on the run or hiding from the devil's army, although most likely not. Maybe they just couldn't get close. Yanwu doesn't like that these crazy bastards are being cautious. Yanwu chose the 5th door. Here the shadows of players ranked from 165 to 133 in the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor will appear in turn. If the player survives for at least 5 minutes or defeats the shadow, he can go to the next section. When 20 shadows are defeated, the challenge can end. First, Yanwu decided to go through all the doors completely. The battle with Creighton 165th place will begin soon. So this is what the top ranker of Greed looked like when he was younger. He specialized in using false fencing techniques. Rebecca asked what she should do. The duel of Rebecca who became a spirit. Cernunnos did not reap the seeds of divine power. But contrary to expectations, his power could be borrowed. But it would be very different from what it was during life. Besides, Yan Wu needs to immerse himself in studying spiritual magic. Yan Wu told Rebecca to just be here. He had to take care of that himself. The hero must try something. He took out Karshina's dagger. Initially, one monk liked to use this dagger. However, after passing through the hands of several people, it fell into the hands of Yan Wu and changed dramatically. The passion for weapons is transformed into a divine essence that can change depending on the skill level of the wielder. The speed and power of the attack increases with the attachment to the weapon and the level of proficiency with it. Black Blade, created specifically to connect with the despair of the Black King, increases attack power. The dagger, enhanced with Hanova, was engraved with 2 types of rune marks. The idea is to make the darkness darker and the heat hotter. People outside were discussing why the greedy demon entered the 5th door. They thought he would choose the 1st door to take first place again, but he decided on the 5th. It's obvious that Cain is going to go through all the doors. One of the guys said that no matter how young the greedy devil is, there are monsters behind the doors. No matter how great the hero is, how will he be able to defeat all the monsters outside the door one by one? Rumor has it that the greedy devil was lounging on the 20th floor. Who knows what he's thinking about? The guys asked Heidi what she thought, but suddenly the walls and ceiling began to shake like an earthquake. Heidi began counting down the time. 6 minutes, 31 seconds, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, etc. 9 minutes passed, and a huge explosion occurred. And then young Wu appeared from the block of fire. Everything took him 9 minutes, 51 seconds. The 2nd door has been passed. 2 hours. This time it took quite a lot of time. However, due to this, Yan Wu learned the tactics of some players and learned 2 transformations. It's stupid to ignore such strong opponents. The shadows here are on a completely different level than behind the other doors. The shadows here were real monsters. They definitely cannot be treated haphazardly. Once in a section, you can no longer leave. Here you can only survive or die. And the first person the hero will have to face will be the one whom Yan Wu must study, the swordsman, half-giant Waldbeck. Waldbeck, Jun Wu's first friend, whom he hated, but was also grateful to him. When he saw this 5-meter guy, he got scared. However, when they were going through Section A together, he helped Jun Wu. As a result, Artia was created thanks to Waldbeck and Vera Dune. However, after Jun Wu's death, Waldbeach disappeared. Yan Wu doesn't know the details, but it is undeniable that he was the one who first led Artia to his downfall. Therefore, Waldbeck was no better than Bahal and Leonti, who literally stabbed their brother in the back. Yan Wu will do it. The first section of the 1st door begins. Shannon said that he was always annoyed by Yan Wu's crazy screaming. The hero used magic equipment, so the hero completed the test of the 21st floor. King Luke tried the guy, but he said that he knew nothing about it. Half a year has passed since he received a new order from the Queens of Summer, but he has already made a mistake so many times. During this time, he had already studied Bakal and his surroundings, but he could not be found. He wondered if it was all about a player named Cain, whom Bahal valued very much. But King Luke thought that it would be difficult for a loser like him to contribute to such a great cause. The Summer Queen believed that both the Red Dragon and Zhongwado played a role here. Onion trusts the Summer Queen's instincts. It was said that the dragon species was famous for its eyes that could see the truth, although it seems that now her instincts have become dull. Luke thinks that he will have to conduct more than one investigation to find those associated with Bahal. And then, among the entire information base, he saw Hanova, one of the 5 masters. Yan Wu reached Section 21. In the 3rd section, the first of the 9 tales, one of the 8 great clans appeared, and in the 4th, with the 2nd bishop of the Devil's Army, Kindred. And now the Sword God, the first student of King Mu, a man who independently mastered 8 extreme punches and even changed them to suit himself. In other words, he invented his own technique. In battle, if one were limited to only the sword, it was likely that even King Mu himself would not be able to defeat the Sword God. Yan Wu seems to know how he found his way. However, now, he will prevail over him. The guys were discussing that the greedy devil was crazy. He was just recently in 15th place and is already in 8th place. What if he even takes first place on the 21st floor? The other guy said no way. The first place is Bivasbat, a name blocking all top rankers and clans on the wall, belonged to Old Fauen. The guys asked Heidi's opinion. She replied that if she had known, she would have opened a psychic shop. 11th was Nocturne, but Yan Wu didn't know who it was since he wasn't in the diary. However, his technique is very similar to the teacher's technique. King Mu said that Cain is the third disciple. The first was the god of swords. This means, most likely, this person is the second student. If you compare Nocturne with the sword god's technique, he will be even more talented. Of course, he has the feeling of 8 extreme fists, but his technique is somewhat different from them. Anyway, Yan Wu apologized for the murder when they first met, but he has to break through. The 5th was the Queen of Summer. She may be of a dragon's appearance, but it's a little unfair. Compared to the Queen of Summer that Yan Wu saw during the war with Chongwado, she was smaller and weaker. However, the Queen of Summer was still herself. However, behind all this is he. Yan Wu must definitely pass. Section 33 test begins. Considering Yan Wu's current condition, he will be given more time to prepare. Cold blood activated for an unknown reason. And then Jun Wu appeared next. Nemesis began to worry. The hero said that he knew and there was no need to worry. The hero knows that it is just a shadow. Yan Wu apologized to his brother. He thought that Jun Wu abandoned him and ran away somewhere. Yan Wu hated his brother for this. The same thing happened when Yan Wu left Korea. Their father died when the boys were little, and ties with other relatives were severed a long time ago. Yan Wu hated all this and decided to leave the country to quickly forget about everything. Yan Wu lived like a madman. It was during this period that the nickname Cain was coined. He probably wanted to go somewhere where he could die, but death still didn't come. Mom told Yan Wu that he should take care of the house until his brother returns. Rebecca noticed that Skywing and Yan Wu had the same face. Shannon said that he had some guesses about this. It seems Hanryong now knows the reason. Nemesis asked the owner if he had collected his thoughts. The hero replied that yes, a little. Nemesis is probably feeling uneasy too. The dragon said no more than to the owner. Nemesis asked if Yan Wu was confident that he could handle Jun Wu. If things get difficult, Yan Wu can always ask for help. Yan Wu threw down his mask and said that he had never lost to his brother before. The test has begun. Jun Wu opened his wings and a stream of energy began to flow towards Yan Wu. Yan Wu asked if it would be weird if he lost to Jun Wu now. Nemesis replied that yes, although he could not understand because he had no brothers. But still, he understands something. Nemesis said that he also did not want to lose to that dragon. Dragons collided with each other and brothers with each other. Yan Wu thought about what would happen if one territory of a dragon species overlapped with another. It will be like animals fighting over land. The moment they met, the hero realized that his level was different from the level of this shadow, and yet Yan Wu must win. The hero falls into a stunned state for a moment. Stun has been weakened, and Yan Wu has gained resistance to dragon pressure. Purify the sword. The more the hero encounters opponents, the more he absorbs their thoughts of killing and strengthens his skills. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the fighting spirit becomes. The goddess sword grants the wielder the blessing of the goddess. It protects the body from blinding arrows, swords, and breaks the will of the enemy. Shadow Jun Wu used random fire. This is a skill that allows you to activate various magics one after another. There is a way to destroy them head-on. But first, Yan Wu decided to try something different, namely shimmer, and so he suddenly found himself behind his brother, hitting him. The damage seems serious, but that asshole Jun Wu can recover quickly. Yan Wu won't let him do this. The hero will defeat him in close combat. The hero must push his brother back as far as possible using the 8 extreme swords. Jun Wu has some crazy collection of skills no matter how you look at it. What he is showing now cannot be achieved by a low-level player. Even the equipment is in no way inferior, especially the Dragon Slayer. The old dragon Calatus chose his ribs and endowed them with various magical effects. This was Henova's best work, on which he worked for 3 months. He was of the same rank as Vigrid, if not several times higher. Moreover, this asshole has already memorized several of Yan Wu's attack patterns and identified his weaknesses. At times, he even used moves similar to those of the 8 extreme swords. Jun Wu did not have the skill to help him calculate and make choices. Then how could he react so quickly? If this continues, the situation will change radically. Jun Wu was good at everything from birth, in other words, gifted. Yan Wu can't give him a chance and stabs him straight in the stomach with a dagger, so Jun Wu flew far away. But then, suddenly, he began to hide. Yan Wu wondered what he was up to, and it was a wave of light, a technique that allows you to combine lightning and magical power, exploding everything around. Come to think of it, the player created it on the 20th floor. However, this skill also hurts the one who uses it. A real brother would never take such a risk. Was Jun Wu imitating Yan Wu? Since childhood, Yan Wu was an active guy, and if he wanted to do something, he definitely did it. Jun Wu constantly cleaned up after him and always teased him about it. Thanks to this, Yan Wu learned to carefully plan his actions. This was the case in Africa and in the tower. Is it because the brothers are the same? Jun Wu behaved unusually, and Yan Wu was wondering what his brother would do this time. Jun Wu doesn't think about the consequences at all. It's too late to dodge the attack. Even if Yan Wu succeeds, he is sure that Jun Wu will pursue him and activate the light waves again. Then you need to respond with an attack equal in strength to the wave of light. The striking power of what Yan Wu used outside the tower was too great. I wonder what will happen if you add aura and black energy and finally fire rain. Such magical energy is strong enough to almost break through the defenses he has put up. And if he also uses Han and SWE, it will be possible to create a blast wave. Perhaps in this way, Yan Wu will create a power that can surpass the wave of light. Hong. This way Yan Wu puts himself in danger, however. This is the only way. The hero must try. The explosion was incredibly powerful. The dragon's scales melted from such temperatures, but Yan Wu let the shadow slip out of his sight. And then Jun Wu came out of the flames. It's like he wants them both to die. It is now impossible to completely avoid damage. You can only limit the damage. In this case, there is only one way: territory. Yan Wu called Nikki, and he immediately understood everything. The hero tries to use the fire and heat control traits in his special territory, but a higher level of control was needed. Yan Wu is stunned for a moment. The dragon's blessing is applied. Thanks to the cold-blooded trait, Yan Wu's calm is restored. The hero has received strong resistance to fire. The rules on its territory have been strengthened. Yan Wu studied the concept of domainization. The power of the dragon's blessing is growing. Information about the new government has been revealed. Yan Wu studied the concept of dragon pressure. To some extent, this step can be called successful. We managed to reduce the damage received on our territory. However, even holding the sword with both hands became difficult. In addition, this shadow, in order to survive the explosion, returned dragon wings. The presence of such wings can only mean one thing. Jun Wu has awakened the third degree of dragon power. The shadow awakened the contact of the elements. Some people risk their lives and only take their control to that level, while others— Jun Wu is a damn genius. Shannon shouted to the owner that he was going to die. Hanryong said that they could also take part and suggested using the power of the black bracelet. But Yan Wu refused. He said that he didn't want to do anything shameful. The second stage of dragon power has been discovered. Dragon pressure strengthens allies and intimidates enemies. As the understanding of power becomes deeper, the additional effects of territory also increase. A basic imaginary world can be created. Dragon territory Vena has been strengthened. In the chosen territory, the hero can train to control other properties. All attributes are increased for a set period of time. The brothers' forces collided and an explosion of incredible power occurred. Yan Wu successfully passed the Section 30 test. In this test, he received inspiration and various achievements. Yan Wu has achieved incredible things. He received the unique skill, Fire Wave. Now it's time to say goodbye. Yan Wu was not ready for this. He wanted to touch his brother. But then Jun Wu said that it was fun and instantly disappeared. However, he called Yan Wu brother and burst into such a so familiar smile. The shadow was created from the memory of its prototype, so it is not strange that it retained part of its memories. However, it seems that Yan Wu was actually able to have a nice conversation with his brother. Taking into account the applicant's condition, a longer preparation time is given. If the preparation time is 3 hours, then how long did Yan Wu fight with Jun Wu? If it was difficult to fight him, who was in 4th place, then how strong were those three? If they were able to get through the 21st floor with the skills they had at that time, it's hard to imagine how strong they are now. Yan Wu just wanted to do it. The fight with his brother gave him a lot. Once he has acquired a new skill, he must continue to improve it. Seeing the wave of light, Yanwu created the wave of fire skill himself for the first time. For the system to recognize an ability, it must be justified by a specific pattern and skill level. The wave of fire has just been created. You need to quickly justify the skill. By continuing to improve it, Yanwu may learn something new. The fight with third-place Hul will begin soon. The chief bishop of the Devil's Army, Hul. He held the highest position and was famous for possessing the trait of a lord. Despite the fact that nothing is known other than the name, the hero will try to find a way to fight him, taking into account the lord's trait. And also, he wants to check something else. Yanwu learned a little how to control the wave of fire. Now it was a little easier to win. However, the surrounding area turned into a fiery desert. He successfully passed the 31st section test. And then part of the magic staff appeared in front of Yanwu. Was he able to hide her from the Devil's Army? Now the hero had 5 fragments. Something clearly attracts the fragments to each other. It doesn't look like this will make it difficult to find other staff fragments. Is there really a trap here, among other things? Fragments could, after all, be taken from the shadows or from those who challenge the shadows. Perhaps they thought it was a good idea to leave someone here because they believed that no one could defeat the shadow. Section 33 test begins. This is what the teacher looked like when he was young. Here he is about the same age as young Wu. The shadow simply radiated mischief, but the hero saw in him a dangerous monster. King Mu said that he created a lot of problems when he was young. It's clear why. Nayu is very different from other shadows. It seems that King Mu has greatly influenced her. Every student who had an outstanding teacher thought about this, to defeat his teacher, to surpass him. Also, everyone thinks about becoming an outstanding student, a better teacher. But suddenly, King Mu raised his hands up and said that he was giving up. Keeping an eye on this child from now on is exactly what Cernunnos asked for when Rebecca was on the 20th floor. She asked the reason, but received no answer. However, now I understand why he ordered Cain to be monitored. Rebecca is even a little worried. King Mu was considered the greatest warrior of the one-horned tribe. Cain is stronger than she thought, but fighting someone like that is too difficult for anyone. But Rebecca was very surprised when Nayu said that he was giving up. Shannon and Hanryong were surprised that the shadow was expressing its will. Shannon asked if it was possible that this was Cain's teacher in disguise. No, it's not that impossible, because his brother's shadow said something right before he disappeared. Shadow said that he knew that he could not win even if he fought Cain, so he offered to talk. Hanryong told the master that he would have to be careful, since this had never happened before. Perhaps Nayu is playing with the hero. Of course. But if it's true, Yanwu wants to check. If they are more than just a collection of data, even if the consciousness is copied. If the shadows really have their own personality, then will Yanwu be able to talk to his brother when returning to the 21st floor? Nayu would like to talk about what is outside. He doesn't know anything about it because he's stuck here, just memories of its original owner. So the shadow asked Yanwu to tell him what was out there. Then Nayu said that he would send the hero straight to the next test. Shadow asked Yanwu's opinion, saying that it wasn't a bad idea. Yanwu said that's fine, but they can ask each other things instead, since he would like to know something from Nayu too. And then the hero surrounded Naya with his black magic. Nayu got scared and asked what Yanwu was doing and how he could trust him. But then suddenly he started smiling. Shadow thought he had stumbled upon a weakling. Since it ended like this, well, nothing can be done. Young King Mu and Yanwu clashed. Perhaps there's a way to bring my brother back to reality. The hero told the spirits to bind the shadow of King Mu. But it wasn't that easy. Nayu's strength is enormous. He is definitely a monster and fought back well, attacking back. Moreover, Nayu had just used Meteor Shower. At this time, King Mu was supposed to be creating 8 extreme fists. So what happened then? Did the shadow gain personality, educate itself, and complete the 8 extreme fists differently from the original owner? Shadow noticed what looked like 8 extreme fists and asked Yanwu if it was somehow connected to his real body. Delightfully, Nayu suddenly got more than he wanted to ask. Yanwu claimed the territory. The second stage of power is activated. All characteristics are increased for a set time. Yanwu apologized, of course, to the teacher, but before he was taken alive, He would have to be beaten thoroughly, but this only provoked the shadow. Cain did not forget the words of the teacher that he should win while there. Yanwu was surprised that Neyu was much weaker than he thought. Apparently, the difference between the data is not so great. If the shadow could become stronger after its creation, it should be as strong as King Mu himself. There are probably some system limitations. For some reason, he wanted to master 8 extreme fists. Apparently unable to change its characteristics, the shadow focused on martial arts. Nayu used one of the forms of the 8 censures. Chioltho and Yanwu used a fire wave. Shannon and Hanryong told the owner that they couldn't stand it and asked him to let them go out, but the hero told them to wait. Neyu was very angry. Yanwu can believe that a wave of fire would cause such damage to a shadow. If Above unleashes all its power on the hero, he may lose. If you use the strength of Shannon and Hanryong, you can get a draw, but this is unacceptable. You only need to think about one thing: how to win complete victory. First of all, Yanwu and Nayu are similar, but the shadow trained for decades while it was locked up here, so they have different skill levels. Then, what is the difference between Yanwu, the god of swords, and Nocturne, the disciples of King Mu, whom the hero met earlier? By this point, they had all found their path, but Yanwu didn't find his path because he was focused on learning a lot of skills, his own path. Of course, Yanwu wanted more. He wanted to become faster and stronger. If you focus on self-improvement, you can find something unique for yourself and follow the path of a martial artist. However, Yanwu doesn't have to do that. If the hero cannot pave his own path, then he can follow someone else's. No, make this trail yours. Yanwu had 3 good examples to learn from. The weak points were etched into his memory. Yanwu discovered a new feature: synchronization. From the god of swords, the hero learned straightforward strength, firm and unyielding will. Neyu did not understand what was wrong with the hero, since he had changed a lot. Nocturne. His path is soft and whimsical. These are all illusions. Behind all the pomp and luxury was brute strength. There was one person in front of Neb, however. He felt the strength of others in him. Yanwu used one of the 8 forms of reprimand, Quiwol. King Mu is the strongest person the hero has ever met. Shadow was furious. Yanwu has the same personality as him. The hero understands the path of King Mu like no one else. The final censure is a force that tears apart everything that gets in its way. The shadow said to itself that it could not die. He tried his best to fight and put his life on the line. The last path is heavenly wings. The path that Junwu followed is freedom. At that moment, Yanwu was able to taste the path he was meant to follow. A path that even the gods could not follow: divine speed. Yanwu successfully passed the Section 32 test. This shadow is not King Mu. King Mu, whom the hero knows, is stronger and more arrogant, and even freer. This is just his possessed remnant. Shannon said that the owner seemed to want to catch the shadow to bring his brother back. Yanwu replied no. He saw King Mu's shadow and realized something. Even if he manages to bring back his brother's shadow, it will not become his real brother. The shadow only mourns the memory of its brother. Yes, Yanwu will never see Junwu again. In any case, he hoped for something that was impossible to realize. Now is not the time to think about it. The hero must leave the 21st floor as soon as possible. Last section left. This will be a shadow that even King Mu could not defeat. This man is Bivasbat. But suddenly the shadow of Biwasbat was removed for an unknown reason. No data found. The test is automatically completed and all testing is over. Chang Wei came to Hanova's forge. The dwarf said that they were closed and let him go his way, but the Bao god had other plans. Hanova started screaming, saying that he was working. Chang Wei asked if Hanova was a blacksmith, and he answered yes, but suddenly Hanova became distracted by something else. There's a new entry in the 21st Floor Hall of Fame. Yanwu shared first place with Old Fawan, but is it possible to share a place in the system rating? Not unless someone scores as high as Old Fawan. Cain went to the 21st floor, so Hanova set a notice just in case. However, looking at the new indicators, it means that the production of artifacts was worth it. While Hanova was distracted, the Bow God had already left. It was quite strange. Chang Wei heard that Hanova's art became rusty after the fall of Artia. The equipment the man saw was of the highest quality, no matter how you looked at it. Besides, Hanova was smiling. He found his fire again, even though his student was dead. Chang Wei realized that something was clearly going on here. Suddenly, a guy from the one-horned tribe asked Chang Wei who he was to be hanging around here doing nothing. One-horned thought that this strange guy was making a mistake near Hinova's forge, so he decided to follow him. One-horned said that although it is not the same as that of Lord Adora, he has strength, and Chang Wei seems dangerous to him. He asked the man who he was. God Luke is very annoyed by these one-horned ones, but nothing can be done. At least he'll get something out of him. It certainly won't be redundant. So Chang Wei hit the guy and knocked him to the ground. He said that if the guy answered his questions correctly, he would be spared. The one-horned one called Chang Wei a low-key dog and said that he doesn't give a damn about it. Then the bow-god said that he had no choice and would have to resort to another method. The snakes came out, and Chang Wei ordered them to eat. And here is the memory of the one-horned one. Now it is clear why the one-horned tribe suddenly refused to participate in hostilities. And this guy in the center was the greedy devil. Chang Wei understood that Cain had no intention of siding with Yonghuado from the start, but he had also never truly sided with the Red Dragon. He acted as a mercenary from the one-horned tribe, but it seems that he put participation in the war above all else. At first, Chang Wei didn't pay attention to him because he didn't notice anything special, but it seems Cain is full of secrets. God Luke hopes something funny will happen. Yan Wu took the 22nd floor test. In the port facing the ocean, a major problem is the attack of the Kraken. But the hero was thinking about Ulfavan and the data that had been deleted. This means that a section of the system has now completely changed. Considering that gods and demons cannot leave the 98th floor due to system restrictions, this should not have happened. And how is Yan Wu supposed to understand this? Yan Wu successfully destroyed the Kraken, the Emperor of the Ocean, single-handedly. He achieved something that no one else could have achieved so easily. The hero refused to register his name in the Hall of Fame. The god of the seas, Poseidon, takes an interest in Cain. He thinks about offering him the position of an apostle. It seems that relations with the Olympians have slowly begun to improve. In any case, Yan Wu is not going to accept the offers since he doesn't have time for it. According to the new watch, Bram has not been seen for several days. The hero must go to the 23rd floor as soon as possible. Unlike demons, who are powerful enough to make even the gods feel threatened, their ancestors were born in an unknown, forgotten land that no one knows anything about. In their world, there was always a red sky because light never really penetrated there, and there was no rain for centuries. This dried out the earth. It seemed that nothing could live in such a land, but even there, mysterious living beings developed. The demonic tree gives birth to babies from the energy of this world. The hero needs to survive among greedy demonic trees and starving children. So this is what demons look like. Before demons had intelligence, there were times when they lived according to their instincts. Although the demons of the 98th floor started from a low level, after fighting and predatory attacks, they were able to become devil kings and dukes. Perhaps even they were so ugly before. Yan Wu needs to get the purple devil flower and the ceratopsian dinosaur of Lake de Roy. But first, we need to find Bram. Shannon said it was a wonderful place and asked if the 23rd floor was always so refreshing. Hanryong said that maybe because they are different now, it is so fresh here. Wu ate one of the monsters and its demonic properties were increased. Yan Wu is at the place they talked about on the night watch. This is Elohim, one of the 8 clans which can only be joined by members of superior or transcendental, supernatural species with excellent bloodlines. Yan Wu didn't understand what they forgot here. He knows that Elohim and Bram do not get along with each other. There, Yan Wu saw one of the high consuls who rule Elohim, the Ether of Light. He was also once a member of Artia. What is this guy doing here? Representatives of the protogen species that held the highest positions in Elohim do not often come out. But that was not all. There, among the bushes and trees, Yan Wu noticed a familiar archer, Galliod. The hero knew that he and Bram were friends. Maybe he's trying to stop the Elohim players from finding Bram. Galliod began firing at the members of the Elohim, especially the Ether of Light. The clan members immediately began screaming that they were being attacked from above. The Ether of Light saw Galliod and ordered him to be captured. But it wasn't that easy. Due to his speed, Galliod is very agile and could easily dodge. Ether of Light personally began to hunt for him and used an arrow of light and then an explosion. Next, the ether of light used the associated execution of light. I wonder if Galliard can survive with the shield Braham gave him. Probably not. The shield began to crack and Galliard was about to die. But then, Yan Wu intervened. He quickly interrupted the Elohim members and told Galliard that they would talk when they got out of here. The ether of light was furious. Galliard recognized an old acquaintance, Cain. He said that the hero has changed a lot. Galliard wondered how Cain knew he was here. The hero replied that it was a coincidence. He looked for Braham to ask for something, but instead came across a fight between Galliard and the people of Elohim. Galliard asked if that was why Cain helped him. The hero replied that the fact that Braham was thrown out of Elohim is quite well known. And since Galliard is his friend, Yan Wu thought something had happened. Galliard doesn't think Cain is lying, but he still can't believe it. And suddenly Braham contacted him. Yan Wu was surprised that they communicated like that. Brazam asked why Cain smelled like a dragon. This shocked the hero, because until the dragon's blessing is awakened, it cannot be detected from the outside. How did Braham read what the Summer Queen couldn't read? Cain said he didn't know what Galliard was talking about. The archer replied that Cain could tell this to the owner of the house. Braham wants Galliard to bring a hero. So they started walking and came across a space. It is not just a space separating this imaginary world from the outside. This is a high-level magic that can be used to create a specific type of territory that its owner wants. It was an illusionary barrier. It takes a lot of effort and time to create something like this. Galliard told Cain that he could not talk about what he saw here. Due to the current situation, the hero may be forced to stay here. So if he does not want to, he can leave right now. Cain asked what Braham was protecting here and if it had anything to do with what Elohim was hunting. Galliard quietly said yes. Since Braham created an illusionary barrier to protect against Elohim, then something is happening here. And then Galliard led the hero to the house. Braham was there. This man was proud of being kicked out of Elohim. He always strived for freedom. Braham was the incarnation of the supreme god, Brahma, who wished to descend into the world. Braham looked at Cain and said that this is the guy with the power of the dragon. The hero introduced himself, but there was a child next to Braham, and she seemed to be a dragon person. A dragon man is a half-man, half-dragon creature, a heterogeneous creature that transcends the boundaries of one race, born from the union of a dragon and a human. After the death of the dragon Calatus, there were only 3 people left in the tower associated with the dragons. The last dragon is the Queen of Summer, the half-human, half-dragon Ananta, and the heir to the ancient dragon, Cha-Jun Wu. However, Ananta disappeared due to unknown reasons. Yan Wu knew why she disappeared since the last person the girl saw was Jun Wu. But is there really a new dragon man here? Yan Wu asked if she was Ananta's child. Braham was surprised that Cain knew her. The hero replied that he had only heard about her. The Summer Queen refuses to have offspring, and the Skywing is killed. Only Ananta remains. Yan Wu realized that Braham, running from Elohim, brought the hero here because of this child. He wants to make a deal. Compared to Ananta, the girl has weaker potential. This child is only a quarter dragon. Perhaps Braham wants to awaken her dragon powers and habits with the help of Yan Wu. Braham said that everything is correct, but first he must check if Cain is strong enough to make a deal with him. The man asked the hero who he was. Yan Wu showed everything, scales, aura, etc. He sees no need to answer this question. Braham said that this was more than enough for an answer and told him to follow him. Braham took Cain to the house. But the hero was curious about something. He had heard that Braham did not care about other people's affairs. But how come he took care of Ananta's child? Braham follows his own rules so rigidly that he didn't even help Jun Wu when he was dying. Braham can only say that he made a deal with Ananta. He believes that it is more important to give each other what they need. Braham asks for one thing. While Cain is here, he wants the guy to teach the child the knowledge of dragons and sometimes guard her. The child's name is Sesha. Then Yan Wu decided to name his conditions. He wants to study the Book of Mercury that Braham wrote. The Book of Mercury is a magical work that Braham wrote based on all his memories and knowledge from the times when he was the god of the lower floors. In other words, that's all he knew himself. At first, Braham looked extremely wary. Of course, Yan Wu didn't need everything, so they took a vow of mana and agreed that Cain would only learn things related to alchemy. From then on, Yanwu received 2-hour alchemy lessons every day. Fortunately, the knowledge that he received from Hanova greatly helped the hero in this. This was enough to learn from Bram. Therefore, Yanwu studied alchemy at night and studied Seisha during the day. Shannon laughed at the owner, saying that he was now a nanny. Seisha was constantly on guard. The spirits asked the master what he was going to do because Sasha looked like she would cry if Cain tried to teach her something. But Cain didn't say he couldn't look after the children. He prepared incredible pancakes for Seisha. Shannon was shocked that this stubborn guy was also cooking. The world was ending and the tower would collapse. Hanryong said that the master always had this side of his character. Seisha really liked the pancakes and asked Cain to give her more. Meanwhile, the hero took very careful care of the girl. The Ether of Light was furious. He took high-level talented people with him, and only 4 remained alive. He thought about gathering more strength and coming back again. No, the guy decided that under no circumstances should he allow himself to be overcome. If it's not even a ranker who wins the Ether of Light, then everyone will look down on him. The revival of the dragon species is Elohim's deepest desire. No, to be precise, it is a project to revive the higher species. The Ether of Light intends to revive the extinct dragons and giants and make them slaves of Elohim. To do this, it is necessary to kidnap a child, the only descendant of the dragon remaining in the tower. The Ether of Light has already missed this opportunity once, so it doesn't want to make a mistake a second time. If only he could get Junwoo's body, he wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Suddenly someone asked him what he was going to do in such and such a way. It was his sister Chimera. She said she came to help her useless brother. The Ether of Light was very angry. But the Chimera said that this was not a joke and pointed to the army. She believes this will be enough to make up for the losses. It looks like the Ether of Light will have a hard time dealing with it alone, so the Chimera will help him. But the Ether of Light understood that she was simply trying to decorate his achievements. However, he cannot miss the opportunity given to him. Therefore, the guy said that he was ready to cooperate, but the spoils would be shared. The Chimera was outraged by this. She said that his brother would not be able to defeat Bram without her help, so at least 30 to 70. The Ether of Light said that he was 70, and she was 30. If the Chimera doesn't want to, he can leave. Only Ether knows where Bram is. Therefore, he suggested that Chimera comb the entire location with his subordinates and search for it herself. What a stubborn guy. This is probably why the Ether of Light was able to find a way out of Sweet Artia. The Chimera agreed and asked her brother where they were. Cain told Bram that he gave Seisha a treat and she seemed to like it. She emptied several plates and then wanted to sleep. Brazam said that now he will look after Seisha, and there is a job for Cain. The man asked the hero to go collect some purple devil flowers. Long ago, the dragon species and demons were enemies. Dragons who tried to understand the different laws of the world, trying to merge with them, and demons who tried to bypass the law and do whatever they wanted. In principle, they could not get along. The enmity between them lasted for many centuries. But for the same reason, the two species were good ingredients for each other. Members of the dragon species could swallow demons to purify their magic, and demons could eat members of the dragon species to improve their mana. However, even if you cannot catch the demon, there is a shortcut that will achieve the same result, and this way were the purple devil flowers. Cain apologized, but told Bram that he also wanted the devil's purple flowers. Bram realized that Cain was going to grow the demon's blessing. Bram said that there is no need to be surprised because he is doing the same thing. Yanwu wondered how the man found out. As Cain sees, Seisha does not know how to use the magical power of dragons. This is one of the limitations. So Bram purifies the devil flowers to raise her magical power level. But Bram said not to worry, since he and Cain would not have to conflict over the devil's flowers. The hero looks for those with a concentration of at least 4, and Bram looks for those with a concentration of 3 or less. The higher it is, the worse the hero can become. Bram said they still have too many flowers where the concentration is too high. Yanwu didn't understand what he was talking about and whether they really had extra devil flowers. They are so rare that after a long search, finding at least one will be a great success. Bram said that since Cain does not believe, then let him go after Galiod and he will explain. And then Galliard brought Cain to the farm. Yan Wu was shocked that demon trees could be grown. According to Bram, demons are the most common creatures created from plants. They actually grow if you water them and fertilize the soil. The demons show dissatisfaction with Bram's statement. The unknown devil king is furious. An unknown devilish Grand Duke curses Bram. He was stopped by a divine barrier. Contact with the outside world is partially blocked because the barrier has been strengthened. Even the 98th floor is not able to do anything. But Yan Wu didn't understand how he did it. The fact that he only grows purple flowers means that he can create not only imps, but also demons. And then the hero saw the circle of transformation. He was right. He supplies the devilish flowers with the necessary nutrients so that they gain color faster and casts magic like madness, forcing newborn representatives of the demonic species to devour each other. He then sacrifices the strongest members of the demonic species to summon the demon, and once the demon appears, the binding magic is activated. The circle of transformation is the result of using different types of alchemy and black magic. The magic formula even contains divine iron. It seemed that Bram strengthened this barrier and closed the circle of transformation when he left. Yan Wu asked Galliard if Bram was going to start a war against the entire tower. If not, then why prepare to subdue demons? Galliard replied that it was impossible to subdue demons. Cain saw Seisha. Galliard does not know whether the hero felt it or not, but this child cannot live long. Perhaps due to race or something else, Seisha was weak from birth. Even if Bram and Galliard supply her with the best medicine, she only gets better for a short time. Soon after, she finds herself bedridden. Seeing Seisha for the first time, Yan Wu felt that the girl was weak. Dragon Man is born with difficulty, for biological reasons. They are the children of two completely different species. What can we say about health? It hasn't been that long since Seisha was able to run. She feels better when she swallows the demon's blessing, but even that remedy begins to wear off. She seems to have developed a tolerance to it. The hero realized that Bram and Galliard were going to catch an adult demon and feed it to Seisha. To catch a demon to save a sick child. Yan Wu didn't understand what was happening between Seisha and Bram. He is not like the hero heard about him. In fact, Galliard himself doesn't really know. Bram never talks about this. But one thing Galliard knows for sure is that if Seisha needs it, Bram will try to get God too. Yan Wu returned home with flowers and asked Bram where Seisha was. The man replied that she wanted to go for a walk and quickly ran away. Cain thought Bram was rude, but now sees that he does everything for Seisha. Bram asked why Cain was staring so intently. The man was reading the Book of Mercury. He checked to see if he had missed anything. Bram asked if Cain understood what he taught him yesterday. The hero replied that if they talk about an equal exchange, he will reconsider it. Bram said to follow him. He will continue to teach Cain. The full moon has arrived. Yan Wu continues to study alchemy without stopping to rest. Bram taught the hero much more than he expected. Wu and Rebecca also helped with advice. Thanks to them, Yan Wu can try to decipher the Emerald Tablet. An irrefutable fact. This is the truest thing. 2. The bottom is the top, and the top is the bottom for a unique existence. 3. Everything originates from one meditation. Everything is connected. No matter how Rebecca sees it, it's a funny formula. And Wu said that this time the section is wrong. You can go crazy. Yan Wu decided to try again. Suddenly, Seisha came to Cain and asked if he was sleeping. The hero immediately realized that she was hungry as the girl began to smile maliciously, and Yan Wu obediently went to prepare pancakes. Shannon, no matter how you look at it, their master is an interesting man. I would never have thought that he was so gentle with children. The hero asked what they were thinking about him all this time. Shannon responded that Cain looked like a smartass with a personality disorder. The hero brought food to Seisha and offered to keep their nightly pancakes a secret from Bram. But Seisha was drawing something on Cain's papers. Yan Wu said not to worry as he is not angry, and yet he is at a dead end. Cain told Seisha to eat it before it gets cold. Seisha said she turned the paper over and colored it. At first glance, these were the most ordinary scribbles, but a certain formula could be traced in them all. Yes, here it is. Yan Wu doesn't understand why he didn't think of this himself. Until now, The hero considered the Philosopher's Stone to be something that could give unlimited magical power. But if everything is not quite so, but in fact he plays the role of an intermediary in the use of force. This sign contains information about the path of the sun. The path of the sun was actually the name given to the circulation of magical power. Now Yanwu understood why Leonti and Bild were unable to complete the Philosopher's Stone. This means that the missing part of the stone is the source. The hero just needs to find a magical source, although it will not be easy. The demon that Galliard and Bram are looking for. If Yanwu manages to get something similar and imprison it in the Philosopher's Stone, this would be more than enough. Yanwu could create a source of magic equal in power to a dragon heart. The hero can receive 2 organs of magical power. In this way, you can obtain an unlimited source of magical power. Idora and Pant were on the 23rd floor. Pant said the air is so heavy. Even on the 12th floor it wasn't that bad. He said Idora couldn't hear her brother because she was busy looking for her hubby. Idora said that if Pant is jealous, then he should look for someone he likes, although Pant is probably doomed to eternal wandering. Idora said it's strange, but it's here. Pant and Idora came to Yanwu. They asked if anything had happened to Kane as he looked tired. The hero replied that he was doing his routine and there was no need to worry. Yanwu also showed them Seisha. Bram was unhappy that strangers were so easily brought to this place, and Galliard replied that everything would be fine, and Seisha seems to be happy. If it weren't for her, Galliard would have kicked them out long ago. Galliard told Bram that when he saw them, a thought came to his mind. Seishi can give lonely. She spends too much time without contact with the world. Come to think of it, Seisha is actually laughing a lot more now than usual. Perhaps, thinking only about her, Bram made the girl even more lonely. Kane, Idora, and Seisha were having fun in the courtyard, when suddenly Bram called him for a few words. Idora thought that Kane continued to behave the same way. It would be nice if he said that he was glad to see Idora and missed them. And suddenly Seisha asked Idora if she liked Kane. The girl immediately blushed and asked why the girl thought that. Seisha replied that Idora was always looking at him. Apparently everything is so obvious that even a small child noticed it. The transformation circle and barrier are almost complete. Bram said that fortunately there was no news of Ether and Elohim appearing nearby. They are probably still looking for them, but when the barrier is completed, they will not be so easy to reach. Upon completion of the illusory world, this place will completely become Bram's territory, which means he can claim it as his bound territory. And although his capabilities are limited now, God Brahma will be able to use his divine power on her. So Bram told Kane to leave the place to them and come back when he had done everything he needed to do. Once work on the transformation circle is finished, Bram and Galliard will be crazy busy again. Brazam didn't say it directly, but he meant for Kane to take a break. Galliard told Bram that he could just say directly that he was giving the guy a vacation. Yanwu suggested that Pant and Idora organize a joint raid. They were very surprised, and Kane said that if they don't want to, then everything is fine. But Pant laughed happily and said no way. He's getting bored here, so he's in business. Yanwu and Olfauen tied for first place on the 21st floor. King Mu tried not to show his feelings in any way, but he probably felt some resentment. Pant would also like to catch him someday, so he has to train harder. Kane asked why Idora was so sour. Pant replied that she was hit from where she was not expecting. Something happened. In any case, Yanwu should be happy. He is so popular. Moreover, Pant asked why Kane took such a form. The hero is just tired and doesn't want to be bothered. Pant said Kane is a real celebrity. Idora said that they should also disguise themselves then. Everyone knows that Kane goes with his brother and sister from the one-horned tribe. Pant was very uncomfortable, and Idora told him to shut up and move on. It was a leather mask. This is a special thing that is grown by the one-horned tribe. Probably not very well known. They use them when they do things that require confidentiality. This is a special thing that outsiders have no access to, but if Kane asks, then maybe his father will give one. And the guys came to Lake Deroy, but it was not clear why it was so crowded. Yanwu said that people are probably trying to get the Seraptos dinosaur. The dinosaur Seraptos was a member of a demonic species that became stronger by devouring its other members. It could be called a doll that is trying to be reborn into something more. But Yan Wu seemed to say that the ceratopsian dinosaur is a hidden element. But the hero said that now he would be embarrassed to call it a hidden element. Pant asked if they could disperse these people, or if Kane was going to hunt peacefully with them, holding hands and singing songs. Young Wu replied that, of course, they would have to steal it. The players may have made a mutual deal to catch this dinosaur. Yan Wu thinks he should join them. In the meantime, we must not anger them. If Pant gets caught, he is dead. Pant said that he seemed to do nothing but cause trouble wherever he went. Patience is his middle name. And within a couple of minutes, Pant was fighting with people. The reason why Pant entered the fray was clear as day. Suddenly, a group of players appeared and ordered everyone to move away because they were going to catch the ceratopsian dinosaur. Of course, there should have been a backlash, but no one stepped forward because there was a man among this group of players, all because of one person. Idora tried to stop her brother, but Kane said that it was even better. Bloody land. The hero would never have thought that they would come here, and with them was the poisonous ice snake, Lao, one of the 8 Bloodland clans. This clan consists of people who call themselves a country. Among them, there are those who consider themselves heirs of the destroyed world. They do not have their own territory, but they live with the firm intention of finding their lost land. In a sense, they are stuck in the past, but because of this, their determination is very strong, and they train hard to fight for the revival of their homeland. As a clan, they are very well organized, so no one wants to mess with them. It cannot be a coincidence that Bloody Earth and Elohim are on the 23rd floor at the same time. Even if the ceratopsian dinosaur was famous, Bloody Earth would not send a ranker for it. The problem is that Yan Wu has no idea what the ranker named Lao is thinking. The Bloodland soldiers said that Pant would not survive after touching them. Pant said that he was very scared, but as they see, there is a one-horned tribe behind him. Pant said that if they don't go, then he will go. But then Lao told him to step aside. The leader finally deigned to intervene. Pant always thought it would be fun to take on a ranker, but Lao walked around him and approached Kane. Lao smiled and said that was enough, offering to stop the fight. He is Baron Lao, and is here by order of the Emperor. Their Emperor wants to invite the greedy devil and Bram, so he asked the hero's opinion. Open speech, it seems. Lao recognized Yong Wu. He didn't think that they knew about his meeting with Bram. Lao said that the fact that the greedy devil is here is known to many, so there is no need to worry. Yan Wu asked how many clans knew about his connection with Bram. Lao is not sure. Everyone is just hiding like rats, so he can't tell. Since Seisha is the last dragon man, she gets a lot of attention. Everyone except the red dragon is focused on her. The 8 clans are more involved in this than Yan Wu thought. This is what he missed. We need to be especially careful in the future. Having contacted Bram, Kane simply could not help but attract attention. Everything went wrong. The hero removed his disguise and said that there was no need to complicate things. Yan Wu decided to ask a few questions. The first is about how Lao found out that he would come to Lake Deroy. Lao replied that, according to his habits, the greedy devil gets better when he collects all the hidden elements. He definitely had to come here. Next, Yan Wu asked how Lao recognized him. You should have disguised yourself properly, all thanks to Lao's skill, the eyes of 9 snakes. This is a skill that allows you to see the characteristics of your opponent. When Pant went on a rampage, Lao did nothing to find Kane. In any case, the Emperor became interested in Kane. Lao asked if the hero would accept his invitation. The Emperor of Gluttony is the Lord of Greed, devouring whatever he desires. The Emperor of Gluttony is always hungry. He strives to devour everything he can reach, including, of course, people. The Emperor's main trait allows him to absorb abilities through devouring. The Emperor of Gluttony called Junwu a delicacy and tried to steal everything he had. The reason why the Emperor, enjoying sumptuous dinners, targets Junwu is because the only type of meat he has not yet tasted is dragon meat. Apparently, the Emperor still wants to eat the dragon. Most likely, the Emperor wants to see Seishu. Lao realizes that Yan Wu is worried about this, but the ranker said not to worry. These are just rumors that people spread to discredit them. The Emperor praised the greedy devil's potential, but if they had offered to join them first, Kane would likely have refused. So the Emperor wants to have dinner with Yang Wu. Lao thinks that doesn't sound so bad. Bullshit. However, for now, it's worth pretending that Cain is collaborating with them. The hero will be useful to them as a shield from Elohim. Cain told Lao that he was positive about their proposal for now, but there was something he needed to do first. Pant and Idora were shocked. Lao said that if Cain is talking about the ceratopsian dinosaur, then there is no need to worry, because they will help. The bloody ground will guard the retreat for Cain to raid. Basically, it was a ploy to test what Cain was capable of, but here it is unknown whether everything will go the way Lao wants. Idora, Pant, and Cain reached Ceratopsis and began to attack him. Lao was pleased. This was a good opportunity to take a look at the heir presumptive and princess of the one-horned tribe. But then suddenly the heroes climbed into the dinosaur's mouth. This is definitely not what Lao expected. It was disgusting, but Pant would never have thought it was a belly. Very similar to the illusory world. Pant heard that the insides of Seraptos are like a clot of demon bodies intertwined with each other. Cain asked what the guy was muttering under his breath and was carrying something in his hands. And this was the heart of a dinosaur. But Pant didn't understand how, because they had arrived quite recently. The heart of Ceratopsis consists of 5 parts. To get 4 of them, you need to enter his mind. The hero said to remain vigilant. The quest will begin soon. The ceratopsian dinosaur is so strong that even if it loses its heart, it can recover. To completely get rid of this creature, you will have to make a lot of effort. A new demonic species is approaching. You need to survive the monster attack. Yan Wu began to be consumed by the demonic appearance. He quickly absorbs the consciousness of the ceratopsian dinosaur. Cain told Pant and Idora to concentrate. Now and in the future, it is especially important what they do. The hero showed them 2 points and said that the hearts of the creature were there. Pant and Idora must pick them up. Pant said to leave it to him, he will bring everything carefully. Brother and sister went to kill the monsters. Shannon asked Cain if he could leave everything to them. The spirit believes that it was not worth dragging these 2 along with him. Yan Wu said he needs to focus on other things, namely, on the real body of a dinosaur. The dinosaur's consciousness asked who the hero was. The true body is an excellent opportunity to gain experience in combat with a creature very close to a demon. Yan Wu heard that the devil's poison is especially deadly to the dragon species. However, the ceratopsian dinosaur released a lot of devilish poison, although it became a dinosaur only recently. Yan Wu feels like someone deliberately raised a ceratopsian dinosaur. You need to get rid of him and take possession of the devil's blessing. Yan Wu claimed the territory and used a wave of fire. Lao didn't understand what was happening. He thought that the guys were eaten by a ceratopsis, but this is far from true. They're clearly doing something inside the dinosaur. Suddenly Elohim appeared. Their commander said that he had not heard of the Bloody Land and the one-horned tribe joining forces. Lao didn't think they would come this time. The greedy devil humiliated them here when they almost captured Galiad. Apparently, this is why Elohim emits a powerful murderous aura. Lao said that the guy was unfortunately mistaken. They joined forces not with the one-horned tribe, but with the greedy devil. The guy was furious. He warned Lao that if they did not leave, Elohim would hold the Bloody Land responsible for what had happened. Lao just said that they were annoying and covered the entire Elohim army with ice. Lao said that they should not have even thought about attacking. But suddenly Commander Elohim disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Lao, after which he struck him. The 2 armies clashed in battle. Lao ordered everyone to flee to the lake, and Elohim began to pursue the Bloody Land. Commander Elohim cannot pass up the opportunity to deal with the dragon, the greedy devil, and the Bloody Land. But suddenly something happened that no one expected. There was an incredible explosion from the dinosaur that most were engulfed in flames. Commander Elohim, the heir of the great goddess Freya, could not believe that all this was done by some pathetic little man. The guy told Yan Wu to just kill him, but not to think that it would end there. Even if he dies here, the ether has probably already reached its target. Cain said he knew. Didn't the guy think it might all be a trap? Sometime before this, Cain suggested that Bram and Galiad finish off Elohim, since they would still summon the demon. The hero has a good idea. Yan Wu realized that the Elohim were preparing a trap to catch them. Then they must turn the situation to their advantage. Most members of the Elohim have divine powers, and demons love to play with such people. So Cain said they could feed them to the demons. Next, Yan Wu approached Lao. The guy asked why even them, because they helped him. Cain took off his mask and said that this should satisfy Lao's curiosity. Lao said that the greedy devil was just using them, and they had to fight the Elohim. Lao asked the master to act wisely, but after that, he only fell exhausted. Yan Wu finally finished his business and told everyone that they did a good job. Bram saw that Ether was here with the army. Apparently, during this time they gathered strength, and the Chimera was also with them. They may be ready to bite each other's heads off, but twins are twins, because in this world you can only rely on your brothers and sisters. Bram said not to make him laugh. Chimera and Ether would even kill their parents to get what they wanted. The Chimera may even try to kill Ether. Galliard was surprised, but Bram replied that this was a divine community. They are not capable of that. If necessary, they will stab each other in the back. Bram said that although they were united, they would fight each other as soon as they got what they wanted. First of all, Galliard must take good care of Sesh. Today, Ether and Chimera will be sacrificed in the name of curing Seisha. This is the last thing Bram can do for her mother, Ananta. This will be payback for the guy who is no longer there. Bram opened the Book of Mercury, and the work began. Ether told his army to be on guard as the magic seemed to be activated, but suddenly the army began to notice that its members began to disappear. Suddenly one guy started shouting that Tankin had been dragged away by something. The Chimera told everyone to stay together and not separate. It was strange, it seemed to her, that her strength was leaving her body. And it's not about the fog. There is something in the earth itself. Something is consuming her sacred power. The Chimera cast a spell, and he felt a surge of strength. She used white light, and it worked. But that was not the case. A huge number of monsters attacked the Elohim. The army fought as best it could, but there were too many monsters. The Chimera realized that she needed to get out, and then Ether stabbed her with a dagger in the back. The Chimera said that if she dies, so will Ether. But no, the guy said that he would live, and all thanks to his sister. She saw a sign on it. Everything in this world belongs to the great God, who will one day come to earth. Those who try to take it away will fall. But suddenly Ether felt a strange flow of energy. A portal appeared from which the devil's army emerged. Ether bowed down and greeted the bishops. The army asked Ether about the body, but he said that he had not yet been able to obtain it. Ether can't do anything. And suddenly the army of the devil ordered to destroy them. Seisha suddenly felt that Bram was in danger. Seisha has the ability to sense, which most members of the dragon species or no human dragon have. Everything that Seisha says deserves attention, but Galliard said that it is impossible, because they need her. But Seisha persisted, saying that they should return to Bram now. Bram miscalculated. There's nothing you can do about it. He closed the book and began to get ready somewhere. But suddenly the man heard someone laugh, and this was Kindred. He said, "This is where the fun is." Ananta asked Bram to take care of this child. He was shocked and asked her if she was in her right mind, because this was not even her child. But Ananta said that it was hers. Seisha came not from her womb but from her heart, so she asked her father. This was the first and last time Bram heard the word father. A desperate plea from a daughter who had hated him all her life. Bram could not refuse. Probably his concern for Celia was retribution for the sins of his youth. However, at some point the man warmed up and became a real grandfather for Seisha. Kindred pushed the barrier between the illusory world and the 23rd floor, after which he attacked Bram. A fierce fight began. Kindred has taken over Bram's space. As strong as he is, Kindred moves around too freely here. There were devilish spirits around Kindred. Now everything is clear why Kindred can rampage in Bram's space. Kindred received the blessing of God, who is worshipped by the devil's army. Bram knows too well what kind of God this is. God and not quite God. A demon and not quite a demon. The tower players called him the devil god. But ironically, this creature was closer to the light than any other. It adhered to a contradictory ideology: destroy everything and rebuild it. That's why the devil's army nicknamed him the Devil from Heaven, the Heavenly Devil. The Sky Devil is difficult to resist even if Bram uses his full strength. Kindred will be difficult to defeat. The illusory world began to be colored with the colors of the Heavenly Devil. If Bram can't win now, then there is only one way. Bram will destroy Kindred along with the illusory world. All the men were helped in this by his Book of Mercury. The sphere with the illusory world collapsed. The devil's army defended the second bishop, but they were suddenly met by Galliard at the cooking station. They began to attack him, but Galliard was more agile. Kindred was very persistent. While the illusory world was collapsing, Bram's holiness and power evaporated. However, everything has a limit. It doesn't matter if the man dies. He doesn't know what regrets are. But if Bram dies here, they will take Seisha. He can't allow this to happen. Poor child. Even if Bram runs out of strength, he will protect her. And Bram summoned the demon. Kindred was dumbfounded. A huge black gate appeared in front of them, from which he came out. The demon said that the air of the lower floors seemed more refreshing than the air above. The second of the 70 and 2 demons of hell, the great duke symbolizing destruction and madness, Agares. Kindred could not believe it, because the demon should be on the 98th floor. Why did Agares go down to the lower floors? Kindred became angry because he thought that Agares was also looking for the dragon man. At this level, it will be difficult to deal with him. Kindred told the demonic spirit of the Monkey King to move into him, and then blew up everything around him. Yin and Yang fusion is a skill that allows you to combine opposing forces to create a large explosion. Even if Agares was difficult to defeat, this explosion would be enough to damage his incarnation. Agares wondered what Kindred had been preparing so carefully for, probably for this wonderful moment. However, Kindred still has a long way to go to copy the Monkey King. And after that, Agares told Kindred to disappear. But it turned out to be a shadow. How like a servant to a guy who does nothing but sleep. But this was not important to Agares, and he asked the signatory Bram about his desire, since all the obstacles had been eliminated. The man said that he had summoned someone like Belial or Dantalion and did not understand why Agares was here. The demon asked how Bram thought. The man told the demon that if he needed the body of a dragon, then he had the body of one of the previous ones. This is a very valuable material that cannot be obtained even for 1,000 gold. Bram thought that this would be enough. But the demon asked Bram what he was talking about, because the demon knows. He'll take the dragon man, even though she's nothing more than a piece of trash. Seisha is a child of Skywing, and that is enough for Agares to take her. Galliard was shocked that Seisha was Junwoo's daughter. Bram was furious and wanted to tell the demon his wish. Agares said that he would fulfill it first. The demon is to be sacrificed to his granddaughter, Seisha. And after that, the demon Agares found himself shackled with numerous chains. Both Bram and the Book of Mercury are already at their limit. Aging, checked by holiness, progresses rapidly. Bram wanted to see Seisha healthy, however. Nothing could be done. Now he will lose the rest of his life. Yanwu learned a lot about the Devil's Blessing. He will also destroy Deroy's records. The demonic research skill was created, a work that Deroy wrote after observing demons all his life. The hero can borrow the power of the 98th floor demon using black magic. By paying the price, Yanwu will be able to generate the demonic energy needed to perform black magic. There is a condition that in order to use it, Yanwu must find a skill book. The hero can also create pure poison, which is used only by demons. Idora and Pant asked Cain where to put the hearts. They were minding their own business as soon as Cain and Yawu sensed death. Judging by the dark energy that the wind brought, this is Agares. Yanwu was feeling anxious and needed to see Bram as soon as possible, so he hurriedly flew away. Agares was Yanwu's possessed younger brother. Junwu was trying to master demon magic, and Agares taught him from time to time, asking him to join him. However, the brother refused every time. These refusals made Agares a real stubborn man. Every time Junwu refused the offer, Agares completely stopped all contact with him. Agares appeared a few years later, when his brother was dying alone. The demon told Junwu to take his hand. He will help overcome the disease that was eating away at Junwu's soul. Agares could give him the power with which he could take revenge. But Junwu said that his answer is always the same and refused again. Agares remained silent and said that in the end, Junwu would have no choice but to belong to him. Yanwu didn't understand why Agares would show himself. She could simply send a servant or a lesser demon in her place. Moreover, these black clouds are fragments of the world of Bram. The hero realized that the illusory world was destroyed. There is still a spiritual trace in the fragments. Yanwu wants to see what happened. He saw how Ether killed the Chimera, as well as the fight between Bram and Kindred. But in the general flow of thoughts, Bram's thoughts are very confused. Even Yanwu feels it. The hero was wondering what made the man so nervous, and there he saw Agares talking to Bram. This is how Yanwu found out that Junwu has a child. The hero is confused, his composure activated for an unknown reason. Yeonwoo was in complete shock. The diary said nothing about the child. The only one Junwoo loved was Vera Dune, and when his beloved betrayed him, he never opened his heart to anyone else. But there was one who tried to heal his heart. Ananta. Ananta has been unrequitedly in love with Junwoo since their first meeting. However, unlike her, Junwoo saw her as a friend. The last time he met Ananta, the girl told him something important. Ananta will do anything to protect Seisha. The hero continued to see Bram's memories. His spiritual trail gradually merges with Junwoo. It was a mistake. The mistake Bram made when joking with the dragon. He played too much because he was already sick of God's duties. Bram felt sorry for this child but could not recognize him as his own. He pretended he didn't know anything about her, but he was still relieved. Bram found out that she liked another dragon man. Ananta brought the newborn baby. She called Bram father for the first time. Sasha was the child of Junwoo and Vera Dune. Vera hid for a long time that she had a child with him. Seisha almost became the subject of the Walpurgis Night experiment, but Ananta kidnapped her and ran away. She tried to raise her like her own child. Bram heard that she was fighting witches somewhere. Junwoo also fought in the war against other clans. But Bram could not help. He had to protect Seisha. So that's what happened. The reason why Agares showed up here. Now Yeonwoo understands. The demon wants to take away the last trace of Junwoo. The hero must prevent at least this. Yeonwoo may not be able to protect Junwoo, but Seisha is his niece, and he will save her. Agares said that he could not fulfill Bram's wish. The power of the circle weakened as the barrier of the illusory world fell. And then Seisha appeared, looking for Bram. Agares saw what Junwoo left behind. Doesn't quite suit his tastes, but it would make a great trophy. Agares was about to devour the girl. Seisha was very afraid. She called her mother, Bram, Cain, and suddenly the girl finds herself in Yeonwoo's arms. Seisha was delighted, and the hero took her away. Yeonwoo took off his mask and showed Seisha his face. She saw that he looked a lot like her, so she asked if it was really Dad. Yeonwoo just hugged his niece tightly. Bram was exhausted and came to Cain. Yeonwoo told him that he would tell him the details later, but first he needed to heal Bram. Although the face is the same, Bram knew that Yeonwoo was not Junwoo. His skills, demeanor, character, and strength are completely different. Bram assumed that they were brothers. Yeonwoo went to deal with Agares. Shannon didn't understand how they could handle this. The demon is truly a demon. Agares told the hero that seeing him with his own eyes is not like watching Yeonwoo from above. Not at all. The hero asked if the demon wanted to get him and Seisha. Agares replied that it was true. A long time ago, Junwoo humiliated a demon and he wants compensation. But threatening petty Seisha while being a Grand Duke is not nice, so the demon will give Yeonwoo a chance. If the hero wants power, he will give it to him. And if this is not enough, then the demon offered to sacrifice his niece. If Yeonwoo does this, then Agares will give him an equivalent reward. Yeonwoo asked what if he refused, and said, "I refuse," in Junwoo's tone. The demon got angry, and said that Yeonwoo, like all people, does not know his place. Agares began to unleash his powers on the hero. The demon tried not to resort to coercion because he needed to touch his soul. But if Yeonwoo refuses, then he has no other choice. But suddenly, Agares felt a creature that was in no way inferior to him in strength. He didn't believe it. And then a huge divine gate appeared in the sky. Agares is strong enough to defeat the god Bram, but Yeonwoo is an ordinary mortal. A hero cannot defeat him. In this case, Yeonwoo has no choice but to summon someone who can resist the demon. The hero restored Bram's magic circle and summoned a new door. God asked who was calling and also the price. Yeonwoo gives Aegis in return, and God agreed. And this god turned out to be Hermes, already familiar to us, who was carried by giant golden snakes. Hermes told Agares that they had not seen each other for a long time, 800 or 900 years. They see each other for the first time since Luciel was sealed away. The demon didn't understand why the one who was supposed to be watching was here. Hermes said for the same reason as Agares. God received an offer, and here he is, to pay for what he received. Then Hermes told the demon to decide whether he would fight him or retreat. Agares said that it would be nice if the god and the demon played on the lower floors. The confrontation between the god Hermes and the demon Agares began. It was an energy that makes you feel like you're going crazy just by looking at it. Like destruction and restoration. If it weren't for this sudden light, Yanwu might not have been able to survive. This aura belongs to Athena. It was unexpected that she came in exchange for the Aegis. In addition, she saves Pant, Idora, and Bram, just like Yanwu. The hero does not know why Athena is favorable to him, but this is clearly his chance. Yanwu must somehow get to Agares. It may be hard, but Yanwu must awaken the demon's blessing. To do this, he used all the hearts and flowers that he collected. Athena looked at Cain calmly, pleased with his strong determination. The goddess sends blessings to Yanwu. The demon's blessing awakens. The demonic nature is firmly engraved into Yanwu's dragon bones. If you think about it, the hero has received the power that his brother only speculated about. Dragons and demons have been in conflict with each other since time immemorial. Rejection of the enemy is firmly ingrained in their instincts. However, the influence they have on each other is so great that when they renounced their species, taking on the traits of their enemies, they became stronger. They were called demonic dragons, which had the power of both demon and dragon, and were much stronger than others. Calatus said that it was absurd that a dragon would give up its species and shake hands with a demon. Demonic dragons, in his opinion, dishonor the honor of the dragon species. Calatus told Junwu that even if he made a contract with Agares to learn demonic magic, he should not cross the line. If Junwu had done this, the dragon would have terminated the contract with him. He promised his dragon. Junwu never tried to break his promise to Calatus and become a demonic dragon, but he thought about it. What if you surpass the demonic dragon? One can receive the blessing of the giants and the blessing of those who defeated them. How far can you go? The combination of the demon's blessing with the dragon's blessing was successful. Yanwu now had a demonic dragon body. The hero can gradually change the strength of the dragon species and the strength of demons. The world of dragon knowledge is Chokma, and the other side of knowledge is Netset. Yanwu has reached the limits of the demon's blessing. New changes are taking place, and the search for new opportunities has begun. Releases the third stage of power, elemental contact. Yanwu told Nemesis and Nick to go into battle. The hero used a wave of fire, Kavari, 72 transformations, Yul, Pyok, Dan. It was a force of incredible proportions. Rebecca asked the Lord to give her a blessing. Hermes also ordered his snakes to attack now. Agares was furious and asked how dare the hero. Maybe Yanwu and Hermes can catch him. If only Yanwu could shoot fire just one more time, he must help Seisha. But suddenly the hero somehow felt worse. His spirits thought it was because of his new strength. Yanwu continued to think about catching Agares. Yanwu can't lose Seisha to Junwu. And after these words, the hero fell exhausted. The spirits began to get very worried and asked the owner to say something. It seems it's not just overexertion. Yanwu used a lot more sacred power. The hero tried to gather his thoughts to protect his niece. The snakes kept leading Agares to the gate. It seems Hermes can't do anything. The demon is about to be taken to the 98th floor. Agares started shouting that it was his. Hermes told him to just give up and go back where he came from. The demon said he couldn't just go back to the 98th floor. This time he won't miss his chance. And then the paws of Agares began to reach out to Yanwu. The demons took him into their chains and were already rejoicing in victory. Agares said that Yanwu will come with him this time. But that was not the case. Bathory's vampire blade is activated. Yanwu absorbed life and energy. He received the demon's blessing. The balance with the dragon's blessing is broken. Agares kept pulling the hero along. Shannon screamed for his master to be released. Yanwu fought with all his might. But suddenly the voice of Ibiulker was heard, who laughed and said that he wanted to leave the hero alone. And then the hand of Agares, which was holding Yanwu, was cut off, and he was quickly driven back into his demonic gate. Ibiulker said that obsessive men are a shame. Seriously, every time he sees the hero, big trouble happens. The administrator suggested first counting the rewards. And 12 zodiac signs, the highest guards, arrived to Yanwu. Ibiulker said it was truly a remarkable feat. He thinks this should be enough to give Yanwu the reward he needs right now. The administrator told the hero to drink. It was an elixir called nectar. Ibiulker said that Yanwu actually lacked a little karma, but they would consider the rest a gift. Suddenly Yanwu had the devilish outline of Agares. the form of Duke Agarez's spiritual footprint. It is fragile, so it can weaken at any moment. Ibiolker said it was a demonic circuit that he turned into a gem. The devil's circuit should be more than enough to cure Seishu. However, the stone was made very carelessly. Yanwu won't be able to get it out of her body. Kaylee is so, then he is not dressed to save Seisha. Hermes sat down next to the hero and said that he knew what he was thinking so hard about. But God said not to rush, otherwise he would miss what was nearby. But Cain is not that kind of person. Athena still continued to prove herself. She always looked at young Wu with warmth. Hermes can even imagine the expression on Athena's face now. Ibiolker asked Hermes if he was leaving already, and he replied that since he did not have time, then yes. He leaves the rest to the administrator. And after some time, Yanwu already woke up in bed, and Idora was looking after him. He immediately asked where they were. The girl replied that she was on the 24th floor. The air in the forest was too dark, so he and the administrators immediately transferred Cain here. Yanwu began to touch his head and immediately felt that the mask was missing. Idora immediately understood what he was looking for and handed it to him. Yanwu was confused. I had to be careful. He didn't know how many people had seen his face while he was unconscious. No, Idora cannot be so careless. In this case, Cain's face was seen by Pant and Idora. The hero thought about silencing them, but how? Perhaps they did not know the meaning of his face. No, even if they didn't know, Yanwu doesn't want to leave open options. Yanwu thought that if he was going to deal with them, he needed to do it right now. But suddenly, Idora hugged Cain tightly and began to say that everything was fine, because they were close. Yanwu couldn't help himself and hugged her back tightly. Idora said that Cain also knows how to be embarrassed. He asked what she had been thinking about him all this time. She said Pant did not see his face. Yanwu opened his face against his own will, and Pant wants to wait for Cain to do it himself. Idora thought so too, but things ended a little differently. She wanted to see what kind of burden Cain was carrying and asked what if she wanted to share it with him. And then Yanwu thought that if it was these guys, wouldn't it be normal? He told Idora that one day he would tell them everything. Bram was in a weak state. When he saw Cain, he said that the guy was the same as Junwoo, but the impression was different. The hero heard this often. Ibiolker said that the heroes probably have a lot to talk about, so he will leave now so as not to be a stranger. Bram said he never liked that face because it made his daughter suffer. Yanwu said that the brother was a brat. The man looked like he didn't want to live. Cain told Bram that he must live. There will be people with him who can laugh at this guy. In addition, Bram must cure Seisha's illness and meet his daughter. That's right. Bram can't leave this child. Bram was once called a god, but now he will be chained to someone. But maybe it's not so bad. Suddenly, Bram removed Seisha's hands and Cain asked her to wait. Yanwu began to carry out his business over Bram's body, when suddenly, Seisha took out some kind of bottle. Bram said he would use it if her illness was not healed. A man can also be cured with its help. It was the spiritual liquid of the homunculus, a material for the production of artificial life, created by Bram thanks to the knowledge of alchemy and magic. However, he never found a way to create a soul, so the material remained unfinished. This is one of the two treasures that Bram was proud of. Seisha said that Uncle can handle everything. It will be bad if it doesn't work. Bram received God's blessing. The resurrection of the once great being is complete. A new body has been successfully created. Yanwu has found a new way to control death, and the range of his powers is expanding. Gods and demons watch Cain in shock from the 98th floor. Some are restless, some gods express their dissatisfaction. Athena supports the hero. Someone is thinking about giving Yanwu the position of an apostle. And several demons are happy. The demonic community of hell is showing its interest. As expected, the gods and demons are in turmoil. Despite the fact that Bram lived on the lower floors for a long time and was mortally wounded by Agares, he was not a small god. He was once the main god. However, now he is tied to a player who is not even a ranker. Seisha immediately ran to Bram. She asked why he was so cold and hard. Since Bram had now become attached to someone, he suggested going back to his previous conversation with Cain about how to cure Seisha and save Ananta. The hero asked to look at something. He had a transformation circle designed to seal the demon, and in the other hand was the form of the philosopher's stone. Bram was shocked and asked the hero how he did it. Having found the formula, Vera June deduced the important parts of it, so Yeonwoo doesn't know the details. The hero accidentally stumbled upon the formula and is now working on deciphering it. He asked Bram what would happen if he combined this and the Book of Mercury. The man replied that the Philosopher's Stone could be completed, and if this formula is used to create a circle of transformation, this time, Bram will actually be able to catch the demon and cure Seisha's illness. Kane asked what would happen next and how Bram was going to save Ananta. She's probably still out there somewhere, fighting Walpurgis Night. The man said that he was going to take advantage of the auction and put up for auction the formula of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the most important formulas will be removed, but Bram plans to add several other artifacts anonymously. People will go crazy, and the reaction of the Red Dragon will not be long in coming. The Summer Queen's heart is now drying up, so she desperately goes to the Philosopher's Stone. Kane said that the remaining clans under the leadership of the Red Dragon would become desperate and would furiously search for the real formula of the Philosopher's Stone. And then Yeonwoo will turn everyone's attention to Walpurgis Night, and then they can begin their witch hunt. Next, Kane and Bram discussed a way to draw attention to Walpurgis Night. Suddenly, Ibulker appeared and asked Kane if they had finished their conversation. Then, the administrator asked to go with him. Ibulker was indeed more accustomed to seeing a masked hero. He invited Kane to sit down. The receptionist said he wanted to talk about something, so Kane wanted him to get straight to the point. Hundreds of notices from the gods appeared above Ibulker. Some were shouting, some were deep in thought. The Hell Demon, Amun, watches Kane, and the Cholgyo Demon, Tao, licks his lips. Yeonwoo asked what it was. Ibulker said that everything was obvious. They were interested in the hero. 41 representatives from the divine side and 55 from the demonic side want to get Kane. They all offer to become their apostles. But as the hero already knows, one of the conditions for becoming an apostle is that Kane must be a ranker. Apparently, they decided that if they waited until the 50th floor, it would be too late, so they wanted to sign a temporary contract first. Some offer their power to Yeonwoo immediately after the contract is concluded. Yeonwoo has powerful dragon abilities, so he doesn't need their power. In any case, the hero is not going to depend on anyone, so he refused. But then, Yeonwoo thought about a method. Ibulker said that even if you show someone the great treasures, if he doesn't want them, then nothing can be done, and began to close the notifications. But Kane stopped him and said that he did not refuse what they wanted to offer him. If they are so eager to get a hero, then let them tell him what they can give him. Even despite this, Yeonwoo is not going to bend under them. Ibulker said that Kane is the second person to play like this with representatives of the 98th floor. Agares from Hell offered Yeonwoo the power of Xiongshun Tunsha. The gods did not even offer contracts, but numerous gifts. That's how much they want to get Yeonwoo. The hero said that he will only choose the 4 powers that he needs right now. The first is the Stigmata of the Goddess, a power bestowed by the goddess of Olympus, Athena. Athena was touched by how Yeonwoo fought for his niece, and she gave him this power instead of the Aegis. Next, the third spirit is a power bestowed by Moloch's god, Azrael. As the god of death and souls, Azrael has long been interested in the despair of the Black King. However, he is upset that Kane still lacks the ability to control souls. He gave the hero new strength, the one he considered necessary. Yeonwoo also took Xiongshun Tunsha from Agares. Even after being seriously injured, the demon could not cope with his obsession with the hero and granted him enormous power, allowing him to access his power. And the Faceless Law from the demon Cholgyo Talagant. The magic that emerged as a result of much thought was so different from the known system and superior to grimoires that it was transformed into power. The Faceless Law will become Woo's wings. As for the rest, Yeonwoo will not refuse, but will simply leave a message and take advantage of the offer sometime later. Athena looks at young Woo with pride. Agares laughs at the other demons. The god of Olympus, Ares, is furious at the hero's choice. The gods and demons were unhappy with the decision of a person like Yeonwoo. However, they are proud, so it is unlikely that they will take back their gifts. Ibulker told the hero that he was really smart. And one more thing. As Yeonwoo could see, the battle between Hermes and Agares was very intense. The damage was so great that administrators had to close the floor. Most of the players who were on the floor are also dead. Clans and other players are protesting. There are no additional sanctions from the Bureau, but clans and players may harbor a grudge against Yeonwoo. The hero himself understands this well. Ibiulker said that was all he had. He hopes Kane will do well on other floors as well. As Ibiulker warned, this situation did not escape the attention of the large clans. Since those who were watching Bram and Seisha could also change their location, it was decided that it was dangerous to remain on the 24th floor. Thus they left the tower and went to the village of the one-horned tribe. Idora said that the village was unusually noisy. Idora and Pant immediately ran to their father and asked what had happened. Nayu replied that Yanu had died. The man who killed Yana is the Bow King of Cheonghwado. The group sent to capture him was also defeated. 6 people, including Whitehorse King Karam, are killed, and 9 others who have returned are in critical condition. Yeonwoo did not understand why the King of Bows suddenly attacked the one-horned tribe. Pant was furious and asked his father what was wrong with this guy and what he was going to do. Nayu said that they should chase him again. If he attacked them, then he thinks the one-horned ones are fucking idiots. King Mu will break his neck. He told everyone to get ready. The tower will be noisy for a while. If so, it's worth going to Genova. Yeonwoo asked Henova if he knew about the Philosopher's Stone. The blacksmith said that Yeonwoo needed treatment and asked if he was selling drugs. The hero replied that this was an important matter. All Bram can help with is thorium and experiments. Henova is probably the only one who can carry them out properly. Therefore, the man said that they would need his help. Yeonwoo explained everything to Henova and asked if he would help. The blacksmith replied that who else would help Kane? Besides, the Philosopher's Stone sounds interesting. Everything is the same. Bram told Henova that they had not seen each other for a long time. 20 years have passed, and the blacksmith was glad to see him, but asked how Bram got involved with this fool. The chief elder hoped that this old man would not detain Yenyu. Kenova laughed and said that he was a bloody philosopher, and that's what he was talking about himself. What a great team! Yeonwoo said that since everyone is here, they will start. As everyone can see, they are trying to complete the Philosopher's Stone on their own. Having gathered together, they revised the formula several times. If it turned out to be true, Henova tried to bring it to life. The research was progressing quickly, and it seemed that the Philosopher's Stone would soon be ready. But one problem arose. A month later, no one had any strength left. They're almost done, but it's so hard. They have found a way to stabilize the vessel and its contents. But how do you get the contents into the vessel? Yeonwoo will go crazy. Rebecca asked, how about asking for help from a specialist in a different field? They will be able to find a solution if they look at the problem from a different angle. Yeonwoo refused because everyone gathered here is trustworthy, but he cannot trust others. In the current situation, Seisha may be in danger. But Rebecca said that there was one suitable candidate, Victoria. Yeonwoo said that if possible, he would also like to contact her, but he doesn't know where she is. Rebecca isn't sure, but there is one place she could go. Yeonwoo said to take him there now. But the place looked more like some kind of brothel. Idora could not believe that the great sorcerer was somewhere here. Rebecca said that Victoria had a teacher who taught her witchcraft. If she wanted to hide, she most likely would have gone to him. It's amazing that this teacher actually resides in a place like this. Yeonwoo hopes that he can get out of here as soon as possible before anyone recognizes him. The guys were met by a guy from the Night Watch. He said that they had found a place, but it was a little unconventional, and led the heroes along. The man Yeonwoo is asking about is waiting on the 8th floor. It seems that the hero's nose fell off from the smell of drugs. Entering the room, they saw a bed on which there were many half-naked girls. The main woman said that she didn't call anyone. Kane opened the curtain and asked if she was Anastasia. The girl was very surprised that the guy knew her. The trait of composure allows Yeonwoo not to lose his head. He has gained resistance to seduction and has increased spell immunity. It looks like Anastasia used a spell for self-confidence. The girl asked why Yeonwoo was looking for her. The hero replied that he was looking for Victoria. Anastasia was furious after this, and there was a huge explosion. She used Kumiho magic. Anastasia and Kane were ready to start fighting when Victoria suddenly intervened. She looked very bad and asked the two to stop. Victoria was shocked to see Rebecca. They were very happy with each other. The heroes sat down over a cup of tea. Victoria said that after they escaped from the palace of the Monkey King, Unknown people began to pursue them. They could not determine who it was, but the girl is sure that they were definitely not from a small clan. Maybe the Devil's Army. They were pursued for several days and Khan decided to attack them. He disappeared. Victoria looked for him, but could not find him. Victoria was very depressed. Anastasia doesn't know why Kane came, but this child won't be able to help them. So the girl said to leave. Rebecca said that she had lived with Victoria for several years, but this was the first time she had seen her like this. She knew Victoria as a shameless and selfish magician with a kind heart. She was a strong person. This may have been due to the guilt Victoria felt towards either Rebecca or Khan. Suddenly a book appeared in front of the hero. Anastasia said that her student asked to give Kane at least this, because she could not help. Anastasia doesn't know why, but since Yanwu has already received the book, then she shouldn't show up here anymore. Rebecca said that these were Victoria's research materials that she was going to provide to the Magic Tower. It contains everything she has studied so far. How deep is Victoria's guilt? But perhaps with this book, the heroes will make progress in the study of the Philosopher's Stone. Victoria's research was so perfect that even Brazam admired it. Having received new knowledge, they began research again. And as a result, it's finally ready. After a long time, the team managed to complete the formula for the Philosopher's Stone. What a shame! Even with the results, Henova said they won't be able to try again. Using the souls of tens of thousands of people is madness. Henova said that they have everything they need, but if the formula falls into the wrong hands, then there will be trouble. Bram suggested we start. All the necessary items began to merge together, and Yanwu began to absorb them. There's only one chance. If the hero fails, he will die. Great, the vessel was ready. Now you need to combine it with an energy source, the devilish circuit of Agares. The result was a corrupted philosopher's stone. The purest energy in the world is the human soul. This stone is created after purifying souls according to the directions on the emerald tablet. It is filled with fear, so special measures are necessary. The emotions in the stone receive the energy of the demon Agares and slowly grow. Thanks to the demonic energy emitted by the devilish circuits of Agares, the grievances living in the Philosopher's Stone can be strengthened with the help of magic. The artifact bears a strong curse. Special measures are required. Now, Yanwu began to connect the magic circuit with the stone. The two magical powers are synchronized with the demonic dragon body trait. A magical hurricane began. Bram told the chief elder to put up a barrier quickly as Kane's power was exploding. Divine power shone brighter. If this continues, Rebecca could become a divine spirit. Yanwu fell into the fear contained in the Philosopher's Stone. This is very dangerous. If the hero is not careful, he will devour him. The guard just laughed and said that it was not time yet. Later, after Yanwu matures, he will return and absorb him. Everyone quickly began to bring Kane to his senses. He seems okay. The hero asked what was happening to him. As everyone thought, Kane has no idea what was happening outside. It was real chaos. The elder asked about the hero's use of the Philosopher's Stone and whether it was useful. Kane suggested checking. Sesha talked to Nikki and said that her uncle has been very strange lately. He is doing something important and not playing with her. Bram is also nowhere to be seen. Sesha said that this was too much and asked Chiric's opinion. Phoenix said that he is not Tweet, but Nikki. Sesha grabbed him and said that Chiric is Chiric. Both uncle and niece, everyone mocks Nikki. Sesha asked Chiric what his uncle was doing now. Phoenix replied that her uncle played passionately and cheerfully with his friends. Meanwhile, Yanwu was training with Shannon. The anger and resentment accumulated inside the hero will turn into madness. His attack power will increase by the same amount as his insanity, but his defense will decrease by the same amount. This is the power of the Philosopher's Stone. This power is damn powerful. When Shannon first met Kane, he was a newbie, and now he has changed so much. Even if it's unpleasant, Shannon can't give up. Fighting alongside his master, he crossed blades with many masters. The strong will awakened another blessing from the devil. Shannon's Death Knight is undergoing new changes. He gained influence and the title, He Who Commands Death. Death Knight. Shannon has successfully evolved into a death aristocrat. Knights who die an unfaithful death cannot leave this world, and only a few of these Death Knights are able to gain power and position under the Lord of Hell. Wherever they go, death follows them, and with increasing position, the forces that they can use increase. Shannon, he really is creepy. But even now he is capable of striking his owner. Hero and Shannon continued their training. Graham watched everything. Both servants and masters have no idea why they are all so similar to everyone. Graham asked Kane how he was feeling. The man heard that the Philosopher's Stone has enormous power. Kane said he regretted it. He knows the power of these three won't stop there. Neither Hanryong nor Rebecca were able to regain the strength they had in life. Graham said they were all voted the best. Suddenly the hero told him that Graham needed to regain his holiness. The man was pleased to hear this, but Kane knows that this is not easy to do. Since the foundation of the tower, there has not been a single case of a player gaining holiness. There were only rumors that Olfoven had achieved this. For Bram to regain his holiness, the owner must rise above his former holiness. Bram understood, but did not believe. Kane said they were convinced of the stone's capabilities and needed to take the next step. They will destroy the witches and save Bram's daughter. The hero came to the Kalat auction house. It was very noisy and there were a lot of people there. Yan Wu was wearing a leather mask borrowed from the one-horned tribe, able to imitate someone else's face. This place must be here somewhere. Yan Wu found it. Trading platform of the West Wind Union, the place where Jun Wu often made deals. Their methods were effective, and they themselves were considered one of the 5 best and largest trade unions. If Yan Wu sells something here, it will easily go away and rumors will spread quickly. Yan Wu was met by a guy. He said that he hoped the hero would choose Atron again next time. This voice and the guy were very familiar. This is the same mysterious merchant with whom Yan Wu often made deals at the training level. Atron asked what brought the client here. Yan Wu replied that he wanted to sell something. The merchant thought that another loser had arrived. Yan Wu said it was his first time here. Atron said that then the guy found the right place, since their union Zapadnitz Wind is the most conscientious and honest of all trade associations. The guy said they needed to evaluate the product, so he asked Kane to post it. Yan Wu took out various weapons from his bag and asked if they were cute. Atron was surprised that someone like this guy could get something like that. The merchant said that everything was of very good quality. However, there is nothing Atron can't negotiate. But what a shame. The merchant said that the rune marks on the blade were irretrievably destroyed and the blade was very worn. For such items, the price drops by 1/4 of the original cost. Atron was very pleased with himself that he had brought down the price enough. A real trader must know how to trade. It's time to act. Atron said that if the blades were restored, Yan Wu would be able to sell them at a great price. He brought many items, and in order to maintain good relations with their customers, the merchant will raise the price so much. Atron asked about how to the client. Yan Wu agreed. Atron was happy that he had fooled another simpleton. Yan Wu also asked to sell something else. Atron saw a sign, most of the signs on which were difficult to make out. This is a complex alchemical formula, completely unfamiliar. Atron had never encountered anything like this before. If you find broken letters, you can easily restore the text. Atron must have this. He started shouting that of course it could be sold and wanted to chat with the hero a little more. Everything seems to have gone smoothly. Atron realized its true value. The formula of the Philosopher's Stone was written on the tablet, however. An important part of the contents was removed from the emerald tablet. The seed has been abandoned. Now all that remains is to wait for the sunrise. Atron divided the contents of the emerald tablet into 3 parts. The auction was held under the name of the pioneer alchemist Trismegistus. Those who realized his true contribution flocked like flies and began making inquiries. Thanks to rumors, the 8 big clans also began to show interest. On the day of the auction, a large number of players, including bidders, flocked to the auction house. The first tablet of Trismegistus was sold to Mr. Croy. On the first day of the auction, Croy, the richest man in the tower, became the owner of the tablet. Soon, a research center belonging to his clan confirmed that this trophy was in fact a precious treasure. The value of the tablet turned out to be much higher than the researchers expected, and soon rumors about it spread throughout the tower. After this came the second day of the auction. The second part of the tablet went to the Magic Tower, which gave such a price for it as if it wanted to ruin everyone. The Queen of Summer had nightmares about Junwoo, the last dragon. She woke up in horror. She can't seem to sleep well after this guy's death. Her dragon heart is in critical condition, almost destroyed. The queen's magical power continues to drain. She doesn't have much time left. It's all because of the Sky Wing. Suddenly, a servant appeared. He apologized to the Summer Queen, but said he had an urgent report. The first thing he said was to look at it. The servant found the Philosopher's Stone. It is so far from being completed, but the way it is activated and the material is the same as what they saw in Cheongwado. She asked where he found it. The servant said that it was made in the Magic Tower based on the data from the tablet obtained at the auction. And last night they announced that the third fragment would be secretly put up for auction. The guy asked what they would do. The queen said it was necessary to get him by any means necessary. She told the red dragon to do whatever he had to do. No, the queen ordered the rest of the fragments to be brought. The day of the auction arrived. The big shots of the 8 big clans have gathered here. It seems that 4 or 5 bishops of the Devil Army also came. The Sea of Times was here, although they are famous for not appearing anywhere. From the Bloody Land here are the Marquis of Nugalig and the Marquis of Scrap, as well as the Duke of Ardbad. But people also noticed the Red Dragon. Tom was there. Who would have thought that the son of the Summer Queen would appear here? It was rumored that the Queen of Summer transfused her dragon blood into 9 children, the 9 sons of the dragon. Apparently, the leaders of the 81 Eyes, the 9 living sons of the dragon, had enormous power within the clan. Atron greeted everyone who graced this humble place with their presence. He begins trading immediately. Atron presented the third fragment of the Trismegistus tablet. The bidding began, and Tom raised his hand. He suggested the elixir. People were outraged and asked what the red dragon was doing. The elixir is a divine medicine that cannot be bought with all the gold in the world. The thing that Skywing and Artia tried to get. The price of the elixir was as high as the price of the Philosopher's Stone. Atron fell silent. It seemed to him that it was possible to pay with objects together with money. Maybe the rules have changed. Atron hesitantly said no and asked if anyone wanted to increase the rate. Atron began the countdown. The people from the Bloodland began to shout at the Red Dragon, asking if they always thought that they could take her. What then? What now? Never modest. Tom said that everyone here is misunderstanding something. Tom said they want all the pieces. People began to be indignant, and the owners of previous tables began to check everything. People asked how it was possible to rob a magic tower. People shouted that the Red Dragon had finally gone mad and was going to fight with the entire tower. Tom finally took the fragments. Something that will heal the mother and make the Red Dragon the rulers of the entire tower. Yanwu said that's exactly what he would think. Graham laughed and said that the auction had already begun. They probably won't know it was a prank. The tablet contained a cunning trick. The formula for the devil's poison. The poison is fatal, as demons are the natural enemies of dragons. The condition of the Summer Queen is already serious, and after the rupture of the dragon's heart it will worsen. By the time the Summer Queen realizes that something is wrong, her body will already be poisoned. After that, she will direct her anger to where the tablet came from. Afterwards, the Red Dragon will find out that the original source was the Emerald Tablet, and it was created by Walpurgis Night. Bram said that then the night would end. Excellent plan. Then Cain suggested leaving it and going about his own business. All 3 signs were in front of the Summer Queen. Finally, she has a chance. The Summer Queen was not just the head of the clan. The reason why everyone in the tower feared the Red Dragon was because of the reign of the Summer Queen. And the reason for the power of the players in the clan was that she shared her strength with them. In other words, she was the foundation of the Red Dragon and was a Red Dragon herself. However, what happens if she makes a mistake? The Queen of Summer suddenly became ill. All the servants immediately ran to her. Tom asked his subordinates if they had found the original owner of these signs. The servants are doing this, but after visiting Leonte's Faustus laboratory and Walpurgis Night, witnesses said that they had something like a stone monument. This may have something to do with it. They say that representatives of Walpurgis Night were at the auction. Tom was furious. He said that they had completely lost their fear, since these bastards dared to do such a thing. Yanwu destroyed DeRoy's notes, hidden element revealed. The demonic research skill has been increased. This is not all, but some parts of the records were easily obtained through the auction house. The third spirit is 100 night ghosts. Yanwu can instill his thoughts into the spirits and use them as he wishes. Sometimes the hero can steal their bodies to control them like a puppet. Souls move in crowds. They have a natural instinct to regain life, so they absorb life. Yanwu ordered to disperse. Many monsters appeared. Monstrously, Bram said that Kane's way was different from his. Bram said it was starting and told everyone to get ready, and the demon began to appear. Yanwu successfully created a low-level demon artificially. The hero received the Dark Lord trait. He received the title Conductor of Evil Spirits. Numerous demonic communities are seething. Several demons have a serious exchange of opinions about Kane. Agaris does not hide his greed, wanting to get Kane. Chaos is licking its lips. The newly summoned demon said that he could not express his gratitude for being awakened from his deep sleep. But then, Yanwu told him to shut up and grabbed him. Black chains began to envelop the demon, and Kane told Bram to do it. Pant told Kane that he only said 2 words when he saw the demon: "Shut up and come on." This character, and Bram succeeded. A stone appeared. With this they will be able to cure Sasha's illness. Suddenly, the Bloody Land appeared, led by Marquis Caliburn. He is one of the swords of the Emperor of Gluttony, which he especially singled out. Caliburn was looking for the greedy devil. Yanwu realized that they were looking for him because of Baron Lao. Marquis Caliburn was very angry. The Marquis valued Lao very much. By order of the Emperor, he went to invite the exile and the greedy devil, but did not return. Caliburn wants to know what happened. The Marquis knows something that Elohim has done. Yanwu thinks he will have to lie. The hero began to say that he accepted the invitation, but they were unexpectedly interrupted by Elohim, who outnumbered them. But Lao said that he could not allow the guests invited by the Emperor to be in danger, and told them to escape while he was buying time. Fortunately, the heroes survived, and Lao died like a knight. Kane is a master of deception. Caliburn was upset and asked if the greedy devil had changed his mind about the invitation. The hero replied that, of course, because their comrade was there. The Marquis said that Comrade Lao is his comrade and the comrade of the Bloody Land. Caliburn swore. According to Lao's will, since Kane never betrayed them, they will consider him their ally and protect him from danger, and the Elohim must pay. The vow of the Marquis Caliburn is announced and acts in accordance with the oath. Elohim and the Bloody Land. It has begun. Caliburn arrived at the base and saw many corpses. He asked the Duke what happened here. But the Duke said not to pay attention. The Red Dragon was furious. Magic Tower, Tycoon, and Bureau. The Duke believes they have turned everyone into their enemies. The Duke heard about Elohim. They seemed to be out of their minds too. The Duke told Caliburn that they were going to prepare troops and told him to get ready. From the Red Dragon to Elohim, the Duke will destroy all pests that interfere with the fulfillment of the will of His Majesty the Emperor. Caliburn said he listened and obeyed. The Bloody Land has declared war. The world created by the death of a group called Artia was finally ready to split. The heroes came to one place and saw a terrible mess there. Yanwu called Wu and told him to find out what happened here. Bram said that whenever he sees Wu, the guy becomes more amazing and asked Kane where he found him. Bram didn't think he realized, but in his lifetime, this guy was most likely quite famous. Even if he is a lich, such growth is simply impossible. By the standards of current players, Wu was one of the 9 kings, like King Mu and the Queen of Summer. Bram did not understand how such a person could become a soul attached to an artifact. Wu said that he will order everything now. The witches discussed where the emerald tablet came from in such a place. The girl didn't understand who the hell did this. To begin with, the witches decided to leave here. Familiar faces, Dark and Margaret. The first witches, born by the mother of witches at night, godmothers of Vera Dune. Wu said he found them and opened a portal. Yanwu said that the most important thing is information about Ananta. No one knows what traps may await them, so they need to be prepared. It's like Yanwu has returned to Africa, in the days when he had to lead his people through an unknown land. Then go ahead. The heroes entered the endless world of the night. This is private property. You need to get permission from the owner of the world. What happens here will not be recorded by the tower. Bram said it was a form of the ghost world. The ghostly fog is distributed artificially to confuse intruders with illusions and take away their lifetime with fear. Kane suggested getting rid of him. Bram said it was difficult to dispel, but could reduce the effect it had on their allies. Bram granted protection from curses and increased immunity to allies. A group of 4 people was created: Galiodfin Blackalvin, Panchchanram, and Idora Chanram. Hidden tasks have appeared. Recently, the Bureau decided to take disciplinary action against the Red Dragon who attacked the Keelat auction house for personal gain. However, the Bureau is limited in its actions and needs help. You need to capture or kill the Red Dragon players within the allotted time. Next task. The Red Dragon demanded an explanation from Walpurgis Night after what happened, but since Walpurgis Night denies all accusations, the Queen of Summer made a decision. From now on, destroy everyone who is somehow connected with Walpurgis Night and take everything from them. Only those players and clans who take part in this will receive rewards. The top 3 players will be given dragon blood. This means the Bureau has intervened and the Red Dragon will fight back without any restrictions. The Queen of Summer sacrificed Walpurgis Night to divert attention from the Red Dragon and offered a reward for a new task. Walpurgis Night will get a good deal, and that's good. Then there is no time, and you need to go. There were a lot of corpses. Cain told everyone to be on guard. Suddenly fog appeared, and in the fog someone began to speak. Idora said she was relieved that Cain had come, and Yanwu immediately cut off her head. Idora said that it was not fair to hit a weak girl like her with a sword. She didn't know Cain was like that. Suddenly, the fake Cain also appeared. The doubles are Viradune's test subjects. The hero told Shannon to grab him as there was a lot to find out. The double asked about how. Shannon grabbed the doppelganger and hoped it would last longer. Shannon seems to have changed a bit. He wasn't so cruel before. The body of the double was restored over and over again, but Shannon continued to tear it apart. The doppelganger gave up everything to die a calm and painless death. Yanwu asked Doppelganger if he knew how to destroy the information of the ghost world. The double replied that because Pattaya is responsible for the territory, but he does not know. The double said that Pattaya is in a fortress nearby. They'll need the doppelganger later, so Cain said to tie it up. The double became very angry with Cain, saying that he would not rest in death. Yanwu already knows that he won't go to heaven when he dies, so there's no need to worry about that. Yanwu said to save the others and act as he said. Rebecca said that the first ones are strong, just like the rankers. She asked if everything would be okay. Cain replied that she was just a skilled magician, and in battle she was nothing. Plus, the hero is no longer a weakling. Yanwu grabbed Pattaya and held a knife to her throat. She did not understand how he managed to get into her fortress. It's impossible that she missed someone. Cain said he had a lot of questions, but Pattaya probably wouldn't want to answer. Pattaya said to just kill her. Cain said that he would do this anyway, and there was no need to talk. Ananta is locked in the castle dungeon. The reason she didn't contact Bram was because she was caught by Viradune. But Ananta is in critical condition, and we need to find her quickly. Cain went on his way. Chang Wei barely left. The one-horned tribe are ferocious bastards, especially King Mu. Just the sight of it makes your blood run cold. A monster even among the 9 kings. It feels like King Mu is following on his heels. How funny. After Chang Wei became a top ranker, he rarely felt threatened by others. The bow god feels as if he has returned to a time when he lived with the understanding that he could die at any moment. Chang Wei thinks that he has a long way to go before he sees his sister. The guy read an advertisement that the West Wind Alliance was looking for mercenaries. The purpose of the set is the battle against Walpurgis Night. Payment can be considered separately from task rewards. Chang Wei heard that the Red Dragon attacked the Keelat auction house. This could be a good opportunity to throw the one-horned tribe into the mud. Chang Wei thought it would be worth joining. Greedy devil, it would be nice if he ended up there too. After all, they attacked the Red Dragon. They didn't understand how dare these rat-like bitches. Tom thought that something was clearly wrong here. Do witches really have that much power? They must be using the Philosopher's Stone. A third of the Red Dragon army is dead, and Tom was asked to retreat. But he told him to shut up because they had a cure. But then something strange began to happen. Tom did not understand what these black flames were. Maybe the Philosopher's Stone exploded. Tom doesn't know what's going on, but this is their chance. The Red Dragon said to run now. They must get ahead of the Elohim. All the witches gathered in the ruined castle. The intruders had just crossed the Ghost World formation. The formations of the catastrophic and lower worlds are activated. The witches didn't know if they could survive with the barriers. They knew who the hell did it. Enemies are very close and you need to stop them. We need to focus on eliminating them. The philosopher's stone may not be finished, but with it they will be able to fight back. This is a pure stone, made from a real emerald tablet. The girl was about to absorb the stone when suddenly Yanwu appeared. She suddenly smelled blood. She didn't know who it was. She didn't even notice him. Other witches were also killed. The witch thought that she should defeat him and inform Vera about everything. But I didn't understand the reaction from the stone. It doesn't work. Cain said this happened to all the stones. The same thing will happen to other witches. Yanwu told Wu that good job, and it was all thanks to him. Wu said that he was honored to obey his master's orders. The Walpurgis of the Night Stone had one drawback that Yanwu did not have. The Philosopher's Stone was flawless, and after its completion, did not need to interact with magical power from the outside. Wu took advantage of these and blocked the flow of magical power, turning the witch stones into ordinary ones. Now Yanwu told Wu that they are moving on. The witches informed Vera that there had been explosions, and they must take countermeasures. They begged her. The West Wind mercenaries are quickly approaching. Clan Trafalgar is at the southern entrance, and the Elohim are about to break down the doors. The one-horned tribe was in the Ghost World formation. The formation of the Monster World, the Catastrophe World, and the Netherworld are destroyed. They are part of the formation of the World of Disasters. Someone said that even if they are broken, they cannot be destroyed so quickly. Suddenly King Mu also appeared. If this continues, Vera said to listen carefully. The witches were immediately glad that the mother spoke. Vera said that they should go to the laboratory before they break through. The answer will be there. So, Vera asked to hold on a little longer. The mother will soon appear to take care of her weak daughters. The gates have fallen. The Elohim broke into the fortress. Yanwu thanked them for getting rid of the problem. However, he will not allow them to take Vera Dune's head. Yanwu awakened his dragon body as well as the demon goddess and goddess. He used a wave of fire. So the hero broke through ahead of Elohim. He said that he was going to find Ananta and asked Wu to take care of everything underground. Yanwu had already seen something like this when Arenlan created the Philosopher's Stone. So, after a short search, Yanwu found Ananta in one of the flasks. Junwu's friends asked what was wrong with him since he looked like dried corn. Never in his life had Junwu heard that he was a freak. For Junwu, Ananta was an interesting person. Even if Bram didn't ask for it, he thought of getting closer to her. Ananta asked Junwu if she liked her. Junwu replied that no, he has a girlfriend. Then Ananta asked what was wrong with him and said she was malnourished. Junwu said he would play with her. Either Ananta barks furiously or her eyes shine like those of a puppy. Junwu asked if she wasn't grateful because she would never find a friend like him. Ananta got angry and said that she was serious, swinging her sword at Junwu. One of the witches tortured Ananta and asked what was wrong with the test object. The girl asked why they were asking her about this. The witch said not to pretend not to know. She talks about the dragon man Ananta took. The vessel needed to give birth to their mother. Ananta laughed and said that they were all completely crazy here. She asked to tell this bitch, Vera Dune, who calls her daughter a test object and a vessel, that one day she will tear her apart. Yanwu took Ananta out of the flask. Her consciousness almost went blank, as if they were trying to turn her into a doll. If she is at this level, then other subjects will already... Therefore it would be better to let them go so that they no longer feel pain. Wu reported to the master that there were treasures, books, and other philosopher's stones below. He took everything. Suddenly, two witches ran around and shouted that the vault was empty and all the treasures had disappeared. From the magic books to the emerald tablet, everything has disappeared. They ran to the laboratory because it was in danger. The witches ran to Dune and asked if everything was okay. She just asked how this could happen. Materials for a vessel to summon their mother. Dune received a message from the Great Mother. Mother told me to prepare a temporary vessel, even if it would last a long time. She will punish everyone who disturbed her deep sleep. Dune was hysterical. She asked all the witches what they were doing to allow things to get so out of control. The Dune snakes grabbed them, and she said to listen carefully. Before the invaders arrived, Dune ordered that Ananta be found, even if they died. There were traces of hacking in the security system. She couldn't imagine who did it. The patterns of magical power on the flask seemed familiar, as if coming from a dragon species. No, this cannot be because she killed that man. And then suddenly a huge flow of magic knocked down everything in the laboratory, and Yanwu attacked Dune. She couldn't believe her eyes. Dune recognized him. Junwoo by his eyes, and after that, Yeonwoo hit her with the sword. Leonte and Bahal abandoned Junwoo after receiving their benefits. Both achieved high positions in Chonghwado and the Red Dragon, and received honors and wealth far greater than those they enjoyed in Artia. But Viera Dune received nothing. She became the leader of the Walpurgis of the Night, and Junwoo was fine with her leaving Artia. Viera Dune knew this better than anyone. However, she poisoned Junwoo and used him and Seisha as test subjects. Yeonwoo didn't understand what made her change so dramatically. Or was she always playing with Junwoo, hiding her true self? Junwoo died without knowing the true reason for her action. It's none of Yeonwoo's business anyway. Dune was able to move to her office. The witches began to ask why she suddenly changed bodies and what happened. Viera Dune's signature skill is body transfer, a power derived from the one the witches called their Great Mother. This is the ability that allows you to change bodies. Viera Dune was going crazy because she killed Junwoo, but Yeonwoo's eyes didn't lie. Dune asked the witches to confirm that Junwoo was dead. She grabbed one of the girls and demanded an answer from her. Then she abruptly let her go. Viera apologized, saying that she had forgotten, but the Philosopher's Stone did not work. It was supposed to activate automatically if Viera was in danger. Yeonwoo was able to disrupt the stone's operation. How far has he progressed in studying the Philosopher's Stone? What about the other witches? Viera is sure that Ananta is with him. You need to catch him first. Viera ordered the witches to focus on defense. Suddenly, the witches started shouting at her to be careful. Yeonwoo asked where she was going and cut off her head. It happened again, and Viera started to run away. She asked Junwoo to stop. In the end, Yeonwoo caught her and said that's enough. Ananta suffered more than she did. Even Seisha and that guy. Viera must not scream in pain if she wants to pay for their suffering. Viera screamed and asked who he was. Yeonwoo said that he wore it all the time, but it's no longer interesting. The hero took off his mask. He hoped that Viera would come back to life again, and each time he would kill her. But suddenly Yeonwoo realized that she survived because she disappeared. Suddenly a certain person appeared who said that Yeonwoo was quite good. Most rankers would run away, and that person turned out to be Kindred. He said that Kane's senses were much sharper than when he was on the 5 mountains. Kindred asked how Bram was doing. Yeonwoo said he was dead. But Kindred knew that Bram still walked among them on his own 2 feet. Yeonwoo didn't understand how the Devil Army knew about this. Maybe Kindred is keeping an eye on him, although they didn't really shine anywhere. From now on, Yeonwoo needs to be more careful. Meanwhile, Kindred said he was waiting for Kane. Kindred said that this is the will of the Heavenly Demon. As the Heavenly Demon declared, Kane must be with them from now on. The hero thought that all this was because of Seisha and asked why they needed her. Kindred himself doesn't know. As he said, everything is the will of the Heavenly Demon. The Sky Demon tells Kindred what to do, but he just follows his orders. Yeonwoo thought it was nonsense. The Heavenly Demon has not shown itself for too long. Kindred said to stop talking. Those pesky heretics would be coming soon, and he told Kane to go with him. But the hero stood still and asked what if he didn't want to. Kindred became enraged and said that Kane dared to oppose the orders of the Sky Demon was disrespectful. Yeonwoo has no choice, but Yeonwoo can choose for himself. Kindred didn't understand what he was talking about. The hero began to destroy the castle and told Bram and Galliard to begin. The gentleman wants them to start. Galliard said that the castle's barriers had been destroyed. True, but Galliard asked Bram what he was going to do next, because he said that magic had to pay a huge price. Brazam said that he had already prepared everything. They used Philosopher's Stones. The witches had no idea that what they created to protect themselves would end up harming them. The meteorite began hitting the castle. This is a spell of destructive power. To use it, even the dragon kind had to expend half of their magic. The Elohim Wars thought they were rankers, or maybe high-class mercenaries. All of them are nothing in the face of disaster. With an attack, Viera will have no bodies left to carry. Yeonwoo needs to go down and find her body. But there he was, met by the wounded Kindred. He asked Kane how dare he. Kindred began to attack the hero. It was surprising that he was alive. But then Kane said that this was not all. Yeonwoo prepared more than just one meteorite strike. He told Galliard and Bram to do it again. There's one more left. Kindred was furious. He tried to escape, but nothing worked. Unfortunately, it was a fake. Kindred is a resilient asshole. Even if it is a shadow, an attack on his mind is not something he can easily recover from. Under one of the meteorites was Vera's body. What a pathetic death. Considering the fate that befell Seisha, Ananta, and Junwoo, she should have died a more painful death. Yanwoo absorbed Vera's life and vitality. The hero succeeded in collecting souls. He received the sinister Philosopher's Stone. Yanwoo gave it to Woo. Bathory's vampire sword successfully absorbed some of the other players' skills. The body transfer skill has been created. The owner of this power expresses dissatisfaction that her apostle was killed. A mysterious entity takes the power back. There is a search for a new skill to replace the missing one, and the regeneration skill was created. It worked. The skill increases the speed of self-healing when the hero is injured. In some cases, it is possible to repair a damaged heart, but the necessary condition is that the brain must be alive. This will allow you to get closer to Ulfowen, Xiaoti, and the eyes of 1,000 Li. Players have found out that in addition to these two skills, Ulfowen has a third one, immortality. Of course, this doesn't mean he can't die. However, when people see Ulfowen's skill, they think that he is truly immortal. This power can heal him even if his head or soul is destroyed. This power has the ability to rise from the dead. Because of her, no player can defeat an opponent named Ulfowen. If you master regeneration while meeting other conditions, you can get one step closer to Ulfowen, whom even the Queen of Summer and King Mu could not defeat. Then Yanwoo has everything he needs. We need to get out of here before they come to their senses. The hero received a notification that the unexpected task had been completed. He was in first place in the ranking. As a reward, Young Woo received Intrinian's discovery. In the next 5 hours, the hero can extract 5 items that he likes. Yan Woo fulfilled the hidden condition, killing Vera Dune, and received a dragon blood serum as a reward. The last dragon, the Summer Queen Ismin, purified her blood to create a serum. By drinking it, the player will increase his characteristics. Since there are no more dragons left, such an item cannot be found anywhere. Looks like the Summer Queen was trying to create a new dragon soldier. This is a wonderful reward, but Yan Woo has no idea what to do with it. Suddenly he felt the aura of the Summer Queen. She screamed and asked where her Philosopher's Stone was. Ismini demanded that he be given it back. She appeared precisely after the death of Vera Dune became known. It's Yan Woo's mistake. The Summer Queen looked at Kane and said that he was the one who killed Dune and took the stone. Ismini was furious. If Yan Woo makes a mistake, he's dead. No, the chance of dying is 90%. However, Yan Woo bets everything on the remaining 10% and prepares for battle. Suddenly, someone touched him on the shoulder, and this was his mentor, King Mu. Ismini asked her son, Tom Nachalo, whether she really needed to come to this despicable place herself. The beginning fell to his knees and began to apologize, begging for one last chance. His mother told him that if he failed, there would be no other chance. The devil's poison has eaten into the bone marrow of the Summer Queen. She must end everything. Ismini has used the last remnants of her magical power, even if this is the last transformation. As the last dragon, the last descendant of the dragon species, Ismini cannot die in a place like this. The Queen of Summer demanded that the Philosopher's Stone be given to her. Neyu asked Auntie what she was talking about. King Mu showed her the fact and asked if this was what she was looking for. At such a moment, joking with the dragon, "Oh, this man." Ismini was desperate and furious at the same time. King Mu told the disciple to see the greatness of his teacher. Kane asked Ismini just not to cry when she was beaten. Neyu laughed and rushed at the dragon. King Mu must win. Their forces collided with the Queen of Summer. Neyu restrained her as best he could and said that she should go on a diet. King Mu got involved in a war because of one student, and he became completely soft. The 2 students became his failure, so Neyu vowed not to become attached to them anymore. But if Kane looks at him with such shining eyes, then he cannot pretend. A mentor cannot show weakness in front of his student. King Mu's strength was enormous. The red dragon was worried about his queen. Mother was never crowded. This cannot happen. Beginning realized that this was his chance, the last chance to keep his place. So the guy pulled away sharply. One of the girls thought that Tom was an idiot for deciding to take her place. She asked everyone what they were worth and ordered to attack. The girl wanted to deal with everyone, but did not have time. But suddenly, someone's voice asked everyone about who dared to disturb their king. Incredible red lightning struck all enemies. and from many lightning strikes he appeared, a blood-red philosopher. The man didn't think that people would still recognize an old man like him. The elder is flattered. Blood-red philosopher, once the ruler of the tower who could rival King Mu in strength, retired and became the chief elder of the tribe. The philosopher asked whether it was worth continuing the conversation further, because if they touched the king, they would die. The power of the philosopher was enormous, and then the dragon girl became active. The philosopher has just said that they will die. She returns his words to him. This girl is the eldest of the 9 dragon offspring, Valtiz. She will show what it means to challenge the red dragon. The 3 brothers turned into formidable dragons. They wanted to kill all the parasites trying to harm Mother. All the red dragon warriors began to protect the queen. The one-horned tribe also entered the battle. Something interesting is starting to happen. Valtiz began to walk towards the blood-red philosopher. Judging by her movements, she is thinking about hand-to-hand combat. How absurd. Even King Mu avoids sparring with him. The elder sees everything that she folds with her thin hands. She used 100 fists, but the philosopher did not understand how the red dragon player knew the heritage of their tribe. Valtiz's punches were so easy. Her martial arts skills are far from beginner level. The philosopher himself saw these techniques with his own eyes and trained them for a long time. King Mu, who created a new martial arts technique, and the Queen of Summer, who reached the heights of the magical world. It seems that the Queen of Summer has created something that can keep King Mu in line. The philosopher told Valtiz that she was from the one-horned tribe and asked whose child she was. The girl just remained silent. Then the elder said that he would beat her until she spoke. The blood-red philosopher admits that the Queen of Summer has achieved terrifying results. However, they are far from ideal. There is a limit to how far you can go in imitation. It's no different from a swinging bridge that will eventually collapse anyway. At least, that child is different. The only bad ones are the ones that combine martial arts and magic. However, the path that the child follows is not just some kind of imitation. Valtiz placed a protective barrier around herself. Suddenly there was a roar. The Queen of Summer fell to the ground. King Mu spoke about how heavy she was. The red dragon thought that this was the end. The one-horned tribe was happy and began to shout that this was their king. His strength is truly something, and he persevered. At this rate, Pant and Adora will have younger siblings. But suddenly the Queen of Summer began to emit a murderous aura. She stood up and said that she would kill King Mu. Nayu suggested that Ismene find out which of the 2 of them would be the one who would punch Olfoven's nasty face. Atran was trembling with fear. He must have gone crazy. When the red dragon attacked the Kelet auction house, Atrana wanted revenge on the Queen of Summer, so he hired some of the best mercenaries and rankers using his own savings. For example, the Ice King and the Black Skull. He even met such unexpected types as Jung and Thorn. All the Tower Masters had gathered in one place, so Atran thought he could cut off at least one of the red dragon's limbs. However, even the Black Skull, which received wide publicity in society, could not scratch the Summer Queen. Black Skull also wanted to take the chance to fight King Mu, but this is unrealistic. The queen was furious and used all the remaining magic. Chang Wei watched everything carefully. Explosion after explosion occurred. King Mu was on the Queen of Summer. Chang Wei assumed that King Mu was strong, but not that strong. Truly the best predator of the tower. But since such beasts are fully aware of their strength, they are too arrogant and arrogant. Because of this, they assume that no one will attack from behind. They don't even imagine what a dangerous situation they might find themselves in. How long has it been since Chang Wei felt this feeling? It's like dominance. He was preparing to say goodbye to King Mu, but suddenly I felt something strange. Someone was nearby. Chang Wei started searching and saw Yan Wu in the distance, but didn't know who he was. This fight was supposed to be Yan Wu. The Queen of Summer seriously injured Jun Wu, and being poisoned by the devil's poison is not enough. Yan Wu won't get satisfaction unless he returns the favor. The stone whispered to Yan Wu that it was good and let him go quickly, because his prey was there. The magic stone is always activated at such moments, but the hero does not have time for this. He began to see if there was anything he could do with the reward from the Queen of Summer's quest. All the rewards are awesome, but the one he can use right now is not. And in the end, Yan Wu chose the gold of Jaldabaoth as his reward. Atran was horrified that he was bankrupt. Yanwu found him, but 2 soldiers blocked his way. Atran hid behind one of the guys and asked the greedy devil what he was doing here. The hero said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the merchant recognized this voice. He started shouting that it was the greedy devil, a fraudster, who sold him a fake sign. Atran asked the hero why he was here. Maybe he was trying to deceive him again or look at the bankrupt merchants. Standing next to Atran was Nocturne, who was looking intently at Kane. The hero invited Nocturne to talk later. Yanwu told the merchant that there is no need to get so careful. He wants to make a deal. Atran began shouting that there would be no deal after what he had done. But then Yanwu took out Jaldabaoth's gold and asked if these items would be good enough. Atran immediately began to think, such an item cannot be purchased without secret traders. He did not understand where the greedy devil got his gold. Atran replied that this would not be enough. Then Yanwu took out a few more bars. The merchant said that anything goes for a hero. They love their customers. Atran immediately became joyful and asked Yanwu what he wanted. The hero said he wanted the entire supply of dragon slayers. The weapon was more than 6 meters long and all reached hundreds of kilograms. It was created a long time ago and was intended specifically for hunting dragons. Yanwu is not shaken by the shock he felt when he saw Waldbeach use the dragon slayer. It moved mountains, as Junwu wrote in his diary. Yanwu purchased 31 dragon slayer spears and then 14 more. He also purchased 21 Archer Fabio Forest's hunting tricks and 6 great ape-tail spikes. Atran didn't understand why this guy needed such rare materials. The merchant asked Yanwu how he was going to pay. The hero asked if Atran really thought that he would run away with the goods without paying. The merchant immediately began to say that he did not dare to think so. It's just that now everyone is having a hard time financially. Atran was still eager to hear what the greedy devil would offer this time, and he said to get a loan for him. The merchant was furious and shouted that Yanwu would definitely go to hell. The hero said that he would find a worthy use for the materials and thanked the investor. Shannon looked at everything and remembered how he worshipped the Summer Queen. Kane said that now he is his master and should not forget. This time the hero forgives, but this is the only time. Shannon showed a side he shouldn't have and apologized to Kane. Then Yanwu said that they would start. He claimed the territory, used the stigmata of the goddess and the third spirit of enhancement. Now the hero can turn souls into magical power. A frantic aura emanated from the hero. Brazam and Wu also started their own business, strengthening muscles, enhancing magical power, increasing aura, creating explosions. Gravity is acting stronger than usual. Bram can't believe Kane's body can handle this. Yanwu's body began to collapse due to the enormous pressure. His body is at its limit. If it continues, it may suffer irreparable damage. Regeneration activated. Yanwu's body has strengthened and reached its limits. Yanwu used demonic magic, the poison of the Demon King. First, he decided to deal with the extras. Yanwu attacked one of the Summer Queen's sons. Everyone prepared that there would be poison and moved back. From the sky, the hero attacked the dragon. After that, Yanwu used a wave of fire, which already completely killed the dragon. Player Chimmy is dead. Yanwu partially completed the task. The red dragon was furious. Another of the sons targets Yanwu, but the dragon was immediately attacked by the dark knights of Yanwu. Suddenly, the dragon was covered by another, and they quickly flew away. Shannon was upset that they missed them, but Yanwu said not to pursue and stay in his position. They go to the Queen of Summer. The guy thanked Tom for saving him. Just think, he mocked Tom, and Tom saved him. However, he thought about his older brother. Tom told his brother that he didn't understand that his mother might die today. The guy started asking Tom what he was talking about. Tom said that everything is already over, and the mother cannot win with the wings torn off by King Mu. Dragons will become completely extinct, like giants. But the guy didn't believe it, and said that his mother would not die. Tom said that they, the children of the dragon, who received the blood of their mother, would become a new dragon species, and for this, they need more dragon blood. So Tom attacked his brother and said goodbye to him. The Queen of Summer felt hellish pain and began to scream. King Yama did not like this. He hit the dragon with even greater force that the Queen of Summer began to bleed from her mouth. She really is annoying. Except for Ulfoen, the only opponent that could resist King Mu would die like this. Ismene has weakened greatly. Nai doesn't like it. Red Dragon, other their majesties be careful. King Mu was preparing a modern attack. Suddenly Ismene imagined Junwoo. He said that she would never know how to fight loneliness to the end. He told her not to close her eyes. Ismene began to call the heavenly wing and asked to give it back. The last person Ismene wants to see before her death is not King Mu, but this boy. It's a shame. Nayu had already said goodbye to the Queen of Summer, when suddenly Cain apologized and told the teacher that it was he who should kill her. Yeonwoo struck the final blow and the queen fell to the ground. She recognized him as Skywing, the last dragon, the mistress of the tower, the legendary ruler who held power over the tower for thousands of years. No one present could believe that she had closed her eyes forever. No one wanted to believe it, neither the enemies nor the Red Dragon. For many it was a real tragedy, but most of all for Valtese. Her mother is dead forever. The girl was furious King Mu took everything from her. Valtese wanted nothing more than to kill him, and then Nayu saw that she was one-horned. But suddenly, dozens of portals appeared, and numerous warriors of the bloody land emerged from them. Nayu was furious. Emperor Blood of the Earth said what a pity. But they thought that they would come now, and a banquet would be waiting for them. King Mu asked Hog what he was doing here. The emperor said that Naya would not stop calling him by such a humiliating nickname. The Emperor of Gluttony met his dear friend Naya, head of the bloody land, Emperor of Gluttony. A person who is driven by the desire to taste everything. A madman who is capable of killing tens of thousands of people due to his own greed. In the past, the Emperor of Gluttony decided to try a member of the one-horned tribe. King Mu broke into his castle alone and destroyed half of it. Just thinking about it makes the Emperor feel like his old wounds still hurt. The Queen of Summer is dead, and Ulfawan has not been heard from for a long time. The only absolute being in the tower is King Mu. It's better not to argue with him. Nayu asked the Emperor why he was here. Maybe he wants to repay King Mu for defeating him last time. The Emperor replied that no, he was here to help his dear friend. Nayu was surprised. And then the Emperor pointed to Cain. It probably made Nai feel better. He has a wise student. King Mu was furious but did not show it. The Emperor said that they would not spoil the situation, and the orchestra began to play music. Today they have a feast. But the Emperor was only interested in one thing, whether he could finally taste dragon meat. The Red Dragon told Valtese that it was dangerous here and asked her to leave. She wants to stand to the end and avenge her mother, but now she needs to take care of the rest of her brothers and sisters, as well as her subordinates. Valtese said they were retreating. The Red Dragon began to hastily run away, and the Emperor said to quickly eat them all so that no one would leave. Yeonwoo made a big contribution by killing Ismene. The Red Dragon suffered irreparable losses. In the final rankings, the hero was in second place after Nayu. The hero was given the right to choose his reward. But he first began to summon the spirit of Ismene. She asked who he was and how he did it. Yeonwoo took off his mask and asked the Queen of Summer if this would answer her question. Ismene couldn't believe it. As expected, the soul of the Summer Queen is uncontrollable. Yeonwoo decided to put it away for now. King Mu was extremely furious. He was violent towards Cain and hit him on the head. The hero just said, "Ouch." King Mu said that Cain devoured everything his teacher created and asked if the only thing he could say was, "I." Nayu said that Cain would wake up only when he had one foot on the bank of the Styx and saw the Queen of Summer on the opposite side. Cain said he just wanted to help the teacher. The hero received another blow. Suddenly, Nayu asked Cain if this was all part of his revenge plan. Anyway, Yeonwoo had already done everything, so King Mu told him to clean up after himself thoroughly and come back. Nayu wanted to catch that bastard Bo God. King Mu is never true to his feelings. Did he dimly guess why Cain killed the Summer Queen? Nai's acquaintances said that his student was just like him. King Mu also met with Nocturne. Even though Nocturne was his disciple, King Mu walked by as if he was not there. He probably cut off all ties with him. However, there was a terrible mess all around. Although, compared to the scale of the tower, this is a small thing. Suddenly, Idora appeared. She asked Cain how he was because he had a huge lump on his head. The fall of Walpurgis Night. The death of the Summer Queen. The war, which lasted only a few days, is finally over. Yeonwoo received the last award, Endless World of Night. Bram said that Intrinian is truly amazing. There the man found the grimoire of the family tree. He is associated with supernatural forces. It contains not only readings about magic, but also other information. It is quite possible that this place is a kind of storage facility that the dragon species tried to protect until the very end. Perhaps there is something special here, and Bram wants to look around. The man is inspired. After completing the quest, the Bureau issued all the rewards, as if this was all they had been waiting for. One of the rewards is the Intrinian, or to be more precise, the key to its 3 sections. A treasury with gold and silver, a weapons vault with artifacts, and a library with magical books that the Summer Queen personally collected. And the other reward is the outer space, the endless world of night. This is a place that became scorched earth after the war. To use it, you need to rebuild everything from scratch. In this case, this place has only one use, a clan base. Until now, Yanwu has survived alone, but now he needs shelter and people who can protect and help him. Near the settlement of the One-Horned tribe, the Rankers communicated with Cain. If given the chance, they wanted to meet again. They had fun together. The hero had a request to Atron. Yanwu wanted the merchant to connect him with the feast. Only the noblest of the mysterious merchants could join the feast. Atron was surprised that Cain knew about him. Atrana said that even among the mysterious merchants, these are high-ranking people, and he does not think he can satisfy this request. Yanwu just wants to contact them and then take care of everything himself. The hero took out several gold bars and asked if this was enough. Atron said that he loved Mr. Client and left happily. Cain came to the village of the One-Horned tribe. It's too quiet there. Most must have gone in pursuit of the god of bows. Who the hell is the bow god to dare to play with a one-legged tribe like that? He is skilled enough to deal with King Mu, so his level is at least equal to that of the 9 kings. In any case, no matter how hard he tries, he still can't get away from the teacher. Don't pay attention. Wu approached the owner and said that everything was ready. Wu was greatly upgraded after absorbing a large number of philosophers' stones and witches' souls. He began to have emotions and began to think sensibly. Maybe that's why Wu wanted to create his own laboratory. For this reason, Yanwu gave him one of the Intrinian sections received as a reward. Wu took the owner to the right place, and then the hero saw that he would have had problems if he had not given up one of the sections. Shannon was ordered to help Wu. He told the owner to never ask to do this again. Shannon said that this lich looks so docile, but how nagging he is. Shannon said Wu was very dark. Yanwu thought that if there was a hierarchy in the clan, then Shannon and Hanryong would enjoy authority. However, in the current situation, the hero is surprised that Wu has the initiative. In that case, Yanwu told the lich to take the rings that open the other 2 sections. He can merge them together. As they go up the floors, they will grow and get even more things. But first, Wu must finish the dungeon. Shannon hoped that he would get something too, but Cain simply turned around and walked away. Wu brought Yanwu to the place. Leech said that he prepared everything as the owner asked. In that case, Yanwu told Ismeni's soul to appear. She was in an aggressive mood, and when she saw Skywing, she began to attack him. Using a spell, Wu bound the spirit with chains. Ismeni wanted to fish for Skywing. Yanwu took off his mask and said that he is not the one Ismeni knew, and introduced himself as Cha Yanwu. Ismeni is shocked that Skywing had a brother. The Queen of Summer said that she should have tormented the hero when she first saw him. Yanwu apologized, but it won't be him, but her, because now the hero will tear her to pieces and swallow her. He will take everything without a trace. Ismene laughed and said to try to do his best. And then in front of her, she saw her body in a huge flask. Yanwu said that there is nothing to throw away in a dragon's body. From now on, he is going to cut up Ismene's body in front of her eyes. She asked to stop. Eyes can be used as sources of magical power, scales and skin as armor, and bones as weapons that cannot be broken. This may take time, but the body is durable. Yanwu will slowly dismember him in the liquid medium. Ismene was terrified. She asked to simply kill her. Yanwu continued, saying that he will show her what he will make from the body, and also he can leave the bones and make a bone dragon. Ismene asked what Yanwu needed. The hero replied that the reason why Junwu had to die. The brother wrote down in detail in his diary everything that he had to go through, but Yanwu did not understand some points. The question of why my brother was betrayed was one of them. They began to fear Junwu when he became equal in strength to the 9 kings, but Artya could not fall apart so easily. Yanwu couldn't understand why the 9 kings, who had been squabbling among themselves, suddenly shook hands and decided to overthrow Junwu. there is something that the hero does not know, and so he asked Ismene why the 9 kings united and killed Junwoo. She asked if Yeonwoo would kill her if she answered. The hero said that they would listen to her answer first. Ismene said it was all because of the Soul Stone. Skywing had Luciel's Soul Stone, better known as the Lightbringer, Lucifer. He was a supernatural being who belonged neither to gods nor to demons, neither to light nor to darkness. Then, thousands of years ago, the gods and demons tore off Luciel's wings and he fell. Yeonwoo told Ismene that they were being greedy. If it was Luciel's Soul Stone, depending on how it was used, the player could become a supernatural being. However, Yeonwoo didn't understand why his brother didn't tell him. He asked about where the Soul Stone went. Ismene didn't know. If I had known, I would have taken him. No, Yeonwoo said she should know. He told him to think about any, even the tiniest thought that might come into Ismene's head, and then he would allow her to rest in peace. Yeonwoo got what he needed and ordered Woo to act, but this is not what he promised Ismene. The 98th floor will plunge into chaos. After all, after the giants, dragons also became extinct. Yeonwoo asked Bram if he had finished sorting through the archives. The man replied that there was nothing to do there. Everything is neatly arranged in sections, so the archive is clean. Therefore, Bram then thought about whether Cain could arrange a laboratory or dungeon for him too. It's not because Bram is jealous. The fact is that they have received a lot of things lately, and it would not hurt to conduct experiments. Bram thought it would be nice for Seisha too, but the hero just laughed. Bram said that this is not funny, and this is not for him, but to help Cain in the future. Power over the outer space, the endless world of the night, was transferred to Bram. Yeonwoo said to leave Intrinian Woo, and Bram would better help the hero figure out this place. Even if everything is in ruins now, but if you clean it up properly, Bram will be able to create a laboratory larger than Woo's. While Woo is responsible for increasing and strengthening the troops, Bram could take care of the internal affairs, setting up barriers. Bram said that since Cain said so, nothing could be done. He will take over the outer space and try to restore it. But the endless world of the night is huge. It will be quite expensive. Bram asked if this suited Cain. The hero asked why he should ask the merchant to take him to a feast. As expected, Yeonwoo is determined to reveal his identity to the outside world. Bram said it won't be easy, and Cain will continue to attract attention. Yeonwoo replied that everything was fine. If they attack, he can simply destroy them. Surprisingly, not a single message came from the 98th floor. Is everyone really that serious? Or maybe it's all because of the Soul Stone or whatever it is. Bram said that in that case, what they talked about last time is almost complete. Then Bram said it was time to serve the main course. Yeonwoo summoned Vera Dune's soul and took off his mask. She got angry, but Cain quickly grabbed her. Yeonwoo doesn't even want to talk to her. The hero asked Bram if he wanted to start. He told Vera that they had a lot to talk about. Bram said that the elixir is Yunsan. He made it because he was curious if it was possible to hurt a monster in ghoul form. Bram doesn't know if it will work on her and throws it at Vera. She screamed and asked to stop. Bram has already used many elixirs, but the man said they weren't finished yet. Vera shouted that she would tell everything. They kidnapped Seisha and Ananta for the Great Mother. The experiments that Vera carried out served to complete the vessel. She is sorry and has apologized. Vera did everything to complete the experiment, but Vera promised to tell her how Ananta could be healed. Vera tried to call upon the Earth Mother, who is believed to have given birth to witches. The being that the witches called their mother was not so much a god as a concept. Mother Earth is one of the greatest goddesses who have existed since the beginning of time. But, appearing to the world, each time she took on a different appearance, and it was difficult to say what was on her mind. The goddess was better known as the Whore of Babylon. She was also called Tiamat, Ymir, Ishtar, Inanna, Cybele, Prithvi, Mother Mago. But he also had another famous name, Gaia or Yama. Vera Dune was the only one that Mother Earth was interested in. He received the favor of Mother Earth, she became stronger, and therefore was able to rule on Walpurgis Night. But one day, the connection with Mother Earth suddenly broke off. Walpurgis Night tried to awaken her from her sleep. Perhaps Luciel's soul stone that Junwoo had was taken by the person closest to him. For example, a beloved woman. Vera screamed that he had told everything and asked him to just kill her. She asked Junwoo if he really missed her. Vera said that the truth was sorry and she was mistaken. Doves sometimes quarrel too. No, Vera decided to start all over again. She will do whatever Yanwu asks. Vera said that she would renounce witches and even the Great Mother. She will be devoted to him and Seisha. Junwoo closed his eyes forever, yearning for her until the very end. He didn't hate her even after that. Now Yanwu realized what a fool his brother was. Vieira said that this is not Junwoo. He said that he had a brother. It's a pity that the hero realized this only now. Junwoo lost to a bitch who was only good for one thing. But Vieira said that Yanwu never questioned why she and the rest of his comrades turned their backs on him. Since she failed to win Yanwu over to her side, she will fight until the end. Vieira said that everyone left Junwoo, but he was not as white and fluffy as Yanwu thinks. It's logical to assume that the person who forced everyone to leave him had problems. Vieira said that they were also greedy, but Cha Junwoo was the worst. To feel satisfied, he had to have everything and went further and further. Junwoo was like this from the very beginning, and he took everything for himself. Vieira said they were sick of it. This should be enough. The girl is sure that Yanwu is shocked. Vieira shakes his consciousness a little more, but the hero only asked if she was finished. Vieira thought she could sway him with this. Relationships between people are not always smooth sailing, but that doesn't mean everyone should stab each other in the back like they do. So Yanwu told Vieira to stop talking nonsense and show his true nature. Suddenly behind him, the hero felt divine energy. Mother Earth said that they are always such bores. Even when Junwoo was alive, Vieira told him that one day she wanted to climb to the top of a tower that even gods and demons could not reach. She asked if Junwoo wasn't curious about what was there. So Vieira told Junwoo that if he gets in her way, she can throw him off. She offered to stay with her until the very end. Vieira Dune's desire to climb to the top of the tower was more like an obsession. Junwoo asked her about this several times, but she just smiled and never answered. And the moment Yanwu absorbed Vieira Dune with Bathory's vampiric blade, he realized that she had achieved what she wanted. The one whom the hero absorbed was just an empty shell. The true Vieira Dune has been gone for a long time in the lower world. She has become Mother Earth. She consumed the goddess she was worshipping. Vieira used the Philosopher's Stone, Dragon Heart, and Junwoo's Soul Stone. She also gained access to an infinite amount of magical power and recorded her consciousness. Through the communication channel, Vieira Dune gradually expanded the data of her eye, and she deliberately consumed Mother Earth, like a virus that had secretly entered the computer and absorbed the software. Vieira Dune wanted to rise to the top so much that she ended up becoming a monster that devoured her mistress. Yanwu asked her if the air at the top was as good as she thought. Vieira replied that he was magnificent, and pathetic mortals would never know what he was like. Of course, Yanwu is sure that this is true. Vieira abandoned everyone who followed her and the one who loved her. Vieira came down only to warn the hero. How eerie! Her voice sounds like the voice of thousands of people speaking at once. Vieira said she had no desire to get involved in her brother's affairs. She does not regret anything from her life in the lower world. Vieira Dune from the netherworld is already dead. She said not to bother her, otherwise it will infuriate her. Junwoo never learned to see people for who they are. Yanwu is even a little disappointed. The brother gave this woman his body, his heart, and his memories. However, for Vieira, Junwoo was just a stepping stone on the way to the top. Then, Yanwu decided to warn Vieira too. This only makes her laugh, because Yanwu is a pathetic mortal. The difference between them is too great, perhaps even greater than between Hermes and the shell of the king of the monkeys. However, the hero still told the girl that he would break her neck, so let her wait for him. It won't take him long, he'll rip Vieira's head off. Vieira asked Yanwu if she understood what she was saying. She said she didn't understand. The hero talks about killing God. Yanwu is not arrogant about what this means for the gods. No. Yanwu replied that he was talking because he knew what he was talking about. The emotions of the gods were stormy. Hermes laughs. Athena looks at Yanwu with warmth. Urd snorts. Poseidon is very angry, and many agree with him. Agares grins evilly. Agares increased the power that Yanwu gave him. He turns around and shouts something loudly to the rest of the demons. The other demons deliberately ignore Agares. Vieira said that Yanwu is a crazy bastard. Stupid thoughts are a freedom available only to mortals. She told him to do whatever he wanted, but she would stay here. Bram was furious. Some fell to the state of a disembodied soul while others ascended. Vieira took the life of his daughter and now calls himself a god. Bram told Cain to look at him. The hero said that one day he would help Bram regain his place. The man said it was better to keep this promise. Mother Earth, Bram must kill her himself. But Cain said he couldn't. Yanwu himself will tear her to pieces and cannot give up such a chance. Bram asked what they should do, because he also could not give in. Yanwu then suggested betting on who would eventually reach Mother Earth. Bram agreed. Numerous divine beings look at Yanwu with displeasure. That's right, Bram can handle it. If this guy is nearby, then nothing is impossible. The man is sure of this. After all, despite the fact that Bram had lost his holiness, in the prophecies that he could hardly see thanks to the small amount of sacred power that remained, everyone looked happy. After the death of the Summer Queen, the red dragons scattered in all directions, and the offspring fought in battle for the empty throne. After a little more time, the red dragons split into three. The white dragon Valtese, the Queen of Spring, the black dragon Tom, the Lord of Autumn, and Kayal, Li Su, Baratan, made up the green dragon. As soon as everything had calmed down on the 76th floor, the clan split into three parts, and a new war began, in which they tried to absorb each other. As if not wanting to be left behind, the other large clans also tried to change. New organizations emerged that were strong enough to threaten even the 8 big clans. Every day, dozens of newcomers became rankers. In other words, trouble began. Now in the tower, force has become the law. Even though most of the tower had fallen into chaos, Yanwu and his group were experiencing a new level in life. They managed to heal Ananta, relying on the information told by the shell of Vera Dune. Ananta actually opened her eyes. The girl was walking with Bram in the yard, when suddenly Sesha ran up to her, shouting, "Mom!" But Ananta was at a loss. Thanks to the common efforts, Ananta, who had been in a dream for a long time, finally opened her eyes, however. Her gaze did not focus on anything. She did not recognize anyone and was silent. She just looked ahead with empty eyes. Yanwu was so upset that he even wanted to smoke. If he had known about Sesha or Bram even a little earlier, if he had saved Ananta a little earlier, then the current situation might have been better. Everyone reassured the hero, saying how he could have known and told him not to take it to heart. Idora asked Cain what he was doing in miserable solitude and asked how he was doing. Right. Yanwu has no other choice. There are so many people around him who need to be protected. Bram, Ananta, Sesha, Shannon, Hanryong, Rebecca, Wu, Pant, Idora, Galliard. Yanwu should be the roof over their heads. The hero told Pant and Idora that he had something to tell them. He said that he would tell everything when the time came. Yanwu took off his mask and Pant recognized Skywing. Idora was very proud of Cain. That day, Yanwu talked about how he entered the tower. He spoke more calmly than he expected, as if he were talking about someone else. In turn, Pant became angry, and Idora remained silent. Pant said that the affairs of a clan member are the affairs of the entire clan, and it is not normal that a teacher has no idea what his student has gone through. Pant wanted to go right away and tell his father everything. Idora yelled at him and told him to sit down. She asked if Pant seriously thought that his father knew nothing. Idora said that Pant does not understand that his father gives Cain the opportunity to fly with his own wings. He understands that Yanwu will leave the nest one day, and then Yanwu told the guys that he wanted them to become his wings. From now on, he is going to do reckless things. This can bring danger to the guys and the clan, because this is a battle with the tower itself. Yanwu had a hard time finding words, and Pant said that in such situations, Cain just needs to say, "Help me." Pant said that Yanwu has nothing to worry about anymore. Besides, Idora is a real monster. And even if someone else takes the place of the heir, Pant can regain it by simply defeating him. Idora was furious and told Pant that they would talk later. Yanwu thanked his brother and sister. Idora asked what Cain was going to do now. It seemed to her that he brought up this topic because he had some kind of plan. Yanwu said he was going to create a plan. This is just the beginning. To protect your people, you need to become stronger. Shannon told Yanwu to transfer his consciousness into the sword. Hanryong told him not just to focus on it, but to become a part of it. Only then can the hero achieve perfection. You need to become one with the sword. Time difference, extrasensory perception. Yanwu continued to remember that image so that the hero could touch at least the feet of King Mu, the king of martial arts, and gain a grain of that overwhelming power. Several months of intense training passed. No matter how hard Yanwu tries, it still doesn't work. Demonic dragon body, philosopher's stone, as well as the third stage of awakening. The body developed quickly, but the consciousness could not keep up with it. Yanwu didn't know where the body's limits were and what its potential was, so he pushed himself to the edge. Sometimes I managed to awaken my strength and overcome my limits. But at some point, there was a feeling that the hero had hit an insurmountable wall. Cain sat down to rest when Galliard suddenly met him. The elf asked the hero what he was doing here. He looked like he was in the water. Cain said that he hasn't been able to progress in his training lately, so he started thinking. Yanwu pointed to Galliard's basket and asked what he was doing there. The elf replied that Seisha had been capricious lately, so he was thinking about how to make the vegetables tastier. Galliard is not a dragon, so he is unfamiliar with meat. Cain asked what about bean meat. Galliard asked what it was. If you grind the beans, they will have a meat-like texture. It also tastes like meat, and if you add sauce, the smell of beans will no longer be felt. Galliard did not know about this, and asked to teach him how to cook this. He was just going to Seisha. Seisha was delighted with the bean meat. She said that Uncle always tastes good, and the food that Galliard feeds her is tasteless. Galliard said if she eats too many legumes, she can notice, so it's best to increase them gradually. Galliard asked why Cain was sitting so sadly in the forest. Maybe something was not working out. The hero replied that it doesn't matter. But Galliard saw that Cain was upset about something, so he wanted to help with something. Yanwu said that he feels like he can't grow lately. His resolve wanes from time to time, and even his aura form sometimes disappears. It feels like everything has come to a standstill. Galliard offered to take him for a walk in the backyard. There the elf plucked a branch. Yanwu didn't understand what he was going to do with her, and Galliard told Cain to attack. The hero was dumbfounded, but the elf said to do what he says. Have Cain mentally return to the tutorial level and use the basic skills. Galliard seems to want to teach Cain something. An elf is at the level of a ranker, and a hero could fight even a top ranker. Still, I wonder if he's going to fight this branch. Galliard told Cain not to stand idle, and Yanwu began to attack the elf after all. But then suddenly a branch wrapped around Cain's sword, and Galliard struck him. Yanwu didn't even understand what just happened and how this was possible. The hero followed the branch with the help of dragon eyes and extrasensory perception, but was never able to catch its speed. As if the branch is not a branch, Galliard suggested trying again, and the hero agreed. It doesn't matter what the elf did. Cain won't get caught a second time. The hero began to concentrate and watch Galliard's every move. No matter which direction he attacked, Yanwu was confident that he would be able to dodge and break through. Cain lunged at Galliard again, and Galliard pushed him back with a simple movement. Yanwu didn't understand how this happened, because he was following the branch with the help of dragon eyes. The hero wanted to try again, but Galliard thought that little would change. This time Cain said that everything would be different, but it turned out exactly the same. Yanwu wondered how this happened. The problem is not technology. Galliard did not use any magic or skills. Dragon Eyes confirmed this. How the hell is this possible? Galliard said it comes down to awareness. Cain said he focused on defining his body's limits. Maybe this is good for training, given the characteristics of the dragon's body. Its limits are very wide. It is really difficult to train, but the problem is after. What Yanwu lacks now is not skills, but imagination. Galliard demonstrates body awareness. He extends his inner world to the outer. Yanwu knows about 2 ways to use this. First, awareness allows you to read the environment and the enemy, just like extrasensory perception. Secondly, it can make the blade sharper and stronger, like an aura. However, the hero never thought about its circulation inside the body. Galliard brought awareness into the deepest recesses, which led to the assimilation of soul and body. Now Cain realized what he had missed. It was not the branch that changed, but Galliard himself. You need to become the storm and the lightning yourself. Now Galliard asked if Cain understood what he meant by imagination. All this time Yanwu thought that strength only lies in destructive power, so he was only focused on increasing it. Awareness is the lubricant to use power properly. Galliard said that Cain should use his awareness freely. Suddenly Cain said that Junwu was talking about Galliard. He said that the elf became his first teacher. Now the hero understands why. Galliard laughed and said not to talk nonsense, but Galliard still remembered that guy. The elf said that since everything turned out this way, he would do the same for Cain as for his brother. Yan Wu said he relies on Galliard. Chang Wei still remembered that look from the greedy devil. It is impossible to forget him. A look that from the outside seems indifferent, but on the other hand, burns everything to the ground. Commander! Chang Wei told his sister that the commander had entered the tower. What God Luke could not do on earth, he will complete here. Galliard asked Cain if he now understood the importance of mindfulness. To use mindfulness, you need to learn to control your body, and to learn to control your body, there is nothing better than Boshinkyon. Boshinkyon is a way of moving the body and the ability to make your body lighter. In Boshinkyon, Shunpo is important. The basis of Chuji is 1 and 3 main skills of Olfawan. Since Yan Wu already knows a little about Sungpo, he should know the basics. However, Shunpo is not just fast. This can mean easy, and Galliard decided to show it. It can also be heavy, spectacular, or quiet. Shunpo is a friend in many guises. Cain asked what needs to be done to make such a friend. Galliard suggested starting with lower body training. He told Cain to goose-step around the village 1,000 times. The village heard that Cain was up to something again. Some strange jumps, he looks like a frog. They have no idea what Cain is up to, but he tries his best. Galliard threw some object to Cain over and over again, and he tried to catch it. Idora said he was cute and looked like a puppy. At some point, Yan Wu succeeded. To control the body, you need to redirect extrasensory perception. Instead of perceiving changes in the outer world, we need to direct it to the inner world. Yan Wu learned a new way to use mindfulness. Awareness is the channel through which sacred power circulates. The hero must train to find new ways to use it. The higher the awareness, the freer the holiness. Thanks to constant training, Yan Wu's muscles have become as strong as stone. However, now, he feels his muscles stretch like rubber. Cain feels the pulsation of every muscle and cell. The hero seems to have understood the basics. Galliard said that since he had learned to walk, he might as well learn to run. Cain asked what he should do. Galliard replied that a real fight would be the best thing, and took up the stick again. Pant and Idora watched everything. Pant didn't understand why he couldn't even get close to Cain. He hurriedly walked away from Idora. After that conversation, Pant feels like the gap between him and Yan Wu is only growing over time. From their first meeting, Cain was always a wonderful person. He was always stronger than Pant. And here we go again. Pant convinced himself of this to hide his inferiority complex, but this is wrong. Pant doesn't need to chase. He must become stronger. Pant ran into the chief elder's chambers and demanded to give him his bloody lightning. Does Pant really want to say that he knows what bloody lightning is? Pant replied that it was a lightning control technique based on the Conram family's divination, and it is also the symbol of the blood-red philosopher. The elder said that Pant was weak and not very smart. Among Pant's siblings, there are those who are stronger than him. There are as many superior warriors in the world as there are grains of sand on the coast. The philosopher told Pant not to forget that his mother and sister played a major role in him being considered the heir to the throne. But this is not his personal strength. On the other hand, what does Pant think about the elder? Even the Black Dawn from the Devil's Army, which once threatened the bloody philosopher, could not resist him. He is the one who collected this archive and the one who helped Nai get to where he is now. And Pant, the guy who is not strong enough and smart enough, wants what belongs to the bloody philosopher. The elder told Pant that if he understood everything, then let him get out of here. And then Pant bowed down before the bloody philosopher and asked to give him a chance. What an unexpected turn. The elder thought that Pant would be angry that he was getting on his nerves. High-level techniques like lightning cannot be mastered without patience. Despite his excellent martial arts skills, Pant often made mistakes due to his impatient nature. But the way he looks now is amazing. And then the bloody philosopher told Pant to prove that he was worthy of becoming his successor. Pant asked how, and the philosopher angrily said that let Pant himself look for a way. Should he spoon-feed him? If that's all Pant had to say, the elder told him to get lost. Idora approached Pant and said that she was going to climb the tower. She seems to be serious. Pant thought that since Idora left, now he can move forward too. Galliard told Cain that Pant had started training indoors. The elf heard. He went to King Yiwu and insisted that he be given the key to Myeongbyuk. the deepest of several training centers. There, trainees sit in a 5-pen room, alone and with a limited amount of food. It is impossible to open the door from the inside. Looks like Pont is really in a determined mood this time. And Eudora left without saying a word. She just left a note that she wanted to climb the tower. Yanwu thought that he couldn't keep up either. Being the eldest, he cannot lose to the younger ones. So each of the three went his own way and time flew by at a rapid speed. Yanwu has completely assimilated awareness. Extrasensory perception and his body are synchronized. He also studied body transfer. Yanwu discovered the wind path skill. The only friend of the dark elves, forced to live in darkness away from the world, was the wind. The wind never stands still and does not discriminate. His flow is free, and the dark elves have always yearned to imitate him. If you walk with the wind, you can find a path that was previously invisible. When using a skill, the hero will randomly open up several areas of development. The Eye of the Storm allows you to focus the wind around you and explode it. Now, Yanwu is used to awareness. Galliard congratulated Cain, saying that he had opened the eyes of the wind. This must have been difficult for the hero, since he is not part of the elf tribe. But he did well. Cain said that if it weren't for them, he wouldn't even be able to try. The hero received the title Dark Elf Hunter. In this case, Cain suggested that Galliard try again. He began to focus on the sword and thought that he had finally succeeded. But no. A few months ago, Cain was at King Mu's residence. The hero told the teacher that growth had stalled and asked about the reason. Neyu said that everything is simple. This is not the way of Cain. Yanwu asked what he meant, but he waved him off and said that he had to find his own way. So, Bagua and combat limits are not the way to go. Now that Yanwu understood his capabilities through awareness, everything fell into place. This is the limit of his sword skills. Galliard said it doesn't seem to be as easy as it used to be. He advised Cain not to rush, as he was already developing quickly. Cain agreed that he should not rush to find an answer. By the way, Galliard learned that a guest had visited the village. The elf offered to say hello, and the guest turned out to be a Tron with a large number of different goods. King Mu tried everything on himself. The whole tribe had a lot of fun. A Tron was in a panic because these things are very expensive. One guy took the thing and started asking how to use it. This guy with a stupid face crushed the head of player 81 Eyes, turning the surrounding area into a sea of blood. And the guy next to him is a madman who cut off the leg of one of the 9 offspring of the dragon and then chewed it, praising the delicious meat. And over there stood the craziest of them all. She made a mound of bodies and climbed onto it with the words, "I have built the tallest tower." They bet on who would break the most heads and throw the furthest body. Atron was afraid that everything would be broken for him. In his head, he thought that they probably had noodles instead of brains. But he was so scared, so Atron decided it was better not to anger them. And then King Mu took one of the pieces of armor. He started looking at it, saying that this thing looked sturdy. Neyu thanked Atron for bringing good goods. It was nice to cheer everyone up. Atron only prayed that the king did not break his shoulder. Neyu told him to tell Frisia that he would put it to good use and left. No matter how strong King Mu was, Atron didn't understand how anyone could call that name so casually. And then Atron was approached by his greatest fear, Cain. The hero asked about his request. Atron suggested moving away. The merchant warned in advance that Cain only asked for a meeting. They are high-ranking people in the trading world, and Yanwu should consider this meeting an honor to meet them. The hero found himself in another world. He wondered if this world was similar to what Bram had once created. Who would have thought that such a barrier could be created using only a crystal ball? What was expected from the feast? And then Yanwu and Atron saw a girl on a huge animal. She was Master Frisia. Yanwu didn't understand why she was here in person. Little is known about Frisia, and she rarely appears in public. Cain said that he did not think that the hostess of the feast herself would come. Jun Wu first encountered the feast when Artia was making a name for herself. The feast has shown sponsorship interest in Artia. The proposed amount turned out to be incredibly large. Thanks to their support, Artia began to truly spread her wings. Some unions demanded as much as they gave or made demands in exchange for sponsorship. However, the feast did nothing of the sort. The clan members and Junwu became curious as to why they were being supported. Everything about Frisia was shrouded in mystery. The head of the feast rarely showed up. Junwoo found out about her later. Even though he did not know the purpose of the feast, there was something in common between Frisia's appearances. King. She comes when she thinks there is a potential ruler of the tower, or someone capable of taking his place. The fact that the girl showed up in person means she highly appreciated both Yeonwoo and Junwoo. Frisia said that she was glad to meet and asked why the hero wanted to see them. Yeonwoo said that he plans to start a clan. He had heard rumors that the feast was being sponsored by some clans. That is, Frisia realized that Yeonwoo wants his clan to become one of them. She said that some contact them like Yeonwoo, but most of them are rejected by the feast. Frisia said that this time her opinion will not change. Yeonwoo turned around and started to leave, since nothing could be done about it. He thanked for the meeting. Atran wanted to fall through the ground from fear. Frisia asked about what Yeonwoo was doing. The hero replied that since she refused him, then he had nothing more to do here. The girl became interested in what goals this guy was pursuing. Maybe he thinks that if he behaves like this, she will become sharply interested in him? No, the man known as the greedy devil that Frisia studied is not that simple. A cunning man who knows how to wait in the wings. She said they could talk some more. Junwoo said that Frisia was looking for someone among the people, the level of a king, and he was right. Frisia wanted to ask Yeonwoo a few questions, and the hero, of course, agreed. Frisia heard that Yeonwoo acquired the inheritance of the Summer Queen. She asked why he was looking for their sponsorship if he had money. Yeonwoo replied that he didn't have any. Frisia did not understand a little, because she has information that the legacy of the Queen of Summer is in the hands of the greedy devil. And then the hero says that he spent everything. The Queen of Summer's legacy was of great value. The vault contained astronomical money that even large clans could not dream of. However, Yeonwoo did not have enough funds that would be enough for anyone else. Resources were needed to create a dungeon, restore the external space, reconstruct a large laboratory, and create your own forge. Frisia said that this was a lie, and the guy could not spend an astronomical amount in such a short time. Yeonwoo said that he sold everything from Intrinian except the most necessary things and had already spent the proceeds. Atran thought that Cain was crazy because that kind of money would be enough for a large clan for several years. Frisia laughed and said that Yeonwoo seems to spend as much as she earns and wants to spend even more. She asked how much he needed. Yeonwoo replied that the more the better. Perhaps he will soon be broke. The hero speaks as if his money is flowing away like water. Frisia said that Yeonwoo can discuss the details with Atran, but before he leaves, Cain needs to know something. Frisia does not operate at a loss. The girl said that if he cannot pay the principal and interest, then it's scary to think what will happen. He speaks like a real moneylender. And after these words, Frisia left. Yeonwoo managed to get the funds to create a clan, so now it's time to return to the tower. But before that, he must see the end of the Summer Queen. The hero noticed a snake on the tree, and it was Hermes. God wondered what Cain was up to. Athena was nearby. Hermes asked his sister what that expression was. Apparently Yeonwoo is really bothering her. It had been a long time since Athena showed emotion. It seems their stupid uncle decided to kill this child. He said that punishment would overtake any player who offended God. Hermes told his sister not to rush, because they knew this child better than anyone else. The greedy devil has worn out Agares, so they can just sit, eat popcorn, and admire their uncle's suffering. Athena said it must be nice to be so carefree. But they can't do anything just like their uncle. All because of the damned system and the damned Olfoen, who deserves more suffering than death. In addition, this is the first time Hermes has seen her sister care about someone like that. She doesn't seem to be the selfless type. The others will be shocked when they see this. Hermes wondered how many gods and demons were watching this child. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Yeonwoo came to Woo's dungeon. Woo met him and led him inside. Cain asked what else this was. Woo replied that this was all for their master. Golems, zombies, ghouls, banshees, and even ghosts. Woo's loyalty is getting worse and worse every day. Yeonwoo said to remove it all because it was too pretentious. The hero was interested in how the work on creating a bone dragon was progressing. Woo replied that they were almost finished, and the hero wanted to see it himself. Rebecca said to be careful, as not to allow the slightest damage. Yeonwoo walked in and was greeted by Ismena. He asked if she liked the way her body was dismembered. Ismin just smiled and said it was time. Yanwu asked her what she thought would happen if the half-dragon swallowed the great dragon. Ismene laughed and said to try it. Being a dragon, she always felt the need to be the best at everything, and the curse of endless loneliness. Ismene finally feels free from all this. Cha Junwoo is the same ghost that the servant mentioned. Who would have thought that Ismene would realize this at the moment of death? Yanwu said goodbye to Ismene. She saw Junwoo in her head. He told her that if she could change her thinking, she would begin to notice new things. Junwoo will help her and told her to call her any time. But Ismene only said that it was too late. Yanwu saw the flame of the Summer Queen. He feels it flowing through him. The hero senses the element of fire, and it seems to be the soul. It looks like a huge ball of energy that is sealed in the body. And then it began to expand. It was dangerous. Wu began to bring the Ona to his senses. Lich began to congratulate the hero, but Yanwu did not understand why. And he successfully took possession of Ismene's soul. Blessing of the dragon takes the soul of the dragon. Yanwu's soul level was rising. He gained absolute control over the fire properties. The hero received the title Fire Manager. The level has gone up, but it doesn't seem like much has changed. Yanwu decided to visit the mind world. The limits of his body and soul expanded far more than he could have imagined. And yet, Yanwu felt like many eyes were watching him. Previously, he had the feeling that someone was watching him, but now that his senses are heightened, he knows it for sure. Some looks are warm, and some are filled with anger. In any case, it's unpleasant. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Bram told Kane to take care of other matters, while he himself planned to complete the laboratory as soon as possible and begin treating Ananta. Yanwu planned to climb the tower and lay the foundation of the clan, but Bram told him not to worry about the rest, but to focus on conquering the tower. The man said that if there were good things there, then let Kane bring them to him and not carry anything. Then the hero decided to go. He ended up on the 26th floor, the Wailing Wall. This stage is a snow-capped mountain. If you look closely, it doesn't look like it. This is a fortress. When people saw the greedy devil, they immediately realized that they had played, and it would not be easy here. Hanryong told Yanwu that he shouldn't bother with idiots. That's right. Usually the hero doesn't care about others. The test is a wall built in the snowy Nahatma Mountains, an obstacle to the snow monsters of the north. Countless people died here, and that is why this place has earned the name Western Wall. Such a scale has never been seen since the construction of the wall. For a month, the player must protect the Tears of Ra, stored inside the Western Wall. I wonder how many people died, maybe several thousand? If we're talking about millions, then Yanwu will not be able to cope with everything alone. The hero needs the help of other players to protect the Tears of Ra. Hanryong and Shannon were surprised, because those people already consider the greedy devil an enemy. The leitmotif of the 26th floor is the battle between the sun god Ra and the magical creature of darkness, Apophis. The monsters spawned by Apophis specialize in cold and do not feel pain even when they are torn to pieces. The closer the rankers are to the center, the more difficult it is to deal with the monsters. There are two ways to pass this test. The first is to protect the Tears of Ra from attacks for a month. Ice monsters will attack the wall every midnight. Problems begin when food and water supplies run low. Most players fail because of infighting. Yanwu needs the help of other players to protect Ra's tears. Apparently, no one is going to work together. Conflicts between players can be as much of a headache as the monsters. No matter how troublesome it may be, you will have to solve the problem yourself. There are also some other things Yanwu wants to experiment with. Yanwu summoned his spirits and they grabbed all the players. They started asking the greedy devil what he was doing. Yanwu told them to defend the citadel and he would provide them with supplies. The Tears of Ra will remain with him. The second way is to steal the poisonous fang of Apophis, hidden from the snow monsters. Of course, removing the poisonous fang of Apophis is much more difficult than protecting the Tears of Ra. Yanwu told Shannon and Hanryong that they didn't have to wait for nightfall and the monsters to attack. An avalanche has begun. The hero will have to dive headlong into the center of a million-strong army of frosty monsters alone. Yanwu made his way to the monster. He wanted to test what would happen if he fed the holy sword with dragon blood, with which the Summer Queen created 81 eyes and 9 dragon offspring. The hero poured tears onto his sword. The long-standing curse was lifted by a nameless master. The sword has revealed its hidden light, and will now become the envy of the great heroes, and evil enemies will be trapped in fear and confusion. The stronger the enemy, the higher Vigrid's combat power. When Yanwu delivers the final blow to an enemy, the sword curses all enemies nearby. Vigrid absorbs purity from evil and can exorcise demons. Currently, Yanwu has 99% removed the curse and has successfully unlocked all of the sword's functions, but has not learned its true name. Only after its true name is revealed will the sword regain its former glory. A powerful wave of fire incinerated the ice monsters. Vigrid is definitely strong in his true form, so Yanwu can't hold back. Shannon warned the owner that if he used more force, his body might not be able to handle it. The hero replied that everything was fine. If the body cannot cope with the power of fire, then Yanwu will become fire, as Galliard taught. When Yanwu struck with the sword for the 50th time, Vigrid shone even brighter than before. On the 51st time, it stopped emitting light. When it crossed 80 and approached 90, there was no more flame, only wind. At the 95th blow, the wind died down. It was calm, like in the center of a storm. Light, heat, and wind were trapped in his awareness. At the 99th hit, the aura darkened and became pitch black. A black, strong energy appeared. Even the ice monster said that Yanwu is a monster. The hero will successfully destroy the 13th Company and their commander. He learned to lock the fire in his aura. Yanwu successfully created strong energy and completely completed the fire wave skill. This is a unique skill, the only one in the tower. The heads of the ice monsters flew one after another, and now Yanwu was unstoppable. The god of Malak Azrael is very pleased with the chaos created by the hero. Azrael laughs. He praises Yanwu for his lethality. Agares shouts something to Azrael. Azrael blesses the power given to him, the third spirit. Many demons and gods associated with death showed their desire to get Yanwu. Shannon told the owner that he seemed happy to frolic here, but they were suffering. It seems like Yanwu is glowing with happiness. The hero was in some kind of prostration. He was surprised that he was able to rejoice, but he told the spirits that it was nothing like that. Apophis was surprised by the man's arrival. The monster said that the fact that Yanwu regretted this far is commendable, but the hero seemed frightened to Apophis. Moreover, he had almost used up his health and magical powers. Apophis said that apparently he wouldn't even have to appear in person and called the guys. He ordered them to devour the man. Each of the heads is a monster, equal in strength to the commanders. Apophis's appearance is terrifying. Yanwu hoped that his shell would refuse the other one. How disappointed he is. Yanwu didn't even have the strength to stand on her feet. If you rest a little, your health will return, and your magical power is constantly overflowing. Yanwu used the awakening of his dragon body, the stigmata of the goddess, and Shonshin Tisha. Apophis was defeated. Yanwu was offered to register his name in the Hall of Fame, and he refused. But suddenly Shannon told the owner that he had forgotten the hidden object, the fang of Apophis. Yanwu shut up. There is nothing to be done, and he said that they are coming back. If the explosion had not been so strong, the scales might have been preserved. Yanwu got the fang of Apophis. There is poison inside. If you make an art piece from it, the fang will endow it with poisonous properties. The item was severely damaged by the explosion, and to restore it, the assistance of an outstanding craftsman is required. Yanwu also received Ra's tears, a treasure protected by the fortress walls of the 26th floor, a sacred artifact that was given to people by the sun god himself to protect the castle from the snow monsters of Apophis. It was used so often that the artifact almost lost its divine power. The hero completed the creation of the gland of gods and demons by combining the lacrimal glands of Ra and the poisonous glands of Apophis. You need to choose sacred or demonic energy. In the past, Junwu couldn't make up his mind. Ultimately, he gave the power to Ether that he desperately needed. Ether chose the sacred power, absorbed it, and then used it to betray Junwu. Shannon asked the owner if he was torn between sacred and demonic energy, but Yanwu replied that he had already made a choice, sacred power. Agares is dissatisfied with his choice, and Hermes shakes his head in satisfaction. Athena looks at Yanwu warmly. The sleeping blessing of God has awakened, but the power of the blessing is clearly lacking. Yanwu must receive many more blessings to awaken the sacred power dormant within. The blessing of God that Yanwu received after subduing Braham has finally awakened. but he is still far from the blessings of the dragon and demon. Yanwu will absorb something else later. The hero moved to the 27th floor, River of Souls. He arrived at the waiting room. Usually the movement is made to the starting area, but now to the waiting room. The reason why the start of the test on the 27th floor is different from the others is because it will proceed differently. On the lower floors, most tests are carried out in one world, but starting from the middle floors, where the world is divided into parts, one large test is carried out, consisting of smaller, separate sections. Such tests begin between the 27th and 30th floors. The 30th floor tests the achievements of players from the 27th to 29th floors. In 3 tests from the 27th to 29th floors, errors are unacceptable. One wrong step will have a huge impact on the next floor, resulting in incredible difficulties on the 30th floor. You'll have to worry about multiple tests at once. It may be a little complicated, but Yanwu has already encountered something similar at the training level. Only the scale is slightly larger than before, but the task has not changed. With more points, you get more. The 27th floor challenge begins. All living things completing their journey in life are sent beyond the brink, but the dead find it difficult to reach their resting place on the other side. They have to cross a wide river alone. The river of souls is always harsh, it boils, so it is not easy to cross it. Yanwu has just become a disembodied soul, and he must cross the river in 49 days. If he does not reach his destination on time, he will lose his status as a reincarnated soul and turn into a ghost who will forever wander among the 9 celestial bodies. You need to leave the island safely, avoiding danger. The River of Souls is so toxic that it is difficult to even launch a boat on it. Therefore, players have no choice but to turn to someone for help. This someone is the carrier and guardian Aaron. However, Aaron has been scamming for many years, selling players false information. He also builds boats for a fee, subject to the provision of materials, but the quality of the boat was impossible to predict, and there were many demands made, which led to the failure of many players. As soon as Yanwu appeared, Aaron immediately spoke to him. He told the hero that for a small fee he could tell him how to cross the river. Yanwu asked Aaron what he thought would happen to him if he reported his antics to the bureau, but in the end, Yanwu got the information he needed and disappeared. According to Aaron, high-quality boat material can be found in the forest. In this case, you can try that method. Suddenly, 2 men approached the greedy devil. One was called Hector and the other Ibrahimovic. Yanwu asked what's next. The men were embarrassed that Yanwu didn't know them. Yanwu asked if he should. Hector replied that he was the captain of the 92nd Fantastic Regiment, and this guy was the second captain. If they are from a fantasy regiment, the fall of Cheonghado and the beginning of internal strife within the Red Dragon shook the 8 big clans: Ulfawan, White Dragon, Black Dragon, Elohim, Devil's Army, Bloody Land, Sea of Times, Dod's Brothers. The White and Black Dragons, separated from the Red Dragon, took the empty place of Cheonghado. Due to the turmoil in the tower, new forces have arisen, threatening the power of famous clans. One of them is a fantastic regiment. The clan consisted of 108 small clans and a detachment that swept like a whirlwind through the lower and middle floors. Most likely, this is an ordinary gathering of small fry. Yanwu asked what the boys had to do with him. Hector replied that the greedy devil must have heard from Aaron that building a boat requires a lot of materials and money. No matter how powerful the greedy devil is, it is quite difficult to collect what is needed in such a short time. So the guys proposed to unite. Apparently, these two are forcing other players to work for them under the guise of cooperation. This is probably how their clan grows. Yanwu said he wasn't interested in collaborating or anything like that. Hector started shouting that the greedy devil is a bastard and people are talking to him. If this man does not understand in a good way, then he will do it in a bad way. Yanwu stabbed the impudent guy with a dagger in the stomach. He asked Ibrahimovic if he had anything else to say. Yanwu found a tree that is not corroded by the River of Souls, the spectral tree. Slowly, the hero began to collect branches. While Yanwu was putting away his materials, someone was watching him from behind the trees. The spy ran to Mr. Ibrahimovic and said that the greedy devil had started collecting materials, but it seemed that he was collecting some strange things. Ibrahimovic replied that whatever it was, it must be hidden objects, After all, the greedy devil is the one who occupied the first places from the first floor. They must complete the ship before the greedy devil. Ibrahimovic said that to control a ship, you need a helmsman, a navigator, and sailors. But there is only one greedy devil. What happens if one ship in the middle of the river is surrounded by several others? And then Ibrahimovic said that they would put a stamp on the guy. The fantastic regiment increased its numbers thanks to seals and oaths to the devil. They literally forced players to join the clan. Ibrahimovic told the guy to give Aaron more money so that their boats would be ready before the greedy devils. Shannon still didn't understand what kind of boat Kane was going to build from this. Hanryong also didn't understand. There was no spectral tree on Aaron's list. Yanwu replied that he didn't need Aaron. You just need to find a good shipbuilder. And then Yanwu said that they were just in time. Cannibals. Cannibals living on the 27th floor interfere with the players. They are quite intelligent because they have built their own civilization. However, players treat them like monsters because they hunt players and happily eat them. Shannon has long wondered why there are so many people around Kane who want to commit suicide. There are other ways, so why do they choose this one? The cannibals began to shoot at Yanwu, but with the help of magic he stopped the bullets and turned them back so that they attacked the cannibals themselves. In their language, Yanwu demanded to know where their village was. One of the cannibals asked the hero how he learned to speak their language, but they all shouted with one voice that they had nothing to say. Yanwu killed the cannibals one by one. He grabbed one and demanded to know the location, but the cannibal replied that the hero could kill him, but one day disaster would befall him. Yanwu continued to kill cannibals. Shannon said that the owner killed them all, and if he continues in the same spirit, something irreparable will happen. But it was already too late. Somewhere on the island, 25 cannibals died. Upon learning of this, the leader became furious. Low-level priests, on his orders, began to read prayers. The difficulty of the test increased, and the demonic cannibals began to march. The players went crazy and wondered what idiot did this. A group of players walked through the forest. The leader said that there are often cannibal monsters in this forest and you need to be careful. And then they saw the corpses of the team members who had gone ahead. It seems they were attacked by cannibals. The guy told Heidi that she needed to look at it. Strange. Usually cannibals treat players as prey, so they try to catch them with a minimum of damage. But it was as if someone was playing with them, like toys. The demonic cannibals began to come. The leader was furious. The group was shocked. Cannibals have unique racial skills. Through blood ties, they share power with their blood relatives. If someone dies, then their power passes to another member of the tribe. The more cannibals die, the stronger those remaining become, although their numbers are dwindling. The leader told the whole group to hide in the bushes and crouch as low as possible. The cannibals began to walk along with their huge monster. It was very scary. Cannibals are strong and will take out any member of a squad of guys with one blow. Fortunately, the group was not interested in them, and the cannibals moved on. Cannibals killed people and then abused the bodies. It was impossible to count such mutilated corpses. A very terrible sight. Ibrahimovic watched everything. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Greedy devil, this is clearly his doing. The man needs to get off the island before he gets caught by these creatures. Ibrahimovic's people hid the boat. You need to use it and get away. Wind speed activated. Ibrahimovic almost reached the boat when a huge cannibal monster blocked his way. Ibrahimovic's fate was terrible. The guy barely woke up after some time and did not understand where he was. That's right. The monster played with him like a toy. Ibrahimovic didn't think he would die like this, but suddenly someone began to attack the huge cannibal. Such a huge monster asked the player to leave, calling him a monster. Ibrahimovic did not understand what was happening and why the cannibal was so scared. He wanted to see someone who was capable of this, but he was already at his limit. Yanwu killed the demonic cannibals one by one. The difficulty increased further and further, and then he was attacked by a whole flock of huge cannibals. The hero dealt with them so easily that it was even boring. The leader learned that Yanwu caused a commotion in the village. He sacrificed the low-level priests and began a new prayer. The cannibal king was very close. The prayers were answered and the leader began to change. The cannibal king has finally appeared. Yanwu hopes that he will refuse a better shell of Apophis. It was said that he lived on that island. Yanwu flew to the island and went into the cave. There the king met him. The monster was furious that Yanwu hurt his children. The hero uses the fire of fear. This is funny for the king. The flame of hell versus the king of the dead. The king said that he was blessed by the very river of souls, washed by the water of fear. Like water extinguishes fire, he easily sleeps with Yanwu. According to Junwoo, this monster is a difficult opponent. Then the brother barely managed to cope with him with the help of his comrades. But now Yanwu is alone. He told the cannibal king that he talked too much and attacked him. Thus, Yanwu cut off the monster's head. This one is also nothing special. However, it was a hidden boss in charge of an entire stage. The hero didn't think he would be so weak. Well, Yanwu was not interested in him, but in them, cannibals. Cannibals are truly gifted warriors, carpenters, and shipbuilders, and their elders know the secret of a boat that can cross the river of souls. The ships they build are useful in finding hidden routes. Junwoo also used their boat to meet her second teacher, Lana. Yanwu would like to see her too, so he told the cannibal that even though their king is dead, they still want to preserve his legacy. If they want to live, they will obey Yanwu. For killing the cannibal king, Yanwu received the king's token. This token is left by the priests of the tribe who become kings. The blood bond tribal skill allows the wielder to control cannibals with whom he is bonded. Token. Hidden item. Junwoo uses it to build himself a boat with the help of cannibals. The cannibals suddenly began to have headaches and shouted that they could not become slaves to Yanwu. The hero told the cannibal that if he continued to resist, he would kill everyone behind him. Then the cannibal tried to put forward some conditions. Yanwu said that there was no bargaining. Everyone recognizes the token, and if they don't, everyone dies. Thus, Yanwu initiated the bonds of the tribe. He received the title Leader of the Cannibals. The hero does not know who created the 27th floor, but they have a twisted sense of humor. The territory is at the level from which you need to choose within 49 days. It's like the creators want you to grab it, but they don't want you to stay there. However, the island can be useful as a secret warehouse. In particular, Baylok, a lover of various poisons, was interested in this place. Junwoo gave Baylok the coordinates. He probably still uses the island. How Yanwu wants me to find and destroy his base. But the hero cannot search the islands for all 49 days. Yanwu told his spirits to help too. Suddenly, the players who had fallen into the cannibal's trap approached Yanwu and began to thank him. If not for him, they would have become food for cannibals. People asked how they could repay the favor. Yanwu said there was nothing to thank. There is a ferry on that side that can take people to the big island. People discussed that even though they were alive, it was now unclear what to do. You need to somehow keep up with the greedy devil, but he is so scary. Heidi and her group saw people ahead of them. She asked them about what happened to them. People told the elf that the greedy devil killed all the cannibals on the island. He subdued those who remained and built a boat. People asked what they should do now. They managed to stay alive, but there was not much time left, and the cannibals stole their things. Many suffered because of the cannibals. In addition, the stale air makes the body heavier and the mind weakens. The team members still have strength. They can build boats and cross the river. But if you leave these people, they will die. Heidi clenched her fists and said that she would not become like her father. She asked to be taken to the greedy devil. She needed to talk to him. Heidi wanted the hero to transport them. Of course, all this will not be for free. Heidi said that they would give half of their karma. Also, the greedy devil can ask you to do whatever he wants. Yanwu asked Heidi if she was responsible for these words. She felt scared. But Heidi cannot give up. People believe in her and follow her. The girl said that she agreed to any conditions. Yanwu said that they agreed. Heidi was delighted and began to thank him when the time came for Youngwoo's conditions. Firstly, the payment is 90% of their karma and no bargaining. Secondly, people will obey him unquestioningly. Thirdly, they will not pay attention to his actions. Heidi said they agreed. Fortunately, she can afford these concessions. Shannon said that now a second group of slaves had been added to the first group. Yanwu was interested in this girl who introduced herself as Heidi. She is very active, but she lacks a lot. But if Yanwu helps her grow up, she might be useful. The hero said that not everyone has such eyes. I'll have to keep an eye on her. We are transported to the clan house of the Fantastic Regiment, Western Fantasy. The commander of the Fantastic Regiment, Kreutz, was practicing swords with his subordinate and was in a very good mood. Then a guy ran to Kreutz in a hurry. The commander asked what brought the guy. Was it possible that the leader of the regiment had finally left? No. The guy came to tell Kreutz something urgent. Ono asked the man to take a look. Kreutz squeezed the paper and said that the regimental leader would be furious when he heard it. Several days have passed since Yan Wu's boat left the shore. Heidi understood perfectly why Yan Wu then said to obey him and not pay attention to his actions. Since it was a river of souls, there were some difficulties when crossing it. Predators appeared ahead. The ship began to shake, and Heidi ordered everyone to hold on. You can find calmer places on the river, and Heidi did not understand why Yan Wu chose the most dangerous path. She wondered what the greedy devil was thinking about, and then she saw how Yan Wu was already on top of one of the monsters. The hero quickly killed everyone, and Heidi was dumbfounded because they almost died, and as if traveling through the waters where the kings of predatory monsters live was not enough for them. The pirates were right ahead. Yan Wu said that they arrived where they needed to be. No one except the greedy devil smiled at the news of the pirate ship. Yan Wu grabbed one of the pirates and began to demand to know where the quartz palace was and whether he knew anything about the Blue Rose, a real murderer. Heidi didn't know if they could cross the River of Souls safely. The pirate became another slave who took the hero to the right place. Yan Wu had the River King's crystal. She doesn't seem to like this. Blue Rose. Lana is Jun Wu's second teacher and the ruler of the 28th floor. Their first meeting was not pleasant. They clashed due to a small misunderstanding. At the time of the battle, Jun Wu had achieved his third awakening, gained the heavenly wing, and believed that he had no equal, and as a result, he was defeated. In addition to the fact that Lana had excellent magical skills and masterful use of a sword, she was also a brave and charismatic woman, capable of charming anyone. Lana struck Jun Wu to the core. After that, he began to follow Lana. At first, Jun Wu irritated her, but at the same time amused her because he resembled a devoted puppy. And in the end, Lana opened up to him. Thus began Jun Wu and Lana's close relationship until he died. Even during the war with the 8 great clans, Lana was by Jun Wu's side until the very end. Even though she had almost exhausted her strength, Lana had no regrets. What happened next is unknown. The last mention said that she was in a quartz palace somewhere in the River of Souls. Yan Wu really wants to know what kind of person she is. It would be great to invite her to your clan. If what these guys said is true, then Lana must be around here somewhere. The bribe should work. If Lana is not satisfied with this, then Yan Wu has many other stones. He asked to stop the ship and quickly jumped overboard. Heidi began to panic, since the waters of the River of Souls are very toxic. It turns out that if you cover your body with fiery wings, you can overcome the effect of the toxin. Numerous souls began to reach out to Yan Wu, the man who finally fell into this deadly river. But Yan Wu used the third spirit and neutralized the soul. Azrael blessed the hero and strengthens the third spirit skill. It seems Azrael considers Yan Wu his apostle. Well, this plays into the hero's hands. Agares told the other gods and demons not to covet what was already his, but everyone ignored him. Yan Wu swam a little further and saw the quartz palace. But going there, everything was very strange. I was left unturned. The quartz palace was originally protected by a barrier, but it fell and the river destroyed the building. There were also traces of a fierce battle. Upon entering the royal room, Yan Wu saw Lana's collection of jewelry floating. Jun Wu told his mentor that there is a holiday on Earth called Teacher's Day. He gave Lana a gift as his teacher. It was the most beautiful necklace. The hero approached the throne, but the remains of Lana were already sitting on it. Something happened to her. The greedy devil abandoned the guys and jumped into the river. Heidi, of course, knew that he was crazy, but it was unclear what to do on this ship without the greedy devil. But the girl told everyone that the greedy devil would return. And then someone's ships began to appear in the distance. Despite the fact that Yan Wu squeezed the third spirit to the maximum, it was not possible to return Lana's consciousness. Her body had been in the river for too long. Instead, the hero managed to collect the smallest fragments of thoughts and read the last memories. Benteki hit Lana with his sword. She couldn't believe such betrayal. Benteki told her precious fiancée Lana that she hoped she didn't see him, because this was all the result of her actions. Benteke is the right hand and lover of Lana, as well as the apostle of Poseidon, the highest god of Olympus. Led by Lana, the apostle of the sea goddess Keto, and Benteke, the apostle of Poseidon, the Blue Rose pirates took over the 28th floor and made a name for themselves. However, when Lana lost her strength by supporting Junwoo, Benteke staged a coup. Lana always said that the strongest takes it all. Then Benteke said that he was stronger and Lana was weak, so he decided to take everything from her, the loser. And she will have nothing to object to. It was a terrible betrayal. Benteke left Lana to die. Looking at the necklace, she apologized to Junwoo and closed her eyes one last time. So there is a reason why Poseidon dislikes Yeonwoo. He and Benteke were destined to one day become enemies. The hero received the sacred artifact of Keto, the enchantment of seawater. An unexpected task appeared. The goddess of the ancient seas, Keto, harbored a deep grudge against Poseidon because his apostle killed her apostle. However, Keto has lost a lot of strength and cannot resist Poseidon. After a long wait, she finally found a way. By the will of Keto, Yeonwoo must kill the apostles of Poseidon. Seawater enchantment allows you to command water monsters and their kings. The artifact can also be used to search for information by reading the memory of waters. But when the bound power runs out, it immediately loses its value. Agares offers Yeonwoo even more power. Poseidon watches the hero closely. Yeonwoo feels strong energy. Perhaps this is the force that made Lana the ruler of the 28th floor. Moreover, he senses Keto's resentment over the loss of the apostle. The sacred power reacts to the hidden blessing of God. Yeonwoo's sacred power strengthened. He decided to try new abilities. Benteke first. Yeonwoo started looking for him. Near his ship, Yeonwoo saw several more with the coat of arms of the Triton clan, which exists under the leadership of Benteke. And Triton is about to attack Yeonwoo's ship. Damn! Poseidon noticed the hero and decided to attack first. Yeonwoo urgently headed there. Heidi told everyone to hold their ground. One of Triton's guys said that the king of the seas, Benteke, said that by the will of God he would punish the greedy devil. They will spare those who throw down their weapons and surrender. Those who do not do this will, along with the greedy devil, go to feed the water monsters. The guy gave the guys a minute to think. Heidi was shocked and people started looking at each other. Most of the people from Yeonwoo's ship apologized and said that they wanted to wait, so they ran to the side. They jumped off and asked Triton to throw them a life preserver, and then the guy reveals that he promised to spare them, but there was no talk of saving them. And then suddenly, a strong explosion occurred on Triton's boat, and then a whirlwind of fire appeared. The greedy devil is here! Triton's member said he had finally arrived. They are followers of the god of the seas, Poseidon. In the water domain, they can easily block Yeonwoo's fire. And then Triton began his attack. In this case, Yeonwoo used the spell of seawater, and monsters attacked the enemy ships. The monsters turned out to be river kings. Predators attacked the bottoms of Triton's ships. The hero also attacked enemies with a wave of fire. Panic began, and the enemies fled in all directions. Yeonwoo said that he doesn't need small fry. He told Benteke to show himself. The servants reported to the captain that they had lost 15 ships. Deputy leader Jinran asked Benteke what they should do. Benteke said to bring a spear. For the first time, Poseidon, who usually did not pay attention to the lower floors, so insistently demanded that tasks be completed. This means that the greedy devil offended Poseidon in some way. It seems that after a long time someone has appeared who can entertain Benteke. He took out his spear and used the storm. Yeonwoo was surprised that Benteke could release so much sacred power. This is all because of the spear, connected by the artifact of Poseidon, the trident. Benteke squeezed the river water to its limit. And then he approached Yeonwoo and said hello. And instead of a greeting, there was a water storm, but Yeonwoo blocked it. Benteke didn't think there would be such talent in the lower levels. Yeonwoo attacked Benteke back, but he dodged. The hero's necklace seemed familiar to Benteke and asked where the hero got it. Benteke said that it reminded him of 2 dead men, and now the mood is ruined. Here, Yeonwoo was dumbfounded. Poseidon wanted to punish Yeonwoo and showed a strong thirst for murder. Hermes encouraged the hero, and Athena gave her blessing. The divine community Olympus falls silent due to tension between Poseidon and Athena. Yeonwoo was furious. He hoped that Benteke was different from the shell of Apophis and the cannibal king. The hero awakened the dragon body, the third spirit, Senshin Isha, and the stigmata of the goddess. Benteke did not understand that when the guy managed to get closer. He saw the eyes of the greedy devil and said that he was the same as him. Benteke said it's even more fun, and he decided to think about the suspension after he won. Benteke grabbed Yanwu and wanted to hit him with a trident, but the hero dodged him. Benteke was very annoyed by sea monsters, and then Yanwu, at the right moment, hit Benteke in the stomach with a sword. But Benteke just laughed and said that he needed just such a fight. The king of the sea said that he and the greedy devil have the same eyes. He wondered what expression the greedy devil mask was hiding and began to pull it off. Athena jumped up screaming. It was very dangerous. The hero's divine power is almost depleted, but a little for the last moment should be enough. Yanwu used a wave of fire again, and Benteke received numerous burns. Apparently, the hero's ship managed to free itself. This is good, since they did not have to participate in this battle. The power of the Keto sacred artifact is also depleted. Even with the presence of the sacred artifact, it was very difficult for Benteke to withstand. Benteke is without a doubt one of the top fighters, but there are many people with similar skills and higher levels. Yanwu needs to develop further, but for the first time in a long time, he actually had fun. Suddenly, Benteke appeared from the waters of the river. Yanwu said he was a monstrous bastard. Benteke said that the greedy devil's holy relic had run out of power, and Poseidon's curse may have weakened its abilities as well. But everything is the same with Benteke. His Triana is exhausted, and his body is wounded. So now, Benteke said that, without the blessings of God and the power of the artifacts, there was an ideal opportunity to test the real skills on each other. But then suddenly, Benteke's staff began to crumble into pieces. Athena covered her mouth with her hand in panic over the unforeseen circumstances. All the gods of Olympus are shocked and confused. Suddenly, the Black King's bracelet, the same as on his hand, appeared on the hero's leg. This artifact is unique and exists in a single copy in the tower. At this time, the information cannot be determined. This is similar to the situation when Yanwu received Astrape's bracelet. Who is this Black King anyway? Poseidon started screaming and was furious. All the gods and demons held their breath. Agares sent a message in which he asked to be accepted. Hermes wrote that there was nothing like that and there was nothing to worry about. Azrael wrote that it was Yanwu. He was talking about someone. It seemed like the Black King. Benteke said about Poseidon that even as a god, he could not foresee this and is now angry with him. Benteke told Poseidon that if he wants to blame someone, then he should blame himself for being locked there and unable to do anything. Now let him shut up. Benteke apologized and said that their god had a bad character. He suggested that Yanwu continue, although his mood is a little spoiled now. Benteke said that the anger of the god he serves does not matter to him. Now all that matters to Benteke is the greedy devil. Fighting him and determining the result is what is important for Benteke now. He lashed out at Yanwu. If the hero is one of those who fight, calculating everything, then Benteke is the opposite, fighting purely on his instincts. While Yanwu relies on demonic magic and regeneration in case of injury, Benteke is not afraid of being injured at all. Both Yanwu and Benteke were heartbroken. Now it is a question of who will cut the thread of another's life first. Benteke thought he was in a winning situation, but then something strange began to happen. Yanwu used his foresight skill. It seemed to Benteke that they were both struck at the same time and did not understand why he was the only one. Benteke said that Yanwu had an ace up his sleeve. However, Benteke is a conqueror and should never be defeated. He said that Junwu and Lana also died because they were defeated. Benteke promised himself that he would not end up like them. But Vigrid Yanwu didn't react at all. Maybe Benteke is using some other power other than a divine artifact or a god's blessing. Yanwu said that the one who dies will be Yanwu and was already preparing to grab him. But then suddenly someone cut off Benteke's hand. He was quickly picked up by Jinran and quickly led away by the captain. Blood started coming out of Yanwu's mouth. He understood that he needed to restore the mask. His strength has already reached its limit. Yanwu was about to fall when suddenly someone caught him. It was the Duke. He asked the hero if Bloodland's friend was okay. Jinran asked Benteke if he was okay. The captain replied that Jinran knew how much he hated such things. Jinran apologized, but it would be difficult to deal with Duke Ardbad in Benteke's current situation. The deputy told Benteke not to worry about them and to rest. The Duke said that if he were even a little late, Yonwoo would be in big trouble. The hero asked the man how he got here. His Majesty ordered the Duke to bring Cain at any cost. Yonwoo once promised to visit the Bloody Land, but he never kept his word, so the Duke was sent to pick him up personally. It's funny that the hero is still so valued in the Empire. Luckily, Yonwoo quickly restored the mask and managed to keep his identity a secret. To be honest, he thought that was his limit. And then someone said that they saw familiar faces. It was the Queen of Spring. Yonwoo didn't understand what she was doing here, because she couldn't come here, abandoning the White Dragon in such a turbulent time. The Duke said that this is Yuan Yin, the primary energy that is part of the original Qi. It is an entity created through Negong, separated from the body. The Duke heard that only the masters of the One-Horn tribe could do this. It was amazing that the Spring Queen could reach this level. The man heard that the Queen was busy and asked what brought her here. Valtese replied that the Duke himself knew. She came for the boy he was protecting. Yonwoo is guilty of the death of her mother, and for this it is not enough to just kill him. But at least Valtese will at least calm his anger a little by throwing this scoundrel to be devoured by predatory fish in the river of the dead. Apparently, Duke Yonwoo will not give up voluntarily, so Valtese began to use her power. The Duke was shocked that Yuan Yin could have so much power. Besides, Yonwoo can barely stand on his feet. In this situation, they will both die. But suddenly, Heidi contacted the Duke. She said that they are the ones who helped the loner. They will arrive soon, so as soon as Heidi gives the signal, the man will have to abandon the hero. Heidi began to count. The Duke threw it, and the girl caught it safely. Valtese said that she would not let the boy go, and began to attack Heidi in the back. No, she doesn't look like her father. Heidi will prove that she is not like that. And then Heidi became different. All the people on the ship were in shock. Silver hair and blue eyes are signs of high elves, but they died out. Heidi said that they didn't have time to sit around and needed to leave. She ordered the sails to be spread. Valtese began to pursue the ship. The Duke stopped her, saying that she seemed to be going to deal with him. The Queen of Spring said not to disturb her. The Duke told Heidi to leave quickly. Yonwoo asked the girl why she saved him, because she could have just floated away. Heidi replied that she didn't want to be like someone else. This is enough for Yonwoo to know. Then the hero asked to take care of him. He appears to have lost consciousness, and yet the greedy devil is also a person. Heidi laughed. It was hard to understand because they only saw him as a monster. She told Yonwoo to rest well. Yonwoo found himself in an endless space where he could not see anything. There he met a demon. He said that Yonwoo was sleeping peacefully. Yes, he definitely lives peacefully. Yonwoo asked the demon if he called him here. The demon asked in response, "Is it not possible? He's like Yonwoo's own brother. The younger brother wanted to see the older brother. What's wrong with that?" Yonwoo grabbed him by the throat and told the demon not to dare use that face. The demon asked if Yonwoo was really hurt by his words. His composure is so sad. Yonwoo said to get to the point and say why the demon called him here. He replied that it was nothing special and told the hero to look at himself. Isn't Yonwoo too weak? Philosopher's Stone, demonic dragon body, Vigrid. The name is such great things in his hands. Yonwoo is only capable of this. Watching the fight between Yonwoo and that guy, the demon got pretty bored. The hero has failed and must work harder to satisfy the demon's hunger. Yonwoo woke up with a start and said that he was really crazy. The demon told the hero that he would give him one more chance to give his best, but this was the last opportunity. This demon used the hidden properties of the Philosopher's Stone and with their help, helped Yonwoo to fully recover. Even with the regeneration skill, Yonwoo couldn't do it that fast. A cannibal entered Yonwoo's room. He apologized for barging in, but someone is still following the ship. The cannibal asked what they should do. The hero said that he had a great place in mind where he could hide. They go to the Bailuk fortress. From the very beginning, Bailuk Island was hidden under defensive structures, so it was difficult to determine its location. However, with the help of the power of the Amulet of the Sea, memories of its location can be found. This is a fortress that took the anti-hero Bailuk a long time to build. The perfect place to hide. It's not so easy to enter there because as soon as the heroes pass through the fog, defense mechanisms are activated. To do this, Wu began to use his black magic. Heidi came over and said that he shouldn't overwork himself. Heidi looked tired. The elf replied that she simply could not let her guard down, afraid that they would come for them. There was an explosion. Wu just launched a stream of mana into the air, a truly scary person. The ship sailed to the island, and the hero ordered to be ready to drop anchor. It seems that nothing remains of the place described in the diary. Heidi asked why everything was like this here. It's kind of strange. It doesn't look like this place is abandoned. There were traces of cooking and various scattered books all around. It was as if all the inhabitants had suddenly disappeared. And then everyone noticed Artia's banner. Wu wondered if this island was originally her property. Heidi asked Wu if something was wrong. He replied that it was nothing special. The hero will go up to the tower and inspect it. And Heidi said to be here and make sure that no one comes here. This is a damn brat! Wu heard that Leonte and Bahal moved to other factions, and Bailuk and Vera were actively dealing with their younger brother. While creating a poison that would destroy Wu's body, they also killed the players who were his supporters. Wu didn't understand how this man dared to use Artia's symbol, also on an island owned by Wu. The hero desperately wants to blow everything to hell here, but first he needs to find out what happened here. Wu entered the tower. No one showed up when the outsiders arrived, but that doesn't mean all the inhabitants left the place. It's impossible that that person left his subjects here along with the notes. If it were him, Wu would have destroyed everything here before anyone found this place. Obviously something happened here. Wu entered the laboratory. Everything was abandoned there. Wu told Wu to take everything, and then the hero found what he needed. A long time ago, Wu asked Bailuk what his goal was in creating such a huge training ground that occupied the entire island. Doesn't sound like poison research. Bailuk wouldn't need so many resources. Wu said that he doesn't think it's a waste of money, he's just curious. Wu asked Bailuk what he wanted to create, and the guy answered, Superman. Wu found a whole shelf with various potions. As far as the hero knows, Bailuk wanted to recreate the world in which he originally lived, creating something like a Superman. It turns out that he developed these potions to enhance spiritual or divine power. Of course, considering that he was also a villain, half of them would refuse to be malicious. Wu told Wu to do research and inform him about the potion's effectiveness and precautions. Useless ones can be removed immediately. The monsters will take care of the dungeon, leaving the second and third floors. Bailuk conducted terrible experiments here day and night, not letting anyone near him. From the outside, this place looks like a gloomy, abandoned closet, but there was something creepy here. Wu went up to the third floor, Bailuk's office, and then the hero laughed. It turns out that Bailuk is no stranger to the desire to live normally. He decorated his home and ennobled everything around. So why did Batsluk do this to his comrade Wu? Suddenly, Wu's bracelet began to react. He began to feel these shackles more acutely than when he received them. And the interaction with the third heaven has also undergone changes. It became sticky, like tar, a painful sensation that cannot be described in words. It seems that during the search for Seth, Wu's connection with the Black King deepened, and the understanding of his despair became stronger. Olympus, who recently lost his temper, is silent, and at the same time, Azrael, the deity of Malak, grows. I wonder why. Azrael insisted that Wu check the artifact. It's better to do as he wants, otherwise he's too noisy. The Dark King's Mourn is a unique artifact, entirely owned by the owner and not subject to sale. There is currently no information available. More information can be obtained by fulfilling the appropriate conditions. As expected, information about the Black King will not be presented on a silver platter. But the answer lies not in the shackles themselves. Wu looked at the information about the ankle bracelet. In the past, there was no way to defeat the great supreme being, the Black King, so they always felt fear of him. But in the end, they managed to find a way to imprison him forever in darkness. The Black King fell into a rage from the betrayal that had been gnawing at him for many years, and then the three forms holding him back became his limbs. The bracers became the divine relic of Zeus and the shackles of Poseidon. So under this Dial meant the gods of Olympus. This is about betrayal. This means that the gods of Olympus deceived the Black King. In this case, it is clear why grief and despair took possession of Astrap and Triana, all due to the fact that the Black King and Olympus established enmity. Come to think of it, This also proves their long-standing close friendship. Titanomania, Gigantomania, destruction of Uranus, and the Trojan War. Since the beginning of its existence, the pantheon of gods of Olympus has been significantly reduced, so that unstable entities began to ascend. Maybe the Black King was one of those. He, a creature personifying death itself, either belonged to Olympus or came close to it. All the death gods are watching Yanwu, and the demons are eager for his decision. Those associated with the underworld or death rejoice at the sight of the artifacts. They want the hero to get closer to the truth about the Black King. Not surprisingly, this magic has nothing to do with either controlling puppets or necromancy. The ability to freely control countless souls, strengthening connections with them and making them your intimates and even part of the family. This is a state of death that has never been achieved before. No one has yet been able to unleash its full power. True power, no, power that transcends existence. Yanwu received a message from Azrael, where God wrote that the hero would not doubt anything. He chose him. Yanwu deserves to become a god. Azrael told the hero to accept his fate, strengthen his faith, and move forward. Later, fame and power will find themselves in Yongwu. Azrael asked to accept him and become his apostle. Then he will tell the hero how his faithful servant, Azrael, that arrogant god, grovels, calling himself a servant. He is the angel of death, taking the souls of the dead and seeing them off to the next world. All the other gods were silent. No reaction to Azrael's actions. So everyone knows about the Black King. But Azrael, the god of Malak, does not belong to Olympus. He caught the hero's thoughts about the possible connection of the Black King with Olympus. It's strange that Hades is silent, because he reacted most violently to this situation. Maybe Hades is the Black King and was betrayed by Zeus, Poseidon, and his brothers, possibly Kronos or Uranus, who suffered from Zeus and his followers, Luciel, whose wings were torn off by God and the devil. To narrow down the list of candidates, Yanwu needs to put everything together. Idora said that each of the 3 artifacts will serve as a limiter, like shackles and shackles. Is it a coincidence that the main axis of Olympus are 3 gods, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades? Then, to receive the third part, the hero needs the god of the underworld, Hades. Usually the relic is kept by the apostle, but Yanwu cannot be sure that Apostle Hades has it. The hero will have to find a way to find him. Someone who knows him well, the 3 Cyclops brothers. Yanwu must find those who made the artifacts for Zeus and his brothers. Hanryong said that he brought the owner what he asked for. It was Benteke's hand. Benteke was resting after the fight when he suddenly woke up. He grabbed the servant and demanded to know where Jinran was. Suddenly a guy came in and told Benteke to stop scaring people. Benteke started shouting at Jinran that he told him not to interfere. Benteke was furious, but shrugged it off and said, "Okay, we need to calm down. If he gets carried away with his obsession, he will follow in Lana's footsteps and ruin everything." Since Jinran decided so, then it was necessary. The guy thanked him for his understanding. But Benteke said this was the last time. He ordered him never to be interrupted again. Jinran said he would take note. Polite idiot. By the way, Benteke's hand is not recovering. Poseidon always protected him, healing any damage with his own powers. Hanryong said that the apostle is the spiritual and physical embodiment of God. And like God's grace, it is able to replenish all feelings. Poseidon wrote to Junwu that he wouldn't stop and said to try. And then Yanwu began to absorb the hand. Benteke laughed and said that the greedy devil liked his hand. I thought that I couldn't resist. Benteke said to absorb and become stronger, and then return to him. He wants to fight until he's unconscious again. Yanwu received a large amount of divine power. The power of Aospyong that Yanwu absorbed began to spread throughout his body. Until this moment, divine power had no effect on them, since it did not prevail over draconic or demonic entities. But now, it's enough. Every cell of Yanwu changed. Even the demonic body of the dragon came under the influence. Perhaps with the power of a god, the hero will be able to awaken him. Apparently, Poseidon's understanding has also increased. Maybe Yanwu can become stronger in other areas as well. Yanwu received 30 water stat points. Poseidon looked at him with eyes full of anger, but Yanwu didn't care. This floor, the River of the Dead, is entirely based on Vodyanov's characterization. For Yanwu, who only had the characteristics of fire and darkness, it was damn difficult. But now there's nothing to worry about. Just one hand turned out to have such a strong effect. I wonder what will happen when Yanwu absorbs Benteki's body entirely. Let him, most importantly, wait for the hero. Suddenly Nikki appeared and asked if everything was okay with the owner. He must have been very worried. Yanwu replied that everything was fine. Then Nemesis appeared. Dragon asked if Yanwu thought he was too confident this time. From Triton to Valtese, the hero had plenty of opportunities to summon them. But Yanwu chose to fight alone and ended up losing control. Nemesis asked where the sensible tyrant she knew had gone. Has the joy of battle really intoxicated Yanwu so much that he completely forgot about revenge? You can't argue with him. Something terrifying is hidden. A cruel beast that is just waiting to devour Yanwu. Demonic entity, that part of the hero that he does not want to accept. Yanwu lost control and the battle got himself involved because he wasn't himself. Yanwu was too excited about the enemy that stood in front of him and did not want anyone to interfere in their battle. We can't let this happen again. No matter who the opponent is, Yanwu's head must remain cold. The hero said that he admits his mistake. Nemesis then said next time to try to pay attention to what the enemy is. They are always close to their owner. Nikki said to stop bothering their owner, as he had already realized his mistake. Nemesis sighed and suggested discussing the current situation. Things are pretty lousy. The dragon was interested in what Yanwu would do with Valtese. This terrible monster has its eyes on the hero. Yanwu said no problem. He decided to play it safe, so to speak, when he ran away from her. The hero shows the river of the dead where he recently fought. Yanwu can observe the place from a distance. Valtese and Ardbad fought. Reinforcements have arrived from the Bloody Land. Apparently, Ardbad summoned other dukes. Valtese moved like this, also against the 3 dukes from the Bloody Land. But this is not even the main body, an ordinary clone and not with maximum energy. Impressive. It is immediately clear that she is the daughter of the Queen of Summer and the leader of the great clan. Nemesis asked the owner how he received the image, maybe with the help of some kind of artifact. The hero replied that what was happening was being broadcast through his minion. After Heidi helped Yanwu, he attached his spirit to Ardbad. But Nemesis said that this does not change anything. Valtese has her eye on the hero and will hunt even if the dukes manage to defeat her clone. Yes, that's why Yanwu said that she needs to make her forget about his search at least for a while. Nemesis did not understand what the owner meant. The hero said that the larger the battle, the more interesting it is to watch. Ardbad was about to attack Valtese. And then Yanwu told Hanryong to act. He hit the Duke, causing him to be severely injured. Val didn't understand what it was. It felt like a blow was coming from somewhere in the darkness. The Dukes began to attack Valtese, asking how she dared attack Duke Ardbad. Hanryong watched everything from the side and told the owner that the mission was accomplished. He takes the target and returns.